The Fortunes of Nigel. Knife grinder's story, Lord bless you, I have none to tell, sir. Poetry of the Anti-Jacobin. Chapter 1. Now Scot and English are agreed, and Saunders hastes to cross the Tweed, where such the splendours that attend him, his very mother scarce had kenned him. His metamorphosis behold, from Glasgow frieze to cloth of gold, his backsword with the iron hilt, to rapier fairly hatched and gilt. Was ever seen a gallant braver, his very bonnet's grown a beaver. The Reformation, the long-continued hostilities which had for centuries separated the south and the north divisions of the island of Britain, had been happily terminated by the succession of the Pacific James, Roman I to the English crown. But although the united crown of England and Scotland was worn by the same individual, it required a long lapse of time and the succession of more than one generation ere the inveterate national prejudices which had so long existed betwixt the sister kingdoms were removed, and the subjects of either side of the Tweed brought to regard those upon the opposite bank as friends and as brethren. These prejudices were of course most inveterate. During the reign of King James, the English subjects accused him of partiality to those of his ancient kingdom, while the Scots, with equal injustice, charged him with having forgotten the land of his nativity, and with neglecting those early friends to whose allegiance he had been so much indebted. The temper of the king, peaceable even to timidity, inclined him perpetually to interfere as mediator between the contending factions whose brawls disturbed the court. But notwithstanding all his precautions, historians have recorded many instances where the mutual hatred of two nations, who after being enemies for 1,000 years had been so very recently united, broke forth with a fury which menaced a general convulsion, and spreading from the highest to the lowest classes, as it occasioned debates in council and parliament, factions in the court, and duels among the gentry, was no less productive of riots and brawls amongst the lower orders. While these heartburnings were at the highest, there flourished in the city of London an ingenious, but whimsical and self-opinioned mechanic much devoted to abstract studies, David Ramsay by name, who, whether recommended by his great skill in his profession, as the courtiers alleged, or as was murmured among the neighbours by his birthplace in the good town of Dalkeith, near Edinburgh, held in James' household the post of maker of watches and horologes to his majesty. He scorned not, however, to keep open shop within Temple Bar, a few yards to the eastward of St. Dunstan's Church. The shop of a London tradesman at that time, as it may be supposed, was something very different from those we now see in the same locality. The goods were exposed to sale, in cases only defended from the weather by a covering of canvas, and the whole resembled the stalls and booths now erected for the temporary accommodation of dealers at a country fair rather than the established emporium of a respectable citizen. But most of the shopkeepers of note, and David Ramsay amongst others, had their booth connected with a small apartment which opened backward from it and bore the same resemblance to the front shop that Robinson Crusoe's cavern did to the tent which he erected before it. To this master Ramsay was often accustomed to retreat to the labor of his abstruse calculations, for he aimed at improvements and discoveries in his own art, and sometimes pushed his researches, like Napier and other mathematicians of the period, into abstract science. When thus engaged, he left the outer posts of his commercial establishment to be maintained by two stout-bodied and strong-voiced apprentices, who kept up the cry of what die lack, accompanied with the appropriate recommendations of the articles in which they dealt. This direct and personal application for custom to those who chance to pass by is now, we believe, limited to Monmouth Street, if it still exists, even in that repository of ancient garments, under the guardianship of the scattered remnant of Israel. But at the time we are speaking of, it was practiced alike by Jew and Gentile, and served instead of all our present newspaper puffs and advertisements to solicit the attention of the public in general and of friends in particular to the unrivaled excellence of the goods, which they offered to sale upon such easy terms that it might fairly appear that the vendors had rather a view to the general service of the public than to their own particular advantage. The verbal proclaimers of the excellence of their commodities had this advantage over those who in the present day use the public papers for the same purpose, that they could in many cases adapt their address to the peculiar appearance and apparent taste of the passengers. This, as we have said, was also the case in Monmouth Street. In our remembrance, we have ourselves been reminded of the deficiencies of our femoral habiliments, and exhorted upon that score to fit ourselves more beseemingly. But this is a digression. This direct and personal mode of invitation to customers became, however, a dangerous temptation to the young wags who were employed in the task of solicitation during the absence of the principal person interested in the traffic and confiding in their numbers and civic union. The prentices of London were often seduced into taking liberties with the passengers and exercising their wit at the expense of those whom they had no hopes of converting into customers by their eloquence. If this were resented by any act of violence, the inmates of each shop were ready to pour forth in succor, and in the words of an old song which Dr. Johnson was used to hum, "Up then rose the prentices all, living in London, both proper and tall." Desperate riots often arose on such occasions, especially when the Templars or other youths connected with the aristocracy were insulted or conceived themselves to be so upon such occasions. Bare steel was frequently opposed to the clubs of the citizens, and death sometimes ensued on both sides. The tardy and inefficient police of the time had no other resource than by the alderman of the ward calling out the householders, and putting a stop to the strife by overpowering numbers, as the Capulets and Montagues are separated upon the stage. At the period when such was the universal custom of the most respectable as well as the most inconsiderable shopkeepers in London, David Ramsay, on the evening to which we solicit the attention of the reader, retiring to more abstruse and private labors, left the administration of his outer shop or booth to the aforesaid sharp-witted, active, able-bodied, and well-voiced apprentices, namely Jenkin Vincent and Frank Tunstall. Vincent had been educated at the excellent foundation of Christ's Church Hospital, and was bred therefore as well as born a Londoner, with all the acuteness, address, and audacity which belong peculiarly to the youth of a metropolis. He was now about 20 years old, short in stature, but remarkably strong made, eminent for his feats upon holidays at football and other gymnastic exercises, scarce rivaled in the broadsword play, though hitherto only exercised in the form of single-stick. He knew every lane, blind alley, and sequestered court of the ward better than his catechism, was alike active in his master's affairs and in his own adventures of fun and mischief, and so managed matters that the credit he acquired by the former bore him out, or at least served for his apology, when the latter propensity led him into scrapes, of which, however, it is but fair to state that they had hitherto inferred nothing mean or discreditable. Some aberrations there were which David Ramsay, his master, endeavored to reduce to regular order when he discovered them, and others which he winked at, supposing them to answer the purpose of the escapement of a watch, which disposes of a certain quantity of the extra power of that mechanical impulse which puts the whole in motion. The physiognomy of Jin Vinby, which abbreviation he was familiarly known through the ward, corresponded with the sketch we have given of his character. His head, upon which his prentice's flat cap was generally flung, in a careless and oblique fashion, was closely covered with thick hair of raven black, which curled naturally and closely, and would have grown to great length but for the modest custom enjoined by his state in life, and strictly enforced by his master, which compelled him to keep it short, creped not unreluctantly, as he looked with envy on the flowing ringlets, in which the courtiers and aristocratic students of the neighboring temple began to indulge themselves as marks of superiority and of gentility. Vincent's eyes were deep set in his head, of a strong vivid black, full of fire, roguery, and intelligence, and conveying a humorous expression even while he was uttering the usual small talk of his trade, as if he ridiculed those who were disposed to give any weight to his commonplaces. He had address enough, however, to add little touches of his own, which gave a turn of drollery even to this ordinary routine of the booth. and the alacrity of his manner, his ready and obvious wish to oblige his intelligence and civility when he thought civility necessary, made him a universal favorite with his master's customers. His features were far from regular, for his nose was flattish, his mouth tending to the larger size, and his complexion inclining to be more dark than was then thought consistent with masculine beauty. But in despite of his having always breathed the air of a crowded city, his complexion had the ruddy and manly expression of redundant health. His turned-up nose gave an air of spirit and raillery to what he said, and seconded the laugh of his eyes, and his wide mouth was garnished with a pair of well-formed and well-colored lips, which, when he laughed, disclosed a range of teeth strong and well set, and as white as the very pearl. Such was the elder apprentice of David Ramsay, memories, monitor, watchmaker, and constructor of horologes, to his most sacred majesty James. Roman I Jenkins' companion was the younger apprentice, though perhaps he might be the elder of the two in years. At any rate, he was of a much more staid and composed temper. Francis Tunstall was of that ancient and proud descent who claimed the style of the unstained, because amid the various chances of the long and bloody wars of the Roses they had, with undeviating faith, followed the house of Lancaster, to which they had originally attached themselves. The meanest sprig of such a tree attached importance to the root from which it derived itself, and Tunstall was supposed to nourish in secret a proportion of that family pride which had extorted tears from his widowed and almost indigent mother when she saw herself obliged to consign him to a line of life inferior, as her prejudices suggested, to the course held by his progenitors. Yet with all this aristocratic prejudice, his master found the well-born youth more docile, regular, and strictly attentive to his duty than his far more active and alert comrade. Tunstall also gratified his master by the particular attention which he seemed disposed to bestow on the abstract principles of science connected with the trade which he was bound to study, the limits of which were daily enlarged with the increase of mathematical science. Vincent beat his companion beyond the distance post in everything like the practical adaptation of thorough practice, in the dexterity of hand necessary to execute the mechanical branches of the art, and double-distanced him in all respecting the commercial affairs of the shop. Still David Ramsay was wont to say that if Vincent knew how to do a thing, the better of the two, Tunstall was much better acquainted with the principles on which it ought to be done, and he sometimes objected to the latter, that he knew critical excellence too well ever to be satisfied with practical mediocrity. The disposition of Tunstall was shy as well as studious, and though perfectly civil and obliging, he never seemed to feel himself in his place. While he went through the duties of the shop, he was tall and handsome, with fair hair and well-formed limbs, good features, well-opened light blue eyes, a straight Grecian nose, and a countenance which expressed both good humor and intelligence, but qualified by a gravity unsuitable to his years, and which almost amounted to dejection. He lived on the best of terms with his companion, and readily stood by him whenever he was engaged in any of the frequent skirmishes which, as we have already observed, often disturbed the city of London about this period. Though Tunstall was allowed to understand quarterstaff, the weapon of the North Country, in a superior degree, and though he was naturally both strong and active, his interference in such a phrase seemed always matter of necessity, and as he never voluntarily joined either their brawls or their sports, he held a far lower place in the opinion of the youth of the ward than his hearty and active friend Ginvin. Nay, had it not been for the interest made for his comrade by the intercession of Vincent, Tunstall would have stood some chance of being altogether excluded from the society of his contemporaries of the same condition, who called him in scorn the Cavaliero Cuddy and the gentle Tunstall. On the other hand, the lad himself, deprived of the fresh air in which he had been brought up, and foregoing the exercise to which he had formerly been accustomed, while the inhabitant of his native mansion lost gradually the freshness of his complexion, and without showing any formal symptoms of disease, grew more thin and pale as he grew older, and at length exhibited the appearance of indifferent health, without anything of the habits and complaints of an invalid, excepting a disposition to avoid society, and to spend his leisure time in private study rather than mingle in the sports of his companions, or even resort to the theatres, then the general rendezvous of his class, where, according to high authority, They fought for half-bitten apples, cracked nuts, and filled the upper gallery with their clamors. Such were the two youths who called David Ramsay master, and with both of whom he used to fret from morning till night as their peculiarities interfered with his own, or with the quiet and beneficial course of his traffic. Upon the whole, however, the youths were attached to their master, and he, a good-natured though an absent and whimsical man, was scarce less so to them. And when a little warmed with wine at an occasional junketing, he used to boast in his northern dialect of his twa bonny lads, and the looks that the court ladies threw at them when visiting his shop in their carroches, when on a frolic into the city. But David Ramsay never failed at the same time to draw up his own tall, thin, lathy skeleton, extend his lean jaws into an alarming grin, and indicate, by a nod of his yard-long visage, and a twinkle of his little grey eye, that there might be more faces in Fleet Street worth looking at than those of Frank and Jenkin, his old neighbour, Widow Simmons, the sempstress who had served in her day, the very tip-top revellers of the Temple, with ruffs, cuffs, and bands, distinguished more deeply the sort of attention paid by the females of quality who so regularly visited David Ramsay's shop to its inmates. The boy Frank, she admitted, used to attract the attention of the young ladies as having something gentle and downcast in his looks, but then he could not better himself, for the poor youth had not a word to throw at a dog. Now Gin Vin was so full of his jibes and jeers, and so willing and so ready and so serviceable and so mannerly, all the while with a step that sprung like a buck's in Epping Forest, and his eye that twinkled as black as a gypsy's, that no woman who knew the world would make a comparison betwixt the lads. As for poor neighbour Ramsay himself, the man, she said, was a civil neighbour, and a learned man doubtless, and might be a rich man if he had common sense to back his learning, and doubtless for a Scot neighbour Ramsay was nothing of a bad man, but he was so constantly grimed with smoke, gilded with brass filings, and smeared with lampblack and oil that Dame Simmons judged it would require his whole shopful of watches to induce any feasible woman to touch the said neighbour Ramsay with anything save a pair of tongs. A still higher authority, Dame Ursula, wife to Benjamin Suddlechop, the barber, was of exactly the same opinion. Such were in natural qualities and public estimation the two youths who, in a fine April day, having first rendered their dutiful service and attendance on the table of their master, and his daughter at their dinner at 1 o'clock, such, O ye lads of London, was the severe discipline undergone by your predecessors, and, having regaled themselves upon the fragments in company with two female domestics, one a cook and maid of all work, the other called Mistress Margaret's maid, now relieved their master in the duty of the outward shop, and agreeably to the established custom, were soliciting by their entreaties and recommendations of their masters manufacture the attention and encouragement of the passengers. In this species of service, it may be easily supposed that Jenkin Vincent left his more reserved and bashful comrade far in the background. The latter could only articulate with difficulty, and as an act of duty, which he was rather ashamed of, discharging the established words of form: what die lack clocks whiches barnacles, what die lack watches clocks barnacles, what die lack sir, what die lack madam barnacles whiches clocks. But this dull and dry iteration, however varied by diversity of verbal arrangement, sounded flat when mingled with the rich and recommendatory oratory of the bold-faced, deep-mouthed, and ready-witted Jenkin Vincent. What die lack noble sir, what die lack beauteous madam, he said in a tone at once bold and soothing, which often was so applied as both to gratify the persons addressed and to excite a smile from other hearers. God bless your reverence to a beneficed clergyman. The Greek and Hebrew have harmed your reverences. Eyes by a pair of David Ramsay's barnacles. The King God bless his sacred majestine reads Hebrew or Greek without them. Are you well avised of that, said a fat parson from the Vale of Evesham. Nay, if the head of the church wears them, God bless his sacred majesty, I will try what they can do for me, for I have not been able to distinguish one Hebrew letter from another since I cannot remember the time when I had a bad fever. Choose me a pair of his most sacred majesty's own wearing, my good youth. This is a pair, and please your reverence, said Jenkin, producing a pair of spectacles which he touched with an air of great deference and respect, which his most blessed majesty placed this day 3 weeks on his own blessed nose, and would have kept them for his own sacred use, but that the setting being, as your reverence sees, of the purest jet, was, as his sacred majesty was pleased to say, fitter for a bishop than for a secular prince. His sacred majesty, the king, said the worthy divine, was ever very Daniel in his judgment. Give me the barnacles, my good youth, and who can say what knows they may bestride. In 2 years hence your reverend brother of Gloucester waxes in years. He then pulled out his purse, paid for the spectacles, and left the shop with even a more important step than that which had paused to enter it. For shame, said Tunstall to his companion, these glasses will never suit one of his years. You are a fool, Frank, said Vincent in reply. Had the good doctor wished glasses to read with, he would have tried them before buying. He does not want to look through them himself, and these will serve the purpose of being looked at by other folks, as well as the best magnifiers in the shop. What I lack, he cried, resuming his solicitations. Mirrors for your toilette, my pretty madam. Your headgear is something horripity, since it is so well fancied. The woman stopped and bought a mirror. What I lack, a watch, master surgeon, to watch, that will go as long as a lawsuit, as steady and true as your own eloquence. Hold your peace, sir, answered the knight of the coif, who was disturbed by van address, whilst in deep consultation with an eminent attorney. Hold your peace. You are the loudest varlet betwixt the Devil's Tavern and Guildhall. A watch, reiterated the undaunted Jenkin, that shall not lose 13 minutes in a 13 years lawsuit. He's out of hearing. A watch with 4 wheels, and a bar movement, a watch that shall tell you, master poet, how long the patience of the audience will endure your next piece at the Black Bull. The bard laughed and fumbled in the pocket of his slops till he chased into a corner and fairly caught a small piece of coin. Here is a tester to cherish thy wit, good boy, he said. Gramercy, said Vin, at the next play of yours, I will bring down a set of roaring boys that shall make all the critics in the pit, and the gallants on the stage civil, or else the curtain shall smoke for it. Now that I call mean, said Tunstall, to take the poor rhymer's money, who has so little left behind. You are an owl once again, said Vincent. If he has nothing left to buy cheese and radishes, he will only dine a day the sooner with some patron or some player, for that is his fate. 5 days out of the 7, it is unnatural that a poet should pay for his own pot of beer. I will drink his tester for him to save him from such shame, and when his 3rd night comes round, he shall have pennyworths for his coin, I promise you. But here comes another's customer. Look at that strange fellow's, how he gapes at every shop, as if he would swallow the warezo. St. Dunstan has caught his eye, pray God, he swallow not the images. See how he stands astonished, as old Adam and Eve ply their ding-dong. Come, Frank, thou art a scholar, construe me, that same fellow with his blue cap, with a cock's feather in it, to show he's of gentle blood. God. Watha's grey eyes, his yellow hair, his sword with a ton of iron in the handle, his grey threadbare cloak, eyes step like a Frenchman, his look like a Spaniard, a book at his girdle, and a broad dudgeon dagger on the other side, to show him half pedant, half bully. How call you that pageant, Frank? A raw Scotsman, said Tunstall, just come up, I suppose, to help the rest of his countrymen to gnaw old England's bones, a palmer worm, I reckon, to devour what the locust has spared. Even so, Frank, answered Vincent, just as the poet sings sweetly. In Scotland he was born and bred, and though a beggar must be fed. Hush, said Tunstall, remember our master. Shaw, answered his mercurial companion, he knows on which side his bread is buttered, and I warrant you has not lived so long among Englishmen, and by Englishmen to quarrel with us for bearing an English mind. But see, our Scot has done gazing at St. Dunstan's, and comes our way by this light, a proper lad, and a sturdy in spite of freckles and sunburning. He comes nearer still, I will have at him. And if you do, said his comrade, you may get a broken head. Looks not as if he would carry coals. A fig for your threat, said Vincent, and instantly addressed the stranger. Buy a watch, most noble northern thane, buy a watch to count the hours of plenty, since the blessed moment you left Berwick behind you. Buy barnacles, to see the English gold lies ready for your gripe. Buy what you will, you shall have credit for 3 days, for were your pockets as bare as Father Fergus. You are a Scot in London, and you will be stocked in that time. The stranger looked sternly at the waggish apprentice, and seemed to grasp his cudgel in rather a menacing fashion. Buy physic, said the undaunted Vincent, if you will buy neither time nor light physic, for a proud stomach. Sir, there is apothecary's shop on the other side of the way. Here the probationary disciple of Galen, who stood at his master's door in his flat cap and canvas sleeves, with a large wooden pestle in his hand, took up the ball which was flung to him by Jenkin, with what dilac serbi, a choice Caledonian, salve flows sulphur cum butiro quant suff. To be taken, after a gentle rubbing down, with an English oaken towel, said Vincent. The Barney Scott had given full scope to the play of this small artillery of city wit, by halting his stately pace, and viewing grimly first the one assailant, and then the other, as if menacing either repartee or more violent revenge, but phlegm or prudence got the better of his indignation, and tossing his head, as one who valued not the raillery to which he had been exposed, he walked down Fleet Street, pursued by the horselaugh of his tormentors. The Scot will not fight, till he see his own blood, said Tunstall, whom his north of England extraction had made familiar with all manner of proverbs against those who lay yet farther north than himself. Faith, I know not, said Jenkin, he looks dangerous, that fellow will hit some one over the noddle, before he goes far. Harcockthie are rising. Accordingly, the well-known cry of Prentices clubs now rang along Fleet Street, and Jenkins, snatching up his weapon, which lay beneath the counter ready at the slightest notice, and calling to Tunstall to take his bat and follow, leaped over the hatch door which protected the outer shop, and ran as fast as he could towards the affray, echoing the cry as he ran, and elbowing or shoving aside whoever stood in his way, his comrade first calling to his master. And I to the shop followed Jenkins' example, and ran after him as fast as he could, but with more attention to the safety and convenience of others, while old David Ramsay, with hands and eyes, uplifted a green apron before him, and a glass, which he had been polishing, thrust into his bosom, came forth to look after the safety of his goods and chattels, knowing by old experience that when the cry of clubs once arose, he would have little aid on the part of his apprentices. Chapter 2. This, sir, is one among the sanery. Has wealth at will, and will to use his wealth, and wit to increase it. Marry, his worst folly lies in a thriftless sort of charity, that goes agarding sometimes after objects, which wise men will not see when thrust upon them. The old couple. The ancient gentleman bustled about his shop in pettish displeasure at being summoned hither so hastily to the interruption of his more abstract studies, and unwilling to renounce the train of calculation which he had put in progress, he mingled whimsically with the fragments of the arithmetical operation his oratory to the passengers and angry reflections on his idle apprentices. What die lack, sir? Madam, what die lack clacks for hall or table night, which as day watches locking wheel being 48 the power of retort. 8 the striking pins are 48. What die lack honored, sir, the quotient multiplican that the knaves should have gone out this blessed minuteth acceleration, being at the rate of 5 minutes 55 seconds 53 thirds 59. Fourth sigh, will switch them both when they come back. I will buy the bones of the immortal Napier. Here the vexed philosopher was interrupted by the entrance of a grave citizen of a most respectable appearance, who, saluting him familiarly by the name of Davy, my old acquaintance, demanded what had put him so much out of sorts, and gave him at the same time a cordial grasp of his hand. The stranger's dress was, though grave, rather richer than usual. His paned hose were of black velvet lined with purple silk, which garniture appeared at the slashes. His doublet was of purple cloth, and his short cloak of black velvet to correspond with his hose, and both were adorned with a great number of small silver buttons richly wrought in filigree. A triple chain of gold hung round his neck, and in place of a sword or dagger he wore at his belt an ordinary knife for the purpose of the table, with a small silver case, which appeared to contain writing materials. He might have seemed some secretary or clerk engaged in the service of the public, only that his low, flat, and unadorned cap, and his well-blacked shining shoes, indicated that he belonged to the city. He was a well-made man about the middle size, and seemed in firm health, though advanced in years. His looks expressed sagacity and good humor, and the air of respectability which his dress announced was well supported by his clear eye, ruddy cheek, and grey hair. He used the Scottish idiom in his first address, but in such a manner that it could hardly be distinguished whether he was passing upon his friend a sort of jocose mockery, or whether it was his own native dialect, for his ordinary discourse had little provincialism. In answer to the queries of his respectable friend, Ramsay groaned heavily, answering by echoing back the question, "What ails me, Master George? Why, everything ails me. I profess to you that a man may as well live in fairyland as in the ward of Farringdon without my apprentices are turned into mere goblins. They appear and disappear like spunkies, and have no more regularity in them than a watch without escapement, if there is a ball to be tossed up, or a bullock to be driven mad, or a queen to be ducked for scolding, or a head to be broken. Jenkin is sure to be at the one end or the other of it. And then away skips Francis Tunstall for company. I think the prize-fighters, bear-leaders, and mountebanks are in a league against me, my dear friend, and that they pass my house 10 times for any other in the city. Here's an Italian fellow come over too, that they call Punchinello, and altogether." "Well," interrupted Master George, "but what is all this to the present case?" "Why," replied Ramsay, "here has been a cry of thieves, or murder, I hope, that will prove the least of it amongst these English pock-putting swine, and I have been interrupted in the deepest calculation ever mortal man plunged into." Master George. "What man?" replied Master George. "You must take patience. You are a man that deals in time, and can make it go fast and slow at pleasure. You of all the world have least reason to complain if a little of it be lost now and then. But here come your boys, and bringing in a slain man betwixt them, I think her has been serious mischief, I am afraid." "The more mischief, the better sport," said the crabbed old watchmaker. "I am blithe, though that it's neither of the twa loons themselves. What, are ye bringing a corpse here for ye fause villains?" he added, addressing the 2 apprentices, who, at the head of a considerable mob of their own class, some of whom bore evident marks of a recent fray, were carrying the body betwixt them. "He is not dead yet, sir," answered Tunstall. "Carry him into the apothecary's." Then replied his master, "I think I can set a man's life in motion again, as if he were a clock or a timepiece." "For God's sake, old friend," said his acquaintance, "let us have him here at the nearest. Seems only in a swoon." "A swoon," said Ramsay, "and what business had he to swoon in the streets? Only, if it will oblige my friend Master George, I would take in all the dead men in St. Dunstan's parish, call Sam Porter, to look after the shop." So saying, the stunned man, being the identical Scotsman who had passed a short time before amidst the jeers of the apprentices, was carried into the back shop of the artist, and there placed in an armed chair till the apothecary from over the way came to his assistance. This gentleman, as sometimes happens to those of the learned professions, had rather more lore than knowledge, and began to talk of the sincipit and occiput and cerebrum and cerebellum, until he exhausted David Ramsay's brief stock of patience. "Bellum, bellellum," he repeated with great indignation. "What signify all the bells in London, if you do not put a plaster on the child's crown?" Master George, with better directed zeal, asked the apothecary whether bleeding might not be useful, when, after humming and hawing for a moment, and being unable upon the spur of the occasion to suggest anything else, the man of pharmacy observed that it would at all events relieve the brain or cerebrum in case there was a tendency to the depositation of any extravasated blood to operate as a pressure upon that delicate organ. Fortunately, he was adequate to performing this operation, and being powerfully aided by Jenkin Vincent, who was learned in all cases of broken heads, with plenty of cold water and a little vinegar, applied according to the scientific method practiced by the bottle-holders in a modern ring, the man began to raise himself on his chair, draw his cloak tightly around him, and look about like one who struggles to recover sense and recollection. "He had better lie down on the bed in the little back closet," said Mr. Ramsay's visitor, who seemed perfectly familiar with the accommodations which the house afforded. "He is welcome to my share of the truckle," said Jenkin, "for in the said back closet were the 2 apprentices accommodated in one trucklebbed. I can sleep under the counter." "So can I," said Tunstall, "and the poor fellow can have the bed all night." "Sleep," said the apothecary, "is in the opinion of Galen a restorative and febrifuge, and is most naturally taken in a trucklebbed." "Where a better cannot be come by," said Master George, "but these are 2 honest lads to give up their beds so willingly. Come off with his cloak, and let us bear him to his couch. I will send for Dr. Irving. The king's chirurgeon does not live far off, and that shall be my share of the Samaritan's duty, neighbor Rams." "Well, sir," said the apothecary, it is at your pleasure to send for other advice, and I shall not object to consult with Dr. Irving or any other medical person of skill, neither to continue to furnish such drugs as may be needful from my pharmacopoeia. However, whatever Dr. Irving, who I think hath had his degrees in Edinburgh, or Dr. Anyone beside, be he Scottish or English, may say to the contrary, sleep, taken timelessly, is a febrifuge or sedative, and also a restorative. He muttered a few more learned words, and concluded by informing Ramsay's friend in English, far more intelligible than his Latin, that he would look to him as his paymaster for medicines, care, and attendance, furnished, or to be furnished to this party unknown. Master George only replied by desiring him to send his bill for what he had already to charge, and to give himself no farther trouble, unless he heard from him, the pharmacopolist, who from discoveries made by the cloak falling a little aside, had no great opinion of the faculty of this chance patient to make reimbursement, had no sooner seen his case espoused by a substantial citizen than he showed some reluctance to quit possession of it, and it needed a short and stern hint from Master George, which with all his good humor he was capable of expressing, when occasion required, to send to his own dwelling this Esculapius of Temple Bar. When they were rid of Mr. Raredrench, the charitable efforts of Jenkin and Francis to divest the patient of his long grey cloak were firmly resisted on his own part. My life sooner, me life sooner, he muttered in indistinct murmurs in these efforts to retain his upper garment, which was too tender to resist much handling. It gave way at length, with a loud rent which almost threw the patient into a second syncope, and he sat before them in his undergarments, the looped and repaired wretchedness of which moved at once pity and laughter, and had certainly been the cause of his unwillingness to resign the mantle which, like the virtue of charity, served to cover so many imperfections. The man himself cast his eyes on his poverty-struck garb, and seemed so much ashamed of the disclosure that, muttering between his teeth that he would be too late for his appointment, he made an effort to rise and leave the shop, which was easily prevented by Jenkin Vincent and his comrade, who at the nod of Master George laid hold of and detained him in his chair. The patient next looked round him for a moment, and then said faintly, in his broad northern language, "What sort of usage ca ye this gentleman to a stranger, a sojourner in your town? Ye hae broken my head, I hae riven my cloak, and now ye are for restraining my personal liberty." "They were wiser than me," he said, after a moment's pause, "that counselled me to wear my worst clothing in the streets of London, and if I could have got ony things worse than these mean garments, which would have been very difficult," said Gin Vin, in a whisper to his companion, "would have been e'en ower gude for the grips o' men sae little acquainted with the laws of honest civility." "To say the truth," said Jenkin, unable to forbear any longer, although the discipline of the times prescribed to those in his situation a degree of respectful distance and humility in the presence of parents, masters, or seniors, of which the present age has no ideato, "say the truth, the good gentleman's clothes look as if they would not brook much handling." "Hold your peace, young man," said Master George, with a tone of authority. "Never mock the stranger, or the poor black ox has not trod on your foot yet. You know not what lands you may travel in, or what clothes you may wear before you die." Vincent held down his head and stood rebuked, but the stranger did not accept the apology which was made for him. "I am a stranger, sir," said he, "that is certain, though methinks that being such I have been somewhat familiarly treated in this town of yours. But as for my being poor, I think I need not be charged with poverty till I seek siller of somebody." "The dear country all over," said Master George, in a whisper to David Ramsay, "pride and poverty." But David had taken out his tablets and silver pen, and deeply immersed in calculations, in which he rambled over all the terms of arithmetic, from the simple unit to millions, billions, and trillions, neither heard nor answered the observation of his friend, who, seeing his abstraction, turned again to the Scot. "I fancy now, jockey, if a stranger were to offer you a noble, you would chuck it back at his head." "Not if I could do him honest service for it, sir," said the Scot. "I am willing to do what I may to be useful, though I come of an honourable house, and may be said to be, in a sort, indifferently weel provided for." "I," said the interrogator, "and what house may claim the honour of your descent?" An ancient coat belongs to it, as the play says, whispered Vincent to his companion. Come jockey out with it, continued Master George, observing that the Scot, as usual with his countrymen, when asked a blunt, straightforward question, took a little time before answering it. I am no more jockey, sir, than you are, John, said the stranger, as if offended at being addressed by a name which at that time was used as Sawney now is for a general appellative of the Scottish nation. My name, if you must know, it is Richie Monoplees, and I come of the old and honourable house of Castle Collop, Weel Kend, at the West Port of Edinburgh. What is that you call the West Port? Proceeded the interrogator. Why, in it like your honour, said Richie, who now having recovered his senses sufficiently to observe the respectable exterior of Master George, threw more civility into his manner than at first. The West Port is a gate of our city, as yonder brick arches at Whitehall form the entrance of the King's Palace here, only that the West Port is of stone work, and mair decorated with architecture and the policy of bigging. Nouns, man, the Whitehall gateways were planned by the great Holbein, answered Master George. I suspect your accident has jumbled your brains, my good friend. I suppose you will tell me next you have at Edinburgh as fine a navigable river as the Thames with all its shipping. The Thames, exclaimed Richie in a tone of ineffable contempt. God bless your honour's judgment, we have at Edinburgh the water off Leith and the Norloch, and the Powburn and the Quarry Holes and the Gusidub ye Faws Loon, answered Master George, speaking Scotch with a strong and natural emphasis. It is such landloopers as you that, with your falset and fair fashions, bring reproach on our whole country. God forgie me, sir, said Richie, much surprised at finding the supposed Southron converted into a native Scot. I took your honour for an Englisher, but I hope there was neething wrang in standing up for ain country's credit in a strange land, where all men cry her down. Do you call it for your country's credit to show that she has a lying, puffing rascal for one of her children, said Master George. But come, man, never look grave on it, as you have found a countryman, so you have found a friend, if you deserve one, and especially if you answer me truly. I see nae good it wad do me to speak aught else, but truth, said the worthy North Briton. Well, Thento, begin, said Master George. I suspect you are a son of old Mungo, Monoplees the Flesher, at the West Port. Your honour is a witch, I think, said Richie, grinning. And how dared you, sir, to uphold him for a noble? I dinna ken, sir, said Richie, scratching his head. I hear muckle of an Earl of Warwick in these southern parts, Guy. I think his name was, and he has great reputation here for slaying dun cows and boars, and such like, and I am sure my father has killed more cows and boars, not to mention bulls, calves, sheep, ewes, lambs, and pigs, than the hale baronage of England. Go to, you are a shrewd knave, said Master George, charm your tongue, and take care of saucy answers. Your father was an honest burgher, and the deacon of his craft. I am sorry to see his son in so poor a coat. Indifferent, sir, said Richie Monoplees, looking down on his garments, very indifferent, but it is the wonted livery of poor burghers' sons in our country own of lucky wants bestowing upon us rest. Us patient, the king's leaving Scotland has taken all custom frae Edinburgh, and there is hay made at the cross, and a dainty crop of fwats in the grass market. There is as much grass grows where my father's stall stood, as might have been a good bite for the beasts he was used to. It is even too true, said Master George, and while we make fortunes here, our old neighbours and their families are starving at home. This should be thought upon oftener. And how came you by that broken head, Richard? Tell me honestly. Troth, sir, I say no lee about the matter, answered Monoplees. I was coming along the street here, and ilk ane was at me with their jests and roguery, so I thought to mysel, ye are ower money for me to mell with, but let me catch ye in Barford's Park, or at the fit of the Vennel. I could gar some of ye sing another sang, sae I old herpling devil of a potter, behoved just to step in my way, and offer me a pig, as he said, just to put my Scotch ointment in, and I gave him a push, as but natural, and the tottering devil coupit o'er amming his ain pigs, and damaged a score of them. And then the laird raise, and hadna these twa gentlemen helped me out of it, murdered I sold hay been without remade. And as it was just when they got hold of my arm to have me out of the fray, I got the lick that Donner at me from a left-handed lighterman. Master George looked to the apprentices as if to demand the truth of this story. "It is just as he says, sir," replied Jenkin, "only I heard nothing about pigs. The people said he had broke some crockery, and that I beg pardon, sir, nobody could thrive within the kenning of a Scot." "Well, no matter what they said, you were an honest fellow to help the weaker side, and you, sirrah," continued Master George, addressing his countryman, "will call at my house tomorrow morning, agreeable to this direction." "I will wait upon your honour," said the Scot, bowing very low, "that is, if my honourable master will permit me." "Thy master," said George, "hast thou any other master save want, whose livery you say you wear?" "Troth, in one sense, if it please your honour, I serve twa masters," said Richie, "for both my master and me are slaves to that same beldam, whom we thought to show our heels to by coming off from Scotland. So that you see, sir, I hold in a sort of black ward tenure, as we call it in our country, being the servant of a servant." "And what is your master's name?" said Master George, and observing that Richie hesitated, he added, "Nay, do not tell me, if it is a secret." "A secret that there is little use in keeping," said Richie, "only ye ken that our northern stomachs are ower proud to call in witnesses to our distress. Know that my master is in mair than present pinch, sir," he added, looking towards the two English apprentices, "having a large sum in the royal treasury. That is," he continued in a whisper to Master Jorgeth, "King is owing him a lot of siller, but it's ill getting at it. It's like my master is the young Lord Glenvarloch." Master George testified surprise at the name. "You, one of the young Lord Glenvarloch's followers, and in such a condition?" "Troth, and I am all the followers he has for the present. That is, and blithe wad I be if he were muckle better aff than I am, though I were to bide as I am. I have seen his father with 4 gentlemen and 10 lackeys at his heels," said Master George, rustling in their laces and velvets. "Well, this is a changeful world, but there is a better beyond it, the good old house of Glenvarloch that stood by king and country 500 years. "Your honour may say 1,000, said the follower. "I will say what I know to be true, friend," said the citizen, "and not a word more. You seem well recovered. No, can you walk?" "Bravely, sir," said Richie. "It was but a bit Dover. I was bred at the Westport, and my cantle will stand a clear wad, bring a stot down." "Where does your master lodge?" "We pit up in it, like your honour," replied the Scot, "in a sma' house, at the fit of ane of the winds that gang down to the waterside, with a decent man, John Christie, a ship-chandler, as they cat. His father came from Dundee. I wotna the name of the wind, but it's right anent the mickle kirk yonder, and your honour will mind that we pass only by our family name of simple Mr. Nigel Oliphant, as keeping ourselves retired for the present, though in Scotland we be called the Lord Nigel." "It is wisely done of your master," said the citizen. "I will find out your lodgings, though your direction be none of the clearest." So saying, and slipping a piece of money at the same time into Richie Monoplis' hand, he bade him hasten home and get into no more affrays. "I will take care of that now, sir," said Richie, with a look of importance, "having a charge about me, and so wussing ye a wheel with special thanks to these twa young gentlemen." "I am no gentleman," said Jenkin, flinging his cap on his head. "I am a tight London prentice, and hope to be a freeman one day. Frank may write himself gentleman if he will." "I was a gentleman once," said Tunstall, "and I hope I have done nothing to lose the name of one." "Weel, as ye list," said Richie Monoples, "but I am mickle beholden to ye bait hand. I am not a hair the less like to bear it in mind, that I say but little about it just now. Good night to you, my kind countryman." So saying, he thrust out of the sleeve of his ragged doublet a long bony hand and arm, on which the muscles rose like whipcord. Master George shook it heartily, while Jenkin and Frank exchanged sly looks with each other. Richie Monoples would next have addressed his thanks to the master of the shop, but seeing him, as he afterwards said, scribbling on his bit bookie as if he were demented, he contented his politeness with giving him a hat touching, that is, his bonnet, in token of salutation, and so left the shop. "Now there goes Scotch jockey with all his bad and good about him," said Master George to Master David, who suspended, though unwillingly, the calculations with which he was engaged, and keeping his pen within an inch of the tablets, gazed on his friend with great lackluster eyes, which expressed anything rather than intelligence or interest in the discourse addressed to him. "That fellow," proceeded Master George, without heeding his friend's state of abstraction, "shows with great liveliness of colouring, how our Scotch pride and poverty make liars and braggarts of us, and yet the knave, whose every third word to an Englishman is a boastful lie, will I warrant you be a true and tender friend and follower to his master, and has perhaps parted with his mantle to him in the cold blast, although he himself walked in Cuopo, as the Don says strange, that courage and fidelity for, I will warrant that the knave is stoutured, have no better companion than this swaggering braggadocio. Humour but you mark me not, friend Davy. I do most heedfully, said Davy, for, as the sun goeth round the dial plate, in 24 hours add, for the moon, 50 minutes and a half. You are in the seventh heavens, man, said his companion. I crave your pardon, replied Davy, let the wheel a go round, in 24 hours I have itten the wheel be in 24 hours 50 minutes, and a half if to 7 being to 54 as 59 to 24 hours 50 minutes and a half, a very nearly. I crave your forgiveness, Master George, and heartily wish you good even. Good even, said Master George, why you have not wished me good day, yet come, old friend, lay by these tablets, or you will crack the inner machinery of your skull, as our friend yonder has got the outer case of his damaged good night, quotha. I mean not to part with you so easily. I came to get my 4 hours' nuncheon from you, man, besides a tune on the lute from my goddaughter, Mrs. Margaret. Good faith, I was abstracted, Master George, but you know me, whenever I get amongst the wheels, said Mr. Ramsay. Why, 'tis lucky that you deal in small ones, said his friend, as awakened from his reveries and calculations, Ramsay led the way up a little backstair to the first story, occupied by his daughter and his little household. The apprentices resumed their places in the front shop, and relieved Sam Porter, when Jenkins said to Tunstall, didst see, Frank, how the old goldsmith cottoned in with his beggarly countryman, when would one of his wealth have shaken hands so courteously with a poor Englishman? Well, ill say that for the best of the Scots, that they will go over head and ears to serve a countryman, when they will not wet a nail of their finger to save a Southron, as they call us, from drowning. And yet Master George is but half-bred Scot neither in that respect, for I have known him do many a kind thing to the English too. But hark ye, Jenkins, said Tunstall, I think you are but half-bred English yourself. How came you to strike on the Scotsman's side after all? Why, you did so too, answered Vincent. I, because I saw you begin, and besides it is no Cumberland fashion to fall 50 upon one, replied Tunstall. And no Christchurch fashion neither, said Jenkin. Fair play, and old England, for ever. Besides, to tell you a secret, his voice had a twang in itten. The dialect, I mean, reminded me of a little tongue, which I think sweeter than the last toll of St. Dunstan's will sound on the day that I am shot of my indentures. Hey, you guess who I mean, Frank? Not I indeed, answered Tunstall. Scotch Janet, I suppose, the laundress. Off with Janet in her own bucking basket. No, you blind buzzardo, you not know, I mean pretty Mrs. Margaret. Answered Tunstall dryly. A flash of anger not unmingled with suspicion shot from Jenkins' keen black eyes. And what signifies I am not the first prentice has married his master's daughter, I suppose. They kept their own secret, I fancy, said Tunstall, at least, till they were out of their time. I tell you what it is, Frank, answered Jenkins sharply, that may be the fashion of you gentlefolks, that are taught from your biggin to carry 2 faces under the same hood, but it shall never be mine. There are the stairs, then, said Tunstall coolly. Go up, and ask Mrs. Margaret of our master just now, and see what sort of a face he will wear under his hood. No, I will not, answered Jenkin. I am not such a fool as that neither, but I will take my own time, and all the counts in Cumberland shall not cut my comb, and this is that which you may depend upon. Francis made no reply, and they resumed their usual attention to the business of the shop, and their usual solicitations to the passengers. Chapter 3. Bobadil, I pray you possess no gallant of your acquaintance, with a knowledge of my lodging master Matthew, who I Lord Sir Ben Jonson. The next morning found Nigel Oliphant, the young lord of Glenvarloch, seated sad and solitary in his little apartment in the mansion of John Christie, the ship-chandler, which that honest tradesman, in gratitude perhaps to the profession from which he derived his chief support, appeared to have constructed as nearly as possible upon the plan of a ship's cabin. It was situated near to Paul's Wharf, at the end of one of those intricate and narrow lanes, which until that part of the city was swept away by the Great Fire in 1666, constituted an extraordinary labyrinth of small, dark, damp, and unwholesome streets and alleys, in one corner or other of which the plague was then as surely found lurking as in the obscure corners of Constantinople in our own time. But John Christie's house looked out upon the river, and had the advantage therefore of free air, impregnated, however, with the odoriferous fumes of the articles in which the ship-chandler dealt, with the odor of pitch, and the natural scent of the ooze and sludge left by the reflux of the tide. Upon the whole, except that his dwelling did not float with the flood tide and become stranded with the ebb, the young lord was nearly as comfortably accommodated as he was while on board the little trading brig from the long town of Kirkcaldy in Fife, by which he had come a passenger to London. He received, however, every attention which could be paid him by his honest landlord John Christie, for Richie Monoples had not thought it necessary to preserve his master's incognito so completely, but that the honest ship-chandler could form a guess that his guest's quality was superior to his appearance. As for Dame Nelly, his wife, a round, buxom, laughter-loving dame with black eyes, a tight, well-laced bodice, a green apron, and a red petticoat edged with a slight silver lace, and judiciously shortened, so as to show that a short heel and a tight, clean ankle rested upon her well-burnished chouche, of course, felt interest in a young man who, besides being very handsome, good-humored, and easily satisfied with the accommodations her house afforded, was evidently of a rank, as well as manners, highly superior to the skippers or captains, as they called themselves, of merchant vessels, who were the usual tenants of the apartments which she let to hire, and at whose departure she was sure to find her well-scrubbed floor soiled with the relics of tobacco, which, spite of King James's counterblast, was then forcing itself into use, and her best curtains impregnated with the odor of Geneva and strong waters, to Dame Nelly's great indignation, for, as she truly said, the smell of the shop and warehouse was bad enough without these additions. But all Mr. Oliphant's habits were regular and cleanly, and his address, though frank and simple, showed so much of the courtier and gentleman as formed a strong contrast with the loud halloo, coarse jests, and boisterous impatience of her maritime inmates. Dame Nelly saw that her guest was melancholy also, notwithstanding his efforts to seem contented and cheerful, and in short, she took that sort of interest in him, without being herself aware of the extent which an unscrupulous gallant might have been tempted to improve to the prejudice of honest John, who was at least a score of years older than his helpmate Oliphant, however, had not only other matters to think of, but would have regarded such an intrigue, had the idea ever occurred to him, as an abominable and ungrateful encroachment upon the laws of hospitality, his religion having been by his late father formed upon the strict principles of the national faith, and his morality upon those of the nicest honor. He had not escaped the predominant weakness of his country, an overweening sense of the pride of birth, and a disposition to value the worth and consequence of others according to the number and the fame of their deceased ancestors. But this pride of family was well subdued, and in general almost entirely concealed by his good sense and general courtesy. Such as we have described him, Nigel Oliphant, or rather the young Lord Glenvarloch, was when our narrative takes him up under great perplexity respecting the fate of his trusty and only follower Richard Monoples, who had been dispatched by his young master early the preceding morning as far as the court at Westminster, but had not yet returned. His evening adventures the reader is already acquainted with, and so far knows more of Richie than did his master, who had not heard of him for 24 hours. Dame Nelly Christie, in the meantime, regarded her guest with some anxiety and a great desire to comfort him. If possible, she placed on the breakfast table a noble piece of cold powdered beef, with its usual guards of turnip, and carrot recommended her mustard as coming direct from her cousin at Tewkesbury, and spiced the toast with her own hands, and with her own hands also drew a jug of stout and nappy ale, all of which were elements of the substantial breakfast of the period. When she saw that her guest's anxiety prevented him from doing justice to the good cheer which she set before him, she commenced her career of verbal consolation with the usual volubility of those women in her station who, conscious of good looks, good intentions, and good lungs entertain no fear either of wearying themselves or of fatiguing their auditors. Now what the good year are we to send you down to Scotland, as thin as you came up? I am sure it would be contrary to the course of nature. There was my goodman's father, old Sandy Christie, I have heard. He was an atomy when he came up from the north, and I am sure he died St. Barnaby, was 10 years at 20 stone weight. I was a bareheaded girl at the time, and lived in the neighbourhood, though I had little thought of marrying John then, who had a score of years the better of me. But he is a thriving man, and a kind husband, and his father, as I was saying, died as fat as a churchwarden. Well, sir, but I hope I have not offended you for my little joke, and I hope the ale is to your honour's liking, and the beef and the mustard. All excellent, all too good, answered Oliphant. You have everything so clean and tidy, dame, that I shall not know how to live when I go back to my own country, if ever I go back there. This was added, as it seemed involuntarily, and with a deep sigh. I warrant your honour go back again, if you like it, said the dame, unless you think rather of taking a pretty well-doed English lady, as some of your countryfolk have done. I assure you some of the best of the city have married Scotsmen. There was Lady Trebleplum, Sir Thomas Trebleplum, the great Turkey merchant's widow, married Sir Ollie Macaulay, whom your honour knows doubtless, and pretty Mistress Doublefee, old Sergeant Doublefee's daughter, jumped out of window, and was married at Mayfair to a Scotsman with a hard name. And old Pitchpost, the timber merchant's daughters, did little better, for they married 2 Irishmen. And when folks jeer me about having a Scotsman for lodger, meaning your honour, I tell them they are afraid of their daughters and their mistresses. And sure I have a right to stand up for the Scots, since John Christie is half a Scotsman and a thriving man and a good husband, though there is a score of years between us. And so I would have your honour cast care away, and mend your breakfast with a morsel and a draught. At a word, my kind hostess, I cannot, said Oliphant. I am anxious about this knave of mine, who has been so long absent in this dangerous town of yours. It may be noticed in passing that Dame Nelly's ordinary mode of consolation was to disprove the existence of any cause for distress, and she is said to have carried this so far as to comfort a neighbour who had lost her husband, with the assurance that the dear defunct would be better tomorrow, which perhaps might not have proved inappropriate, even if it had been a possible mode of relief. On this occasion, she denied stoutly that Ritchie had been absent altogether 20 hours, and as for people being killed in the streets of London, to be sure 2 men had been found in Towerditch last week, but that was far to the east, and the other poor man that had his throat cut in the fields had met his mishap near by Islington, and he that was stabbed by the young Templar in a drunken frolic by St. Clement's in the Strand was an Irishman, all which evidence she produced to show that none of these casualties had occurred in a case exactly parallel with that of Ritchie, a Scotsman, and on his return from Westminster. My better comfort is, my good dame, answered Oliphant, that the lad is no brawler or quarreller unless strongly urged, and that he has nothing valuable about him to anyone but me. Your honour speaks very well, retorted the inexhaustible hostess, who protracted her task of taking away and putting to rights in order that she might prolong her gossip. Ill uphold Master Monoples to be neither reveller nor brawler, for if he liked such things, he might be visiting and junketing with the young folks about here in the neighbourhood, and he never dreams of it. And when I asked the young man to go as far as my gossip's Dame Drinkwater to taste a glass of aniseed and a bit of the groaning cheese, for Dame Drinkwater has had twins, as I told your honour, sir, and I meant it quite civilly to the young man, but he chose to sit and keep house with John Christie, and I dare say there is a score of years between them, for your honour's servant looks scarce much older than I am. I wonder what they could have to say to each other. I asked John Christie, but he bid me go to sleep. If he comes not soon, said his master, I will thank you to tell me what magistrate I can address myself to, for besides my anxiety for the poor fellow's safety, he has papers of importance about him. Oh, your honour may be assured he will be back in a quarter of an hour, said Dame Nelly. He is not the lad to stay out 24 hours at a stretch. And for the papers, I am sure your honour will pardon him for just giving me a peep at the corner, as I was giving him a small cup not so large as my thimble of distilled waters to fortify his stomach against the damps, and it was directed to the King's most excellent Majesty, and so doubtless his Majesty has kept Ritchie out of civility to consider of your honour's letter, and send back a fitting reply. Dame Nelly here hit by chance on a more available topic of consolation than those she had hitherto touched upon, for the youthful lord had himself some vague hopes that his messenger might have been delayed at court, until a fitting and favorable answer should be dispatched back to him, inexperienced, however, in public affairs, as he certainly was. It required only a moment's consideration to convince him of the improbability of an expectation so contrary to all he had heard of etiquette, as well as the dilatory proceedings in a court suit. And he answered the good-natured hostess with a sigh that he doubted whether the king would even look on the paper addressed to him, far less take it into his immediate consideration. "Now out upon you for a faint-hearted gentleman," said the good dame, "and why should he not do as much for us as our gracious Queen Elizabeth? Many people say this and that about a queen and a king, but I think a king comes more natural to us English folks, and this good gentleman goes as often down by water to Greenwich, and employs as many of the bargemen and watermen of all kinds, and maintains in his royal grace John Taylor the water poet, who keeps both a sculler and a pair of oars, and he has made a comely court at Whitehall just by the river. And since the king is so good a friend to the Thames, I cannot see, if it please your honour, why all his subjects, and your honour in specialty, should not have satisfaction by his hands. True, Damitru, let us hope for the best, but I must take my cloak and rapier, and pray your husband in courtesy to teach me the way to a magistrate." "Sure, sir," said the prompt dame, "I can do that as well as he who has been a slow man of his tongue all his life, though I will give him his due for being a loving husband, and a man as well to pass in the world as any betwixt us and the top of the lane. And so there is the sitting alderman that is always at the Guildhall, which is close by Paul's, and so I warrant you he puts all to rights in the city that wisdom can mend, and for the rest there is no help but patience. But I wish I were as sure of £40 as I am that the young man will come back safe and sound." Oliphant, in great and anxious doubt of what the good dame so strongly averred, flung his cloak on one shoulder, and was about to belt on his rapier, when first the voice of Richie Monoples on the stair, and then that faithful emissary's appearance in the chamber, put the matter beyond question. Dame Nelly, after congratulating Monoples on his return, and paying several compliments to her own sagacity for having foretold it, was at length pleased to leave the apartment. The truth was that besides some instinctive feelings of good breeding, which combated her curiosity, she saw there was no chance of Richie's proceeding in his narrative while she was in the room, and she therefore retreated, trusting that her own address would get the secret out of one or other of the young men, when she should have either by himself. "Now, in heaven's name, what is the matter?" said Nigel. "Oliphant, where have you been, or what have you been about? You look as pale as death, there is blood on your hand, and your clothes are torn. What barnsbreaking have you been at? You have been drunk, Richard, and fighting." "Fighting I have been," said Richard, "in a small way, but for being drunk, that's a job ill to manage in this town, without money to come by liquor. And as for barnsbreaking, the deal, a thing's broken, but my head it's not made of iron, I wot, nor my clathes of chensamale, so a club smashed the tane, and a claft damaged the tither. Some misleared rascals abused my country, but I think I cleared the caussy of them. However, the hale hive was ower money for me at last, and I got this eclipse on the crown, and then I was carried beyond my kenning to a sma' booth at the Temple Port War. They sell the whirligigs and monogorons that measure out time as a man wad measure a tartan web, and then they bled me wold I nold I, and were reasonably civil, especially an old countryman of ours, of whom more hereafter." "And at what o'clock might this be?" said Nigel. "The twa iron carles yonder at the kirk beside the port were just banging out sacks o' the clock." "And why came you not home as soon as you recovered?" said Nigel. "In troth, my lord, every why has its wherefore, and this has a Gudane," answered his follower, "to come hame. I behoved to ken war hame was now. I had clean tint the name of the wind, and the mare I asked the mare the folk loog, and the farther they sent me rang sae I gave it up till God should send daylight to help me. And as I saw mysel near a kirk at the Lang Run, I e'en crap in to take up my night's quarters in the kirkyard." "In the churchyard," said Nigel, "but I need not ask what drove you to such a pinch." "It wasna sae much the want o' siller, my lord Nigel," said Richie, with an air of mysterious importance, "for I was no sae absolute without means of whilk mere, anon. But I thought I wad never wear a saxpence sterling on ane of their saucy chamberlains at a hostelry sae lang as I could sleep fresh and fine in a fair dry spring night mony a time, when I hae come hame o'er late, and fawn the Westport steekit, and the waiter ilwilly I have gaed the sexton of St. Cuthbert's Calfwood serve me for my quarters, but then there are dainty green grafts in St. Cuthbert's kirkyard wharing may sleep, as if they were in a dound, till they hear the lavrock singing up in the air as high as the castle were as. And behold, these London kirkyards are cossied with throughstains panged hard and fast thegither, and my cloak being something threadbare made, but a thin mattress, so I was fain to give up my bed before every limb about me was crippled. Dead folks may sleep yonder sound eno, but deal heat else. And what became of you next, said his master. I just took to a canny bulkhead, as they ca' them here, that is the boards on the tap of their bits of outshots of stalls and booths, and there I sleep it as sound as if I was in a castle not, but I was disturbed with some of the night-walking queens and swaggering billies, but when they found there was nothing to be got by me but a slash of my Andrew Ferrara, they bid me good night for a beggarly Scot, and I was e'en weel pleased to be sae cheap rid of them. And in the morning I cam dakering here, but sad work I had to find the way, for I had been east as far as the place they ca' Myland, though it is mair like Saxmalind. Well, Richie, answered Nigel, I am glad all this has ended, so well go get something to eat, I am sure you need it. In troth, do I, sir, replied Monoples, but with your lordship's leave. Forget the lordship for the present, Richie, as I have often told you before. Faith, replied Richie, I could weel forget that your honour was a lord, but then I behove to forget that I am a lord's man, and that's not so easy, but however, he added, assisting his description with the thumb and the two forefingers of his right hand thrust out after the fashion of a bird's claw, while the little finger and ring finger were closed upon the palm, to the court I went, and my friend, that promised me a sight of his majesty's most gracious presence, was as gude as his word, and carried me into the back offices, where I got the best breakfast I have had since we came here, and it did me gude for the rest of the day, for as to what I have eaten in this accursed town, it is eye-sauced with the disquieting thought that it maun be paid for after there was but beef banes and fat brose, but king's cough your honour kens, is better than ither folks' corn at ony rate, it was in free almus. But I see, he added, stopping short, that your honour waxes impatient. By no means, Richie, said the young nobleman, with an air of resignation, for he well knew his domestic would not mend his pace for goading. You have suffered enough in the embassy to have a right to tell the story in your own way. Only let me pray for the name of the friend who was to introduce you into the king's presence. You were very mysterious on the subject when you undertook through his means to have the supplication put into his majesty's own hands, since those sent heretofore, I have every reason to think, went no farther than his secretaries. Well, my lord, said Richie, I did not tell you his name and quality at first, because I thought you would be affronted at the like of him having to do in your lordship's affairs. But money a man climbs up in court by war help. It was just Laurie Linklater, one of the yeomen of the kitchen, that was my father's apprentice lang syne. A yeoman in the kitchena scullion, exclaimed Lord Nigel, pacing the room in displeasure. But consider, sir, said Richie composedly, that your great friends hung back and shunned to own you or to advocate your petition. And then, though I am sure I wish Laurie a higher office for your lordship's sake, and for mine, and specially for his ain sake, being a friendly lad, yet your lordship must consider that a scullion, if a yeoman of the king's most royal kitchen may be called a scullion, may weel rank with a master cook elsewhere, being that king's cough, as I said before, is better than. You are right, and I was wrong, said the young nobleman. I have no choice of means of making my case known, so that they be honest. Laurie is as honest a lad as ever lifted a ladle, said Richie, not, but what I dare to say, he can lick his fingers like other folk and reason good. But in fine, for I see your honour is waxing impatient, he brought me to the palace, where was a stir for the king going out to hunt or hawk on Blackheath. I think they cad it, and there was a horse stood with all the quarries about it, a bonny grey as ever was foaled, and the saddle, and the stirrups, and the curb, and bit o' burning gowd or silver gilded at least, and down, sir, came the king with all his nobles dressed out in his hunting suit of green doubly laced, and laid down with gowd. I minded the very face o' him, though it was lang since I saw him, but my certy lad thought I times are changed, since he came fleeing down the back stairs of old Holyrood House in grit fear having your breeks in your hand, without time to put them on, and Frank Stewart, the wild Earl of Bothwell, hard at your haunches, and if old Lord Glenvarloch hadna cast his mantle about his arm, and taken bloody wounds mair than ane in your behalf, you wold not have crawed sae crouse this day. And so saying, I could not but think your lordship's sophistication could not be less than most acceptable. And so I banged in among the crowd of lords. Laurie thought me mad, and held me by the cloak-lap till the cloth rave in his hand. And so I banged in right before the king, just as he mounted, and crammed the sophistication into his hand, and he opened it like in a maze. And just as he saw the first line, I was minded to make a reverence, and I had the ill luck to hit his jawed o' a beast on the nose with my hat, and score the creature, and she swerved aside, and the king that sits no mickle better than a draft-pock on the saddle was like to have gotten a clean coup, and that might have cost my Craig a Raxingand. He flung down the paper, amming the beast's feet, and cried away. Why, the fawsloon that brought it, and they grip at me and cried treason, and I thought of the Ruthvens that were dirked in their ain house, for it may be as small a forfeit, however they spak only of scourging me, and had me away to the porter's lodge to try the tawse on my back. And I was crying mercy as loud as I could, and the king, when he had righted himself on the saddle, and gathered his breath, cried to do me nae harm, for said he is ane of our ain Norland. Starts I ken by the rote of him, and they a laughed and roted loud enug, and then he said gie him a copy of the proclamation, and let him go down to the north, by the next light collier before war come out. So they let me go, and rode out a sniggering, laughing, and rounding in ilk ither's lugs a sair life. I had why Laurie Linklater, for he said it wad be the ruin of him. And then when I told him it was in your matter, he said, if he had known before, he would have risked scotting for you, because he minded the brave old lord your father. And then he showed how I sould have done, and that I sould have held up my hand to my brow, as if the grandeur of the king and his horsegraith thegither had cast the glakes in my een, and mere jackanape tricks I sould hae played, instead of offering the sophistication. He said, as if I had been bringing guts to bear. Footnote: I am certain this prudential advice is not original on Mr. Linklater's part, but I am not at present able to produce my authority. I think it amounted to this, that James flung down a petition presented by some supplicant who paid no compliments to his horse, and expressed no admiration at the splendor of his furniture, saying, shall a king cumber himself about the petition of a beggar, while the beggar disregards the king's splendor? It is, I think, Sir John Harrington who recommends as a sure mode to the king's favor to praise the paces of the royal palfrey. For said he, Richie, the king is a weel-natured and just man of his ain kindly nature, but he has a ween maggots that maun be cannily guided. And then Richie says he, in a very lag tone, I would tell it to nane, but a wise man like yoursel, but the king has them about him, wad corrupt an angel from heaven, but I could have gene you avisement how to have guided him. But now it's like after meat mustard. Aweel, Laurie, said I, it may be as you say, but since I am clear of the tawse, and the porter's lodge sifflicate wa like deal, hey Richie mana please, if he come sifflicating here again. And so away I came, and I wasna far by the temple port or bar, or whatever they ca' it, when I met with the misadventure that I told you of before. Well, my honest Richie, said Lord Nigel, your attempt was well meant, and not so ill conducted, I think, as to have deserved so bad an issue. But go to your beef and mustard, and well talk of the rest afterwards. There is nae mair to be spoken, sir, said his follower, except that I met ane very honest, fair-spoken Wheelputin gentleman, or rather burgher, as I think that was in the Wigmaleary man's backshop. And when he learned wha I was, behold, he was a kindly Scot himsel, and what is more, a townspan o' the gude town, and he behoved to compel me to take this Portugal piece to drink. Forsooth, me cerdy thought I we ken better, for we will eat it. And he spoke of paying your lordship a visit. You did not tell him where I lived, you knave, said the Lord Nigel angrily. Death, I shall have every clownish burgher from Edinburgh come to gaze on my distress, and pay a shilling for having seen the motion of the poor noble. Tell him where you lived, said Richie, evading the question. How could I tell him what I kenna mysel? If I had minded the name of the wind, I need not have slept in the kirkyard yestreen. See then that you give no one notice of our lodging, said the young nobleman. Those with whom I have business I can meet at Paul's or in the court of requests. This is steeking the stable door when the steed is stolen, thought Richie to himself, but I must put him on another pin. So thinking, he asked the young lord what was in the proclamation, which he still held folded in his hand, for having little time to spell at it. Said he, your lordship well knows I ken naught about it, but the grand blazon at the tap the lion has gotten a claft of our old Scottish shield now, but it was as weel upheld when it had a unicorn on ilk side of it. Lord Nigel read the proclamation, and he coloured deep with shame and indignation as he read, for the purport was to his injured feelings like the pouring of ardent spirits upon a recent wound. "What deals in the paper, my lord?" said Richie, unable to suppress his curiosity, as he observed his master change colour. "I wadna ask such a thing, only the proclamation is not a private thing, but is meant for a men's hearing." "It is indeed meant for all men's hearing," replied Lord Nigel, "and it proclaims the shame of our country and the ingratitude of our prince." "Now the Lord preserve us, and to publish it in London too," ejaculated Monoples. "Hark ye, Richard," said Nigel Oliphant, "in this paper the Lords of the Council set forth that in consideration of the resort of idle persons of low condition forth from His Majesty's Kingdom of Scotland to his English court-filling, the same with their suits and supplications, and dishonouring the royal presence with their base poor and beggarly persons to the disgrace of their country in the estimation of the English, these are to prohibit the skippers, masters of vessels, and others in every part of Scotland from bringing such miserable creatures up to court under pain of fine and imprisonment." "I marvel the skipper took us on board," said Richie. "Then you need not marvel how you are to get back again," said Lord Nigel, "for here is a clause which says that such idle suitors are to be transported back to Scotland at His Majesty's expense, and punished for their audacity with striped stocking or incarceration according to their demerits, that is to say, I suppose, according to the degree of their poverty, for I see no other demerit specified." "This will scarcely," said Richie, square with our old proverb, "a king's face should give grace." "But what says the paper farther, my lord?" "Oh, only a small clause which especially concerns us, making some still heavier denunciations against those suitors who shall be so bold as to approach the court under pretext of seeking payment of old debts due to them by the king, which the paper states is of all species of importunity that which is most odious to His Majesty." "The king has neighbours in that matter," said Richie, "but it is not every one that can shift off that sort of cattle so easily as he does." Their conversation was here interrupted by a knocking at the door. Oliphant looked out at the window and saw an elderly, respectable person, whom he knew not. Richie also peeped and recognized, but recognizing chose not to acknowledge his friend of the preceding evening. Afraid that his share in the visit might be detected, he made his escape out of the apartment under pretext of going to his breakfast, and left their landlady the task of ushering Master George into Lord Nigel's apartment, which she performed with much courtesy. Chapter 4. "I, sir, the clouded shoe hath oft times craft in't, as says the rustic proverb, and your citizen in's grogram suit gold chain and well-blacked shoes bears under his flat cap oft times a brain wiser than burns beneath the cap and feather, or seethes within the statesman's velvet nightcap. Read me my riddle." The young Scottish nobleman received the citizen with distant politeness, expressing that sort of reserve by which those of the higher ranks are sometimes willing to make a plebeian sensible that he is an intruder, but Master George seemed neither displeased nor disconcerted. He assumed the chair which, in deference to his respectable appearance, Lord Nigel offered to him, and said after a moment's pause, during which he had looked attentively at the young man, with respect not unmingled with emotion, "You will forgive me for this rudeness, my lord, but I was endeavouring to trace in your youthful countenance the features of my good old lord, your excellent father." There was a moment's pause ere young Glenvarloch replied, still with a reserved manner, "I have been reckoned like my father, sir, and am happy to see any one that respects his memory, but the business which calls me to this city is of a hasty as well as a private nature, and—" "I understand the hint, my lord," said Master George, "and would not be guilty of long detaining you from business or more agreeable conversation. My errand is almost done when I have said that my name is George Heriot, warmly befriended and introduced into the employment of the royal family of Scotland, more than 20 years, since by your excellent father, and that learning from a follower of yours, that your lordship was in this city, in prosecution of some business of importance, it is my duty, it is my pleasure to wait on the son of my respected patron, and as I am somewhat known both at the court and in the city, to offer him such aid in the furthering of his affairs as my credit and experience may be able to afford. I have no doubt of either, Master Harriet, said Lord Nigel, and I thank you heartily for the good will with which you have placed them at a stranger's disposal. But my business at court is done and ended, and I intend to leave London, and indeed the island, for foreign travel and military service. I may add that the suddenness of my departure occasions my having little time at my disposal. Master Harriet did not take the hint, but sat fast with an embarrassed countenance, however like one who had something to say that he knew not exactly how to make effectual. At length he said, with a dubious smile, "You are fortunate, my lord, in having so soon dispatched your business at court. Your talking landlady informs me you have been but a fortnight in this city. It is usually months and years ere the court and a suitor shake hands and part." "My business," said Lord Nigel, with a brevity which was intended to stop further discussion, "was summarily dispatched." Still Master Harriet remained seated, and there was a cordial good humor added to the reverence of his appearance, which rendered it impossible for Lord Nigel to be more explicit in requesting his absence. "Your lordship has not yet had time," said the citizen, still attempting to sustain the conversation, "to visit the places of amusement, playhouses, and other places to which youth resort. But I see in your lordship's hand one of the new-invented plots of the piece, footnote, meaning probably playbills which they hand about of late. May I ask what play?" "Oh, a well-known piece," said Lord Nigel, impatiently throwing down the proclamation which he had hitherto been twisting to and fro in his hand. "An excellent and well-approved piece, new way to pay old debts." Master Harriet stooped down, saying, "Ah, my old acquaintance Philip Massinger," but having opened the paper and seen the purport, he looked at Lord Nigel with surprise, saying, "I trust your lordship does not think this prohibition can extend either to your person or your claims." "I should scarce have thought so myself," said the young nobleman, "but so it proves his majesty, to close this discourse at once, has been pleased to send me this proclamation in answer to a respectful supplication for the repayment of large loans advanced by my father for the service of the state in the king's utmost emergencies." "It is impossible," said the citizen. "It is absolutely impossible. If the king could forget what was due to your father's memory, still he would not have wished, would not, I may say, have dared to be so flagrantly unjust to the memory of such a man as your father, who, dead in the body, will long live in the memory of the Scottish people." "I should have been of your opinion," answered Lord Nigel in the same tone as before, "but there is no fighting with facts." "What was the tenor of this supplication?" said Harriet, "or by whom was it presented? Something strange there must have been in the contents, or else—" "You may see my original draft," said the young lord, taking it out of a small travelling strongbox. "The technical part is by my lawyer in Scotland, a skilful and sensible man. The rest is my own, drawn, I hope, with due deference and modesty." Master Harriet hastily cast his eye over the draft. "Nothing," he said, "can be more well-tempered and respectful. Is it possible the king can have treated this petition with contempt?" "He threw it down on the pavement," said the Lord of Glenvarloch, "and sent me for answer that proclamation in which he classes me with the paupers and mendicants from Scotland, who disgrace his court in the eyes of the proud English. That is all. Had not my father stood by him with heart, sword, and fortune, he might never have seen the court of England himself." "But by whom was this supplication presented, my lord?" said Harriet, "for the distaste taken at the messenger will sometimes extend itself to the message." "By my servant," said the Lord Nigel, "by the man you saw, and I think were kind to." "By your servant, my lord," said the citizen. "He seems a shrewd fellow, and doubtless a faithful, but surely—" "You would say," said Lord Nigel, "he is no fit messenger to a king's presence. Surely he is not. But what could I do? Every attempt I had made to lay my case before the king had miscarried, and my petitions got no farther than the budgets of clerks and secretaries. This fellow pretended he had a friend in the household, that would bring him to the king's presence seemed so. "I understand," said Harriet, "but my lord, why should you not in right of your rank and birth have appeared at court, and required an audience which could not have been denied to you?" The young lord blushed a little and looked at his dress, which was very plain, and though in perfect good order, had the appearance of having seen service. "I know not why I should be ashamed of speaking the truth," he said. After a momentary hesitation, "I had no dress suitable for appearing at court. I am determined to incur no expenses which I cannot discharge, and I think you, sir, would not advise me to stand at the palace door in person, and deliver my petition, along with those who are in very deed pleading their necessity and begging an alms." "That had been indeed unseemly," said the citizen, "but yet, my lord, my mind runs strangely that there must be some mistake. Can I speak with your domestic?" "I see little good it can do," answered the young lord, "but the interest you take in my misfortunes seems sincere," and therefore he stamped on the floor, and in a few seconds afterwards Monoples appeared wiping from his beard and mustaches the crumbs of bread and the froth of the alepot, which plainly showed how he had been employed. "Will your lordship grant permission," said Harriet, "that I ask your groom a few questions?" "His lordship's page, Master George," answered Monoples, with a nod of acknowledgment, "if you are minded to speak according to the letter." "Hold your saucy tongue," said his master, "and reply distinctly to the questions you are to be asked." "And truly, if it like your pageship," said the citizen, "for you may remember, I have a gift to discover falset." Wheel, replied the domestic, somewhat embarrassed, in spite of his effronteritho. "I think that the sort of truth that serves my master may weel serve ony ane else." "Pages lie to their masters by right of custom," said the citizen, "and you write yourself in that band, though I think you be among the oldest of such springalds. But to me you must speak truth, if you would not have it end in the whipping post." "And that's in a bad resting place," said the well-grown page, "so come away with your questions, Master George." "Well then," demanded the citizen, "I am given to understand that you yesterday presented to His Majesty's hand a supplication or petition from this honorable lord your master." "Troth, there's nae gainsaying that, sir," replied Monoples, "there were eno to see it besides me." "And you pretend that His Majesty flung it from him with contempt," said the citizen. "Take heed, for I have means of knowing the truth, and you are better up to the neck in the Norloch, which you like so well, than tell a leasing where His Majesty's name is concerned." "There is nae occasion for leasing-making about the matter," answered Monoples firmly. "His Majesty e'en flung it frae him as if it had dirtied his fingers." "You hear, sir," said Oliphant, addressing Harriet. "Hush," said the sagacious citizen, "this fellow is not ill-named. He has more plies than one in his cloak. Stay, fellow," for Monoples, muttering somewhat about finishing his breakfast, was beginning to shamble towards the door. "Answer me this farther question. When you gave your master's petition to His Majesty, gave you nothing with it?" "Oh, what should I give Wyatt? Ye ken, Master George." "That is what I desire and insist to know," replied his interrogator. "Well then, I am not free to say that maybe I might not just slip into the king's hand a wee bit sifflication of mine ain, along with my lord's, just to save His Majesty troubling, that he might consider them baith at ance." "A supplication of your own, you varlet," said his master. "Oh dear, I, my lord," said Richard, "your bodies, hey, their bits of sifflications, as weel as their betters." "And pray what might your worshipful petition import?" said Master Harriet. "Nay, for heaven's sake, my lord, keep your patience, or we shall never learn the truth of this strange matter. Speak out, sirrah, and I will stand your friend with my lord." "It's a lang story to tell, but the upshot is that it's a scrape of an old accompt due to my father's estate by Her Majesty, the king's mayest gracious mother, when she lived in the castle, and had sundry providings and furnishings, forth of our booth whilk, nae doubt, was an honour to my father to supply, and whilk, doubtless, it will be a credit to His Majesty to satisfy, as it will be grit convenience to me to receive the psalm." "What string of impertinence is this?" said his master. "Every word as true as ere John Knox spoke," said Richie. "Here's the bit double of the sifflication." Master George took a crumpled paper from the fellow's hand, and said, muttering betwixt his teeth humbly, showeth you his majesty's mayest gracious motherumum justly addeted, and owing the sum of 15 merks comped, whereof followeth 12 noughts feet, for jealousane lamb, being Christmasane. Roasted capon in grease, for the privy chalmer, when my lord of Bothwell suppit with her grace. I think, my lord, you can hardly be surprised that the king gave this petition a brisk reception, and I conclude, Master Page, that you took care to present your own supplication before your masters. Troth did I not, answered Monoples. I thought to have given my lords first, as was reason gude, and besides that it wot have read the gate for my ain little bill. But what why the durdum and confusion and the lupin here and there of the skeeth brute of a horse, I believe I crammed them baith into his hand cheek bejowl, and maybe my ain was bunemost, and say there was aught rang, I am sure I had of the fright and of the risk. And shall have all the beating, you rascal knave, said Nigel. Am I to be insulted and dishonoured by your pragmatical insolence, in blending your base concerns with mine? Nay, 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 my lord, said the good-humoured citizen, interposing. I have been the means of bringing the fellow's blunder to light. Allow me interest enough with your lordship to be bail for his bones. You have cause to be angry, but still, I think the knave mistook more out of conceit than of purpose, and I judge you will have the better service of him another time, if you overlook this fault. Get you gone, Cyril, make your peace. No, said Monoples, keeping his ground firmly, if he likes to strike a lad that has followed him for pure love, for I think there has been little servant's fee between us. The way Frey Scotland, just let my lord be doing, and see the credit he will get by it, and I would rather money thanks to you, though Master George stand by a lick of his baton, than its sold ear be said a stranger came between us. Go then, said his master, and get out of my sight. Will I wot that is soon done, said Monoples, retiring slowly. I did not come without I had been cad for, and I wot have been away half an hour since, with my gude, will only Master George keep it me to answer his interrogation forsooth, and that has made a this stir. And so he made his grumbling exit with the tone, much rather of one who has sustained an injury than who has done wrong. There never was a man so plagued as I am with a malapert. Nay, the fellow is shrewd, and I have found him faithful. I believe he loves me too, and he has given proofs of it, but then he is so uplifted in his own conceit, so self-willed, and so self-opinioned, that he seems to become the master, and I the man, and whatever blunder he commits he is sure to make as loud complaints, as if the whole error lay with me, and in no degree with himself. Cherish him and maintain him, nevertheless, said the citizen, for believe my grey hairs that affection and fidelity are now rarer qualities in a servitor than when the world was younger, yet trust him, my good lord, with no commission above his birth or breeding, for you see yourself how it may chance to fall. It is but too evident, Master Harriet, said the young nobleman, and I am sorry I have done injustice to my sovereign and your master, but I am like a true Scotsman wise behindhand. The mistake has happened, me supplication has been refused, and my only resource is to employ the rest of my means to carry Monoples and myself to some counterscarp, and die in the battle front like my ancestors. It were better to live and serve your country like your noble father, my lord, replied Master George. Nay, never look down or shake your head. The king has not refused your supplication, for he has not seen it you ask, but justice, and that his place obliges him to give to his subjects, say my lord, and I will say that his natural temper doth in this hold bias with his duty. I were well pleased to think so, and yet, said Nigel Oliphant, I speak not of my own wrongs, but my country hath many that are unredressed. My lord, said Master Harriet, I speak of my royal master, not only with the respect due from a subject, gratitude to be paid by a favoured servant, but also with the frankness of a free and loyal Scotsman. The king is himself well disposed to hold the scales of justice, even but there are those around him who can throw without detection their own selfish wishes and base interests into the scale. You are already a sufferer by this, and without your knowing it. I am surprised, Master Harriet, said the young lord, to hear you upon so short an acquaintance talk, as if you were familiarly acquainted with my affairs. My lord, replied the goldsmith, the nature of my employment affords me direct access to the interior of the palace. I am well known to be no meddler in intrigues or party affairs, so that no favourite has as yet endeavoured to shut against me the door of the royal closet. On the contrary, I have stood well with each while he was in power, and I have not shared the fall of any, but I cannot be thus connected with the court without hearing even against my will what wheels are in motion, and how they are checked or forwarded. Of course, when I choose to seek such intelligence, I know the sources in which it is to be traced. I have told you why I was interested in your lordship's fortunes. It was last night only that I knew you were in this city, yet I have been able in coming hither this morning to gain for you some information respecting the impediments to your suit. Sir, I am obliged by your zeal, however little it may be merited, answered Nigel, still with some reserve, yet I hardly know how I have deserved this interest. First let me satisfy you that it is real, said the citizen. I blame you not for being unwilling to credit the fair professions of a stranger in my inferior class of society, when you have met so little friendship from relations, and those of your own rank bound to have assisted you by so many ties. But mark the cause, there is a mortgage over your father's extensive estate to the amount of 40,000 merks, due ostensibly to Peregrine Peterson, the conservator of Scottish privileges at Camphor. I know nothing of a mortgage, said the young lord, but there is a wadset for such a sum which, if unredeemed, will occasion the forfeiture of my whole paternal estate for a sum not above a fourth of its valuing. It is for that very reason that I press the king's government for a settlement of the debts due to my father, that I may be able to redeem my land from this rapacious creditor. A wadset in Scotland, said Harriet, is the same with a mortgage on this side of the Tweed. But you are not acquainted with your real creditor. The conservator Peterson only lends his name to shroud no less a man than the Lord Chancellor of Scotland, who hopes under cover of this debt to gain possession of the estate himself, or perhaps to gratify a yet more powerful third party. He will probably suffer his creature Peterson to take possession, and when the odium of the transaction shall be forgotten, the property and lordship of Glenvarloch will be conveyed to the great man by his obsequious instrument under cover of a sale or some similar device. Can this be possible, said Lord Nigel. The Chancellor wept when I took leave of him, called me his cousin, his son furnished me with letters, and though I asked him for no pecuniary assistance, excused himself unnecessarily for not pressing it on me, alleging the expenses of his rank and his large family. No, I cannot believe a nobleman would carry deceit so far. I am not, it is true, of noble blood, said the citizen, but once more I bid you look on my grey hairs, and think what can be my interest in dishonouring them with falsehood in affairs, in which I have no interest save as they regard the son of my benefactor. Reflect. Also, have you had any advantage from the Lord Chancellor's letters? None, said Nigel Oliphant, except cold deeds and fair words. I have thought for some time their only object was to get rid of me own. Yesterday pressed money on me when I talked of going abroad in order that I might not want the means of exiling myself. Right, said Harriet, rather than you fled not, they would themselves furnish wings for you to fly withal. I will to him this instant, said the incensed youth, and tell him my mind of his baseness. Under your favour, said Harriet, detaining him, you shall not do so. By a quarrel you would become the ruin of me, your informer, and though I would venture half my shop to do your lordship a service, I think you would hardly wish me to come by damage when it can be of no service to you. The word shop sounded harshly in the ear of the young nobleman, who replied hastily, damage, sir, so far am I from wishing you to incur damage, that I would to heaven you would cease your fruitless offers of serving one whom there is no chance of ultimately assisting. Leave me alone for that, said the citizen. You have now erred as far on the bow hand. Permit me to take this supplication. I will have it suitably engrossed, and take my own time, and it shall be an early one for placing it with more prudence, I trust, than that used by your follower in the king's hand. I will almost answer for his taking up the matter, as you would have him, but should he fail to do so, even then I will not give up the good cause. Sir, said the young nobleman, your speech is so friendly, and my own state so helpless, that I know not how to refuse your kind proffer, even while I blush to accept it at the hands of a stranger. We are, I trust, no longer such, said the goldsmith, and for my guerdon, when my mediation proves successful, and your fortunes are re-established, you shall order your first cupboard of plate from George Heriot. You would have a bad paymaster, Master Harriet, said Lord Nigel. I do not fear that, replied the goldsmith, and I am glad to see you smile, my lord. Methinks it makes you look still more like the good old lord your father, and it emboldens me besides to bring out a small request that you would take a homely dinner with me. Tomorrow I lodge hard by in Lombard Street, for the cheer my lord a mess of white broth, a fat capon well larded, a dish of beef collops for old Scotland's sake, and it may be a cup of right old wine that was barreled before Scotland and England were one nation then, for company one or two of our own loving countrymen, and maybe my housewife may find out a bonny Scots lass or so. I would accept your courtesy, Master Harriet, said Nigel, but I hear the city ladies of London like to see a man gallant. I would not like to let down a Scottish nobleman in their ideas, as doubtless you have said the best of our poor country, and I rather lack the means of bravery for the present. My lord, your frankness leads me a step farther, said Master George. I owed your father some moneys, and nay, if your lordship looks at me so fixedly, I shall never tell my story, and to speak plainly, for I never could carry a lie well through in my life, it is most fitting that, to solicit this matter properly, your lordship should go to court in a manner beseeming your quality. I am a goldsmith, and live by lending money as well as by selling plate. I am ambitious to put £100 to be at interest in your hands till your affairs are settled. And if they are never favourably settled, said Nigel, then, my lord, returned the citizen, the miscarriage of such a sum will be of little consequence to me, compared with other subjects of regret. Master Harriet, said the Lord Nigel, your favour is generously offered, and shall be frankly accepted. I must presume that you see your way through this business, though I hardly do, for I think you would be grieved to add any fresh burden to me by persuading me to incur debts, which I am not likely to discharge. I will therefore take your money under the hope, and trust that you will enable me to repay you punctually. I will convince you, my lord, said the goldsmith, that I mean to deal with you as a creditor from whom I expect payment, and therefore you shall with your own good pleasure sign an acknowledgment for these moneys, and an obligation to content and repay me. He then took from his girdle his writing materials, and writing a few lines to the purport he expressed, pulled out a small bag of gold from a side pouch under his cloak, and observing that it should contain £100, proceeded to tell out the contents. Very methodically, upon the table, Nigel Oliphant could not help intimating that this was an unnecessary ceremonial, and that he would take the bag of gold on the word of his obliging creditor. But this was repugnant to the old man's forms of transacting business. Bear with me, he said, my good lord, we citizens are a wary and thrifty generation, and I should lose my good name for ever within the toll of Paul's, were I to grant quittance or take acknowledgment without bringing the money to actual tale. I think it be right no and body of me, he said, looking out at the window yonder. Come, my boys, with my mule, for I must westward. Ho, put your moneys aside, my lord. It is not well to be seen with such goldfinches chirping about one in the lodgings of London. I think the lock of your casket be indifferent good. If not, I can serve you at an easy rate with one that has held thousands. It was the good old Sir Faithful Frugalshe's spendthrift son sold the shell when he had eaten the kernel, and there is the end of a city fortune. I hope yours will make a better termination, Master Harriet, said the Lord Nigel. I hope it will, my lord, said the old man with a smile, but to use honest John Bunyan's phrasetherithal, the water stood in his eyes. It has pleased God to try me with the loss of 2 children, and for one adopted shield, who elves our woe is me and well-a-day, but I am patient and thankful. And for the wealth God has sent me, it shall not want inheritors, while there are orphan lads in old Reekie. I wish you good morrow, my lord. One orphan has cause to thank you already, said Nigel, as he attended him to the door of his chamber, where, resisting further escort, the old citizen made his escape. As in going downstairs, he passed the shop where Dame Christie stood becking, he made civil inquiries after her husband. The dame, of course, regretted his absence, but he was down, she said, at Diptford to settle with a Dutch shipmaster. Our way of business, sir, she said, takes him much from home, and my husband must be the slave of every tarry jacket that wants but a pound of oakum. All business must be minded, dame, said the goldsmith, make my remembrances George Heriot of Lombard streets. Remembrance esto your goodman, I have dealt with him, is just and punctual, true to time, and engagements kind to your noble guest. And see, he wants nothing, though it be his pleasure at present to lie private, and retired there be those that care for him, and I have a charge to see him supplied, so that you may let me know by your husband, my good dame, how my lord is, and whether he wants aught. And so he is a real lord, after all, said the good dame. I am sure, I always thought he looked like one. But why does he not go to Parliament then? He will, dame, answered Heriot, to the Parliament of Scotland, which is his own country. Oh, he is but a Scots lord, then, said the good dame, and that's the thing makes him ashamed to take the title, as they say. Let him not hear you say so, dame, replied the citizen. Who I, sir, answered she, no such matter in my thoughts, sir, Scot or English, he is at any rate a likely man and a civil man, and rather than he should want anything I would wait upon him myself, and come as far as Lombard Street to wait upon your worship too. Let your husband come to me, good dame, said the goldsmith, who with all his experience and worth was somewhat of a formalist and disciplinarian. The proverb says house goes mad when women gad, and let his lordship's own man wait upon his master in his chamber. It is more seemly. God give ye good morrow. Good morrow to your worship, said the dame somewhat coldly, and so soon as the adviser was out of hearing, was ungracious enough to mutter in contempt of his counsel, Mary quep of your advice, for an old Scotch tinsmith, as you are my husband, is as wise and very near as old as yourself, and if I please him it is well enough, and though he is not just so rich just now as some folks, yet I hope to see him ride upon his moil with a footcloth, and have his 2 bluecoats after him as well as they do. Chapter 5. Wherefore come ye not to court certainties, the rarest sport? There are silks and jewels, glistening prattling fools, and wise men listening bullies, among brave men justling beggars, amongst nobles bustling low-breathed talkers, minion lispers, cutting honest throats by whispers. Wherefore come ye not to court Skelton swears tease, glorious sport Skelton skeltonizeth. It was not entirely out of parade that the benevolent citizen was mounted and attended in that manner, which, as the reader has been informed, excited a gentle degree of spleen on the part of Dame Christie, which, to do her justice, vanished in the little soliloquy which we have recorded. The good man, besides the natural desire to maintain the exterior of a man of worship, was at present bound to Whitehall in order to exhibit a piece of valuable workmanship to King James, which he deemed his majesty might be pleased to view or even to purchase. He himself was therefore mounted upon his caparisoned mule, that he might the better make his way through the narrow, dirty, and crowded streets, and while one of his attendants carried under his arm the piece of plate wrapped up in red baize, the other 2 gave an eye to its safety, for such was then the state of the police of the metropolis that men were often assaulted in the public street for the sake of revenge or of plunder, and those who apprehended being beset usually endeavored, if their estate admitted such expense, to secure themselves by the attendance of armed followers, and this custom, which was at first limited to the nobility and gentry, extended by degrees to those citizens of consideration, who, being understood to travel with a charge, as it was called, might otherwise have been selected as safe subjects of plunder by the street robber. As Master George Heriot paced forth westward with this gallant attendance, he paused at the shop door of his countryman and friend the ancient horologer, and having caused Tunstall, who was in attendance, to adjust his watch by the real time, he desired to speak with his master, in consequence of which summons the old time-meter came forth from his den, his face like a bronze bust darkened with dust, glistening here and there with copper filings, and his senses so bemused in the intensity of calculation that he gazed on his friend the goldsmith for a minute, before he seemed perfectly to comprehend who he was, and heard him express his invitation to David Ramsay and pretty Mistress Margaret his daughter to dine with him next day at noon, to meet with a noble young countryman, without returning any answer. "I'll make thee speak with a murrain to thee," muttered Heriot to himself, and suddenly changing his tone, he said aloud, "I pray you, neighbour David, when are you and I to have a settlement for the bullion, wherewith I supplied you to mount yonder hall clock at Theobald's, and that other whirligig that you made for the Duke of Buckingham? I have had the Spanish house to satisfy for the ingots, and I must needs put you in mind that you have been 8 months behindhand." There is something so sharp and eager in the demand of a peremptory done, that no human tympanum, however inaccessible to other tones, can resist the application. David Ramsay started at once from his reverie, and answered in a pettish tone, "Wow, George man, what needs all this din about sacks score o' pounds? All the world kens, I can answer all claims on me, and you proffered yourself fair time, till his mayest gracious majesty, and the noble Duke Suld, make settled accompts, why me and ye may ken by your ain experience, that I can a gang roading like an unmannered Highland, stot to their doors, as ye come to mine." Harriet laughed and replied, "Well, David, I see a demand of money is like a bucket of water about your ears, and makes you a man of the world at once. And now, friend, will you tell me like a Christian man, if you will dine with me tomorrow at noon, and bring pretty Mistress Margaret, my goddaughter, with you, to meet with our noble young countryman, the Lord of Glenvarloch?" "The young Lord of Glenvarloch," said the old mechanist, "why, all my heart and blithe, I will be to see him again. We have not met these 40 years, was 2 years before me, at the Humanity Classesh, is a sweet youth." "That was his father, you old dotard doten carry on, that you are," answered the goldsmith, "a sweet youth he would have been by this time, had he lived, worthy nobleman. This is his son, the Lord Nigel." "His son," said Ramsay, "maybe he will want something of a chronometer or watch. Few gallants care to be without them nowadays." "He may buy half your stock in trade, if ever he comes to his own, for what I know," said his friend. "But, David, remember your bond, and use me not as you did when my housewife had the sheep's head and the cockaleekie boiling for you as late as 2 of the clock afternoon." "She had the more credit by her cookery," answered David, now fully awake. "A sheep's head overboiled were poison, according to our saying." "Well," answered Master George, "but as there will be no sheep's head tomorrow, it may chance you to spoil a dinner, which a proverb cannot mend it. Maybe you may forgather with your friend Sir Mungo Malagrother, for I purpose to ask his worship, so be sure and bide tryst, Davy." "That will I will be true as a chronometer," said Ramps. "I will not trust you, though," replied Harriet. "Here, you Jenkin boy, tell Scott's Janet to tell pretty Mistress Margaret, my godchild, she must put her father in remembrance to put on his best doublet tomorrow, and to bring him to Lombard Street at noon. Tell her they are to meet a brave young Scots lord." Jenkin coughed, that sort of dry short cough uttered by those who are either charged with errands which they do not like, or hear opinions to which they must not enter a dissent. "Umph," repeated Master Georgiuho, as we have already noticed, was something of a martinet in domestic discipline. "What does umph mean? Will you do mine errand or not, sirrah?" "Sure, Master George." "Harriet," said the apprentice, touching his cap, "I only meant that Mistress Margaret was not likely to forget such an invitation." "Why, no," said Master George, "she is a dutiful girl to her godfather, though I sometimes call her a Jill-flirt. And hark ye, Jenkin, you and your comrade had best come with your clubs to see your master and her safely home, but first shut shop and loose the bulldog, and let the porter stay in the foreshop. Till your return, I will send 2 of my knaves with you, for I hear these wild youngsters of the temple are broken out worse and lighter than ever." "We can keep their steel in order with good handbats," said Jenkin, "and never trouble your servants for the matter." "Or if need be," said Tunstall, "we have swords as well as the Templars." "Fie upon it, young man," said the citizen and apprentice, with a sword. "Merry heaven forfend, I would as soon see him in a hat and feather." "Well, sir," said Jenkin, "we will find arms fitting to our station, and will defend our master and his daughter, if we should tear up the very stones of the pavement." "There spoke a London prentice bold," said the citizen, "and for your comfort, my lads, you shall crush a cup of wine to the health of the fathers of the city. I have my eye on both of you, a thriving lads, each in his own way. God be you, Davy, forget not tomorrow at noon." And so saying, he again turned his mule's head westward, and crossed Temple Bar at that slow and decent amble which at once became his rank and civic importance, and put his pedestrian followers to no inconvenience to keep up with him. At the Temple Gate, he again paused, dismounted, and sought his way into one of the small booths occupied by scriveners in the neighborhood. A young man with lank smooth hair combed straight to his ears, and then cropped short rose with a cringing reverence, pulled off a slouched hat which he would upon no signal replace on his head, and answered with much demonstration of reverence to the goldsmith's question of how goes business, Andrew, the better for your worship's kind countenance and maintenance. Get a large sheet of paper, man, and make a new pen with a sharp neb and fine hair stroke. Do not slit the quill up too high, it's a wastrife course in your trade, Andrew. See, that do not mind corn pickles never come to fourpits. I have known a learned man write 1,000 pages with one quill. Footnote: a biblical commentary by Gill, which, if the author's memory serves him, occupies between 500 and 600 printed quarto pages, and must therefore have filled more pages of manuscript than the number mentioned in the text, has this quatrain at the end of the volume. With one good pen I wrote this book, made of a grey goose quill. A pen it was when it I took, and a pen I leave it still. Ah, sir, said the lad who listened to the goldsmith, though instructing him in his own trade, with an air of veneration and acquiescence, how soon ony pure creature like mysel may rise in the world. Why, the instruction of such a man as your worship. My instructions are few, Andrew soon told, and not hard to practice. Be honest, industrious, frugaland. You will soon win wealth and worship here. Copy me this supplication in your best and most formal hand. I will wait by you till it is done. The youth lifted not his eye from the paper, and laid not the pen from his hand, until the task was finished to his employer's satisfaction. The citizen then gave the young scrivener an angel, and bidding him on his life be secret in all business entrusted to him, again mounted his mule and rode on westward along the Strand. It may be worthwhile to remind our readers that the Temple Bar which Harriet passed was not the arched screen or gateway of the present day, but an open railing or palisade which at night, and in times of alarm, was closed with a barricade of posts and chains. The Strand, also, along which he rode, was not as now a continued street, although it was beginning already to assume that character. It still might be considered as an open road, along the south side of which stood various houses and hotels belonging to the nobility, having gardens behind them down to the water side, with stairs to the river for the convenience of taking boat, which mansions have bequeathed the names of their lordly owners to many of the streets. Leading from the Strand to the Thames, the north side of the Strand, was also a long line of houses, behind which, as in St. Martin's Lane and other points, buildings were rapidly arising. But Covent Garden was still a garden in the literal sense of the word, or at least, but beginning to be studded with irregular buildings. All that was passing around, however, marked the rapid increase of a capital which had long enjoyed peace, wealth, and irregular government. Houses were rising in every direction, and the shrewd eye of our citizen already saw the period not distant which should convert the nearly open highway on which he travelled into a connected and regular street, uniting the court and the town with the city of London. He next passed Charing Cross, which was no longer the pleasant solitary village at which the judges were wont to breakfast on their way to Westminster Hall, but began to resemble the artery through which, to use Johnson's expression, pours the full tide of London population. The buildings were rapidly increasing, yet certainly gave not even a faint idea of its present appearance. At last Whitehall received our traveller, who passed under one of the beautiful gates designed by Holbein, and composed of tessellated brickwork, being the same to which Monoples had profanely likened the Westport of Edinburgh, and entered the ample precincts of the Palace of Whitehall, now full of all the confusion attending improvement. It was just at the time when James, little suspecting that he was employed in constructing a palace, from the window of which his only son was to pass in order that he might die upon a scaffold before it, was busied in removing the ancient and ruinous buildings of de Bourgh Henry Roman VIII and Queen Elizabeth, to make way for the superb architecture on which Inigo Jones exerted all his genius. The king, ignorant of futurity, was now engaged in pressing on his work, and for that purpose still maintained his royal apartments at Whitehall amidst the rubbish of old buildings, and the various confusion attending the erection of the new pile, which formed at present a labyrinth not easily traversed. The goldsmith to the royal household, and who, if fame spoke true, oftentimes acted as their banker, for these professions were not as yet separated from each other, was a person of too much importance to receive the slightest interruption from sentinel or porter, and leaving his mule and two of his followers in the outer court, he gently knocked at a postern gate of the building, and was presently admitted, while the most trusty of his attendants followed him closely with the piece of plate. Under his arm, this man also he left behind him in an anteroom where 3 or 4 pages in the royal livery, but unbuttoned, and dressed more carelessly than the place and nearness to a king's person seemed to admit, were playing at dice and draughts or stretched upon benches, and slumbering with half-shut eyes. A corresponding gallery, which opened from the anteroom, was occupied by 2 gentlemen ushers of the chamber, who gave each a smile of recognition as the wealthy goldsmith entered. No word was spoken on either side, but one of the ushers looked first to Harriet, and then to a little door half-covered by the tapestry, which seemed to say as plain as a look, "Could lies your business?" That way the citizen nodded, and the court attendant, moving on tiptoe, and with as much caution as if the floor had been paved with eggs, advanced to the door, opened it gently, and spoke a few words in a low tone. The broad Scottish accent of King James was heard in reply. "Admit him. Instanter Maxwell, have you harbored sae lang at the court, and not learned that gold and silver are ever welcome?" The usher signed to Harriet to advance, and the honest citizen was presently introduced into the cabinet of the sovereign. The scene of confusion amid which he found the king seated was no bad picture of the state and quality of James's own mind. There was much that was rich and costly in cabinet pictures and valuable ornaments, but they were arranged in a slovenly manner, covered with dust, and lost half their value, or at least their effect, from the manner in which they were presented to the eye. The table was loaded with huge folios, amongst which lay light books of jest and ribaldry, and amongst notes of unmercifully long orations and essays on kingcraft were mingled miserable roundels and ballads by the royal prentice, as he styled himself, in the art of poetry, and schemes for the general pacification of Europe, with a list of the names of the king's hounds and remedies against canine madness. The king's dress was of green velvet, quilted so full as to be dagger-proof, which gave him the appearance of clumsy and ungainly protuberance, while its being buttoned awry communicated to his figure an air of distortion over his green doublet. He wore a sad-colored nightgown, out of the pocket of which peeped his hunting horn. His high-crowned grey hat lay on the floor, covered with dust, but encircled by a carcanet of large balas rubies, and he wore a blue velvet nightcap, in the front of which was placed the plume of a heron, which had been struck down by a favourite hawk in some critical moment of the flight, in remembrance of which the king wore this highly honoured feather. But such inconsistencies in dress and appointments were mere outward types of those which existed in the royal character, rendering it a subject of doubt amongst his contemporaries, and bequeathing it as a problem to future historians. He was deeply learned, without possessing useful knowledge, sagacious in many individual cases, without having real wisdom, fond of his power, and desirous to maintain and augment it, yet willing to resign the direction of that, and of himself, to the most unworthy favourites, a big and bold assertor of his rights in words, yet one who tamely saw them trampled on in deeds, a lover of negotiations, in which he was always outwitted, and one who feared war where conquest might have been easy. He was fond of his dignity, while he was perpetually degrading it by undue familiarity, capable of much public labour, yet often neglecting it for the meanest amusement, a wit though a pedant, and a scum. Though fond of the conversation of the ignorant and uneducated, even his timidity of temper was not uniform, and there were moments of his life, and those critical, in which he showed the spirit of his ancestors. He was laborious in trifles, and a trifler where serious labour was required, devout in his sentiments, and yet too often profane in his language, just and beneficent by nature. He yet gave way to the iniquities and oppression of others. He was penurious respecting money, which he had to give from his own hand, yet inconsiderately and unboundedly profuse of that which he did not see. In a word, those good qualities which displayed themselves in particular cases and occasions were not of a nature sufficiently firm and comprehensive to regulate his general conduct, and showing themselves, as they occasionally did, only entitled James to the character bestowed on him by Sully, that he was the wisest fool in Christendom. That the fortunes of this monarch might be as little of a piece as his character, he certainly, the least able of the Stuarts, succeeded peaceably to that kingdom, against the power of which his predecessors had, with so much difficulty, defended his native throne. And lastly, although his reign appeared calculated to ensure to Great Britain that lasting tranquillity and internal peace which so much suited the king's disposition, yet during that very reign were sown those seeds of dissension, which, like the teeth of the fabulous dragon, had their harvest in a bloody and universal civil war. Such was the monarch who, saluting Harriet by the name of Jingling Geordie, for it was his well-known custom to give nicknames to all those with whom he was on terms of familiarity, inquired what new clatter-traps he had brought with him to cheat his lawful and native prince out of his siller. "God forbid, my liege," said the citizen, "that I should have any such disloyal purpose. I did but bring a piece of plate to show to your most gracious majesty, which both for the subject and for the workmanship I were loath to put into the hands of any subject, until I knew your majesty's pleasure anent it. Body o' me man, let's see it, Harriet, though by my Saul Steenie's service, o plate, was sae dear a bargain, I had mayest pawned my word as a royal king, to keep my ain gold and silver in future, and let you Geordie keep yours. Respecting the Duke of Buckingham's plate, said the goldsmith, your majesty was pleased to direct that no expense should be spared, and what signifies what I desired, man, when a wise man is with fules and bairns, he maun e'en play at the chucks, but you should have had mair sense and consideration than to jibe baby Charles and Steenie their ain gate they wad, hae floored the very rooms why silver, and I wonder they didna." George Harriet bowed, and said no more. He knew his master too well to vindicate himself otherwise than by a distant allusion to his order and James, with whom economy was only a transient and momentary twinge of conscience, became immediately afterwards desirous to see the piece of plate, which the goldsmith proposed to exhibit, and dispatched Maxwell to bring it to his presence. In the meantime, he demanded of the citizen whence he had procured it. "From Italy, may it please your majesty," replied Harriet. "It has neathing in it tending to papistry," said the king, looking graver than his wont. "Surely not, please your majesty," said Harriet, "I were not wise to bring anything to your presence that had the mark of the beast." "You would be the mair beast yourself to do so," said the king. "It is weel kenned that I wrestled wi Dagon in my youth, and smote him on the groundsel of his own temple, a gude evidence that I should be in time called, however unworthy, the defender of the faith. But here comes Maxwell bending under his burden like the golden ass of Apuleius." Harriet hastened to relieve the usher, and to place the embossed salver, for such it was, and of extraordinary dimensions, in a light favorable for his majesty's viewing the sculpture. "Saul of my body, man," said the king, "it is a curious piece, and as I think fit for a king's chalmer, and the subject, as you say, master George, vera adequate and beseeming, being, as I see the judgment of Solomon a prince, in whose paths it weel becomes a leaving monarchs to walk with emulation. But whose footsteps," said Maxwell, "only one of themeth, a subject may say so much hath ever overtaken." "Haud your tongue for a faw's fleeching loon," said the king, but with a smile on his face that showed the flattery had done its part. "Look at the bonny piece of workmanship, and haud your clavering tongue and waste handiwork, may it be Geordie." "It was wrought, sir," replied the goldsmith, "by the famous Florentine Benvenuto Cellini, and designed for Francis I of France, but I hope it will find a fitter master." "Francis of France," said the king, "send Solomon, king of the Jews, to Francis of France. Body of me, man, it would have kith Cellini mad, had he never done onything else out of the gate. Francis he was a fighting fule, mon a mere fighting fulegat himselteen at Pavia, like our ain David at Durham lang Synafe. They could hae sent him Solomon's wit, and love of peace, and godliness, they wad hae done him a better turn, but Solomon should sit in other gate company than Francis of France." "I trust that such will be his good fortune," said Harriet. "It is a curious and very artificial sculpture," said the king in continuation, "but yet methinks the carnifex or executioner there is brandishing his gully o'er near the king's face, seeing he is within reach of his weapon. I think less wisdom than Solomon's wad have taught him that there was danger in edge-tools, and that he wad have bidden the smake either sheath his shabble or stand farther back." George Harriet endeavored to alleviate this objection by assuring the king that the vicinity betwixt Solomon and the executioner was nearer in appearance than in reality, and that the perspective should be allowed for. "Gang to the deal, why your perspective, man," said the king. there cannot be a war perspective for a lawful king while wishes to reign in Louvre and die in peace and honor, than to have naked swords flashing in his een. I am accounted as brave as mayest folks. And yet I profess to ye, I could never look on a bare blade without blinking and winking. But athogither, it is a brave peaseend, what is the price of it, man? The goldsmith replied by observing that it was not his own property, but that of a distressed countryman. Wilk you mean to mak your excuse for asking the double of its worth? I warrant, answered the king, I ken the tricks of you Burrowstown merchants, man. I have no hopes of baffling your majesty's sagacity, said Harriet. The piece is really what I say, and the price £150 sterling, if it pleases your majesty to make present payment. £150, man, and as money witches and warlocks to raise them, said the irritated monarch. My soul jingling Geordie, ye are minded, that your purse shall jingle to a bonny tune. How am I to tell you down £150, for what will not weigh as many merks? And ye ken that my very household servitors and the officers of my mouth are 6 months in arrear. The goldsmith stood his ground against all this objurgation, being what he was well accustomed to, and only answered that if his majesty liked the piece and desired to possess it, the price could be easily settled. It was true that the party required the money, but he, George Heriot, would advance it on his majesty's account, if such were his pleasure, and wait his royal conveniency for payment for that, and other matters, the money meanwhile lying at the ordinary usage. By my honour, said James, and that is speaking like an honest and reasonable tradesman, we maun get another subsidy frae the commons, and that will make I compting of it, while Wyatt Maxwell Wyatt, and let it be set where Steenie and baby Charles shall see it, as they return from Richmond. And now that we are secret, my good old friend Geordie, I do truly opine that, speaking of Solomon, and ourselves, the hale wisdom in the country left Scotland, when we took our travels to the Southland. George Heriot was courtier enough to say that the wise naturally follow the wisest, as stags follow their leader. Troth, I think there is something in what thou sayest, said James, for we ourselves, and those of our court and household, as thou thyself, for example, are allowed by the English, for as self-opinioned as they are to pass for reasonable good wits, but the brains of those we have left behind are all astir and run clean hurdy-gurdy, like sae money warlocks and witches on the devil's Sabbath e'en. I am sorry to hear this, my liege, said Heriot. May it please your grace to say what our countrymen have done to deserve such a character. They are become frantic, Manklian, brain-crazed, answered the king. I cannot keep them out of the court, by all the proclamations that the heralds roar themselves hoarse with yesterday, nay farther gain, just as we were mounted, and about to ride forth, in rushed a thorough Edinburgh gutterblooder, ragged rascal, every dud upon whose back was bidding good day to the other with a coat and hat that would have served a peace-bugle, and without havings or reverence thrusts into our hands, like a sturdy beggar, some supplication about debts owing by our gracious mother, and sick like trash, were at the horse spangs on end, and but for our admirable sitting, wherein we have been thought to excel mayest sovereign princes as well as subjects in Europe, I promise you we would have been laid end lang on the causeway. Your majesty, said Heriot, is their common father, and therefore they are the bolder to press into your gracious presence. I ken I am pater patri well enough, said James, but one would think they had a mind to squeeze my puddings out, that they may divide the inheritance. Uds, death Geordie, there is not a loon among them can deliver a supplication, as it sould be done in the face of majesty. I would I knew the most fitting and beseeming mode to do so, said Heriot, were it but to instruct our poor countrymen in better fashions. By my halidome, said the king, ye are a civilized fellow, Geordie, and I carena if I fling awa as much time as may teach ye, and first see you, sir, I shall approach the presence of majesty, thus shadowing your eyes, with your hand to testify that you are in the presence of the vicegerent of heaven, Vera Wheel George, that is done in a comely manner. Then, sir, ye sail kneel, and make as if ye would kiss the hem of our garment, the latch of our shoe, or such like very weel enacted wilk. We, as being willing to be debonair and pleasing towards our lieges, prevent the usand motion to you to Ricewilk, having a boon to ask, as yet you obey not, but gliding your hand into your pouch, bring forth your supplication, and place it reverentially in our open palm. The goldsmith, who had complied with great accuracy with all the prescribed points of the ceremonial here, completed it to James' no small astonishment by placing in his hand the petition of the Lord of Glenvarloch. "What means this, ye fause loon?" said he, reddening and sputtering. "Hey, I been teaching you the manual exercise that ye sold present your peace at our ain royal body now. By this light, I had as lief that ye had bended a real pistolet against me. And yet this hay ye done in my very cabinet, where not sold enter, but at my ain pleasure." "I trust your majesty," said Harriet, as he continued to kneel, "will forgive my exercising the lesson you condescended to give me in the behalf of a friend." "Of a friend," said the king, "so much the war. I tell you, if it had been something to do yoursel good, there would have been some sense in it, and some chance that you would not have come back on me in a hurry. But a man may have 100 friends and petitions, for every ane of them, ilk ane after other." "Your majesty, I trust," said Harriet, "will judge me by former experience, and will not suspect me of such presumption." "I kenna," said the placable monarch, "the world goes daft. I thinkst semel insanivimus omnis. Thou art my old and faithful servant, that is the truth, and were te anything for thy own behoof, man, thou shouldst not ask twice. But troth Steenie loves me so dearly that he cares not that anyone should ask favours of me but himself." Maxwell, for the usher had re-entered, after having carried off the plate, "get into the antechamber. Why, your lang lugs in conscience, Geordie, I think, as that thou hast been mine ain old fiduciary, and wert my goldsmith, when I might say, with the ethnic poet, non me renidit in domo lacanar. For faith, they had pillaged my mither's old house, sae, that beechen bickers and treen trenchers and Latin platters were whiles the best at our board, and glad we were of something to put on them, without quarrelling with the metal of the dishes. Die mind, for thou wert in mayest of our complots, how we were fain to send sacks of the bluebenders to harry the lady of Logan houses, Dowcott and Poultryard, and what an awful plaint the poor dame made against Jock of Milch, and the thieves of Annandale were as sackless of the deed as I am of the sin of murder." "It was the better for Jock," said Harriet, "for if I remember weel, it saved him from a strapping up at Dumfries, which he had weel deserved for other misdeeds." "I man mind ye that," said the king, "but he had other virtues, for he was a tight huntsman moreover, that Jock of Milch, and could hollow to a hound till all the woods rang again. But he came to an Annandale end at the last, for Lord Torthorald run his lance out through him, Coxnell's man. When I think of those wild passages in my conscience, I am not sure but we lived merrier in old Holyrood in those shifting days than now, when we are dwelling at Heck, and Manger Cantabit Vacusui had but little to care for." "And if your majesty please to remember," said the goldsmith, "the awful task we had to gather silver vessel and goldwork enough to make some show before the Spanish ambassador." "Vera true," said the king, now in a full tide of gossip, "and I mind not the name of the right leal lord that helped us with every unsee he had in his house, that his native prince might have some credit in the eyes of them that had the Indies at their beck." "I think, if your majesty," said the citizen, "will cast your eye on the paper in your hand, you will recollect his name." "I," said the king, "sae man Lord Glenvarloch, that was his name indeed, justice et tenax propositi, a just man, but as obstinate as a baited bull he stood whiles against us, that Lord Randall Oliphant of Glenvarloch, but he was a loving and a leal subject in the main. But this supplicator maun be his son Randall, has been long gone where king and lord must go. Geordie as weel as the like of yond, what does his son want with us?" "The settlement," answered the citizen, "of a large debt, due by your majesty's treasury for money advanced to your majesty in great state emergency about the time of the raid of Ruthven." "I mind the thing weel," said King Jamesod's death man. "I was just out of the clutches of the master of Glommies and his complices, and there was never siller mair welcome to a born princeth, mair the shame and pity that crowned king should need sic a petty sum. But what need he done us for it, man? Like a Baxter at the breaking, we ought him the siller, and will pay him why our convenience, or make it otherwise up to him wilk. Is eno between prince and subject we are not in meditation, fugie man to be arrested thus peremptorily." "Alas, and it please your majesty," said the goldsmith, shaking his head, "it is the poor young nobleman's extreme necessity, and not his will, that makes him importunate, for he must have money, and that briefly to discharge a debt due to Peregrine Peterson, conservator of the privileges at Camphor, or his hale hereditary barony and estate of Glenvarloch, will be evicted in virtue of an unredeemed wadset. How say ye, man, how say ye, exclaimed the king impatiently, the carle of a conservator, the son of a Low Dutch skipper, evict the old estate and lordship of the house of Oliphant God's bred man, that maun not beware maun suspend the diligence by writ of favour or otherwise. I doubt that may hardly be answered the citizen, if it please your majesty, your learned counsel in the law of Scotland, advise that there is no remade but in paying the money. Uds fish, said the king, let him keep hard by the strong hand against the carle, until we can take some order about his affairs. Alas, insisted the goldsmith, if it like your majesty your own pacific government, and your doing of equal justice to all men has made main force a kittle line to walk by unless just within the bounds of the Highlands. Well, man, said the perplexed monarch, whose ideas of justice, expedience, and convenience became on such occasions strangely embroiled, just it is we should pay our debts, that the young man may pay his, and he must be paid, and in verbo regis he shall be paid, but how to come by the siller man is a difficult chapter mon, try the city Geordie. To say the truth, answered Harriet, please your gracious majesty, what betwixt loans and benevolences and subsidies the city is at this present. Donna tell me of what the city is, said King James, our exchequer is as dry as Dean Gilus discourses on the penitentiary psalms ex nihilo, nihil fitits, ill taking the breeks, af a wild Highland manthy, that come to me for siller should tell me how to come by it the city, ye maun try Harriet, and Donna think to be called jingling Geordie for nothing, and in verbo regis, I will pay the lad if you get me the loan, I wannot haggle on the terms, and between you and me, Geordie, we will redeem the brave old estate of Glenvarloch. But wherefore comes not the young lord to court Heriodes, he camellies, he presentable in the presence? No one can be more so, said George Harriet, but I understand, he said, his majesty, I understand, you raise Angus Dom, a pure lad, and his father, a right true leal Scots heart, though stiff, in some opinions, hark. Ye Harriet, let the lad have £200 to fit him out, and here hered aching the carcanet of rubies from his old hat, I have had these in pledge before for a larger sum, ye old Levite, that ye are keep them in gage, till I gie ye back the siller out of the next subsidy. If it please your majesty to give me such directions in writing, said the cautious citizen. The deal is in your nicety, George, said the king, ye are as precise as a Puritan in form, and a mere nullifidian in the marrow of the matter. May not a king's word serve ye for advancing your pitiful £200? But not for detaining the crown jewels, said George Harriet. And the king, who from long experience was inured to dealing with suspicious creditors, wrote an order upon George Harriet, his well-beloved goldsmith and jeweller, for the sum of £200, to be paid presently to Nigel Oliphant, Lord of Glenvarloch, to be imputed as so much debts due to him by the crown, and authorizing the retention of a carcanet of balas rubies with a great diamond, as described in a cat, of his majesty's jewels to remain in possession of the said George Harriet, advancer of the said sum, and so forth, until he was lawfully contented, and paid thereof by another rescript. His majesty gave the said George Harriet directions to deal with some of the moneyed men upon equitable terms for a sum of money for his majesty's present use, not to be under 50,000 merks, but as much more as could conveniently be procured. And has he any lair, this Lord Nigel of ours, said the king. George Harriet could not exactly answer this question, but believed the young lord had studied abroad. He shall have our own advice, said the king, how to carry on his studies to mayest advantage, and it may be we will have him come to court and study with Steenie and baby Charles. And now, we think on't away Georgifer the bairns will be coming hame presently, and we would not as yet they kenned of this matter, we have been treating anent proper of Fedham. O Geordie, clap your mule between your bows, and garden with you. Thus ended the conference betwixt the gentle King Jamie and his benevolent jeweller and goldsmith. Chapter 6. Oh, I do know himties, the mouldy lemon, which our court wits will wet their lips withal, when they would sauce their honeyed conversation with somewhat sharper flavour, merry sir. That virtue's well nigh left him all the juice. That was so sharp and poignant is squeezed out, while the poor rind, although as sour as ever, must season soon the draught we give our grunters. For two-legged things, a weary aunt. The Chamberlain comedy. The good company, invited by the hospitable citizen, assembled at his house in Lombard Street at the hollow and hungry hour of noon to partake of that meal which divides the day, being about the time when modern persons of fashion, turning themselves upon their pillow, begin to think not without a great many doubts and much hesitation that they will buy and by commence it. Thither came the young Nigel, arrayed plainly, but in a dress nevertheless more suitable to his age and quality than he had formerly worn, accompanied by his servant Monoples, whose outside also was considerably improved. His solemn and stern features glared forth from under a blue velvet bonnet fantastically placed sideways on his head, had a sound and tough coat of English blue broadcloth, which, unlike his former vestment, would have stood the tug of all the apprentices in Fleet Street. The buckler and broadsword he wore as the arms of his condition, and a neat silver badge bearing his lord's arms announced that he was an appendage of aristocracy. He sat down in the good citizen's buttery, not a little pleased to find his attendance upon the table in the hall was likely to be rewarded with his share of a meal such as he had seldom partaken of. Mr. David Ramsay, that profound and ingenious mechanic, was safely conducted to Lombard Street, according to promise, well washed, brushed, and cleaned from the soot of the furnace. And the forge, his daughter, who came with him, was about 20 years old, very pretty, very demure, yet with lively black eyes that ever and anon contradicted the expression of sobriety to which silence reserve. A plain velvet hood and a cambric ruff had condemned Mistress Margaret as the daughter of a quiet citizen. There were also 2 citizens and merchants of London, men ample in cloak and manolink golden chain, well to pass in the world, and experienced in their craft of merchandise, but who require no particular description. There was an elderly clergyman also in his gown and cassock, a decent venerable man, partaking in his manners of the plainness of the citizens amongst whom he had his cure. These may be dismissed with brief notice, but not so Sir Mungo Malgrother of Girnigo Castle, who claims a little more attention as an original character of the time in which he flourished. That good knight knocked at Master Harriot's door just as the clock began to strike 12, and was seated in his chair ere the last stroke had chimed. This gave the knight an excellent opportunity of making sarcastic observations on all who came later than himself, not to mention a few rubs at the expense of those who had been so superfluous as to appear earlier. Having little or no property save his bare designation, Sir Mungo had been early attached to court in the capacity of whipping boy, as the office was then called, to King James VI, and with his majesty trained to all polite learning by his celebrated preceptor George Buchanan. The office of whipping boy doomed its unfortunate occupant to undergo all the corporeal punishment which the Lord's anointed, whose proper person was of course sacred, might chance to incur in the course of travelling through his grammar and prosody, under the stern rule, indeed, of George Buchanan, who did not approve of the vicarious mode of punishment. James bore the penance of his own faults, and Mungo Malgrother enjoyed a sinecure. But James' other pedagogue, Master Patrick Young, went more ceremoniously to work, and appalled the very soul of the youthful king by the floggings which he bestowed on the whipping boy when the royal task was not suitably performed. And be it told to Sir Mungo's praise that there were points about him in the highest respect, suited to his official situation. He had even in youth a naturally irregular and grotesque set of features, which when distorted by fear, pain, and anger, looked like one of the whimsical faces which present themselves in a Gothic cornice. His voice also was high-pitched and querulous, so that when smarting under Master Peter Young's unsparing inflictions, the expression of his grotesque physiognomy and the superhuman yells which he uttered were well suited to produce all the effects on the monarch, who deserved the lash that could possibly be produced by seeing another and an innocent individual suffering for his delict. Sir Mungo Malgrother, for such he became thus, got an early footing at court, which another would have improved and maintained, but when he grew too big to be whipped, he had no other means of rendering himself acceptable, a bitter caustic and backbiting humor, a malicious wit, and an envy of others more prosperous than the possessor of such amiable qualities have not indeed always been found obstacles to a courtier's rise, but then they must be amalgamated with a degree of selfish cunning and prudence, of which Sir Mungo had no share. His satire ran riot, his envy could not conceal itself, and it was not long after his majority till he had as many quarrels upon his hands as would have required a cat's 9 lives to answer in one of these rencontres. He received, perhaps, we should say fortunately, a wound, which served him as an excuse for answering no invitations of the kind in future. Sir Rullian Rattray of Ranagullion cut off in mortal combat 3 of the fingers of his right hand, so that Sir Mungo never could hold sword again at a later period. Having written some satirical verses upon the Lady Cockburn, he received so severe a chastisement from some persons employed for the purpose that he was found half dead on the spot where they had thus dealt with him, and one of his thighs having been broken and ill set, gave him a hitch in his gait, with which he hobbled to his grave. The lameness of his leg and hand, besides that they added considerably to the grotesque appearance of this original, procured him in future a personal immunity from the more dangerous consequences of his own humor, and he gradually grew old in the service of the court, in safety of life and limb, though without either making friends or attaining preferment. Sometimes, indeed, the king was amused with his caustic sallies, but he had never art enough to improve the favorable opportunity, and his enemies, who were, for that matter, the whole court, always found means to throw him out of favor. Again, the celebrated Archie Armstrong offered Sir Mungo in his generosity a skirt of his own fool's coat, proposing thereby to communicate to him the privileges and immunities of a professed jester. For, said the man of motley, Sir Mungo, as he goes on just now, gets no more for a good jest than just the king's pardon for having made it. Even in London, the golden shower which fell around him did not moisten the blighted fortunes of Sir Mungo Malagrother. He grew old, deaf, and peevish last. Even the spirit, which had formerly animated his stricturess and was barely endured by James, who, though himself nearly as far stricken in years, retained to an unusual and even an absurd degree the desire to be surrounded by young people. Sir Mungo, thus fallen into the yellow leaf of years, and fortune showed his emaciated form and faded embroidery at court as seldom as his duty permitted, and spent his time in indulging his food for satire in the public walks, and in the Isles of St. Paul's, which were then the general resort of newsmongers and characters of all descriptions, associating himself chiefly with such of his countrymen as he accounted of inferior birth and rank to himself in this manner, hating and contemning commerce and those who pursued it. He nevertheless lived a good deal among the Scottish artists and merchants who had followed the court to London. To these he could show his cynicism without much offense, for some submitted to his jeers and ill humor in deference to his birth and knighthood, which in those days conferred high privileges, and others of more sense pitied and endured the old man, unhappy alike in his fortunes and his temper. Amongst the latter was George Heriot, who, though his habits and education induced him to carry aristocratical feelings to a degree which would now be thought extravagant, had too much spirit and good sense to permit himself to be intruded upon to an unauthorized excess, or used with the slightest improper freedom by such a person as Sir Mungo, to whom he was nevertheless not only respectfully civil, but essentially kind and even generous. Accordingly, this appeared from the manner in which Sir Mungo Malagrother conducted himself upon entering the apartment. He paid his respects to Master Heriot, and a decent, elderly, somewhat severe-looking female in a coif, who by the name of Aunt Judith did the honors of his house and table with little or no portion of the supercilious acidity which his singular physiognomy assumed when he made his bow successively to David Ramsay and the 2 sober citizens. He thrust himself into the conversation of the latter. To observe, he had heard in Paul's that the bankrupt concern of Pindavide, a great merchant who, as he expressed it, had given the crows a pudding, and on whom he knew from the same authority each of the honest citizens has some unsettled claim, was like to prove a total lost stock and block ship, and cargo keel and rigging, all lost now and forever. The 2 citizens grinned at each other, but too prudent to make their private affairs the subject of public discussion, drew their heads together and evaded farther conversation by speaking in a whisper. The old Scots knight next attacked the watchmaker with the same disrespectful familiarity. "Davy," he said, "Davy, ye donnered old idiot, have ye no gain mad yet, with applying your mathematical science, as ye call it to the book of Apocalypse? I expected to have heard ye make out the sign of the beast, as clear as a tout on a bawbee whistle. Why, Sir Mungo, said the mechanist, after making an effort to recall to his recollection what had been said to him, and by whom it may be that ye are nearer the mark than ye are yoursel aware of, for taking the 10 horns o' the beast, ye may easily estimate by your digitals. My digits, you old rusty good-for-nothing timepiece, exclaimed Sir Mungo, while betwixt jest and earnest he laid on his hilt his hand, or rather his claw, for Sir Rullion's broadsword has abridged it into that formed I mean to upbraid me with my mutilation. Master Harriet interfered. I cannot persuade our friend David. He said that scriptural prophecies are intended to remain in obscurity until their unexpected accomplishment shall make as in former days that fulfilled which was written, but you must not exert your knightly valor on him for all that. By my soul, and it would be throwing it away, said Sir Mungo, laughing, I would as soon set out with hound and horn to hunt a sturdied sheep, for he is in a doze again, and up to the chin, in numerals, quotients, and dividends. Mistress Margaret, my pretty honey, for the beauty of the young citizen made even Sir Mungo Malagrother's grim features relax themselves a little. Is your father always as entertaining as he seems just now? Mistress Margaret simpered, bridled, looked to either side, then straight before her, and having assumed all the airs of bashful embarrassment and timidity which were necessary, as she thought, to cover a certain shrewd readiness which really belonged to her character, at length replied that indeed her father was very thoughtful, but she had heard that he took the habit of mind from her grandfather. Your grandfather, said Sir Mungo, after doubting if he had heard her aright. Said she, her grandfather? The lassie is distraught, I ken, nay, wench, on this side of Temple Bar, that is derived from so distant a relation. She has got a godfather, however, Sir Mungo, said George Harriet, again interfering, and I hope you will allow him interest enough with you to request you will not put his pretty godchild to so deep a blush. The better, said Sir Mungo. It is a credit to her that, bred and born within the sound of Bowbell, she can blush for anything, and by my soul, Master George, he continued, chucking the irritated and reluctant damsel under the chin, she is bonny enough to make amends for her lack of ancestry, at least in such a region as Cheapside, where, mind me, the kettle cannot call the porridge pot. The damsel blushed, but not so angrily as before. Master George Harriet hastened to interrupt the conclusion of Sir Mungo's homely proverb by introducing him personally to Lord Nigel. Sir Mungo could not at first understand what his host said. Bread of heaven, wa, say ye, man. Upon the name of Nigel Oliphant, Lord Glenvarloch being again hollowed into his ear, he drew up, and regarding his entertainer with some austerity, rebuked him for not making persons of quality acquainted with each other, that they might exchange courtesies before they mingled with other folks. He then made as handsome and courtly a congee to his new acquaintance as a man maimed in foot and hand could do, and observing he had known my lord his father, bid him welcome to London, and hoped he should see him at court. Nigel in an instant comprehended, as well from Sir Mungo's manner as from a strict compression of their entertainer's lips, which intimated the suppression of a desire to laugh, that he was dealing with an original of no ordinary description, and accordingly returned his courtesy with suitable punctiliousness. Sir Mungo, in the meanwhile, gazed on him with much earnestness, and as the contemplation of natural advantages was as odious to him as that of wealth or other adventitious benefits, he had no sooner completely perused the handsome form and good features of the young lord, than, like one of the comforters of the man of Uz, he drew close up to him to enlarge on the former grandeur of the lords of Glenvarloch, and the regret with which he had heard that their representative was not likely to possess the domains of his ancestry. Anon he enlarged upon the beauties of the principal mansion of Glenvarloch, commanding sight of the old castle, the noble expanse of the lake, stocked with wildfowl for hawking, the commanding screen of forest, terminating in a mountain ridge, abounding with deer, and all the other advantages of that fine and ancient barony, till Nigel, in spite of every effort to the contrary, was unwillingly obliged to sigh. Sir Mungo, skilful in discerning when the withers of those he conversed with were wrung, observed that his new acquaintance winced, and would willingly have pressed the discussion. But the cook's impatient knock upon the dresser with the haft of his dudgeon knife now gave a signal loud enough to be heard from the top of the house, to the bottom summoning at the same time the serving men to place the dinner upon the table and the guests to partake of it. Sir Mungo, who was an admirer of good cheer taste, which by the way might have some weight in reconciling his dignity to these city visits, was told off by the sound, and left Nigel and the other guests in peace until his anxiety to arrange himself in his due place of preeminence at the genial board was duly gratified. Here, seated on the left hand of Aunt Judith, he beheld Nigel occupy the station of yet higher honor on the right, dividing that matron from pretty Mistress Margaret. But he saw this with the more patience that there stood betwixt him and the young lord a superb larded capon. The dinner proceeded according to the form of the times. All was excellent of the kind, and besides the Scottish cheer promised, the board displayed beef, and putting the statutory dainties of old England, a small cupboard of plate very choicely and beautifully wrought, did not escape the compliments of some of the company, and an oblique sneer from Sir Mungo as intimating the owner's excellence in his own mechanical craft. "I'm not ashamed of the workmanship, Sir Mungo," said the honest citizen. "They say a good cook knows how to lick his own fingers, and methinks it were unseemly that I, who have furnished half the cupboards in broad Britain, should have my own covered with paltry pewter." The blessing of the clergyman now left the guests at liberty to attack what was placed before them, and the meal went forward with great decorum, until Aunt Judith, in farther recommendation of the capon, assured her company that it was of a celebrated breed of poultry which she had herself brought from Scotland. Then, like some of his countrymen, "Madam," said the pitiless Sir Mungo, not without a glance towards his landlord, "he has been well larded in England." "There are some others of his countrymen," answered Master Harriot, "to whom all the lard in England has not been able to render that good office." Sir Mungo sneered, and reddened. The rest of the company laughed, and the satirist, who had his reasons for not coming to extremity with Master George, was silent for the rest of the dinner. The dishes were exchanged for confections, and wine of the highest quality and flavor, and Nigel saw the entertainments of the wealthiest burgomasters, which he had witnessed abroad, fairly outshone by the hospitality of a London citizen, yet there was nothing ostentatious or which seemed inconsistent with the degree of an opulent burgher. While the collation proceeded, Nigel, according to the good breeding of the time, addressed his discourse principally to Mrs. Judith, whom he found to be a woman of a strong Scottish understanding, more inclined towards the Puritans than was her brother George, for in that relation she stood to him, though he always called her aunt, attached to him in the strongest degree, and sedulously attentive to all his comforts, as the conversation of this good dame was neither lively nor fascinating. The young lord naturally addressed himself next to the old horologer's very pretty daughter, who sat upon his left hand from her. However, there was no extracting any reply beyond the measure of a monosyllable, and when the young gallant had said the best and most complacent things, which his courtesy supplied, the smile that mantled upon her pretty mouth was so slight and evanescent as scarce to be discernible. Nigel was beginning to tire of his company, for the old citizens were speaking with his host of commercial matters in language to him totally unintelligible, when Sir Mungo Mallegrother suddenly summoned their attention. That amiable personage had for some time withdrawn from the company into the recess of a projecting window so formed and placed as to command a view of the door of the house, and of the street. This situation was probably preferred by Sir Mungo on account of the number of objects which the streets of a metropolis usually offer of a kind congenial to the thoughts of a splenetic man. What he had hitherto seen passing there was probably of little consequence, but now a trampling of horse was heard without, and the knight suddenly exclaimed, "By my faith, Master George, you had better go look to shop, for here comes Knighton the Duke of Buckingham's groom, and two fellows after him, as if he were my Lord Duke himself." "My cashkeeper is below," said Harriet, without disturbing himself, "and he will let me know if his Grace's commands require my immediate attention." "Cashkeeper," muttered Sir Mungo to himself, "he would have had an easy office when I first kenned ye, but," said he, speaking aloud, "will you not come to the window at least for Knighton, has trundled a piece of silver plate into your house ha trundled it upon its edge, as a callan would drive a hoop. I cannot help laughing ha the fellow's impudence. I believe you could not help laughing, said George Heriot, rising up, and leaving the room, if your best friend lay dying. Bitter that my lord has said, Sir Mungo, addressing Nigel, our friend, is not a goldsmith for nothing, hath no leaden wit, but I will go down and see what comes on't. Heriot, as he descended the stairs, met his cashkeeper coming up, with some concern in his face. Why, how now, Robert, said the goldsmith, what means all this, man? It is Knighton, Master Heriot, from the court. Knighton, the Duke's man. He brought back the salver you carried to Whitehall, flung it into the entrance, as if it had been an old pewter platter, and bade me tell you the king would have none of your trumpery. I indeed, said George Heriot, none of my trumpery. Come hither, into the compting-room, Robert. Sir Mungo, he added, bowing to the knight who had joined, and was preparing to follow them, I pray your forgiveness for an instant. In virtue of this prohibition, Sir Mungo, who as well as the rest of the company, had overheard what passed betwixt George Heriot and his cashkeeper, saw himself condemned to wait in the outer business-room, where he would have endeavoured to slake his eager curiosity by questioning Knighton. But that emissary of greatness, after having added to the uncivil message of his master some rudeness of his own, had again scampered westward with his satellites at his heels. In the meanwhile, the name of the Duke of Buckingham, the omnipotent favourite both of the King and the Prince of Wales, had struck some anxiety into the party, which remained in the great parlour. He was more feared than beloved, and if not absolutely of a tyrannical disposition, was accounted haughty, violent, and vindictive. It pressed on Nigel's heart that he himself, though he could not conceive how nor why, might be the original cause of the resentment of the Duke against his benefactor. The others made their comments in whispers, until the sounds reached Ramsay, who had not heard a word of what had previously passed, but plunged in those studies with which he connected every other incident and event, took up only the catchword, and replied, the Duqueth, Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers, say, I have spoke with Lamb about him. Our Lord and our Lady. Now, how can you say so, father, said his daughter, who had shrewdness enough to see that her father was touching upon dangerous ground. Why, I, child, answered Ramsay, the stars do, but incline they cannot compel. But well you wot it is commonly said of his grace, by those who have the skill to cast nativities, that there was a notable conjunction of Mars and Saturn, apparent or true time of which, reducing the calculations of Ixtadius made for the latitude of Oranienburg to that of London, gives 7 hours 55 minutes and 41 seconds. Hold your peace, old soothsayer, said Heriot, who at that instant entered the room with a calm and steady countenance. Your calculations are true and undeniable when they regard brass and wire and mechanical force, but future events are at the pleasure of him who bears the hearts of kings in his hands. Ay, but George, answered the watchmaker, there was a concurrence of signs at this gentleman's birth, which showed his course would be a strange one. Long has it been said of him, he was born at the very meeting of night and day, and under crossing and contending influences that may affect both us and him. Full moon and high sea. Great man shalt thou be. Red dawning, stormy sky. Bloody death shalt thou die. It is not good to speak of such things, said Heriot, especially of the great stone walls have ears, and a bird of the air shall carry the matter. Several of the guests seemed to be of their host's opinion. The two merchants took brief leave, as if under consciousness that something was wrong. Mistress Margaret, her bodyguard of prentices, being in readiness, plucked her father by the sleeve, and rescuing him from a brown study, whether referring to the wheels of time or to that of fortune, is uncertain, wished good night to her friend Mrs. Judith, and received her godfather's blessing, who at the same time put upon her slender finger a ring of much taste and some value, for he seldom suffered her to leave him without some token of his affection. Thus honourably dismissed, and accompanied by her escort, she set forth on her return to Fleet Street. Sir Mungo had bid adieu to Master Heriot as he came out from the back compting-room, but such was the interest which he took in the affairs of his friend, that when Master George went upstairs, he could not help walking into that sanctum sanctorum to see how Master Roberts was employed. The knight found the cashkeeper busy in making extracts from those huge brass-clasped leathern-bound manuscript folios which are the pride and trust of dealers and the dread of customers whose year of grace is out. The good knight leant his elbows on the desk and said to the functionary in a condoling tone of voice, "What, you have lost a good customer, I fear, Master Roberts, and are busied in making out his bill of charges." Now it chanced that Roberts, like Sir Mungo himself, was a little deaf, and like Sir Mungo knew also how to make the most of it, so that he answered at cross purposes, "I humbly crave your pardon, Sir Mungo, for not having sent in your bill of charge sooner, but my master bade me not disturb you. I will bring the items together in a moment." So saying, he began to turn over the leaves of his book of fate, murmuring, repairing ein silver sealnu clasp to his chain of officine, overgilt brooch to his hat, being a St. Andrew's cross, with thistlesa copper gilt pair of spursthys to Daniel Driver, we not dealing in the article. He would have proceeded, but Sir Mungo, not prepared to endure the recital of the catalogue of his own petty debts, and still less willing to satisfy them on the spot, wished the bookkeeper cavalierly good night, and left the house without farther ceremony. The clerk looked after him with a civil city sneer, and immediately resumed the more serious labours which Sir Mungo's intrusion had interrupted. Chapter 7. Things needful we have thought on, but the thing of almost needful that which Scripture terms, as if alone it merited regard. The one thing needful that's yet unconsider. Roman 500. The Chamberlain. When the rest of the company had taken their departure from Master Heriot's house, the young Lord of Glenvarloch also offered to take leave, but his host detained him for a few minutes, until all were gone excepting the clergyman. "My lord," then said the worthy citizen, "we have had our permitted hour of honest and hospitable pastime, and now I would fain delay you for another and graver purpose, as it is our custom, when we have the benefit of good Mr. Windsor's company, that he reads the prayers of the church. For the evening, before we separate, your excellent father, my lord, would not have departed before family worship. I hope the same from your lordship." "With pleasure, sir," answered Nigel, "and you add in the invitation an additional obligation to those with which you have loaded me. When young men forget what is their duty, they owe deep thanks to the friend who will remind them of it." While they talked together in this manner, the serving men had removed the folding tables, brought forward a portable reading desk, and placed chairs and hassocks for their master, their mistress, and the noble stranger. Another low chair, or rather a sort of stool, was placed close beside that of Master Heriot, and though the circumstance was trivial, Nigel was induced to notice it, because when about to occupy that seat, he was prevented by a sign from the old gentleman, and motioned to another of somewhat more elevation. The clergyman took his station behind the reading desk. The domestics, a numerous family, both of clerks and servants, including monoplies, attended with great gravity, and were accommodated with benches. The household were all seated and externally at least composed to devout attention, when a low knock was heard at the door of the apartment. Mrs. Judith looked anxiously at her brother, as if desiring to know his pleasure. He nodded his head gravely, and looked to the door. Mrs. Judith immediately crossed the chamber, opened the door, and led into the apartment. Beautiful creature, whose sudden and singular appearance might have made her almost pass for an apparition, she was deadly pallid. There was not the least shade of vital red to enliven features, which were exquisitely formed and might, but for that circumstance, have been termed transcendently beautiful. Her long black hair fell down over her shoulders, and down her back, combed smoothly and regularly, but without the least appearance of decoration or ornament, which looked very singular at a period when headgear, as it was called of one sort or other, was generally used by all ranks. Her dress was of white of the simplest fashion, and hiding all her person, excepting the throat, face, and hands. Her form was rather beneath than above the middle size, but so justly proportioned and elegantly made that the spectator's attention was entirely withdrawn from her size. In contradiction of the extreme plainness of all the rest of her attire, she wore a necklace which a duchess might have envied, so large and lustrous were the brilliance of which it was composed, and around her waist a zone of rubies of scarce inferior value. When this singular figure entered the apartment, she cast her eyes on Nigel, and paused as if uncertain whether to advance or retreat the glance which she took of him seemed to be one rather of uncertainty and hesitation than of bashfulness or timidity. Aunt Judith took her by the hand and led her slowly forward. Her dark eyes, however, continued to be fixed on Nigel with an expression of melancholy by which he felt strangely affected even when she was seated on the vacant stool, which was placed there probably for her accommodation. She again looked on him more than once, with the same pensive, lingering, and anxious expression, but without either shyness or embarrassment, not even so much as to call the slightest degree of complexion into her cheek. So soon as this singular female had taken up the prayer book, which was laid upon her cushion, she seemed immersed in devotional duty, and although Nigel's attention to the service was so much disturbed by this extraordinary apparition that he looked towards her repeatedly in the course of the service, he could never observe that her eyes or her thoughts strayed so much as a single moment from the task in which she was engaged. Nigel himself was less attentive, for the appearance of this lady seemed so extraordinary that, strictly as he had been bred up by his father to pay the most reverential attention during performance of divine service, his thoughts, in spite of himself, were disturbed by her presence, and he earnestly wished the prayers were ended, that his curiosity might obtain some gratification. When the service was concluded, and each had remained according to the decent and edifying practice of the church, concentrated in mental devotion for a short space, the mysterious visitant arose ere any other person stirred, and Nigel remarked that none of the domestics left their places or even moved, until she had first kneeled on one knee to Harriet, who seemed to bless her with his hand laid on her head. Melancholy solemnity of look and action, she then bended her body, but without kneeling, to Mrs. Judith, and having performed these two acts of reverence, she left the room. Yet just in the act of her departure, she once more turned her penetrating eyes on Nigel with a fixed look, which compelled him to turn his own aside. When he looked towards her again, he saw only the skirt of her white mantle as she left the apartment. The domestics then rose and dispersed themselves. Wine and fruit and spices were offered to Lord Nigel and to the clergyman, and the latter took his leave. The young lord would fain have accompanied him in hope to get some explanation of the apparition which he had beheld, but he was stopped by his host, who requested to speak with him in his compting room. "I hope, my lord," said the citizen, "that your preparations for attending court are in such forwardness that you can go thither the day after tomorrow. It is perhaps the last day for some time that His Majesty will hold open court for all who have pretensions by birth, rank, or office to attend upon him on the subsequent day. He goes to Theobald's, where he is so much occupied with hunting and other pleasures that he cares not to be intruded on." "I shall be in all outward readiness to pay my duty," said the young nobleman, "yet I have little heart to do it. The friends from whom I ought to have found encouragement and protection have proved cold and false. I certainly will not trouble them for their countenance on this occasion, and yet I must confess my childish unwillingness to enter quite alone upon so new a scene." "It is bold of a mechanic like me to make such an offer to a nobleman," said Harriet, "but I must attend at court tomorrow. I can accompany you as far as the presence chamber from my privilege, as being of the household. I can facilitate your entrance should you find difficulty, and I can point out the proper manner and time of approaching the king. But I do not know," he added, smiling, "whether these little advantages will not be overbalanced by the incongruity of a nobleman receiving them from the hands of an old smith." "From the hands, rather, of the only friend I have found in London," said Nigel, offering his hand. "Nay, if you think of the matter in that way," replied the honest citizen, "there is no more to be said. I will come for you tomorrow, with a barge proper to the occasion. But remember, my good young lord, that I do not, like some men of my degree, wish to take opportunity to step beyond it, and associate with my superiors in rank, and therefore do not fear to mortify my presumption by suffering me to keep my distance in the presence, and where it is fitting for both of us to separate, and for what remains, most truly happy shall I be in proving of service to the son of my ancient patron." The style of conversation led so far from the point which had interested the young nobleman's curiosity that there was no returning to it that night. He therefore exchanged thanks and greetings with George Harriet, and took his leave, promising to be equipped and in readiness to embark with him on the second successive morning at 10 o'clock. The generation of Linkbays celebrated by Count Anthony Hamilton as peculiar to London had already in the reign of James Roman I begun their functions, and the service of one of them with his smoky torch had been secured to light the young Scottish lord and his follower to their lodgings, which though better acquainted than formerly with the city they might in the dark have run some danger of missing. This gave the ingenious Mr. Monoples an opportunity of gathering close up to his master, after he had gone through the form of slipping his left arm into the handles of his buckler, and loosening his broadsword in the sheath, that he might be ready for whatever should befall. If it were not for the wine and the good cheer which we have had in yonder old man's house, my lord, said this sapient follower, and that I ken him by report to be a just living man in many respects, and a real Edinburgh gutter blood, I should have been well pleased to have seen how his feet were shaped, and whether he had not a cloven clute under the braw roses and cordovan shoon of his. Why, you rascal, answered Nigel, you have been too kindly treated, and now that you have filled your ravenous stomach, you are railing on the good gentleman that relieved you. Under favour, no, my lord, said Monoples, I would only like to see something mair about him. I have eaten his meat. It is true more shame that the like of him should have meat to give, when your lordship and me could scarce have gotten on our own account brose, and a bare bannockeye have drunk his wine too. I see you have replied his master a great deal more than you should have done. Under your patience, my lord, said Monoples, you are pleased to say that because I crushed a quart with that jolly boy Jenkin, as they call the prentice boy, and that was out of mere acknowledgment for his former kindness, I own, that I moreover sung the good old song of Elsie Marley, so as they never heard it chanted in their lives. And withal, as John Bunyan says, as they went on their way he sung, "Oh, do ye ken Elsie Marley honey, the wife that sells the barley honey? For Elsie Marley's grown sae fine, she winna get up to feed the swine. Oh, do ye ken?" Here in mid-career was the songster interrupted by the stern gripe of his master, who threatened to baton him to death if he brought the city watch upon them by his ill-timed melody. I crave pardon, my lord, I humbly crave pardonanly. When I think of that Gen Win, as they call him, I can hardly help humming, oh, do ye ken, but I crave your honour's pardon, and will be totally dumb if you command me so. No, sirrah, said Nigel, talk on, for I well know you would say and suffer more under pretence of holding your peace than when you get an unbridled license. How is it then, what have you to say against Master Heriot? It seems more than probable that in permitting this license, the young lord hoped his attendant would stumble upon the subject of the young lady who had appeared at prayers in a manner so mysterious. But whether this was the case, or whether he merely desired that Monoples should utter in a subdued and undertone of voice those spirits which might otherwise have vented themselves in obstreperous song, it is certain he permitted his attendant to proceed with his story in his own way. And therefore, said the orator, availing himself of his immunity, I would like to ken what sort of carl this Maester Heriot is. He hath supplied your lordship with wealth of gold, as I can understand, and if he has, I make it for certain, he hath had his ain end in it, according to the fashion of the world. Now had your lordship your own good lands at your guiding, doubtless, this person, with most of his craft goldsmiths, they call themselves, I say, usuraswad, be glad to exchange so many pounds of African dust by whilk, I understand, gold, against so many fair acres, and hundreds of acres of broad Scottish land. But you know I have no land, said the young lord, at least none, that can be affected by any debt, which I can at present become obliged, for I think you need not have reminded me of that. True, my lord, most true, and as your lordship says, open to the meanest capacity, without any unnecessary expositions. Now therefore, my lord, unless Maester George Heriot has something mair to allege as a motive for his liberality vera, different from the possession of your estate, and moreover, as he could gain little by the capture of your body, wherefore should it not be your soul that he is in pursuit of? My soul, you rascal, said the young lord, what good should my soul do him? What do I ken about that, said Monoples, they go about roaring, and seeking whom they may devour, doubtless they like the food that they rage so much about, and, my lord, they say, added Monoples, drawing up still closer to his master's side, they say that Master Harriet has one spirit in his house already." "How or what do you mean?" said Nigel. "I will break your head, you drunken knave, if you palter with me any longer." "Drunken," answered his trusty adherent, "and is this the story we? How could I but drink your lordship's health on my bare knees, when Master Jenkin began it to mehang them, that would not I would have cut the impudent knave's hams with my broadsword that should make scruple of it, and so have made him kneel, when he should have found it difficult to rise again. But touching the spirit, he proceeded, finding that his master made no answer to his valorous tirade. Your lordship has seen her with your own eyes." "I saw no spirit," said Glenvarloch, but yet breathing thick, as one who expects some singular disclosure. "What mean you by a spirit?" "You saw a young lady come in to prayers, that spoke not a word to anyone, only made becks and bows to the old gentleman and lady of the housecan. Ye wa she is." "No, indeed," answered Nigel. "Some relation of the family, I suppose." "Deal a bit," answered Monoples hastily. "Not a blood-drop's kin to them, if she had a drop of blood in her body, I tell you. But what all human beings allege to be truth, that swell within hue and cry of Lombard Street, that lady or queen, or whatever you choose to call her, has been dead in the body these many a year, though she haunts them, as we have seen even at their very devotions." "You will allow her to be a good spirit, at least," said Nigel Oliphant, "since she chooses such a time to visit her friends." "For that I kenna, my lord," answered the superstitious follower. "I ken no spirit that would have faced the right-down hammer-blow of Mess John Knox, whom my father stood by in his very worst days, baiting a chance time, when the court which my father supplied with butcher-meat was against him. But yon divine has another airt from powerful Master Rowlock, and Mess David Black of North Leith, and sick like a lackaday, wa can ken, if it please your lordship, whether sick prayers as the Southron read out of their old blethering black messbook, there may not be as powerful to invite fiends as a right red-hit prayer warm fraw. The heart may be powerful to drive them away, even as the evil spirit was driven by he smell of the fish's liver from the bridal chamber of Sarah, the daughter of Ragal. As to Wilk's story, nevertheless, I make scruple to say whether it be truth or not. Better men than I am having doubted on that matter." Well, said his master impatiently, "we are now near home, and I have permitted you to speak of this matter for once, that we may have an end to your prying folly, and your idiotical superstitions for ever. For whom do you, or your absurd authors or informers, take this lady?" "I can say nothing precisely as to that," answered Monoples. "Certain it is her body died, and was laid in the grave many a day since, notwithstanding she still wanders on earth, and chiefly amongst Maester Harriet's family, though she hath been seen in other places by them that well knew her. But who she is, I will not warrant to say, or how. She becomes attached like a Highland brownie to some peculiar family. They say she has a row of apartments of her own, anteroom, parlour, and bedroom, but deal a bed she sleeps in but her own coffin, and the walls, doors, and windows are so chinked up as to prevent the least blink of daylight from entering, and then she dwells by torchlight." "To what purpose, if she be a spirit?" said Nigel Oliphant. "How can I tell, your lordship?" answered his attendant. "I thank God I know nothing of her likings, or mislikingsonly her coffin is there, and I leave your lordship to guess what a live person has to do with a coffin, as little as a ghost with a lantern, I trow." "What reason," repeated Nigel, "can a creature so young and so beautiful have already habitually to contemplate her bed of last long rest?" "In troth, I kenna, my lord," answered Monoples, "but there is the coffin as they told me who have seen it. It is made of hebonwood with silver nails, and lined all through with threefold damask, might serve a princess to rest in." "Singular," said Nigel, whose brain, like that of most active young spirits, was easily caught by the singular. "And the romantic, does she not eat with the family?" "Who she?" exclaimed Monoples, as if surprised at the question. "They would need a lang spoon would sup with her, I trow, always. There is something put for her into the tower, as they call it whilk, is a wigmaleery of a whirling box, that turns round half on the tea side, o' the wa half on the t'other." "I have seen the contrivance in foreign nunneries," said the Lord of Glenvarloch. "And is it thus she receives her food?" "They tell me something is put in ilka day, for fashion's sake," replied the attendant, "but it's no to be supposed she would consume it ony mair than the images of Bel, and the dragon consumed the dainty vivers that were placed before them. There are stout yeomen and chamberqueans in the house, eno to play the part of Lickatupa, as well as the 70 priests of Bel, besides their wives and children. And she is never seen in the family, but when the hour of prayer arrives, said the master. Never that I hear of, replied the servant. It is singular, said Nigel Oliphant, musing, were it not for the ornaments which she wears, and still more for her attendance upon the service of the Protestant Church, I should know what to think, and should believe her either a Catholic vaterse, who for some cogent reason was allowed to make her cell here in London, or some unhappy popish devotee, who was in the course of undergoing a dreadful penance, as it is I know not what to deem of it. His reverie was interrupted by the link-boy knocking at the door of honest John Christie, whose wife came forth with quips and becks, and wreathed smiles, to welcome her honoured guest on his return to his apartment. Chapter 8. I mark the matron Welland laugh, not Harry, at her old steeply hat and velvet guard. I've called her like the ear of Dionysius. I mean that ear-formed vault built o'er his dungeon, to catch the groans and discontented murmurs of his poor bondsmen. Even so doth Martha drink up for her own purpose all that passes, or is supposed to pass, in this wide city. She can retail it too, if that her profit shall call on her to do so, and retail it for your advantage, so that you can make your profit jump with hers. The conspiracy. We must now introduce to the reader's acquaintance another character busy and important far beyond her ostensible situation in society, in a word, Dame Ursula Suddlechop, wife of Benjamin Suddlechop, the most renowned barber in all Fleet Street. This dame had her own particular merits, the principal part of which was, if her own report could be trusted, an infinite desire to be of service to her fellow creatures, leaving to her thin half-starved partner the boast of having the most dexterous snap with his fingers of any shaver in London, and the care of a shop where starved apprentices flayed the faces of those who were boobies enough to trust them. The dame drove a separate and more lucrative trade, which yet had so many odd turns and windings that it seemed in many respects to contradict itself. Its highest and most important duties were of a very secret and confidential nature, and Dame Ursula Suddlechop was never known to betray any transaction entrusted to her unless she had either been indifferently paid for her service, or that someone found it convenient to give her a double douceur to make her disgorge the secret, and these contingencies happened in so few cases that her character for trustiness remained as unimpeached as that for honesty and benevolence. In fact, she was a most admirable matron, and could be useful to the impassioned and the frail in the rise, progress, and consequences of their passion. She could contrive an interview for lovers who could show proper reasons for meeting privately. She could relieve the frail fair one of the burden of a guilty passion, and perhaps establish the hopeful offspring of unlicensed love as the heir of some family whose love was lawful. But where an heir had not followed the union, more than this she could do, and had been concerned in deeper and dearer secrets. She had been a pupil of Mrs. Turner, and learned from her the secret of making the yellow starch, and it may be 2 or 3 other secrets of more consequence, though perhaps none that went to the criminal extent of those whereof her mistress was accused, but all that was deep and dark in her real character was covered by the show of outward mirth and good humour, the hearty laugh and buxom jest, with which the dame knew well how to conciliate the elder part of her neighbours, and the many petty arts by which she could recommend herself to the younger, those especially of her own sex. Dame Ursula was in appearance scarce past 40, and her full, but not overgrown form, and still comely features, although her person was plumped out, and her face, somewhat coloured by good cheer, had a joyous expression of gaiety and good humour, which set off the remains of beauty in the wane marriages, births, and christenings, were seldom thought to be performed with sufficient ceremony for a considerable distance round her abode. Unless Dame Ursula, as they called her, was present, she could contrive all sorts of pastimes, games, and jests, which might amuse the large companies which the hospitality of our ancestors assembled together on such occasions, so that her presence was literally considered as indispensable in the families of all citizens of ordinary rank at such joyous periods, So much also was she supposed to know of life and its labyrinths, that she was the willing confidant of half the loving couples in the vicinity, most of whom used to communicate their secrets to, and receive their counsel from Dame Ursula. The rich rewarded her services with rings, oches, or gold pieces, which she liked still better, and she very generously gave her assistance to the poor on the same mixed principles as young practitioners in medicine assist them, partly from compassion and partly to keep her hand in use. Dame Ursula's reputation in the city was the greater that her practice had extended beyond Temple Bar, and that she had acquaintances, nay patrons and patronesses, among the quality whose rank as their members were much fewer, and the prospect of approaching the courtly sphere, much more difficult, bore a degree of consequence unknown to the present day, when the toe of the citizen presses so close on the courtier's heel. Dame Ursula maintained her intercourse with this superior rank of customers partly by driving a small trade in perfumes, essences, pomades, headgears from France, dishes or ornaments from China, then already beginning to be fashionable, not to mention drugs of various descriptions, chiefly for the use of the ladies, and partly by other services more or less connected with the esoteric branches of her profession heretofore alluded to. Possessing such and so many various modes of thriving, Dame Ursula was nevertheless so poor that she might probably have mended her own circumstances as well as her husband's, if she had renounced them all, and set herself quietly down to the care of her own household and to assist Benjamin in the concerns of his trade. But Ursula was luxurious and genial in her habits, and could no more have endured the stinted economy of Benjamin's board than she could have reconciled herself to the bald chat of his conversation. It was on the evening of the day on which Lord Nigel Oliphant dined with the wealthy goldsmith that we must introduce Ursula Suddlechop upon the stage. She had that morning made a long tour to Westminster, was fatigued, and had assumed a certain large elbow chair rendered smooth by frequent use, placed on one side of her chimney, in which there was lit a small but bright fire. Here she observed, betwixt sleeping and waking, the simmering of a pot of well-spiced ale on the brown surface, of which bobbed a small crab-apple sufficiently roasted, while a mulatto girl watched still more attentively the process of dressing a veal sweetbread in a silver stewpan, which occupied the other side of the chimney. With these viands doubtless Dame Ursula proposed concluding the well-spent day, of which she reckoned the labor over, and the rest at her own command. She was deceived, however, for just as the ale, or to speak technically, the lambswool, was fitted for drinking, and the little dingy maiden intimated that the sweetbread was ready to be eaten, the thin, cracked voice of Benjamin was heard from the bottom of the stairs. "Why, Dame Ursula, we wife, I say we dame, we love you, are wanted more than a strop for a blunt razor, we dame. I would someone would draw a razor across thy windpipe, thou bawling ass," said the dame to herself in the first moment of irritation against her clamorous helpmate, and then called aloud, "Why, what is the matter, Master Suddlechop? I am just going to slip into bed. I have been daggled to and fro the whole day." "Nay, sweetheart, it is not me," said the patient Benjamin, "but the Scots laundry-maid from neighbor Ramsay's, who must speak with you incontinent." At the word sweetheart, Dame Ursula cast a wistful look at the mess, which was stewed to a second in the stewpan, and then replied with a sigh, "Bid Scots Jenny come up, Master Suddlechop. I shall be very happy to hear what she has to say." Then added in a lower tone, "And I hope she will go to the devil in the flame of a tar-barrel, like many a Scots witch before her." The Scots laundress entered accordingly, and having heard nothing of the last kind wish of Dame Suddlechop, made her reverence with considerable respect, and said her young mistress had returned home unwell, and wished to see her neighbor Dame Ursula directly. "And why will it not do tomorrow, Jenny, my good woman?" said Dame Ursula, "for I have been as far as Whitehall today already, and I am well nigh worn off my feet, my good woman." "I will," answered Jenny with great composure, "and if that sae be sae, I maun take the langer tramp mysel, and maun gie down the waterside for old Mother Redcap at the Hungerford stairs, that deals in comforting young creatures e'en as you do yoursel, hinny, for ane o' ye, the bairn maun see before she sleeps, and that's a' that I ken on't." So saying, the old emissary, without farther entreaty, turned on her heel, and was about to retreat, when Dame Ursula exclaimed, "No, Noif, the sweet child your mistress has any necessary occasion for good advice and kind tendance, you need not go to Mother Redcap, Janet. She may do very well for skippers' wives, chandlers' daughters, and such like, but nobody shall wait on pretty Mistress Margaret, the daughter of his most sacred Majesty's horologer, excepting and saving myself. And so I will but take my choppins and my cloak, and put on my muffler, and cross the street to neighbor Ramsay's in an instant. But tell me yourself, good Jenny, are you not something tired of your young lady's frolics, and change of mind 20 times a day? In troth not, I said the patient drudge, unless it may be when she is a wee fascious about washing her laces, but I have been her keeper since she was a bairn neighbor Suddlechop, and that makes a difference. I said Dame Ursly, still busied putting on additional defences against the night air, and you know for certain that she has £200 a year in good land at her own free disposal. Left by her grandmother, heaven rest her soul, said the Scotswoman, and to a daintier lassie she could not have bequeathed it. Very true, mistress, for with all her little whims, I have always said Mistress Margaret Ramsay was the prettiest girl in the ward, and Jenny, I warrant the poor child, has had no supper. Jenny could not say, but it was the case for her master being out. The twa prentice lads had gone out after shutting shop to fetch them home, and she and the other maid had gone out to Sandy Mac Givens to see a friend frae Scotland. As was very natural, Mrs. Janet, said Dame Ursly, who found her interest in assenting to all sorts of propositions from all sorts of persons. And so the fire went out too, said Jenny. Which was the most natural of the whole, said Dame Suddlechop. And so, to cut the matter short, Jenny, ill carry over the little bit of supper that I was going to eat for dinner. I have tasted none, and it may be my young pretty Mistress Margaret will eat a morsel with me, for it is mere emptiness, Mistress Jenny, that often puts these fancies of illness into young folks' heads. So saying, she put the silver posset cup with the ale into Jenny's hands, and assuming her mantle, with the alacrity of one determined to sacrifice inclination to duty, she hid the stewpan under its folds, and commanded Wilsa, the little mulatto girl, to light them across the street. Whither away so late, said the barber, whom they passed seated with his starveling boys round a mess of stockfish and parsnips in the shop below. If I were to tell you, gaffer, said the dame with most contemptuous coolness, I do not think you could do my errand, so I will e'en keep it to myself. Benjamin was too much accustomed to his wife's independent mode of conduct to pursue his inquiry farther, nor did the dame tarry for farther question, but marched out at the door, telling the eldest of the boys to sit up till her return and look to the house the whilst. The night was dark and rainy, and although the distance betwixt the two shops was short, it allowed Dame Ursly leisure enough, while she strode along with high-tucked petticoats, to embitter it by the following grumbling reflections. I wonder what I have done that I must needs trudge at every old beldam's bidding, and every young minx's maggot. I have been marched from Temple Bar to Whitecapel on the matter of a pinmaker's wife, having pricked her fingersmary her husband, that made the weapon might have salved the wound. And here is this fantastic ape, pretty Mistress Margaret, forsooth such a beauty as I could make of a Dutch doll, and as fantastic and humorous and conceited as if she were a duchess. I have seen her in the same day as changeful as a marmoset, and as stubborn as a mule. I should like to know whether her little conceited noddle or her father's old crazy, calculating jolterpate breeds most whimsies. But then there's that £200 a year in dirty land, and the father is held a close chuff, though a fanciful is our landlord besides, and she has begged a late day from him for our rent, so God help me, I must be comfortable. Besides, the little capricious devil is my only key to get at Master George Heriot's secret, and it concerns my character to find that out, and so endiamos, as the lingua franca hath it. Thus pondering, she moved forward with hasty strides until she arrived at the watchmaker's habitation. The attendant admitted them by means of a passkey. Onward glided Dame Ursula, now in glimmer, and now in gloom, not like the lovely Lady Christabel, through Gothic sculpture and ancient armor, but creeping and stumbling amongst relics of old machines and models of new inventions in various branches of mechanics, with which wrecks of useless ingenuity, either in a broken or half-finished shape. The apartment of the fanciful, though ingenious mechanist, was continually lumbered. At length they attained by a very narrow staircase pretty Mistress Margaret's apartment, where she, the cynosure of the eyes of every bold young bachelor in Fleet Street, sat in a posture which hovered between the discontented and the disconsolate, for her pretty back and shoulders were rounded into a curve, her round and dimpled chin reposed in the hollow of her little palm, while the fingers were folded over her mouth, her elbow rested on a table, and her eyes seemed fixed upon the dying charcoal, which was expiring in a small grate. She scarce turned her head when Dame Ursula entered, and when the presence of that estimable matron was more precisely announced in words by the old Scotswoman, Mistress Margaret, without changing her posture, muttered some sort of answer that was wholly unintelligible. "Go your ways down to the kitchen with Wilsa, good mistress," Jenny said. Dame Ursula, who was used to all sorts of freaks on the part of her patients or clients, whichever they might be termed, put the stewpan and the porringer by the fireside, and go down below. "I must speak to my pretty love, Mistress Margaret, by myself, and there is not a bachelor betwixt this and Bow but will envy me the privilege." The attendants retired as directed, and Dame Ursula, having availed herself of the embers of charcoal to place her stewpan to the best advantage, drew herself as close as she could to her patient, and began, in a low, soothing, and confidential tone of voice, to inquire what ailed her pretty flower of neighbors. "Nothing, dame," said Margaret somewhat pettishly, and changing her posture so as rather to turn her back upon the kind inquirer. "Nothing, ladybird," answered Dame Subtlechop, "and do you use to send for your friends out of bed at this hour for nothing?" "It was not I who sent for you, dame," replied the malcontent maiden. "And who was it then?" said Ursula, "for if I had not been sent for, I had not been here at this time of night, I promise you." "It was the old Scotch fool Jenny, who did it out of her own head, I suppose," said Margaret, "for she has been stunning me these 2 hours about you and Mother Redcap." "Me and Mother Redcap," said Dame Ursula, "an old fool indeed that couples folk up. So but come, my sweet little neighbor Jenny is no such fool. After all she knows, young folks want more and better advice than her own. And she knows too where to find it for them, so you must take heart of grace, my pretty maiden, and tell me what you are moping about, and then let Dame Ursula alone for finding out a cure." "Nay, and ye be so wise, Mother Ursula," replied the girl, "you may guess what I ail without my telling you." "Aye, child," answered the complacent matron, "no one can play better than I at the good old game of what is my thought. Like now, ill warrant that little head of yours is running on a new head tire, a foot higher than those are city dames, where you are all for a trip to Islington, or where, and your father is cross, and will not consent to her. Or you are an old fool, Dame Subtlechop," said Margaret peevishly, "and must needs trouble yourself about matters you know nothing of." "Fool as much as you will, mistress," said Dame Ursula, offended in her turn, "but not so very many years older than yourself, mistress." "Oh, we are angry, are we?" said the beauty, "and pray, Madam Ursula, how come you, that are not so many years older than me, to talk about such nonsense to me, who am so many years younger, and who yet have too much sense to care about headgears and Islington?" Well, young mistress," said the sage counsellor, rising, "I perceive I can be of no use here, and methinks, since you know your own matters so much better than other people, you might dispense with disturbing folks at midnight to ask their advice." "Why now you are angry, mother," said Margaret, detaining her. "This comes of your coming out at eventide, without eating your supper. I never heard you utter a cross word, after you had finished your little morsel here. Janet, a trencher and salt for Dame Ursulande. What have you in that porringer?" "Dame filthy clammy ale, as I would live let Janet fling it out of the window, or keep it for my father's morning draught. And she shall bring you the pottle of sack that was set ready for him, good man. He will never find out the difference, for ale will wash down his dusty calculations quite as well as wine." "Truly, sweetheart, I am of your opinion," said Dame Ursula, whose temporary displeasure vanished at once before these preparations for good cheer. And so, settling herself on the great easy-chair with a three-legged table before her, she began to dispatch with good appetite the little delicate dish which she had prepared for herself. She did not, however, fail in the duties of civility, and earnestly, but in vain, pressed Mistress Margaret to partake her dainties. the damsel declined the invitation. "At least pledge me in a glass of sack," said Dame Ursula. "I have heard my grandame say that before the Gospellers came in the old Catholic father confessors, and their penitents always had a cup of sack together before confession, and you are my penitent." "I shall drink no sack, I am sure," said Margaret, "and I told you before that, if you cannot find out what ails me, I shall never have the heart to tell it." So saying, she turned away from Dame Ursula once more, and resumed her musing posture, with her hand on her elbow and her back, at least one shoulder, turned towards her confidant. "Nay then," said Dame Ursula, "I must exert my skill in good earnest. You must give me this pretty hand, and I will tell you by palmistry, as well as any gypsy of them, all what foot it is you halt upon." "As if I halted on any foot at all," said Margaret, something scornfully, but yielding her left hand to Ursula, and continuing at the same time her averted position. Original. "I see brave lines here," said Ursula, "and not ill to read neither pleasure and wealth, and merry nights, and late mornings to my beauty, and such an equipage as shall shake Whitehall. Oh, have I touched you therein? Smile, you now, my pretty one, for why should not he be Lord Mayor, and go to court in his gilded carrock, as others have done before him?" "Lord Mayor, pshaw," replied Margaret. "And why pshaw at my Lord Mayor, sweetheart? Or perhaps you pshaw at my prophecy, but there is a cross in every one's line of life, as well as in yours, darling, and what though I see a prentice's flat cap in this pretty palm, yet there is a sparking black eye under it, hath not its match in the ward of Farringdon without." "Whom do you mean, dame?" said Margaret coldly. "Whom should I mean," said Dame Ursula, "but the Prince of Prentices and King of good company, Jenkin Vincent." "Out woman Jenkin Vincenta, clowna cockney," exclaimed the indignant damsel. "I sets the wind in that quarter, beauty," quoth the dame. "Why, it has changed something since we spoke together last, for then I would have sworn it blew fairer for poor Gin Vin, and the poor lad dotes on you too, and would rather see your eyes than the first glimpse of the sun on the great holiday on Maid. I would my eyes had the power of the sun to blind his, then said Margaret, to teach the drudge his place." "Nay," said Dame Ursula, "there be some who say that Frank Tunstall is as proper a lad as Gin Vin, and of surety he is third cousin to a knighthood, and come of a good house, and so mayhap you may be for northward ho." "Maybe I may," answered Margaret, "but not with my father's prentice, thank you, Dame Ursula." "Nay then, the devil may guess your thoughts for me," said Dame Ursula. "This comes of trying to shoe a filly that is eternally wincing and shifting ground." "Hear me then," said Margaret, "and mind what I say. This day I dined abroad." "I can tell you where," answered her counsellor, "with your godfather, the rich goldsmith. You see, I know something. Nay, I could tell you as I would with whom too." "Indeed," said Margaret, turning suddenly round, with an accent of strong surprise, and colouring up to the eyes. "With old Sir Mungo Malagrother," said the oracular dame, "was trimmed in my Benjamin's shop in his way to the city." "Pshaw, the frightful old mouldy skeleton," said the damsel. "Indeed you say true, my dear," replied the confidant. "It is a shame to him to be out of St. Pancras charnel house, for I know no other place he is fit for the foul-mouthed old railer," he said to my husband. "Somewhat which signifies nothing to our purpose, I dare say," interrupted Margaret. "I must speak. Then there dined with us a nobleman." "A nobleman? The maiden's mad," said Dame Ursula. "There dined with us, I say," continued Margaret, without regarding the interruption, "a nobleman, a Scottish nobleman." "Now Our Lady keep her," said the confidant. "She is quite frantiched, ever any one of a watchmaker's daughter falling in love with a nobleman and a Scots nobleman, to make the matter complete, who are all as proud as Lucifer, and as poor as Job. A Scots nobleman, quotha! I had lief you told me of a Jew pedlar. I would have you think how all this is to end, pretty one, before you jump in the dark." "That is nothing to you, Ursulate, is your assistance," said Mistress Margaret, "and not your advice that I am desirous to have, and you know I can make it worth your while." "Oh, it is not for the sake of lucre, Mistress Margaret," answered the obliging dame, "but truly I would have you listen to some advice. Bethink you of your own condition. My father's calling is mechanical, said Margaret, but our blood is not so. I have heard my father say that we are descended at a distance, indeed, from the great Earls of Dalwalsey, footnote, the head of the ancient and distinguished house of Ramsay, and to whom as their chief the individuals of that name look, as their origin and source of gentry. Alan Ramsay, the pastoral poet, in the same manner makes Dalhousie of an old descent. My chief, my stoop, my ornament. Aye, said Dame Ursula, even so I never knew a Scot of you, but was descended, as ye call it, from some great house or other, and a piteous descent it often is, and, as for the distance you speak of, it is so great as to put you out of sight of each other. Yet do not toss your pretty head so scornfully, but tell me the name of this lordly northern gallant, and we will try what can be done in the matter. It is Lord Glenvarloch, whom they call Lord Nigel Oliphant, said Margaret in a low voice, and turning away to hide her blushes. Merry heaven forfend, exclaimed Dame Suddlechop, this is the very devil, and something worse. How mean you, said the damsel, surprised at the vivacity of her exclamation. Why know ye not, said the dame, what powerful enemies he has at court? Know ye not, but blisters on my tongue, it runs too fast for my whitenuff to say that you had better make your bridalbed under a falling house than think of young Glenvarloch. He is unfortunate, then, said Margaret. I knew it, I divined it. There was sorrow in his voice when he said even what was gay. There was a touch of misfortune in his melancholy smile. Had not thus clung to my thoughts, had I seen him in all the midday glare of prosperity. Romances have cracked her brain, said Dame Ursula. She is a castaway girl, utterly distraught, loves a Scots lord and likes him the better for being unfortunate. Well, mistress, I am sorry. This is a matter I cannot aid you in. It goes against my conscience, and it is an affair above my condition, and beyond my management, but I will keep your counsel. You will not be so base as to desert me after having drawn my secret from me, said Margaret indignantly. If you do, I know how to have my revenge, and if you do not, I will reward you well. Remember, the house your husband dwells in is my father's property. I remember it but too well, Mistress Margaret, said Ursula after a moment's reflection, and I would serve you in anything in my condition, but to meddle with such high matters I shall never forget. Poor Mistress Turner, my honoured patroness, peace be with her, had the luck to meddle in the matter of Somerset and Overbury, and so the great Earl and his lady slipped their necks out of the collar, and left her and some half-dozen others to suffer in their stead. I shall never forget the sight of her standing on the scaffold, with the ruff round her pretty neck, all done up with the yellow starch, which I had so often helped her to make, and that was so soon to give place to a rough hempen cord. Such a sight, sweetheart, will make one loath to meddle with matters that are too hot or heavy for their handling. Out, you fool, answered Mistress Margaret. Am I one to speak to you about such criminal practices as that wretch died? For all I desire of you is to get me precise knowledge of what affair brings this young nobleman to court. And when you have his secret, said Ursula, what will it avail you, sweetheart? And yet I would do your errand if you could do as much for me. And what is it you would have of me, said Mistress Margaret. What you have been angry with me for asking before, answered Dame Ursula. I want to have some light about the story of your godfather's ghost that is only seen at prayers. Not for the world, said Mistress Margaret, will I be a spy on my kind godfather's secrets. No, Ursula, that I will never pry into which he desires to keep hidden. But thou knowest that I have a fortune of my own, which must at no distant day come under my own management. Think of some other recompense. I that I well know, said the counsellorate, is that 200 per year, with your father's indulgence, that makes you so wilful, sweetheart. It may be so, said Margaret Ramsay. Meanwhile, do you serve me truly? And here is a ring of value in pledge, that when my fortune is in my own hand, I will redeem the token with 50 broad pieces of gold. 50 broad pieces of gold, repeated the dame, and this ring, which is a right fair one, in token you fail not of your word. Well, sweetheart, if I must put my throat in peril, I am sure I cannot risk it for a friend more generous than you, and I would not think of more than the pleasure of serving you. Only Benjamin gets more idle every day, and our family. Say no more of it, said Margaret. We understand each other, and now tell me what you know of this young man's affairs. which made you so unwilling to meddle with them? Of that I can say no great matter, as yet, answered Dame Ursula, only I know the most powerful among his own countrymen are against him, and also the most powerful at the court here, but I will learn more of it, for it will be a dim print, that I will not read for your sake, pretty Mistress Margaret, know you where this gallant dwells. I heard by accident, said Margaret, as if ashamed of the minute particularity of her memory upon such an occasion. Lodges, I think, at one Christosif, I mistake note at Paul's Wharf a ship chandler's. A proper lodging for a young Barronwell, but cheer you up, Mistress Margaret, if he has come up a caterpillar like some of his countrymen, he may cast his slough like them, and come out a butterfly. So I drink good night and sweet dreams to you in another parting cup of sack, and you shall hear tidings of me within 24 hours. And once more I commend you to your pillow, my pearl of pearls and Marguerite of Marguerites. So saying, she kissed the reluctant cheek of her young friend or patroness, and took her departure with the light and stealthy pace of one accustomed to accommodate her footsteps to the purposes of dispatch and secrecy. Margaret Ramsay looked after her for some time in anxious silence. I did ill, she at length murmured, to let her wring this out of me, but she is artful, bold, and serviceable, and, I think, faithfuler, if not she will be true at least to her interest, and that I can command. I would I had not spoken, however. I have begun a hopeless work, for what has he said to me, to warrant my meddling in his fortunes? Nothing but words of the most ordinary import, mere table talk, and terms of course. Yet who knows, said, and then broke off, looking at the glass, the while which, as it reflected back a face of great beauty, probably suggested to her mind a more favorable conclusion of the sentence than she cared to trust her tongue withal. Chapter 9. So pitiful a thing is suitor's state, most miserable man, whom wicked fate hath brought to court to sue for, had I wist, that few have found, and many a one hath missed. Full little knowest thou that hast not tried what hell it is in suing long to bide, to lose good days that might be better spent, to waste long nights in pensive discontent, to speed today to be put back tomorrow, to feed on hope, to pine with fear and sorrow, to have thy prince's grace, yet want her peers, to have thy asking, yet wait many years, to fret thy soul with crosses and with cares, to eat thy heart through comfortless despairs, to fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run, to spend, to give, to want, to be undone. Mother Hubbard's Tale. On the morning of the day on which George Heriot had prepared to escort the young Lord of Glenvarloch to the court at Whitehall, it may be reasonably supposed that the young man, whose fortunes were likely to depend on this cast, felt himself more than usually anxious. He rose early, made his toilette with uncommon care, and being enabled by the generosity of his more plebeian countrymen to set out a very handsome person to the best advantage, he obtained a momentary approbation from himself as he glanced at the mirror, and a loud and distinct plaudit from his landlady, who declared at once that, in her judgment, he would take the wind out of the sail of every gallant in the presidency, so much had she been able to enrich her discourse with the metaphors of those with whom her husband dealt. At the appointed hour, the barge of Master George Heriot arrived, handsomely manned, and appointed, having a tilt with his own cipher, and the arms of his company painted thereupon. The young Lord of Glenvarloch received the friend who had evinced such disinterested attachment with the kind courtesy which well became him. Master Heriot then made him acquainted with the bounty of his sovereign, which he paid over to his young friend, declining what he had himself formerly advanced to him. Nigel felt all the gratitude which the citizen's disinterested friendship had deserved, and was not wanting in expressing it suitably. Yet as the young and high-born nobleman embarked to go to the presence of his prince, under the patronage of one whose best or most distinguished qualification was his being an eminent member of the Goldsmiths' Incorporation, he felt a little surprised, if not abashed, at his own situation. And Richie Monoples, as he stepped over the gangway to take his place forward in the boat, could not help muttering, it was a changed day betwixt Master Heriot and his honest father in the creamus, but doubtless There was a difference between clinking on gold and silver and clattering upon pewter. On they glided by the assistance of the oars of 4 stout watermen along the Thames, which then served for the principal highroad betwixt London and Westminster, for few ventured on horseback through the narrow and crowded streets of the city in coaches, were then a luxury reserved only for the higher nobility, and to which no citizen whatever was his wealth presumed to aspire. The beauty of the banks, especially on the northern side, where the gardens of the nobility descended from their hotels, many places down to the water's edge, was pointed out to Nigel by his kind conductor, and was pointed out in vain. The mind of the young Lord of Glenvarloch was filled with anticipations not the most pleasant concerning the manner in which he was likely to be received by that monarch in whose behalf his family had been nearly reduced to ruin, and he was with the usual mental anxiety of those in such a situation, framing imaginary questions from the king, and overtoiling his spirit in devising answers to them. His conductor saw the labor of Nigel's mind, and avoided increasing it by farther conversation, so that when he had explained to him, briefly, the ceremonies observed at court on such occasions of presentation, the rest of their voyage was performed in silence. They landed at Whitehall Stairs and entered the palace, after announcing their names to the guards, paying to Lord Glenvarloch the respect and honours due to his rank. The young man's heart beat high and thick within him as he came into the royal apartments, his education abroad conducted as it had been on a narrow and limited scale had given him but imperfect ideas of the grandeur of a court and the philosophical reflections which taught him to set ceremonial and exterior splendor at defiance proved like other maxims of mere philosophy, ineffectual at the moment they were weighed against the impression naturally made on the mind of an inexperienced youth by the unusual magnificence of the scene, the splendid apartments through which they passed, the rich apparel of the groom's guards, and apartments had something in it trifling and commonplace, as it might appear to practiced courtiers embarrassing and even alarming to one who went through these forms for the first time and who was doubtful what sort of reception was to accompany his first appearance before his sovereign. Harriet, in anxious attention to save his young friend from any momentary awkwardness, had taken care to give the necessary password to the warders, grooms of the chamber's ushers, or by whatever name they were designated, so they passed on without interruption. In this manner they passed several anterooms filled chiefly with guards, attendants of the court, and their acquaintances, male and female, who dressed in their best apparel, and with eyes rounded by eager curiosity to make the most of their opportunity, stood with beseeming modesty ranked against the wall, in a manner which indicated that they were spectators, not performers, in the courtly exhibition. Through these exterior apartments, Lord Glenvarloch and his city friend advanced into a large and splendid withdrawing-room, communicating with the presence chamber, into which anteroom were admitted those only who from birth their posts in the state or household, or by the particular grant of the kings, had right to attend the court, as men entitled to pay their respects to their sovereign. Amid this favoured and selected company, Nigel observed Sir Mungo Malagrother, who avoided and discountenanced by those who knew how low he stood in court interest and favour, was but too happy in the opportunity of hooking himself upon a person of Lord Glenvarloch's rank, who was as yet so inexperienced as to feel it difficult to shake off an intruder. The knight forthwith framed his grim features to a ghastly smile, and after a preliminary and patronizing nod to George Heriot, accompanied with an aristocratic wave of the hand, which intimated at once superiority and protection, he laid aside altogether the honest citizen to whom he owed many a dinner to attach himself exclusively to the young lord, although he suspected he might be occasionally in the predicament of needing one as much as himself, and even the notice of this original singular and unamiable, as he was not entirely indifferent to Lord Glenvarloch, since the absolute and somewhat constrained silence of his good friend Heriot, which left him at liberty to retire painfully to his own agitating reflections, was now relieved, while on the other hand he could not help feeling interest in the sharp and sarcastic information poured upon him by an observant though discontented courtier to whom a patient auditor, and he a man of title and rank, was as much a prize as his acute and communicative disposition rendered him an entertaining companion to Nigel Oliphant Harriet, in the meantime neglected by Sir Mungo, and avoiding every attempt by which the grateful politeness of Lord Glenvarloch strove to bring him into the conversation, stood by with a kind of half-smile on his countenance, but whether excited by Sir Mungo's wit or arising at his expense did not exactly appear. In the meantime the trio occupied a nook of the anteroom next to the door of the presence-chamber, which was not yet thrown open when Maxwell, with his rod of office, came bustling into the apartment, where most men, excepting those of high rank, made way for him. He stopped beside the party in which we are interested, looked for a moment at the young Scots nobleman, then made a slight obeisance to Harriet, and lastly, addressing Sir Mungo Malgrother, began a hurried complaint to him of the misbehaviour of the gentlemen pensioners and warders, who suffered all sort of citizens, suitors and scriveners to sneak into the outer apartments without either respect or decency. The English, he said, were scandalized, for such a thing durst not be attempted in the Queen's days. In her time there was then the courtyard for the mobility, and the apartments for the nobility, and it reflects on your place, Sir Mungo, he added, belonging to the household, as you do, that such things should not be better ordered. Here Sir Mungo, afflicted, as was frequently the case on such occasions, with one of his usual fits of deafness, answered, it was no wonder the mobility used freedoms when those whom they saw in office were so little better in blood and havings than themselves. You are right, sir, quite right, said Maxwell, putting his hand on the tarnished embroidery on the old knight's sleeve. Such fellows see men in office dressed in cast-off suits like paltry stage players. It is no wonder the court is thronged with intruders. Were you lauding the taste of my embroidery, Maester Maxwell? Answered the knight, who apparently interpreted the deputy chamberlain's meaning rather from his action than his words. It is of an ancient and liberal pattern, having been made by your mother's father, old James Stichel, a master fashioner of honest repute in Merlin's Wynd, whom I made a point to employ, as I am now happy to remember seeing your father thought fit to intermarry with a person's daughter. Maxwell looked stern, but conscious there was nothing to be got of Sir Mungo in the way of amends, and that prosecuting the quarrel with such an adversary would only render him ridiculous and make public a misalliance, of which he had no reason to be proud. He covered his resentment with a sneer, and expressing his regret that Sir Mungo was become too deaf to understand or attend to what was said to him, walked on, and planted himself beside the folding doors of the presence-chamber, at which he was to perform the duty of deputy chamberlain or usher so soon as they should be opened. The door of the presence is about to open, said the goldsmith in a whisper to his young friend. My condition permits me to go no farther with you. Fail not to present yourself boldly according to your birth, and offer your supplication, which the king will not refuse to accept, and as I hope to consider favorably. As he spoke, the door of the presence-chamber opened accordingly, and as is usual on such occasions, the courtiers began to advance towards it, and to enter in a slow but continuous and uninterrupted stream. As Nigel presented himself in his turn at the entrance, and mentioned his name and title, Maxwell seemed to hesitate. You are not known to anyone, he said. It is my duty to suffer no one to pass to the presence, my lord, whose face is unknown to me, unless upon the word of a responsible person. I came with Master George Harriet, said Nigel, in some embarrassment at this unexpected interruption. Master Harriet's name will pass current for much gold and silver, my lord, replied Maxwell with a civil sneer, but not for birth and rank. I am compelled by my office to be peremptory. The entrance is impeded. I am much concerned to say, your lordship must stand back. What is the matter? Said an old Scottish nobleman who had been speaking with George Harriet after he had separated from Nigel, and who now came forward, observing the altercation betwixt the latter and Maxwell. It is only Master Deputy Chamberlain Maxwell, said Sir Mungo Malgrother, expressing his joy to see Lord Glenvarloch at court, whose father gave him his office. At least, I think he is speaking to that purport, for your lordship kens my imperfection. A subdued laugh, such as the situation permitted, passed round amongst those who heard this specimen of Sir Mungo's sarcastic temper, but the old nobleman stepped still more forward, saying, "What son of my gallant old opponent Archted Oliphant, I will introduce him to the presence myself." So saying, he took Nigel by the arm without farther ceremony, and was about to lead him forward, when Maxwell, still keeping his rod across the door, said, but with hesitation and embarrassment, "My lord, this gentleman is not known, and I have orders to be scrupulous." "Tut-tut, man," said the old lord, "I will be answerable. He is his father's son, from the cut of his eyebrow, and thou, Maxwell, knewest his father well enough to have spared thy scruples. Let us pass, man." So saying, he put aside the deputy chamberlain's rod, and entered the presence room, still holding the young nobleman by the arm. "Why, I must know you, man," he said. "I must know you. I knew your father well, man, and I have broke a lance and crossed a blade with him, and it is to my credit that I am living to brag of it. He was kingsman, and I was queensman during the Douglas wars, young fellows both that feared neither fire nor steel, and we had some old feudal quarrels besides that had come down from father to son, with our seal rings, two-high-rided broadswords and plate coats, and the crests on our burgonets." "Too loud, my lord of Huntingdon," whispered a gentleman of the chamber, "the king." The old earl, for such he proved, took the hint, and was silent, and James, advancing from a side door, received in succession the compliments of strangers, while a little group of favorite courtiers or officers of the household stood around him, to whom he addressed himself from time to time. Some more pains had been bestowed on his toilette than upon the occasion when we first presented the monarch to our readers, but there was a natural awkwardness about his figure which prevented his clothes from sitting handsomely, and the prudence or timidity of his disposition had made him adopt the custom already noticed of wearing a dress so thickly quilted as might withstand the stroke of a dagger, which added an ungainly stiffness to his whole appearance, contrasting oddly with the frivolous, ungraceful, and fidgeting motions with which he accompanied his conversation. And yet, though the king's deportment was very undignified, he had a manner so kind, familiar, and good-humored, was so little apt to veil over or conceal his own foibles, and had so much indulgence and sympathy for those of others, that his address, joined to his learning, and a certain proportion of shrewd mother-wit, failed not to make a favorable impression on those who approached his person. When the Earl of Huntingdon had presented Nigel to his sovereign, a ceremony which the good peer took upon himself, the king received the young lord very graciously, and observed to his introducer that he was fain to see them twa stand side by side, "For I trow, my Lord Huntingdon," continued he, "your ancestors, aye, and e'en your lordship's self, and this lad's father, have stood front to front at the sword's point, and that is a worse posture. Until your majesty," said Lord Huntingdon, "made Lord Archted, and me cross palms upon the memorable day when your majesty feasted all the nobles that were at feud together, and made them join hands in your presence." "I mind it weel," said the king, "I mind it weel. It was a blessed day, being the 19th of September of all days in the year, and it was a blithe sport to see how some of the carles gurned as they clapped loofs together. By my soul, I thought some of them mair special. The Hieland chiels wad have broken out in our own presence, but we caused them to march hand in hand to the cross ourselves, leading the way, and there drink a blithe cup of kindness with ilk other to the stanching of feud and perpetuation of amity. Old John Anderson was provost, that yearth Carl grat for joy, and the bailies and councillors danced bareheaded in our presence, like 5-year-old colts, for very triumph. It was indeed a happy day, said Lord Huntingdon, and will not be forgotten in the history of your majesty's reign. I would not that it were, my lord, replied the monarch. I would not that it were pretermitted in our annals. I ibd pacifici. My English lieges here may weel make much of me, for I would have them to know they have got the only peaceable man that ever came of my family. If James with the fiery face had come amongst you, he said, looking round him, or my great-grandsire of Flodden memory, we should have sent him back to the north again, whispered one English nobleman. At least, said another, in the same inaudible tone, we should have had a man to our sovereign, though he were but a Scotsman. And now, my young Springald, said the king to Lord Glenvarloch, where have you been spending your calf-time? At Leyden of late, may it please your majesty, answered Lord Nigel. Aha, a scholar, said the king, and by my soul a modest and ingenuous youth, that hath not forgotten how to blush, like most of our travelled messieurs, we will treat him conformably." Then drawing himself up, coughing slightly, and looking around him with the conscious importance of superior learning, while all the courtiers who understood or understood not Latin pressed eagerly forward to listen, the sapient monarch prosecuted his inquiries as follows. Hem salve bisquatuc, salve Glenvarlochets, noster nuperumni, oblug Juno, batavorum Britannium rediesti. The young nobleman replied, bowing low. Imo rex Augustus ambienium fear, apud lugjunenses moratus sum. James proceeded. Biennium dicis, beni optum factum, est non uno diquad dicintintelligisti, domen Glenvarlochiensis, aha. Nigel replied by a reverent bow, and the king, turning to those behind him, said, Adolescens quidem ingenui vultus ingenuique pudoris, then resumed his learned queries, et quid hodi lugjunenses loquenter vasius vester nilni novi scripsit nil cert quad, dolio types recenter editit. Valet quidem vasius rex, benevol, replied Nigel, ast senex veneratissimus annum agit nifaller septuagesimum. Verum mehical vix, tam grandivum creditorem, replied the monarch, et vorstius isterminii improbi successor, ec ac sectator hierosni, ad hoc ut, cum homero loquor zeus esti, kai epithoni durkov text in Greek. Nigel, by good fortune, remembered that Vorstius, the divine last mentioned in His Majesty's queries about the state of Dutch literature, had been engaged in a personal controversy with James, in which the king had taken so deep an interest as at length to hint in his public correspondence with the United States that they would do well to apply the secular arm to stop the progress of heresy by violent measures against the professor's persona demand, which their mightinesses principles of universal toleration induced them to elude, though with some difficulty. Knowing all this, Lord Glenvarloch, though a courtier of only 5 minutes' standing, had address enough to reply. Vivum quidem haud diu est hominum videbumviger, autem quis dicet qui sub fulminibus eloquentiae, tui rex magni, jamjudum pronus jacet et prostratus. Footnote: lest any lady or gentleman should suspect there is aught of mystery concealed under the sentences printed in italics, they will be pleased to understand that they contain only a few commonplace Latin phrases relating to the state of letters in Holland, which neither deserve nor would endure a literal translation. This last tribute to his polemical powers completed James' happiness, which the triumph of exhibiting his erudition had already raised to a considerable height. He rubbed his hands, snapped his fingers, fidgeted, chuckled, exclaimed huge bel optime, and turning to the bishops of Exeter and Oxford, who stood behind him, he said, Ye see, my lords, no bad specimen of our Scottish Latinity, with which language we would all, our subjects of England, were as well imbued as this and other youths of honourable birth in our old kingdom. Also we keep the genuine and Roman pronunciation, like other learned nations, on the continent SAE, that we hold communing with any scholar in the universe who can but speak the Latin tongue, whereas ye, our learned subjects of England, have introduced into your universities otherwise most learned a fashion of pronouncing like unto the nippet foot and clippet foot of the bride, in the fairy tale wilk manner of speech. Take it not amiss that I be round with you can be understood by no nation on earth saving yourselves, whereby Latin quod Anglos ceaseth, to be communis lingua the general dragoman or interpreter between all the wise men of the earth. The Bishop of Exeter bowed, as in acquiescence to the royal censure, but he of Oxford stood upright as mindful over what subjects his see extended, and as being equally willing to become food for faggots in defense of the Latinity of the university, as for any article of his religious creed. The king, without awaiting an answer from either prelate, proceeded to question Lord Nigel, but in the vernacular tongue-wheel, my likely alumnus of the Muses, and what make you so far from the north? To pay my homage to your majesty, said the young nobleman, kneeling on one knee, and to lay before you, he added, this my humble and dutiful supplication. The presenting of a pistol would certainly have startled King James more, but could, setting apart the fright, hardly have been more unpleasing to his indolent disposition. "And is it even so, man," said he, "and can no single man were it, but for the rarity of the case, ever come up frae Scotland, excepting ex propositune, set purpose, to see what he can make out of his loving sovereign, it is but 3 days' sign that we had weel nigh lost our life and put 3 kingdoms into dullweeds, from the over-haste of a clumsy-handed peasant to thrust a packet into our hand. And now we are beset by the like impediment in our very court to our secretary, with that gear, my lord to our secretary, with that gear. I have already offered my humble supplication to your majesty's secretary of state, said Lord Glenvarloch, but it seems that he would not receive it. I warrant, said the king, interrupting him, boo my soul, our secretary kens that point of kingcraft called refusing better than we do, and will look at nothing but what he likes himsel. I think I wad make a better secretary to him than he to me weel. My lord, you are welcome to London, and as ye seem an acute and learned youth, I advise ye to turn your neb northward as soon as ye like, and settle yourself for a while at St. Andrews, and we will be right glad to hear that you prosper in your studies, incumbite remes fortiter. While the king spoke thus, he held the petition of the young lord carelessly, like one who only delayed till the supplicant's back was turned to throw it away, or at least lay it aside to be no more looked at the petitioner, who read this in his cold and indifferent looks, and in the manner in which he twisted and crumpled together the paper, arose with a bitter sense of anger and disappointment, made a profound obeisance, and was about to retire hastily, but Lord Huntingdon, who stood by him, checked his intention by an almost imperceptible touch upon the skirt of his cloak, and Nigel, taking the hint, retreated only a few steps from the royal presence, and then made a pause. In the meantime, Lord Huntingdon kneeled before James in his turn, and said, "May it please your majesty to remember that upon one certain occasion you did promise to grant me a boon every year of your sacred life." "I mind it weel, man," answered James, "I mind it weel, and good reason wi't was when you unclasped the faw's traitor Ruthven's fangs from about our royal throat, and drove your dirk into him like a true subject. We did then, as you remind us, whilk was unnecessary, being partly beside ourselves with joy at our liberation, promise we would grant you a free boon every year, whilk promise, on our coming to menseful possession of our royal faculties. We did confirm restrictive always and conditional iter, that your lordship's demand should be such as we in our royal discretion should think reasonable." "Even so, gracious sovereign," said the old earl, "and may I yet farther crave to know if I have ever exceeded the bounds of your royal benevolence." "By my word, man, no," said the king, "I cannot remember you have asked much for yourself, if it be not a dog, or a hawk, or a buck out of our park at Theobald's, or such like. But to what serves this preface?" "To the boon to which I am now to ask of your grace," said Lord Huntingdon, "which is that your majesty would be pleased on the instant to look at the placet of Lord Glenvarloch, and do upon it what your own just and royal nature shall think meet, and just without reference to your secretary or any other of your council." "By my soul, my lord, this is strange," said the king. "Ye are pleading for the son of your enemy." "Of one who was my enemy till your majesty made him my friend," answered Lord Huntingdon. "Weel spoken, my lord," said the king, "and with a true Christian spirit, and respecting the supplication of this young man, I partly guess where the matter lies, and in plain troth, I had promised to George Heriot to be good to the lad, but then here the shoe pinches Steenie, and baby Charles cannot abide him, neither can your own son, my lord, and so methinks he had better go down to Scotland before he comes toil luck by them. My son, and it please your majesty, so far as he is concerned, shall not direct my doings," said the earl, "nor any wild-headed young man of them all." "Why, neither shall they mine," replied the monarch, "by my father's soul, none of them. All shall play rex with me. I will do what I will, and what I ought, like a free king." "Your majesty will then grant me my boon," said the Lord Huntingdon. "I marry will marry will I," said the king, "but follow me this way, man, where we may be more private." He led Lord Huntingdon with rather a hurried step through the courtiers, all of whom gazed earnestly on this unwonted scene, as is the fashion of all courts on similar occasions. The king passed into a little cabinet, and bade, in the first moment, Lord Huntingdon lock or bar the door, but countermanded his direction in the next, saying, "No, no, nobred o' life, man, I am a free king, will do what I will." and what I should I am justice et tenax propositi nevertheless, keep by the door Lord Huntingdon, in case Steenie should come in with his mad humour. "Oh, my poor master," groaned the Earl of Huntingdon, "when you were in your own cold country, you had warmer blood in your veins." The king hastily looked over the petition or memorial every now and then, glancing his eye towards the door, and then sinking it hastily on the paper, ashamed that Lord Huntingdon, whom he respected, should suspect him of timidity. "To grant the truth," he said, after he had finished his hasty perusal, "this is a hard case, and harder than it was represented to me, though I had some inkling of it before. And so the lad only wants payment of the siller due from us in order to reclaim his paternal estate. But then Huntingdon, the lad, will have other debts, and why burden himself with sae money acres of barren woodland? Let the land gang man, let the land gang Steenie, has the promise of it from our Scottish Chancellorate is the best hunting ground in Scotland, and baby Charles and Steenie want to kill a buck there this next yearthy mon, hey the landthy mon, hey the land, and our debt shall be paid to the young man Plack and Bobby, and he may have the spending of it at our court. Or if he has such an eared hunger wounds man, well stuff his stomach with English land, which is worth twice as much, 10 times, as much as these accursed hills and hugs and mosses and muirs, that he is sae keen." All this while the poor king ambled up and down the apartment in a piteous state of uncertainty, which was made more ridiculous by his shambling circular mode of managing his legs, and his ungainly fashion on such occasions of fiddling with the bunches of ribbons which fastened the lower part of his dress. Lord Huntingdon listened with great composure, and answered, "An it please your majesty, there was an answer yielded by Naboth, when Ahab coveted his vineyard. The Lord forbid that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee." "Ay, my lord," ejaculated James, while all the colour mounted both to his cheek and nose. "I hope ye mean not to teach me divinity. Ye need not fear, my lord, that I will shun to do justice to every man, and since your lordship will give me no help to take up this in a more peaceful manner, whilk methinks would be better for the young man, as I said before, since it maun be sosteth, I am a free king man, and he shall have his money and redeem his land, and make a kirk and a milne of it, and he will." So saying, he hastily wrote an order on the Scottish exchequer for the sum in question, and then added, "How they are to pay it I see not, but I warrant he will find money on the order among the goldsmiths, who can find it for every one but me. And now you see, my Lord of Huntingdon, that I am neither an untrue man to deny you the boon whilk I became bound for, nor an Ahab to covet Naboth's vineyard, nor a mere Nosophax to be twisted this way, and that by favourites and counsellors at their pleasure, I think you will grant now that I am none of those." "You are my own native and noble prince," said Huntingdon, as he knelt to kiss the royal hand, "just and generous whenever you listen to the workings of your own heart." "Aye," said the king, laughing good-naturedly, as he raised his faithful servant from the ground, "that is what ye all say, when I do anything to please ye, there take the sign manual and away with you. And this young fellow, I wonder Steenie and baby Charles have not broken in on us before now." Lord Huntingdon hastened from the cabinet, foreseeing a scene at which he was unwilling to be present, but which sometimes occurred when James roused himself so far as to exert his own free will, of which he boasted so much, in spite of that of his imperious favourite Steenie, as he called the Duke of Buckingham, from a supposed resemblance betwixt his very handsome countenance and that with which the Italian artists represented the proto-martyr Stephen, in fact, the haughty favourite who had the unusual good fortune to stand as high in the opinion of the heir apparent as of the existing monarch, had considerably diminished in his respect towards the latter, and it was apparent to the more shrewd courtiers that James endured his domination rather from habit timidity and a dread of encountering his stormy passions than from any heartfelt continuation of regard towards him whose greatness had been the work of his own hands, to save himself the pain of seeing what was likely to take place on the Duke's return, and to preserve the king from the additional humiliation which the presence of such a witness must have occasioned. The Earl left the cabinet as speedily as possible, having first carefully pocketed the important sign manual. No sooner had he entered the presence-room than he hastily sought Lord Glenvarloch, who had withdrawn into the embrasure of one of the windows from the general gaze of men, who seemed disposed only to afford him the notice which arises from surprise and curiosity, and taking him by the arm, without speaking, led him out of the presence chamber into the first anteroom here. They found the worthy goldsmith, who approached them with looks of curiosity, which were checked by the old lord, who said hastily, "All is well. Is your barge in waiting?" Harriet answered in the affirmative. Then said Lord Huntingdon, "You shall give me a cast in it, as the watermen say, and I in requital will give you both your dinner, for we must have some conversation together." They both followed the Earl without speaking, and were in the second anteroom, when the important annunciation of the ushers and the hasty murmur with which all made ample way, as the company repeated to each other the Duqueth Duke, made them aware of the approach of the omnipotent favourite. He entered that unhappy minion of court favour, sumptuously dressed in the picturesque attire which will live for ever on the canvas of Van Dyck, and which marks so well the proud age when aristocracy, though undermined and nodding to its fall still by external show and profuse expense, endeavoured to assert its paramount superiority over the inferior orders. The handsome and commanding countenance, stately form, and graceful action and manners of the Duke of Buckingham made him become that picturesque dress beyond any man of his time. At present, however, his countenance seemed discomposed, his dress a little more disordered than became the place, his step hasty, and his voice imperative. All marked the angry spot upon his brow, and bore back so suddenly to make way for him that the Earl of Huntingdon, who affected no extraordinary haste on the occasion, with his companions, who could not, if they would have decently left him, remained, as it were by themselves, in the middle of the room, and in the very path of the angry favourite. He touched his cap sternly as he looked on Huntingdon, but unbonneted to Harriet, and sunk his beaver with its shadowy plume as low as the floor, with a profound air of mock respect. In returning his greeting, which he did simply and unaffectedly, the citizen only said, "Too much courtesy, my Lord Duke, is often the reverse of kindness." "I grieve you should think so, Master Harriet," answered the Duke. "I only meant by my homage to claim your protection, sir, your patronage. You are become, I understand, a solicitor of suits, a promotion, undertaker of fodder, of court suitors of merit and quality, who chance to be penniless. I trust your bags will bear you out in your new boast." "They will bear me the farther, my Lord Duke," answered the goldsmith, "that my boast is but small." "Oh, you do yourself less than justice, my good Master Harriet," continued the Duke, in the same tone of irony. "You have a marvellous court faction to be the son of an Edinburgh tinker. Have the goodness to prefer me to the knowledge of the high-born nobleman, who is honoured and advantaged by your patronage." "That shall be my task," said Lord Huntingdon, with emphasis. "My Lord Duke, I desire you to know Nigel Oliphant, Lord Glenvarloch, representative of one of the most ancient and powerful baronial houses in Scotland. Lord Glenvarloch, I present you to his Grace, the Duke of Buckingham, representative of Sir George Villiers, Knight of Brooksby, in the county of Leicester." The Duke coloured still more high as he bowed to Lord Glenvarloch scornfully, a courtesy which the other returned haughtily, and with restrained indignation. "We know each other, then," said the Duke, after a moment's pause, and as if he had seen something in the young nobleman which merited more serious notice than the bitter raillery with which he had come, and said, "We know each other, and you know me, my lord, for your enemy." "I thank you for your plainness, my Lord Duke," replied Nigel. "An open enemy is better than a hollow friend." "For you, my Lord Huntingdon," said the Duke, "methinks you have but now overstepped the limits of the indulgence permitted to you as the father of the prince's friend and my own." "By my word, my Lord Duke," replied the Earl, "it is easy for anyone to outstep boundaries of the existence of which he was not aware. It is neither to secure my protection nor approbation that my son keeps such exalted company." "Oh, my lord, we know you, and indulge you," said the Duke. "You are one of those who presume for a lifelong upon the merit of one good action." "In faith, my lord, and if it be so," said the old Earl, "I have at least the advantage of such as presume more than I do, without having done any action of merit whatever. But I mean not to quarrel with you, my lord. We can neither be friends nor enemies. You have your path, and I have mine." Buckingham only replied by throwing on his bonnet and shaking its lofty plume with a careless and scornful toss of the head. They parted thus, the Duke walking onwards through the apartments, and the others leaving the palace, and repairing to Whitehall Stairs, where they embarked on board the barge of the Citizen. Chapter 10. Bid not thy fortune troll upon the wheels of yonder dancing cubes of mottled bone, and drown it not like Egypt's royal harlot, dissolving her rich pearl in the brimdy wine-cup. These are the arts Lothario which shrink acres into brief yard-spring sterling pounds to farthings. Credit to infamy and the poor gull, who might have lived an honored, easy life, to ruin and an unregarded grave. The changes. When they were fairly embarked on the Thames, the Earl took from his pocket the supplication, and pointing out to George Heriot the royal warrant endorsed thereon, asked him if it were in due and regular form. The worthy citizen hastily read it over, thrust forth his hand as if to congratulate the Lord Glenvarloch, then checked himself, pulled out his barnacles, a present from old David Ramsay, and again perused the warrant with the most businesslike and critical attention. It is strictly correct and formal, he said, looking to the Earl of Huntingdon, and I sincerely rejoice at it. I doubt nothing of its formality, said the Earl. The King understands business well, and if he does not practice it often, it is only because indolence obscures parts which are naturally well qualified for the discharge of affairs. But what is next to be done for our young friend? Master Heriot, you know how I am circumstanced. Scottish lords living at the English court have seldom command of money, yet unless a sum can be presently raised on this warrant, matters standing, as you hastily hinted to me, the mortgage wadset, or whatever it is called, will be foreclosed. It is true, said Heriot in some embarrassment, there is a large sum wanted in redemption yet. If it is not raised, there will be an expiry of the legal, as our lawyers call it, and the estate will be evicted. My noble, me worthy friends who have taken up my cause so undeservedly, so unexpectedly, said Nigel, do not let me be a burden on your kindness. You have already done too much where nothing was merited. Peace, man, peace, said Lord Huntingdon, and let old Heriot and I puzzle this sent out. He is about to open. Hark to him. My lord, said the citizen, the Duke of Buckingham sneers at our city moneybags, yet they can sometimes open to prop a falling and a noble house. We know they can, said Lord Huntingdon, mind, not Buckingham, he is a beggar Ramsay, and now for the remedy. I partly hinted to Lord Glenvarloch already, said Heriot, that the redemption money might be advanced upon such a warrant as the present, and I will engage my credit that it can, but then in order to secure the lender, he must come in the shoes of the creditor to whom he advances payment. Come in his shoes, replied the Earl. Why, what have boots or shoes to do with this matter, my good friend? It is a law phrase, my lord. My experience has made me pick up a few of them, said Heriot. Aye, and of better things along with them, Master George, replied Lord Huntingdon. But what means it? Simply this, resumed the citizen, that the lender of this money will transact with the holder of the mortgage or wadset over the estate of Glenvarloch, and obtain from him such a conveyance to his right as shall leave the lands pledged for the debt, in case the warrant upon the Scottish Exchequer should prove unproductive. I fear, in this uncertainty of public credit, that without some such counter-security it will be very difficult to find so large a sum. Hola, said the Earl of Huntingdon. Halt. There a thought strikes me. What if the new creditor should admire the estate as a hunting field as much as my Lord Grace of Buckingham seems to do, and should wish to kill a buck there in the summer season? It seems to me that on your plan, Master George, our new friend will be as well entitled to block Lord Glenvarloch out of his inheritance as the present holder of the mortgage. The citizen laughed. I will engage, he said, that the keenest sportsman to whom I may apply on this occasion shall not have a thought beyond the Lord Mayor's Easter hunt in Epping Forest. But your lordship's caution is reasonable. The creditor must be bound to allow Lord Glenvarloch sufficient time to redeem his estate by means of the royal warrant, and must waive in his favour the right of instant foreclosure, which may be, I should think, the more easily managed, as the right of redemption must be exercised in his own name. But where shall we find a person in London fit to draw the necessary writings? Said the Earl. If my old friend Sir John Skene of Halyards had lived, we should have had his advice, but time presses, and I know, said Harriet, an orphan lad, a scrivener that dwells by Temple Bar, he can draw deeds both after the English and Scottish fashion, and I have trusted him often in matters of weight and of importance. I will send one of my serving men for him, and the mutual deeds may be executed in your lordship's presence, for as things stand, there should be no delay. His lordship readily assented, and as they now landed upon the private stairs leading down to the river from the gardens of the handsome hotel which he inhabited, the messenger was dispatched without loss of time. Nigel, who had sat almost stupefied, while these zealous friends volunteered for him in arranging the measures by which his fortune was to be disembarrassed, now made another eager attempt to force upon them his broken expressions of thanks and gratitude, but he was again silenced by Lord Huntingdon, who declared he would not hear a word on that topic, and proposed instead that they should take a turn in the pleached alley or sit upon the stone bench, which overlooked the Thames, until his son's arrival should give the signal for dinner. I desire to introduce Dalgarno and Lord Glenvarloch to each other, he said, as two who will be near neighbours, and I trust will be more kind ones than their fathers were formerly. There is but 3 Scots miles betwixt the castles, and the turrets of the one are visible from the battlements of the other. The old Earl was silent for a moment, and appeared to muse upon the recollections which the vicinity of the castles had summoned up. Does Lord Dalgarno follow the court to Newmarket next week? Said Harriet, by way of removing the conversation. He proposes, so I think, answered Lord Huntingdon, relapsed into his reverie for a minute or two, and then addressed Nigel somewhat abruptly. My young friend, when you attain possession of your inheritance, as I hope you soon will, I trust you will not add one to the idle followers of the court, but reside on your patrimonial estate, cherish your ancient tenants, relieve and assist your poor kinsmen, protect the poor against subaltern oppression, and do what our fathers used to do with fewer lights and with less means than we have. And yet the advice to keep the country, said Harriet, comes from an ancient and constant ornament of the court. From an old courtier, indeed, said the Earl, and the first of my family that could so write himself. Me grey beard falls on a cambric ruff, and a silken doublet. Me fathers descended upon a buff coat, and a breastplate. I would not that those days of battle returned, but I should love well to make the oaks of my old forest of Dalgarno ring once more with halloo and horn and hound, and to have the old stone-arched hall return the hearty shout of my vassals and tenants, as the bicker and the quaig walked their rounds amongst them. I should like to see the broad Tay once more, before I do not even the Thames can match it in my mind. Surely, my lord, said the citizen, all this might be easily done at costs, but a moment's resolution, and the journey of some brief days, and you will be where you desire to be. What is there to prevent you? Habits, Master George, habits, replied the Earl, which to young men are like threads of silk, so lightly are they worn, so soon broken, but which hang on our old limbs, as if time had stiffened them into gyves of iron. To go to Scotland for a brief space were but labour in vain, and when I think of abiding there, I cannot bring myself to leave my old master, to whom I fancy myself sometimes useful, and whose weal and woe I have shared for so many years. But Dalgarno shall be a Scottish noble. Has he visited the north? Said Harriet. He was there last year, and made such a report of the country that the prince has expressed a longing to see it. Lord Dalgarno is in high grace with his highness, and the Duke of Buckingham, observed the goldsmith. He is so, answered the Earl. I pray it may be for the advantage of them all. The prince is just and equitable in his sentiments, though cold and stately in his manners, and very obstinate in his most trifling purposes, and the Duke noble and gallant and generous and open, is fiery, ambitious, and impetuous. Dalgarno has none of these faults, and such as he may have of his own may perchance be corrected by the society in which he moves. See, here he comes. Lord Dalgarno accordingly advanced from the farther end of the alley to the bench, on which his father and his guests were seated, so that Nigel had full leisure to peruse his countenance and figure. He was dressed point device, and almost to extremity, in the splendid fashion of the time, which suited well with his age, probably about 25, with a noble form and fine countenance, in which last could easily be traced the manly features of his father, but softened by a more habitual air of assiduous courtesy than the stubborn old earl had ever condescended to assume towards the world in general in other respects. His address was gallant free, and unencumbered either by pride or ceremonifer, remote certainly from the charge either of haughty coldness or forward impetuosity. And so far his father had justly freed him from the marked faults which he ascribed to the manners of the prince and his favourite Buckingham. While the old earl presented his young acquaintance, Lord Glenvarloch, to his son, as one whom he would have him love and honour, Nigel marked the countenance of Lord Dalgarno closely to see if he could detect aught of that secret dislike, which the king had in one of his broken expostulations seemed to intimate as arising from a clashing of interests betwixt his new friend and the great Buckingham, but nothing of this was visible. On the contrary, Lord Dalgarno received his new acquaintance with the open frankness and courtesy which makes conquest at once when addressed to the feelings of an ingenuous young man. It need hardly be told that his open and friendly address met equally ready and cheerful acceptation from Nigel Oliphant for many months, and while a youth not much above 22, he had been restrained by circumstances from the conversation of his equals. When on his father's sudden death he left the Low Countries for Scotland, he had found himself involved to all appearance inextricably with the details of the law, all of which threatened to end in the alienation of the patrimony which should support his hereditary rank. His term of sincere mourning, joined to injured pride and the swelling of the heart under unexpected and undeserved misfortune, together with the uncertainty attending the issue of his affairs, had induced the young Lord of Glenvarloch to live while in Scotland in a very private and reserved manner. How he had passed his time in London, the reader is acquainted with, but this melancholy and secluded course of life was neither agreeable to his age nor to his temper, which was genial and sociable. He hailed therefore with sincere pleasure the approaches which a young man of his own age and rank made towards him, and when he had exchanged with Lord Dalgarno some of those words and signals by which, as surely as by those of Freemasonry, young people recognize a mutual wish to be agreeable to each other, it seemed as if the two noblemen had been acquainted for some time. Just as this tacit intercourse had been established, one of Lord Huntingdon's attendants came down the alley marshalling onwards, a man dressed in black buckram, who followed him with tolerable speed, considering that according to his sense of reverence and propriety, he kept his body bent and parallel to the horizon from the moment that he came in sight of the company to which he was about to be presented. "Who is this, you cuckoldy knave?" said the old lord, who had retained the keen appetite and impatience of a Scottish baron even during a long alienation from his native country. "And why does John Cook, with a murrain to him, keep back dinner?" "I believe we are ourselves responsible for this person's intrusion," said George Heriot. "This is the scrivener whom we desired to see look up, man, and see us in the face, as an honest man should, instead of beating thy noddle charged against us, thus like a battering ram." The scrivener did look up accordingly, with the action of an automaton, which suddenly obeys the impulse of a pressed spring. But strange to tell, not even the haste he had made to attend his patron's mandate of business, as Master Heriot's message expressed of weight and importance, not even the state of depression, in which out of sheer humility doubtless he had his head stooped to the earth from the moment he had trod the domains of the Earl of Huntingdon, had called any colour into his countenance. The drop stood on his brow from haste and toil, but his cheek was still pale and tallow-coloured, as before. Nay, what seemed stranger, his very hair, when he raised his head, hung down on either cheek as straight and sleek and undisturbed as it was when we first introduced him to our readers, seated at his quiet and humble desk. Lord Dalgarno could not forbear a stifled laugh at the ridiculous and puritanical figure, which presented itself like a starved anatomy to the company, and whispered at the same time into Lord Glenvarloch's ear, "The devil damn thee, black thou cream-faced loon! Where gotst thou that goose-look?" Nigel was too little acquainted with the English stage to understand a quotation which had already grown matter of common allusion in London. Lord Dalgarno saw that he was not understood, and continued, "That fellow by his visage should either be a saint or a most hypocritical roguing. Such is my excellent opinion of human nature, that I always suspect the worst, but they seem deep in business, will you take a turn with me in the garden, my lord, or will you remain a member of the serious conclave?" "With you, my lord, most willingly," said Nigel, and they were turning away accordingly, when George Heriot, with the formality belonging to his station, observed that as their business concerned Lord Glenvarloch, he had better remain to make himself master of it and witness to it. "My presence is utterly needless, my good lord and my best friend, Master Heriot," said the young nobleman. "I shall understand nothing the better for cumbering you with my ignorance in these matters, and can only say at the end, as I now say at the beginning, that I dare not take the helm out of the hand of the kind pilots who have already guided my course within sight of a fair and unhoped-for haven. Whatever you recommend to me as fitting I shall sign and seal, and the import of the deeds I shall better learn by a brief explanation from Master Heriot, if he will bestow so much trouble in my behalf, than by 1,000 learned words and law terms from this person of skill." "He is right," said Lord Huntingdon. "Our young friend is right in confiding these matters to you and me. Master George Heriot has not misplaced his confidence." Master George Heriot cast a long look after the two young noblemen who had now walked down the alley arm in arm, and at length said, "He hath not indeed misplaced his confidence, as your lordship well and truly says, but, nevertheless, he is not in the right path, for it behoves every man to become acquainted with his own affairs, so soon as he hath any that are worth attending to." When he had made this observation, they applied themselves with the scrivener to look into various papers, and to direct in what manner writings should be drawn which might at once afford sufficient security to those who were to advance the money, and at the same time preserve the right of the young nobleman to redeem the family estate, provided he should obtain the means of doing so by the expected reimbursement from the Scottish Exchequer, or otherwise it is needless to enter into those details, but it is not unimportant to mention, as an illustration of character, that Heriot went into the most minute legal details with a precision which showed that experience had made him master even of the intricacies of Scottish conveyancing, and that the Earl of Huntingdon, though far less acquainted with technical detail, suffered no step of the business to pass over until he had attained a general but distinct idea of its import and its propriety. They seemed to be admirably seconded in their benevolent intentions towards the young Lord Glenvarloch by the skill and eager zeal of the scrivener whom Heriot had introduced to this piece of business, the most important which Andrew had ever transacted in his life, and the particulars of which were moreover agitated in his presence between an actual earl and one whose wealth and character might entitle him to be an alderman of his ward, if not to be Lord Mayor in his turn. While they were thus in eager conversation on business, the good earl, even forgetting the calls of his appetite and the delay of dinner in his anxiety to see that the scrivener received proper instructions, and that all was rightly weighed and considered before dismissing him to engross the necessary deeds, the two young men walked together on the terrace which overhung the river, and talked on the topics which Lord Dalgarno the elder and the more experienced thought most likely to interest his new friend. These naturally regarded the pleasures attending a court life, and Lord Dalgarno expressed much surprise at understanding that Nigel proposed an instant return to Scotland. "You are jesting with me," he said. "All the court rings it is needless to mince it with the extraordinary success of your suit against the highest interest. It is said now influencing the horizon at Whitehall. Men think of Udok of Ufix, their eyes on you ask each other, who is this young Scottish lord, who has stepped so far in a single day? They augur in whispers to each other how high and how far you may push your fortune, and all that you design to make of it is to return to Scotland, eat raw oatmeal cakes baked upon a peat fire, have your hand shaken by every loon of a bluebonnet, who chooses to dub you cousin, though your relationship comes by no, drink Scots twopenny ale, eat half-starved red deer venison, when you can kill it, ride upon a galloway, and be called my right honourable and mayest worthy lord. There is no great gaiety in the prospect before me, I confess," said Lord Glenvarloch, "even if your father and good Master Heriot should succeed in putting my affairs on some footing of plausible hope. And yet I trust to do something for my vassals as my ancestors before me, and to teach my children as I have myself been taught to make some personal sacrifices, if they be necessary, in order to maintain with dignity the situation in which they are placed by Providence." Lord Dalgarno, after having once or twice stifled his laughter during this speech, at length broke out into a fit of mirth so hearty and so resistless that, angry as he was, the call of sympathy swept Nigel along with him, and despite of himself, he could not forbear to join in a burst of laughter which he thought not only causeless, but almost impertinent. He soon recollected himself, however, and said in a tone qualified to allay Lord Dalgarno's extreme mirth, "This is all well, my lord, but how am I to understand your merriment?" Lord Dalgarno only answered him with redoubled peals of laughter, and at length held by Lord Glenvarloch's cloak, as if to prevent his falling down on the ground in the extremity of his convulsion. At length, while Nigel stood half abashed, half angry, at becoming thus the subject of his new acquaintance's ridicule, and was only restrained from expressing his resentment against the son by a sense of the obligations he owed the father, Lord Dalgarno recovered himself, and spoke in a half-broken voice, his eyes still running with tears. "I crave your pardon, my dear Lord Glenvarloch, 1,000 times do I crave your pardon, but that last picture of rural dignity, accompanied by your grave and angry surprise at my laughing at what would have made any court-bred hound laugh, that had but so much as bayed the moon once from the courtyard at Whitehall, totally overcame me. Why, my liefest and dearest lord, you, a young and handsome fellow, with high birth, a title, and the name of an estate, so well received by the king at your first starting as makes your further progress scarce matter of doubt, if you know how to improve it, for the king has already said you are a braw lad and well studied in the more humane lettersu, too, whom all the women and the very marked beauties of the court desire to see, because you came from Leyden, were born in Scotland, and have gained a hard-contested suit in England. You, I say, with a person like a prince, and I have fire and a wit as quick to think of throwing your cards on the table when the game is in your very hand, running back to the frozen north, and marrying, let me see, a tall, stalking, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, bony wench with 18 quarters in her scutcheon, a sort of Lot's wife newly descended from her pedestal, and with her to shut yourself up in your tapestried chamber. Agad swans, I shall never survive the idea. It is seldom that youth, however high-minded, is able from mere strength of character and principle to support itself against the force of ridicule, half angry, half mortified, and to say truth, half ashamed of his more manly and better purpose. Nigel was unable and flattered himself it was unnecessary to play the part of a rigid moral patriot in presence of a young man whose current fluency of language, as well as his experience in the highest circles of society, gave him, in spite of Nigel's better and firmer thoughts, a temporary ascendancy over him. He sought therefore to compromise the matter and avoid farther debate by frankly owning that if to return to his own country were not his choice, it was at least a matter of necessity. His affairs, he said, were unsettled, his income precarious. And where is he whose affairs are settled, or whose income is less than precarious, that is to be found in attendance on the court? Said Lord Dalgarno. All are either losing or winning. Those who have wealth come hither to get rid of it, while the happy gallants who, like you and I, dear Glenvarloch, have little or none, have every chance to be sharers in their spoils. I have no ambition of that sort, said Nigel, and if I had, I must tell you plainly, Lord Dalgarno, I have not the means to do so. I can scarce as yet call the suit I wear my own. I owe it, and I do riot blush to say so, to the friendship of yonder good man. I will not laugh again, if I can help it, said Lord Dalgarno, but Lord, that you should have gone to a wealthy goldsmith for your habit. I could have brought you to an honest confiding tailor, who should have furnished you with half a dozen merely for love of the little word lordship, which you place before your name, and then your goldsmith, if he be really a friendly goldsmith, should have equipped you with such a purse of fair rose nobles as would have bought you thrice as many suits, or done better things for you. I do not understand these fashions, my lord, said Nigel, his displeasure mastering his shame. Were I to attend the court of my sovereign, it should be when I could maintain, without shifting or borrowing, the dress and retinue which my rank requires. Which my rank requires, said Lord Dalgarno, repeating his last words, that now is as good as if my father had spoke it. I fancy you would love to move to court with him, followed by a round score of old bluebottles with white heads and red noses, with bucklers and broadswords, which, their hands trembling betwixt age and strong waters, can make no use, offers many huge silver badges on their arms, to show whose fools they are, as would furnish forth a court cupboard of platter rogues fit for nothing, but to fill our antechambers with the flavor of onions and Genevrepa. "The poor knaves," said Lord Glenvarloch, "they have served your father, it may be in the wars, what would become of them were he to turn them off?" "Why, let them go to the hospital," said Dalgarno, "or to the bridge inn to sell switches. The king is a better man than my father, and you see those who have served in his wars do so every day, or when their blue coats were well worn out they would make rare scarecrows. Here is a fellow now comes down the walk. The stoutest raven dared not come within a yard of that copper nose. I tell you there is more service, as you will soon see in my valet of the chamber, and such a lither lad as my page Luton, than there is in a score of these old memorials of the Douglas wars." Footnote: the cruel civil wars waged by the Scottish barons during the minority of James Roman VI had the name from the figure made in them by the celebrated James Douglas, Earl of Morton. Both sides executed their prisoners without mercy or favour, where they cut each other's throats for the chance of finding 12 pennies Scots on the person of the slain Mary, my lord. To make amends, they will eat mouldy victuals and drink stale ale as if their bellies were puncheons. But the dinner bell is going to sound. Hark! It is clearing its rusty throat with a preliminary jowl that is another clamorous relic of antiquity, that were I master should soon be at the bottom of the Thames. How the foul fiend can it interest the peasants and mechanics in the Strand to know that the Earl of Huntingdon is sitting down to dinner? But my father looks our way, must not be late for the grace, or we shall be in disgrace. If you will forgive a quibble which would have made his majesty laugh, you will find us all of a piece, and having been accustomed to eat in saucers abroad, I am ashamed you should witness our larded capons, our mountains of beef and oceans of bruise, as large as Highland hills and lochs. But you shall see better cheer tomorrow. Where lodge you I will call for you. I must be your guide through the peopled desert to certain enchanted lands, which you will scarce discover without chart and pilot. Where lodge you?" "I will meet you in Paul's," said Nigel, a good deal embarrassed, "at any hour you please to name." "Oh, you would be private," said the young lord. "Nay, fear not me, I will be no intruder. But we have attained this huge larder of flesh, fowl, and fish. I marvel the oaken boards groan not under it." They had indeed arrived in the dining parlour of the mansion, where the table was superabundantly loaded, and where the number of attendants to a certain extent vindicated the sarcasms of the young nobleman. The chaplain and Sir Mungo Malgrotha were of the party. The latter complimented Lord Glenvarloch upon the impression he had made at court. "One would have thought he had brought the apple of discord in your pouch, my lord, or that you were the very firebrand of whilk Althea was delivered, and that she had lain in a barrel of gunpowder, for the king and the prince and the duke have been by the lugs about ye, and so have many more that kenna before this blessed day that there was such a man living on the face of the earth." "Mind your victuals, Sir Mungo," said the earl, "they get cold while you talk." "Troth, and that needsna, my lord," said the knight. "Your lordship's dinners seldom scald one's mouth. Serving men are turning old like ourselves, my lord, and it is far between the kitchen and the ha." With this little explosion of his spleen, Sir Mungo remained satisfied until the dishes were removed, when, fixing his eyes on the brave new doublet of Lord Dalgarno, he complimented him on his economy, pretending to recognize it as the same which his father had worn in Edinburgh in the Spanish ambassador's time. Lord Dalgarno, too much a man of the world to be moved by anything from such a quarter, proceeded to crack some nuts with great deliberation, as he replied that the doublet was in some sort his father's, as it was likely to cost him £50 some day soon. Sir Mungo forthwith proceeded in his own way to convey this agreeable intelligence to the earl, observing that his son was a better maker of bargains than his lordship, for he had bought a doublet as rich as that his lordship wore when the Spanish ambassador was at Holyrood, and it had cost him but £50 Scots. That was no fool's bargain, my lord. "Pounds sterling, if you please, Sir Mungo," answered the earl calmly, "and a fool's bargain it is in all the tenses. Dalgarno was a fool when he bought, I will be a fool when I pay, and you, Sir Mungo, craving your pardon, are a fool in presenti for speaking of what concerns you not." So saying, the earl addressed himself to the serious business of the table, and sent the wine around with a profusion which increased the hilarity, but rather threatened the temperance of the company, until their joviality was interrupted by the annunciation that the scrivener had engrossed such deeds as required to be presently executed. George Heriot rose from the table, observing that wine-cups and legal documents were unseemly neighbours. The earl asked the scrivener if they had laid a trencher, and set a cup for him in the buttery, and received the respectful answer that Heaven forbid he should be such an ungracious beast as to eat or drink until his lordship's pleasure was performed. Thou shalt eat before thou goest, said Lord Huntingdon, and I will have thee try moreover whether a cup of sack cannot bring some colour into these cheeks of thine. It were a shame to my household thou shouldst glide out into the Strand after such a spectre fashion as thou now wearest. Look to it, Dalgarno, for the honour of our roof is concerned. Lord Dalgarno gave directions that the man should be attended to Lord Glenvarloch, and the citizen in the meanwhile signed and interchanged, and thus closed a transaction of which the principal party concerned understood little save that it was under the management of a zealous and faithful friend who undertook that the money should be forthcoming, and the estate released from forfeiture by payment of the stipulated sum, for which it stood pledged, and that at the term of Lambmas, and at the hour of noon, and beside the tomb of the Regent Earl of Murray, in the High Kirk of St. Giles at Edinburgh, being the day and place assigned for such redemption. Footnote, as each covenant in those days of accuracy had a special place nominated for execution, the tomb of the Regent Earl of Murray in St. Giles Church was frequently assigned for the purpose. When this business was transacted, the old Earl would fain have renewed his carouse, but the citizen, alleging the importance of the deeds he had about him, and the business he had to transact betimes the next morning, not only refused to return to table, but carried with him to his barge Lord Glenvarloch, who might perhaps have been otherwise found more tractable. When they were seated in the boat, and fairly once more afloat on the river, George Heriot looked back seriously on the mansion they had left there live. He said, the old fashion and the new, the father is like a noble old broadsword, but harmed with rust from neglect and inactivity. The son is your modern rapier, well-mounted, fairly gilt, and fashioned to the taste of the time, and it is time must evince, if the metal be as good as the show, God grant it prove, so says an old friend to the family. Nothing of consequence passed betwixt them, until Lord Glenvarloch, landing at Paul's Wharf, took leave of his friend the citizen, and retired to his own apartment, where his attendant Richie, not a little elevated with the events of the day, and with the hospitality of Lord Huntingdon's housekeeping, gave a most splendid account of them to the buxom Dame Nelly, who rejoiced to hear that the sun at length was shining upon what Richie called the right side of the hedge. Chapter 11. You are not for the manner, nor the times. They have their vices now, most like to virtues. You cannot know them apate by any difference. They wear the same clothes, eat the same meat, sleep the self-same beds, ride in those coaches, or very like 4 horses in a coach, as the best men and women. Ben Jonson. On the following morning, while Nigel, his breakfast finished, was thinking how he should employ the day, there was a little bustle upon the stairs which attracted his attention, and presently entered Dame Nelly, blushing like scarlet and scarce able to bring out a young nobleman's surno. One less, she added, drawing her hand slightly over her lips, would be so saucy a young nobleman, sir, to wait on you. And she was followed into the little cabin by Lord Dalgarno, gay, easy, disembarrassed, and apparently as much pleased to rejoin his new acquaintance as if he had found him in the apartments of a palace. Nigel, on the contrary, for youth is slave to such circumstances, was discountenanced and mortified at being surprised by so splendid a gallant in a chamber which at the moment the elegant and high-dressed cavalier appeared in it seemed to its inhabitant yet lower, narrower, darker, and meaner than it had ever shown before. He would have made some apology for the situation, but Lord Dalgarno cut him short. Not a word of it, he said, not a single word. I know why you ride at anchor here, but I can keep counsel. So pretty a hostess would recommend worse quarters. On my word and my honour, said Lord Glenvarloch. Nay, nay, make no words of the matter, said Lord Dalgarno. I am no telltale, nor shall I cross your walk. There is game enough in the forest, thank heaven, and I can strike a doe for myself. All this he said in so significant a manner, and the explanation which he had adopted seemed to put Lord Glenvarloch's gallantry on so respectable a footing that Nigel ceased to try to undeceive him, and less ashamed perhaps, for such is human weakness of supposed vice, than of real poverty, changed the discourse to something else, and left poor Dame Nelly's reputation, and his own, at the mercy of the young courtier's misconstruction. He offered refreshments with some hesitation Lord Dalgarno had long since breakfasted, but had just come from playing a set of tennis, he said, and would willingly taste a cup of the pretty hostess' single beer. This was easily procured, was drunk, was commended, and as the hostess failed not to bring the cup herself, Lord Dalgarno profited by the opportunity to take a second and more attentive view of her, and then gravely drank to her husband's health, with an almost imperceptible nod to Lord Glenvarloch. Dame Nelly was much honoured, smoothed her apron down with her hands, and said, "Her John was greatly and truly honoured by their lordships, was a kind, painstaking man for his family, as was in the alley, or indeed as far north as Paul's Chain." She would have proceeded, probably, to state the difference betwixt their ages as the only alloy to their nuptial happiness, but her lodger, who had no mind to be farther exposed to his gay friend's raillery, gave her, contrary to his wont, a signal to leave the room. Lord Dalgarno looked after her, and then looked at Glenvarloch, shook his head, and repeated the well-known lines. "My lord, beware of jealousy, it is the green-eyed monster, which doth make the meat it feeds on. But come," he said, changing his tone, "I know not why I should worry you thus, I, who have so many follies of my own, when I should rather make excuse for being here at all, and tell you wherefore I came." So saying, he reached a seat, and placing another for Lord Glenvarloch, in spite of his anxious haste to anticipate this act of courtesy, he proceeded in the same tone of easy familiarity. "We are neighbours, my lord, and are just made known to each other now. I know enough of the dear north to be well aware that Scottish neighbours must be either dear friends or deadly enemies, must either walk hand in hand or stand sword-point to sword-point, so I choose the hand in hand, unless you should reject my proffer." "How were it possible, my lord," said Lord Glenvarloch, "to refuse what is offered so frankly, even if your father had not been a second father to me?" And, as he took Lord Dalgarno's hand, he added, "I have, I think, lost no time, since during one day's attendance at court I have made a kind friend and a powerful enemy." "The friend thanks you," replied Lord Dalgarno, "for your just opinion, but my dear Glenvarloch, rather, for titles are too formal between us. Of the better file, what is your Christian name?" "Nigel," replied Lord Glenvarloch. "Then we will be Nigel and Malcolm to each other," said his visitor, "and my lord to the plebeian world around us. But I was about to ask you whom you suppose your enemy." "No less than the all-powerful favourite, the great Duke of Buckingham." "You dream what could possess you with such an opinion," said Dalgarno. "He told me so himself," replied Glenvarloch, "and in so doing dealt frankly and honourably with me." "Oh, you know him not yet," said his companion. "The Duke is moulded of 100 noble and fiery qualities that prompt him, like a generous horse, to spring aside in impatience at the least obstacle to his forward course. But he means not what he says in such passing heats. I can do more with him, I thank heaven, than most who are around him. You shall go visit him with me, and you will see how you shall be received." "I told you, my lord," said Glenvarloch firmly, and with some haughtiness, "the Duke of Buckingham, without the least offence, declared himself my enemy in the face of the court, and he shall retract that aggression as publicly as it was given ere I will make the slightest advance towards him." "You would act becomingly in every other case," said Lord Dalgarno, "but here you are wrong in the court horizon. Buckingham is lord of the ascendant, and as he is adverse or favouring, so sinks or rises the fortune of a suitor. The king would bid you remember your Phaedrus. Euripians, Geminas, Rippes, sedentibus alas, and so forth. You are the vase of earth, beware of knocking yourself against the vase of iron." "The vase of earth," said Glenvarloch, "will avoid the encounter. By getting ashore out of the current I mean to go no more to court." "Oh, to court you necessarily must go. You will find your Scottish suit move ill without it, for there is both patronage and favour necessary to enforce the sign manual you have obtained of, that we will speak more hereafter. But tell me in the meanwhile, my dear Nigel, whether you did not wonder to see me here so early." "I am surprised that you could find me out in this obscure corner," said Lord Glenvarloch. "My page Luton is a very devil for that sort of discovery," replied Lord Dalgarno. "I have but to say goblin, I would know where he or she dwells, and he guides me thither as if by art magic. I hope he waits not now in the street, my lord, said Nigel. I will send my servant to seek him. Do not concern yourself, he is by this time, said Lord Dalgarno, playing at hustle cap, and chuckfarthing with the most blackguard imps upon the wharf, unless he hath forgone his old customs. Are you not afraid, said Lord Glenvarloch, that in such company his morals may become depraved? Let his company look to their own, answered Lord Dalgarno coolly, for it will be a company of real fiends, in which Lutin cannot teach more mischief than he can learn. He is, I thank the gods, most thoroughly versed in evil for his years. I am spared the trouble of looking after his moralities, for nothing can make them either better or worse. I wonder you can answer this to his parents, my lord, said Nigel. I wonder where I should find his parents, replied his companion, to render an account to them. He may be an orphan, said Lord Nigel, but surely being a page in your lordship's family, his parents must be of rank. Of as high rank as the gallows could exalt them, to replied Lord Dalgarno, with the same indifference. They were both hanged, I believe. At least the gypsies, from whom I bought him 5 years ago, intimated as much to me. You are surprised at this now. But is it not better that instead of a lazy, conceited, wayface slip of gentility, to whom, in your old-world idea of the matter, I was bound to stand Sir Pedagogue, and see that he washed his hands and face, said his prayers, learned his actens, spoke no naughty words, brushed his hat, and wore his best doublet only on Sunday, that, instead of such a jacky goodchild, I should have something like this? He whistled shrill and clear, and the page he spoke of darted into the room, almost with the effect of an actual apparition. From his height he seemed but 15, but from his face might be 2 or even 3 years older, very neatly made, and richly dressed, with a thin bronzed visage, which marked his gypsy descent, and a pair of sparkling black eyes, which seemed almost to pierce through those whom he looked at. There he is, said Lord Dalgarno, fit for every element, prompt to execute every command, good, bad, or indifferent, and matched in his tribe as rogue, thief, and liar. All which qualities, said the undaunted page, have each in turn stood your lordship in stead. Out, you imp of Satan, said his master. Vanish, begonia, my conjuring rod goes about your ears. The boy turned and disappeared as suddenly as he had entered. You see, said Lord Dalgarno, that in choosing my household, the best regard I can pay to gentle blood is to exclude it from my service. That very gallows bird were enough to corrupt a whole antechamber of pages, though they were descended from kings and kaisers. I can scarce think that a nobleman should need the offices of such an attendant as your goblin, said Nigel. You are but jesting with my inexperience. Time will show whether I jest or not, my dear Nigel, replied Dalgarno. In the meantime, I have to propose to you to take the advantage of the flood tide to run up the river for pastime, and at noon, I trust, you will dine with me. Nigel acquiesced in a plan which promised so much amusement, and his new friend, and he attended by Lutin and Monoples, who greatly resembled, when thus associated, the conjunction of a bear and a monkey, took possession of Lord Dalgarno's wherry, which with its badged watermen bearing his lordship's crest on their arms, lay in readiness to receive them. The air was delightful upon the river, and the lively conversation of Lord Dalgarno added zest to the pleasures of the little voyage. He could not only give an account of the various public buildings and noblemen's houses, which they passed in ascending the Thames, but knew how to season his information with abundance of anecdote, political innuendo, and personal scandal. If he had not very much wit, he was at least completely master of the fashionable tone, which in that time, as in ours, more than amply supplies any deficiency of the kind. It was a style of conversation entirely new to his companion, as was the world which Lord Dalgarno opened to his observation, and it is no wonder that Nigel, notwithstanding his natural good sense and high spirit, admitted more readily than seemed consistent with either the tone of authoritative instruction which his new friend assumed towards him. There would indeed have been some difficulty in making a stand to attempt a high and stubborn tone of morality in answer to the light strain of Lord Dalgarno's conversation, which kept on the frontiers between jest and earnest, would have seemed pedantic and ridiculous, and every attempt which Nigel made to combat his companion's propositions by reasoning as jocose as his own only showed his inferiority in that gay species of controversy and it must be owned besides, though internally disapproving, much of what he heard Lord Glenvarloch young, as he was in society, became less alarmed by the language and manners of his new associate than in prudence he ought to have been. Lord Dalgarno was unwilling to startle his proselyte by insisting upon any topic which appeared particularly to jar with his habits or principles, and he blended his mirth and his earnest so dexterously that it was impossible for Nigel to discover how far he was serious in his propositions or how far they flowed from a wild and extravagant spirit of raillery, and ever and anon those flashes of spirit and honor crossed his conversation, which seemed to intimate that when stirred to action by some adequate motive, Lord Dalgarno would prove something very different from the courthaunting and ease-loving voluptuary which he was pleased to represent as his chosen character. As they returned down the river, Lord Glenvarloch remarked that the boat passed the mansion of Lord Huntingdon, and noticed the circumstance to Lord Dalgarno, observing that he thought they were to have dined there. "Surely no," said the young nobleman, "I have more mercy on you than to gorge you a second time with raw beef and canary wine. I propose something better for you, I promise you, than such a second Scythian festivity. And as for my father, he proposes to dine today with my grave ancient Earl of Northampton Whilome, that celebrated putterdown of pretended prophecies, Lord Henry Howard." "And do you not go with him?" said his companion. "To what purpose?" said Lord Dalgarno. "To hear his wise lordship speak musty politics in false Latin, which the old fox always uses, that he may give the learned majesty of England an opportunity of correcting his slips in grammar that were a rare employment." "Nay," said Lord Nigel, "but out of respect to wait on my lord your father." "My lord my father," replied Lord Dalgarno, "has bluebottles enough to wait on him, and can well dispense with such a butterfly as myself. He can lift the cup of sack to his head without my assistance, and should the said paternal head turn something giddy, there be men enough to guide his right honourable lordship to his lordship's right honourable couch. Now, do not stare at me, Nigel, as if my words were to sink the boat with us. I love my father, I love him dearly, and I respect him too, though I respect not many things. A trustier old Trojan never belted a broadsword by a loop of leather. But what then? He belongs to the old world, I to the new. He has his follies, I have mine, and the less either of us sees of the other's peccadilloes, the greater will be the honor and respect that, I think, is the proper phrase. I say the respect in which we shall hold each other, being apart each of us is himself, such as nature and circumstances have made him. But couple us up too closely together, you will be sure to have in your leash either an old hypocrite or a young one, or perhaps both the one and t'other." As he spoke thus, the boat put into the landing place at Blackfriars. Lord Dalgarno sprung ashore, and flinging his cloak and rapier to his page, recommended to his companion to do the like. "We are coming among a press of gallants," he said, "and if we walked thus muffled, we shall look like your tawny-visaged Don, who wraps him close in his cloak to conceal the defects of his doublet. I have known many an honest man do that, if it please your lordship," said Richie Monoples, who had been watching for an opportunity to intrude himself on the conversation, and probably remembered what had been his own condition in respect to cloak and doublet at a very recent period. Lord Dalgarno stared at him as if surprised at his assurance, but immediately answered, "You may have known many things, friend, but in the meanwhile you do not know what principally concerns your master, namely how to carry his cloak, so as to show to advantage the gold-lace seams and the lining of sable. See how Lutin holds the sword with his cloak cast partly over it, yet so as to set off the embossed hilt, and the silver work of the mounting. Give your familiar your sword, Nigel," he continued, addressing Lord Glenvarloch, "that he may practice a lesson in an art so necessary." "Is it altogether prudent," said Nigel, unclasping his weapon, and giving it to Richie, "to walk entirely unarmed?" "And wherefore not?" said his companion. "You are thinking now of old Reekie, as my father fondly calls your good Scottish capital, where there is such bandying of private feuds and public factions, that a man of any note shall not cross your high street twice, without endangering his life thrice. Here, sir, no brawling in the street is permitted. Your bull-headed citizen takes up the case so soon as the sword is drawn, and clubs is the word. And a hard word, It is said richy as my brainpan kens at this blessed moment. Were I your master, sirrah, said Lord Dalgarno, I would make your brainpan, as you call it, boil over, were you to speak a word in my presence, before you were spoken to. Richie murmured some indistinct answer, but took the hint, and ranked himself behind his master, along with Luton, who failed not to expose his new companion to the ridicule of the passers-by, by mimicking as often as he could do so unobserved by Richie his stiff and upright stalking gait and discontented physiognomy. And tell me now, my dear Malcolm, said Nigel, where we are bending our course, and whether we shall dine at an apartment of yours. An apartment of mine, eyes, surely, answered Lord Dalgarno. You shall dine at an apartment of mine, and an apartment of yours, and of 20 gallants besides, and where the board shall present better cheer, better wine, and better attendance, than if our whole united exhibitions went to maintain it. We are going to the most noted ordinary of London. That is in common language an inn or a tavern, said Nigel. An inn or a tavern, my most green and simple friend, exclaimed Lord Dalgarno. No, not these are places where greasy citizens take pipe and pot, where the knavish pettifoggers of the law sponge on their most unhappy victims, where Templars crack jests as empty as their nuts, and where small gentry imbibe such thin potations that they get dropsies instead of getting drunk and ordinary, is a Latin-invented institution sacred to Bacchus and Camus, where the choicest noble gallants of the time meet with the first and most ethereal wits of the age. The wine is the very soul of the choicest grape, refined as the genius of the poet, and ancient and generous as the blood of the nobles. And then the fare is something beyond your ordinary gross terrestrial food. Sea and land are ransacked to supply it, and the invention of 6 ingenious cooks, kept eternally upon the rack, to make their art hold pace with, and if possible enhance the exquisite quality of the materials. By all which rhapsody, said Lord Glenvarloch, I can only understand, as I did before, that we are going to a choice tavern, where we shall be handsomely entertained, on paying probably as handsome a reckoning. Reckoning, exclaimed Lord Dalgarno in the same tone, as before. Perish the peasantly phrase, what profanation, Monsieur le Chevalier de Beaujeu, pink of Paris and flower of Gascony, who can tell the age of his wine by the bare smell, who distills his sauces in an alembic, by the aid of Lully's philosophy, who carves with such exquisite precision that he gives to noble knight and squire the portion of the pheasant which exactly accords with his rank, nay, he who shall divide a becafico into 12 parts with such scrupulous exactness that of 12 guests not one shall have the advantage of the other in a hair's breadth, or the 20th part of a dram. Yet you talk of him and of a reckoning in the same breath. Why, man, he is the well-known and general referee in all matters affecting the mysteries of passage, hazard in and in penny and verquer. And what not, we Beaujeu is king of the card-pack and duke of the dice-box. Call a reckoning like a green-aproned, red-nosed son of the vulgar spigot. O my dearest Nigel, what a word you have spoken, and of what a person that you know him not, is your only apology for such blasphemy, and yet I scarce hold it adequate. For to have been a day in London, and not to know Beaujeu, is a crime of its own kind. But you shall know him this blessed moment, and shall learn to hold yourself in horror for the enormities you have uttered. Well, but mark you, said Nigel, this worthy chevalier keeps not all this good cheer at his own cost, does he? No, no, answered Lord Dalgarno, there is a sort of ceremony which my chevalier's friends and intimates understand, but with which you have no business at present. There is, as Majesty might say, a symbolum to be dispersed. In other words, a mutual exchange of courtesies take place betwixt Beaujeu and his guests. He makes them a free present of the dinner, and wine as often as they choose to consult their own felicity by frequenting his house at the hour of noon, and they in gratitude make the chevalier a present of a Jacobus. Then you must know that besides Camus and Bacchus, that princess of sublunary affairs, the Diva Fortuna, is frequently worshipped at Beaujeu, and he, as officiating high priest, hath as in reason he should a considerable advantage from a share of the sacrifice. In other words, said Lord Glenvarloch, this man keeps a gaming house. A house in which you may certainly game, said Lord Dalgarno, as you may in your own chamber if you have a mind. Nay, I remember old Tom Tally played a hand at put for a wager with Quins Levar the Frenchman during morning prayers in St. Paul's. The morning was misty, and the parson drowsy, and the whole audience consisted of themselves and a blind woman, and so they escaped detection. For all this, Malcolm, said the young lord gravely, I cannot dine with you today at this same ordinary. And wherefore, in the name of heaven, should you draw back from your word, said Lord Dalgarno. I do not retract my word, Malcolm, but I am bound by an early promise to my father never to enter the doors of a gaming house. I tell you this is none, said Lord Dalgarno. It is but in plain terms an eating house arranged on civiller terms and frequented by better company than others in this town. And if some of them do amuse themselves with cards and hazard, they are men of honor and who play as such, and for no more than they can well afford to lose. It was not, and could not be such houses that your father desired you to avoid. Besides, he might as well have made you swear you would never take accommodation of an inn, tavern, eating house, or place of public reception of any kind, for there is no such place of public resort, but where your eyes may be contaminated by the sight of a pack of pieces of painted pasteboard, and your ears profaned by the rattle of those little spotted cubes of ivory. The difference is that where we go we may happen to see persons of quality amusing themselves with a game, and in the ordinary houses you will meet bullies and sharpers who will strive either to cheat or to swagger you out of your money. I am sure you would not willingly lead me to do what is wrong, said Nigel, but my father had a horror for games of chance, religious, I believe, as well as prudential. He judged, from I know not what circumstance, a fallacious one, I should hope, that I should have a propensity to such courses, and I have told you the promise which he exacted from me. Now by my honor, said Dalgarno, what you have said affords the strongest reason for my insisting that you go with me. A man who would shun any danger should first become acquainted with its real bearing and extent, and that in the company of a confidential guide and guard. Do you think I myself game good faith my father's oaks grow too far from London and stand too fast rooted in the rocks of Perthshire for me to troll them down with a die, though I have seen whole forests go down like ninepins? No, not these are sports for the wealthy Southron, not for the poor Scottish noble. The place is an eating house, and as such you and I will use it. If others use it to game in, it is their fault, but neither that of the house nor ours. Unsatisfied with this reasoning, Nigel still insisted upon the promise he had given to his father, until his companion appeared rather displeased, and disposed to impute to him injurious and unhandsome suspicions. Lord Glenvarloch could not stand this change of tone. He recollected that much was due from him to Lord Dalgarno on account of his father's ready and efficient friendship, and something also on account of the frank manner in which the young man himself had offered him his intimacy. He had no reason to doubt his assurances that the house where they were about to dine did not fall under the description of places which his father's prohibition referred, and finally he was strong in his own resolution to resist every temptation to join in games of chance. He therefore pacified Lord Dalgarno by intimating his willingness to go along with him, and the good humor of the young courtier instantaneously returning, he again ran on in a grotesque and rhodomontade account of the host Monsieur de Beaujeu, which he did not conclude until they had reached the temple of hospitality over which that eminent professor presided. Chapter 12. This is the very barnyard where muster daily the prime cocks o' the game, ruffle their pinions, crow till they are hoarse, and spar about a barleycorn here 2 chickens, the callow unfledged brood of forward folly. Learn first to rear the crest and aim the spur, and tune their note like full-plumed chanticleer. The Bear Garden. The ordinary, now an ignoble sound, was in the days of James a new institution, as fashionable among the youth of that age as the first-rate modern clubhouses are amongst those of the present day. It differed chiefly in being open to all whom good clothes and good assurance combined to introduce there. The company usually dined together at an hour fixed, and the manager of the establishment presided as master of the ceremonies. Monsieur le Chevalier, as he qualified himself, Saint Priest de Beaujeu, was a sharp, thin Gascon, about 60 years old, banished from his own country, as he said, on account of an affair of honor in which he had the misfortune to kill his antagonist. Though the best swordsman in the south of France, his pretensions to quality were supported by a feathered hat, a long rapier, and a suit of embroidered taffeta, not much the worse for wear in the extreme fashion of the Parisian court. and fluttering like a maypole, with many knots of ribbon, of which it was computed he bore at least 500 yards about his person, but notwithstanding this profusion of decoration there were many who thought Monsieur le Chevalier so admirably calculated for his present situation that nature could never have meant to place him an inch above it. It was, however, part of the amusement of the place for Lord Dalgarno and other young men of quality to treat Monsieur de Beaujeu with a great deal of mock ceremony, which being observed by the herd of more ordinary and simple gulls, they paid him in clumsy imitation much real deference, the Gascon's natural forwardness being much enhanced by these circumstances. He was often guilty of presuming beyond the limits of his situation, and of course had sometimes the mortification to be disagreeably driven back into them. When Nigel entered the mansion of this eminent person, which had been but of late the residence of a great baron of Queen Elizabeth's court, who had retired to his manors in the country on the death of that princess, he was surprised at the extent of the accommodation which it afforded, and the number of guests who were already assembled. Feathers, waved spurs, jingled lace, and embroidery glanced everywhere, and at first sight at least, it certainly made good Lord Dalgarno's encomium, who represented the company as composed almost entirely of youth of the first quality. A more close review was not quite so favorable. Several individuals might be discovered who were not exactly at their ease in the splendid dresses which they wore, and who therefore might be supposed not habitually familiar with such finery. Again, there were others whose dress, though on a general view it did not seem inferior to that of the rest of the company, displayed, on being observed more closely, some of these petty expedients by which vanity endeavors to disguise poverty. Nigel had very little time to make such observations, for the entrance of Lord Dalgarno created an immediate bustle and sensation among the company. As his name passed from one mouth to another, some stood forward to gaze, others stood back to make way. Those of his own rank hastened to welcome him, those of inferior degree endeavored to catch some point of his gesture or of his dress to be worn and practiced upon a future occasion as the newest and most authentic fashion. The genius Losay, the Chevalier himself, was not the last to welcome this prime stay and ornament of his establishment. He came shuffling forward with 100 apish cons and shares milers to express his happiness at seeing Lord Dalgarno again. "I hope you do bring back the sun with you, Miler. You did carry away the sun and moon from your pauvre Chevalier. When you leave him for so long, pardieu, I believe you take them away in your pockets." "That must have been because you left me nothing else in them, Chevalier," answered Lord Dalgarno. "But Monsieur le Chevalier, I pray you to know my countryman and friend Lord Glenvarloch. Aha tres honor je men souviens suis Jacanu autrefois, un Miler ken farloch, en ecos yes, I have memory of Himmel Pierre de Miler apparementui, vera intimate, when I was at Holyrood with Monsieur de la Motte. Did often play at tennis, vit Miler ken farloch, at el abia di Holyrood et 8 meme plus fort, que moi le beaucoup de revere quil, avoit. I have memory too, that he was among the pretty girls, sir, unvridiable de chain. Aha, I have memory." "Better have no more memory of the late Lord Glenvarloch," said Lord Dalgarno, interrupting the Chevalier without ceremony, who perceived that the encomium which he was about to pass on the deceased was likely to be as disagreeable to the son as it was totally undeserved by the father, who, far from being either a gamester or libertine, as the Chevalier's reminiscences falsely represented him, was on the contrary strict and severe in his course of life, almost to the extent of rigor. "You have the reason, Miler," answered the Chevalier. "You have the right quest. Si que nous avons affaire avec le temps passé, time past did belong to our father, Sir Ancestresvery. Well, time present is to us. They have their pretty tombs with their memories and armorials, all in brass and marbre, have the petits plats exquis, and the supia Chevalier, which I will cause to mount up immediately." So saying, he made a pirouette on his heel and put his attendants in motion to place dinner on the table. Dalgarno laughed, and observing his young friend looked grave, said to him in a tone of reproach, "Why, what, you are not gull enough to be angry with such an ass as that?" "I keep my anger, I trust, for better purposes," said Lord Glenvarloch, "but I confess I was moved to hear such a fellow mention my father's name, and you too, who told me this was no gaming house, talked to him of having left it with emptied pockets." "Pshaw, man," said Lord Dalgarno, "I spoke but according to the trick of the time, besides, a man must set a piece or two sometimes, or he would be held a cullionly niggard. But here comes dinner, and we will see whether you like the Chevalier's good cheer better than his conversation." Dinner was announced accordingly, and the two friends, being seated in the most honorable station at the board, were ceremoniously attended to by the Chevalier, who did the honors of his table to them and to the other guests, and seasoned the whole with his agreeable conversation. The dinner was really excellent in that piquant style of cookery which the French had already introduced, and which the homebred young men of England, when they aspired to the rank of connoisseurs and persons of taste, were under the necessity of admiring the wine, was also of the first quality, and circulated in great variety, and no less abundance. The conversation among so many young men was of course light, lively, and amusing, and Nigel, whose mind had been long depressed by anxiety and misfortune, naturally found himself at ease, and his spirits raised and animated. Some of the company had real wit, and could use it both politely and to advantage. Others were coxcombs, and were laughed at without discovering it, and again others were originals, who seemed to have no objection that the company should be amused with their folly instead of their wit, and almost all the rest, who played any prominent part in the conversation, had either the real tone of good society which belonged to the period, or the jargon which often passes current for it. In short, the company and conversation was so agreeable that Nigel's rigor was softened by it even towards the master of ceremonies, and he listened with patience to various details, which the Chevalier de Beaujeu, seeing, as he said, that Miller's taste lay for the curia and feudal, chose to address to him in particular on the subject of cookery, to gratify at the same time the taste for antiquity, which he somehow supposed that his new guest possessed. He launched out in commendation of the great artists of former days, particularly one whom he had known in his youth, Maître de Cuisine to the Merchel Straussiter's bon gentilhomme portant, who had maintained his master's table with 12 covers every day during the long and severe blockade of Le Petit Lathe, although he had nothing better to place on it than the quarter of a carrion horse now and then, and the grass and weeds that grew on the ramparts dispardia si ditoit unham superbi, with one thistle head and a nettle or two. He could make a soup for 20 guests, and haunch of a little puppy dog made a rodi des plus excellence, but his coup de maître was when the rendition, what you call the surrender, took place, and append. And then, Dieu me damn, he made out of the hind quarter of one salted horse 45 couverts, that the English and Scottish officers and nobility, who had the honor to dine with Monseigneur upon the rendition, could not tell what the devil any of them were made upon at all. The good wine had by this time gone so merrily round, and had such genial effect on the guests, that those of the lower end of the table, who had hitherto been listeners, began not greatly to their own credit, or that of the ordinary, to make innovations. "You speak of the siege of Leith," said a tall, raw-boned man, with thick mustaches turned up with a military twist, a broad buff belt, a long rapier, and other outward symbols of the honored profession, which lives by killing other people. "You talk of the siege of Leith, and I have seen the place here, pretty kind of a hamlet it is, with a plain wall, or rampart, and a pigeon house, or so of a tower at every angle, odds daggers and scabbards. If a leaguer of our days had been 24 hours, not to say so many months before it, without carrying the place, and all its cocklofts one after another by pure storm, they would have deserved no better grace than the provost marshal gives when his noose is reeved." "Sir," said the Chevalier, "Monsieur le Capitaine, I was not at the siege of the Petit Lathe, and I know not what you say about the cockloft, but I will say for Monseigneur de Strozzi that he understood the Grand Guerre, and was Grand Capitaine plus Grandthat, is more great it may be than some of the capitains of Angleterre, who do speak very loud tenez, Monsieur, car c'est à vous." "Oh, Monsieur," answered the swordsman, "we know the Frenchman will fight well behind his barrier of stone, or when he is armed with back, breast, and pot." "Pot!" exclaimed the Chevalier. "What do you mean by pot, though? You mean to insult me among my noble guests, sir. I have done my duty as a pauvre gentilhomme under the Grand Henry Quater, both at Courtrai and Ivry and Venter St. Gris. We had neither pot nor marmite, but did always charge in our shirt." "Which refutes another base scandal," said Lord Dalgarno, laughing, alleging that linen was scarce among the French gentlemen-at-arms. Gentlemen out at arms and elbows, "Both you mean, my lord," said the captain, from the bottom of the table, "craving your lordship's pardon, I do know something of these same genstorms." "We will spare your knowledge at present, captain, and save your modesty at the same time the trouble of telling us how that knowledge was acquired," answered Lord Dalgarno, rather contemptuously. "I need not speak of it, my lord," said the man of war. "The world knows it all perhaps, but the men of Moherth, poor sneaking citizens of London, who would see a man of valour eat his very hilts for hunger ere they would draw a farthing from their long purses to relieve them. Oh, if a band of the honest fellows I have seen were once to come near that cuckoo's nest of theirs." "A cuckoo's nest, and that's said of the city of London," said a gallant who sat on the opposite side of the table, and who, wearing a splendid and fashionable dress, seemed yet scarce at home in a tie, "will not brook to hear that repeated." "What," said the soldier, bending a most terrific frown from a pair of broad black eyebrows, handling the hilt of his weapon with one hand, and twirling with the other his huge mustaches, "will you quarrel for your city?" "I marry will I," replied the other. "I am a citizen, I care not who knows it, and he who shall speak a word in dispraise of the city is an ass and a peremptory gull, and I will break his pate to teach him sense and manners." The company, who probably had their reasons for not valuing the captain's courage at the high rate which he himself put upon it, were much entertained at the manner in which the quarrel was taken up by the indignant citizen, and they exclaimed on all sides, "Well run, Bobel, well crowed the cock of St. Paul's, sound a charge there, or the soldier will mistake his signals and retreat when he should advance." "You mistake me, gentlemen," said the captain, looking round with an air of dignity. "I will but inquire whether this cavaliero citizen is of rank and degree fitted to measure swords with a man of action, for conceive me, gentlemen, it is not with every one that I can match myself without loss of reputation, and in that case he shall soon hear from me honourably by way of cartel." "You shall feel me most dishonourably in the way of cudgel," said the citizen, starting up, and taking his sword, which he had laid in a corner. "Follow me." "It is my right to name the place of combat by all the rules of the sword," said the captain, "and I do nominate the Maze in Tothill Fields for Placetwo, gentlemen, who shall be indifferent judges, for witnesses and for time let me say this day fortnight at daybreak." "And I," said the citizen, "do nominate the bowling alley behind the house for place the present good company for witnesses, and for time the present moment." So saying, he cast on his beaver, struck the soldier across the shoulders with his sheathed sword, and ran downstairs. The captain showed no instant alacrity to follow him, yet at last, roused by the laugh and sneer around him, he assured the company that what he did he would do deliberately, and assuming his hat, which he put on with the air of ancient pistol, he descended the stairs to the place of combat, where his more prompt adversary was already stationed with his sword unsheathed. Of the company, all of whom seemed highly delighted with the approaching fray, some ran to the windows, which overlooked the bowling alley, and others followed the combatants downstairs. Nigel could not help asking Dalgarno whether he would not interfere to prevent mischief. "It would be a crime against the public interest," answered his friend. "There can no mischief happen between two such originals, which will not be a positive benefit to society, and particularly to the Chevalier's establishment, as he calls it. I have been as sick of that captain's buff belt and red doublet for this month past as ere I was of aught, and now I hope this bold linendraper will cudgel the ass out of that filthy lion's hide. See, Nigel, see, the gallant citizen has ta'en his ground about a bolskest forward in the midst of the alith, very model of a hog in armour. Behold how he prances with his manly foot, and brandishes his blade, much as if he were about to measure forth cambric with it. See, they bring on the reluctant soldado, and plant him opposite to his fiery antagonist 12 paces, still dividing them. Lo, the captain draws his tool, but like a good general looks over his shoulder to secure his retreat in case the worst come on't. Behold, the valiant shopkeeper stoops his head, confident doubtless in the civic helmet with which his spouse has fortified his skull. Why, this is the rarest of sport. By heaven, he will run a tilt at him like a ram." It was even as Lord Dalgarno had anticipated, for the citizen, who seemed quite serious in his zeal for combat, perceiving that the man of war did not advance towards him, rushed onwards with as much good fortune as courage, beat down the captain's guard, and pressing on thrust, as it seemed his sword clear through the body of his antagonist, who with a deep groan measured his length on the ground. A score of voices cried to the conqueror, as he stood fixed in astonishment at his own feet, away, with you fly by the back door, get into the Whitefriars, or cross the water to the bankside, while we keep off the mob and the constables. And the conqueror, leaving his vanquished foeman on the ground, fled accordingly with all speed. By heaven, said Lord Dalgarno, I could never have believed that the fellow would have stood to receive a thrust, has certainly been arrested by positive terror, and lost the use of his limbs. See, they are raising him. Stiff and stark seemed the corpse of the swordsman, as one or two of the guests raised him from the ground, but when they began to open his waistcoat to search for the wound, which nowhere existed, the man of war collected his scattered spirits, and conscious that the ordinary was no longer a stage on which to display his valor, took to his heels as fast as he could run, pursued by the laughter and shouts of the company. By my honor, said Lord Dalgarno, he takes the same course with his conqueror. I trust in heaven he will overtake him, and then the valiant citizen will suppose himself haunted by the ghost of him he has slain. Dispardia, Myler, said the Chevalier, if he had stayed one moment, he should have had a torch and what you call a dishclout pinned to him for a piece of shroud to show he be the ghost of one grand fanfaron. In the meanwhile, said Lord Dalgarno, you will oblige us, Monsieur le Chevalier, as well as maintain your own honored reputation, by letting your drawers receive the man-at-arms with a cudgel in case he should venture to come way again. Venter Saint Gris, Myler, said the Chevalier, leave that to me, begar the maid shall throw the washsud upon the grand poltron. When they had laughed sufficiently at this ludicrous occurrence, the party began to divide themselves into little knots. Some took possession of the alley late the scene of combat, and put the field to its proper use of a bowling ground, and it soon resounded with all the terms of the game as run, rub, hold, bias, you infernal trundling timber, thus making good the saying that three things are thrown away in a bowling green, namely time, money, and oaths. In the house, many of the gentlemen betook themselves to cards or dice, and parties were formed at Amber, at Basset, at Gleek, at Primero, and other games then in fashion, while the dice were used at various games, both with and without the tables, as hazard and in passage, and so forth. The play, however, did not appear to be extravagantly deep. It was certainly conducted with great decorum and fairness, nor did there appear anything to lead the young Scotsman in the least to doubt his companion's assurance that the place was frequented by men of rank and quality, and that the recreations they adopted were conducted upon honorable principles. Lord Dalgarno neither had proposed play to his friend, nor joined in the amusement himself, but sauntered from one table to another, remarking the luck of the different players, as well as their capacity to avail themselves of it, and exchanging conversation with the highest and most respectable of the guests. At length, as if tired of what in modern phrase would have been termed lounging, he suddenly remembered that Burbage was to act Shakespeare's King Richard at the Fortune that afternoon, and that he could not give a stranger in London, like Lord Glenvarloch, a higher entertainment than to carry him to that exhibition, unless, indeed, he added in a whisper, there is paternal interdiction of the theatre as well as of the ordinary. I never heard my father speak of stage plays, said Lord Glenvarloch, for they are shows of a modern date and unknown in Scotland. Yet if what I have heard to their prejudice be true, I doubt much whether he would have approved of them. Approved of them, exclaimed Lord Dalgarno. He, George Buchanan, wrote tragedies, and his pupil learned and wise as himself goes to see them, so it is next door to treason to abstain, and the cleverest men in England write for the stage, and the prettiest women in London resort to the playhouses, and I have a brace of nags at the door, which will carry us along the streets like wildfire, and the ride will digest our venison and ortolans, and dissipate the fumes of the wine, and so let's to horse. Godden to you, gentlemen, Godden, Chevalier de la Fortune. Lord Dalgarno's grooms were in attendance with 2 horses, and the young men mounted the proprietor upon a favourite Barb, and Nigel upon a high-dressed jennet scarce less beautiful. As they rode towards the theatre, Lord Dalgarno endeavoured to discover his friend's opinion of the company to which he had introduced him, and to combat the exceptions which he might suppose him to have taken. And wherefore lookest thou, sad, he said, my pensive neophyte sage son of the alma mater of Low Dutch, learning what aileth thee is the leaf of the living world, which we have turned over in company less fairly written than thou hadst been taught to expect, be comforted, and pass over one little blot or two. Thou wilt be doomed to read through many a page as black as infamy with her sooty pinion can make them. Remember, most immaculate Nigel, that we are in London, not laden, that we are studying life, not law. Stand buff against the reproach of thine overtender conscience, man, and when thou summest up like a good arithmetician the actions of the day before you balance the account on your pillow, tell the accusing spirit to his brimstone beard that if thine ears have heard the clatter of the devil's bones, thy hand hath not trolled them, that if thine eye hath seen the brawling of two angry boys, thy blade hath not been bared in their fray. Now all this may be wise and witty, replied Nigel, yet I own I cannot think but that your lordship and other men of good quality with whom we dined might have chosen a place of meeting free from the intrusion of bullies, and a better master of your ceremonial than yonder foreign adventurer. All shall be amended, Sanct Nigel, when thou shalt come forth a new Peter the Hermit to preach a crusade against dicing, drabbing, and company keeping. We will meet for dinner in St. Sepulchre's church. We will dine in the chancel, drink our flask in the vestry. The parson shall draw every cork, and the clerk say amen to every health. Come, man, cheer up, and get rid of this sour and unsocial humor. Credit me, that the Puritans who object to us, the follies and the frailties incident to human nature, have themselves the vices of absolute devils, privy malice, and backbiting, hypocrisy, and spiritual pride. In all its presumption, there is much too in life which we must see were it only to learn to shun it. Will Shakespeare, who lives after death, and who is presently to afford thee such pleasure as none but himself can confer, has described the gallant Falconbridge as calling that man a bastard to the time that doth not smack of observation, which though I will not practice to deceive, yet to avoid deceit I mean to learn. But here we are at the door of the fortune, where we shall have matchless will speaking for himself, goblin, and you other lout, leave the horses to the grooms, and make way for us through the press. They dismounted, and the assiduous efforts of Luton, elbowing, bullying, and proclaiming his master's name and title, made way through a crowd of murmuring citizens and clamorous apprentices to the door, where Lord Dalgarno speedily procured a brace of stools upon the stage for his companion, and himself, where seated among other gallants of the same class, they had an opportunity of displaying their fair dresses and fashionable manners, while they criticized the piece during its progress, thus forming at the same time a conspicuous part of the spectacle and an important proportion of the audience. Nigel Oliphant was too eagerly and deeply absorbed in the interest of the scene to be capable of playing his part. As became the place where he was seated, he felt all the magic of that sorcerer who had displayed within the paltry circle of a wooden booth the long wars of York and Lancaster, compelling the heroes of either line to stalk across the scene in language and fashion, as they lived, as if the grave had given up the dead for the amusement. Instruction of the living Burbage esteemed the best Richard, until Garrick arose, played the tyrant and usurper with such truth and liveliness, that when the Battle of Bosworth seemed concluded by his death, the ideas of reality and deception were strongly contending in Lord Glenvarloch's imagination, and it required him to rouse himself from his reverie. So strange did the proposal at first sound, when his companion declared King Richard should sup with them at the Mermaid. They were joined at the same time by a small party of the gentlemen with whom they had dined, which they recruited by inviting 2 or 3 of the most accomplished wits and poets who seldom failed to attend the Fortune Theatre, and were even but too ready to conclude day of amusement with a night of pleasure. Thither the whole party adjourned, and betwixt fertile cups of sack excited spirits, and the emulous wit of their lively companions, seemed to realize the joyous boast of one of Ben Jonson's contemporaries when reminding the bard of those lyric feasts, where men such clusters had, as made them nobly wild, not mad, while yet each verse of thine outdid the meat, outdid the frolic wine. Chapter 13. Let the proud salmon gorge the feathered hook, then strike and then you have him he will wince. Spin out your line, that it shall whistle from you. Some 20 yards or so, yet you shall have him. Marry, you must have patience, stout rock, which is his trust, hath edges something sharp, and the deep pool hath ooze and sludge enough to mar your fishingless. You are more careful. Albion or the double kings. It is seldom that a day of pleasure upon review seems altogether so exquisite as the partaker of the festivity may have felt it while passing over him. Nigel Oliphant at least did not feel it so, and it required a visit from his new acquaintance Lord Dalgarno to reconcile him entirely to himself. But this visit took place early after breakfast, and his friend's discourse was prefaced with a question how he liked the company of the preceding evening. "Why, excellently well," said Lord Glenvarloch, "only I should have liked the wit better, had it appeared to flow more freely. Every man's invention seemed on the stretch, and each extravagant simile seemed to set one half of your men of wit into a brown study to produce something which should out-Herod it." "And wherefore not?" said Lord Dalgarno. "Or what are these fellows fit for, but to play the intellectual gladiators before us? He of them who declares himself recreant, should D.N. him be restricted to muddy ale and the patronage of the waterman's company. I promise you that many a pretty fellow has been mortally wounded with a quibble or a carwitchet at the Mermaid, and sent from thence in a pitiable estate to Witt's Hospital in the Vintry, where they languish to this day amongst fools and aldermen." "It may be so," said Lord Nigel, "yet I could swear by my honour that last night I seemed to be in company with more than one man whose genius and learning ought either to have placed him higher in our company, or to have withdrawn him altogether from a scene where, sooth to speak, his part seemed unworthily subordinate." "Now out upon your tender conscience," said Lord Dalgarno, "and the fico for such outcasts of Parnassus. Why, these are the very leavings of that noble banquet of pickled herrings and Rhenish, which lost London so many of her principal witmongers and bards of misrule. What would you have said, had you seen Nash or Green when you interest yourself about the poor mimes you supped with last night? Suffice it, they had their drench and their doze, and they drank and slept as much as may save them from any necessity of eating, till evening, when, if they are industrious, they will find patrons or players to feed them." Footnote: the condition of men of wit and talents was never more melancholy than about this period. Their lives were so irregular, and their means of living so precarious, that they were alternately rioting in debauchery or encountering and struggling with the meanest necessities. 2 or 3 lost their lives by a surfeit brought on by that fatal banquet of Rhenish wine and pickled herrings, which is familiar to those who study the lighter literature of that age. The whole history is a most melancholy picture of genius degraded at once by its own debaucheries, and the patronage of heartless rakes and profligates for the rest of their wants. They can be at no loss for cold water, while the new river head holds good, and your doublets of Parnassus are eternal in duration. "Virgil and Horace had more efficient patronage," said Nigel. "I," replied his countryman, "but these fellows are neither Virgil nor Horace. Besides, we have other spirits of another sort, to whom I will introduce you on some early occasion. Our Swan of Avon hath sung his last, but we have stout old Ben, with as much learning and genius as ever prompted the treader of sock and buskin. It is not, however, of him I mean now to speak, but I come to pray you of dear love to row up with me as far as Richmond, where 2 or 3 of the gallants whom you saw yesterday mean to give music and syllabubs to a set of beauties, with some curious bright eyes among them, such, I promise you, as might win an astrologer from his worship of the galaxy. My sister leads the bevy, to whom I desire to present you. She hath her admirers at court, and is regarded, though I might dispense with sounding her praise, as one of the beauties of the time." There was no refusing an engagement, where the presence of the party invited, late so low in his own regard, was demanded by a lady of quality, one of the choice beauties of the time. Lord Glenvarloch accepted, as was inevitable, and spent a lively day among the gay and the fair. He was the gallant in attendance for the day upon his friend's sister, the beautiful Countess of Blackchester, who aimed at once at superiority in the realms of fashion, of power, and of wit. She was indeed considerably older than her brother, and had probably completed her 6 lustres, but the deficiency in extreme youth was more than atoned for in the most precise and curious accuracy in attire, an early acquaintance with every foreign mode, and a peculiar gift in adapting the knowledge, which she acquired to her own particular features and complexion. At court she knew, as well as any lady in the circle, the precise tone moral, political, learned, or jocose, in which it was proper to answer the monarch according to his prevailing humour, and was supposed to have been very active by her personal interest in procuring her husband a high situation, which the gouty old viscount could never have deserved by any merit of his own commonplace conduct and understanding. It was far more easy for this lady than for her brother to reconcile so young a courtier as Lord Glenvarloch to the customs and habits of a sphere so new to him in all civilized society. The females of distinguished rank and beauty give the tone to manners, and through these even to morals. Lady Blackchester had besides interest either in the court or over the court, for its source could not be well traced, which created friends and overawed those who might have been disposed to play the part of enemies. At one time she was understood to be closely leagued with the Buckingham family, with whom her brother still maintained a great intimacy, and although some coldness had taken place betwixt the Countess and the Duchess of Buckingham, so that they were little seen together, and the former seemed considerably to have withdrawn herself into privacy, it was whispered that Lady Blackchester's interest with the great favourite was not diminished in consequence of her breach with his lady. Our accounts of the private court intrigues of that period and of the persons to whom they were entrusted are not full enough to enable us to pronounce upon the various reports which arose out of the circumstances we have detailed. It is enough to say that Lady Blackchester possessed great influence on the circle around her, both from her beauty, her abilities, and her reputed talents for court intrigue, and that Nigel Oliphant was not long of experiencing its power, as he became a slave in some degree to that species of habit which carries so many men into a certain society at a certain hour, without expecting or receiving any particular degree of gratification or even amusement. His life for several weeks may be thus described. The ordinary was no bad introduction to the business of the day, and the young lord quickly found that if the society there was not always irreproachable, still it formed the most convenient and agreeable place of meeting with the fashionable parties with whom he visited Hyde Park, the theatres, and other places of public resort, or joined the gay and glittering circle which Lady Blackchester had assembled around her. Neither did he entertain the same scrupulous horror which led him originally even to hesitate entering into a place where gaming was permitted, but on the contrary began to admit the idea that as there could be no harm done in beholding such recreation when only indulged in to a moderate degree, so from a parity of reasoning there could be no objection to joining in it, always under the same restrictions. But the young lord was a Scotsman habituated to early reflection and totally unaccustomed to any habit which inferred a careless risk or profuse waste of money. Profusion was not his natural vice, or one likely to be acquired in the course of his education, and in all probability, while his father anticipated with noble horror the idea of his son approaching the gaming table, he was more startled at the idea of his becoming a gaining than a losing adventurer. The second, according to his principles, had a termination, a sad one indeed, in the loss of temporal fortune. The first quality went on increasing the evil which he dreaded and perilled at once both body and soul. However the old lord might ground his apprehension, it was so far verified by his son's conduct that from an observer of the various games of chance which he witnessed, he came by degrees, by moderate hazards and small bets or wagers, to take a certain interest in them, nor could it be denied that his rank and expectations entitled him to hazard a few pieces, for his game went no deeper against persons who, from the readiness with which they staked their money, might be supposed well able to afford to lose it. It chanced, or perhaps, according to the common belief, his evil genius had so decreed that Nigel's adventures were remarkably successful. He was temperate, cautious, cool-headed, had a strong memory, and a ready power of calculation, was besides of a daring and intrepid character, one upon whom no one that had looked even slightly or spoken to, though but hastily, would readily have ventured to practice anything approaching to trick, or which required to be supported by intimidation, while Lord Glenvarloch chose to play men played with him regularly, or according to the phrase, upon the square, and as he found his luck change, or wished to hazard his good fortune no farther, the more professed votaries of fortune, who frequented the house of Monsieur le Chevalier de Saint-Priest Beaudieu, did not venture openly to express their displeasure at his rising a winner, but when this happened repeatedly, the gamesters murmured amongst themselves equally at the caution and the success of the young Scotsman, and he became far from being a popular character among their society. It was no slight inducement to the continuance of this most evil habit, when it was once in some degree acquired, that it seemed to place Lord Glenvarloch haughty, as he naturally was beyond the necessity of subjecting himself to farther pecuniary obligations, which his prolonged residence in London must otherwise have rendered necessary. He had to solicit from the ministers certain forms of office, which were to render his sign manual effectually useful, and these, though they could not be denied, were delayed in such a manner as to lead Nigel to believe there was some secret opposition, which occasioned the demur in his business. His own impulse was to have appeared at court a second time with the king's sign manual in his pocket, and to have appealed to his majesty himself whether the delay of the public officers ought to render his royal generosity unavailing. But the Lord Huntingdon, that good old peer, who had so frankly interfered in his behalf on a former occasion, and whom he occasionally visited, greatly dissuaded him from a similar adventure, and exhorted him quietly to await the deliverance of the ministers, which should set him free from dancing attendance in London. Lord Dalgarno joined his father in deterring his young friend from a second attendance at court at least, till he was reconciled with the Duke of Buckingham, a matter in which he said, addressing his father, "I have offered my poor assistance, without being able to prevail on Lord Nigel to make any not even the least submission to the Duke of Buckingham." "By my faith, and I hold the laddie to be in the right, Aunt Malcolm," answered the stout old Scots lord, "what right hath Buckingham, or to speak plainly the son of Sir George Villiers, to expect homage and fealty from one more noble than himself by 8 quarters? I heard him myself on no reason that I could perceive term Lord Nigel his enemy, and it will never be by my counsel that the lad speaks soft word to him till he recalls the hard one." "That is precisely my advice to Lord Glenvarloch," answered Lord Dalgarno. "But then you will admit, my dear father, that it would be the risk of extremity for our friend to return into the presence, the Duke being his enemy, better to leave it with me, to take off the heat of the distemperature with which some pickthanks have persuaded the Duke to regard our friend." "If thou canst persuade Buckingham of his error, Malcolm," said his father, "for once I will say there hath been kindness and honesty in court service. I have oft told your sister and yourself that in the general I esteem it as lightly as may be." "You need not doubt my doing my best in Nigel's case," answered Lord Dalgarno. "But you must think, my dear father, I must needs use slower and gentler means than those by which you became a favourite 20 years ago." "By my faith, I am afraid thou wilt," answered his father. "I tell thee, Malcolm, I would sooner wish myself in the grave than doubt thine honesty or honour. Yet somehow it hath chanced that honest ready service hath not the same acceptance at court which it has in my younger time, and yet you rise there." "Oh, the time permits not your old world service," said Lord Dalgarno. "We have now no daily insurrections, no nightly attempts at assassination. As were the fashion in the Scottish court, your prompt and uncourteous sword-in-hand attendance on the sovereign is no longer necessary, and would be as unbeseeming as your old-fashioned serving-men with their badges, broadswords, and bucklers would be at a court-masque. Besides, Father Loyal haste hath its inconveniences, I have heard, and from royal lips too, that when you stuck your dagger into the traitor Ruthven, it was with such little consideration that the point ran 1/4 of an inch into the royal buttock. The king never talks of it, but he rubs the injured part, and quotes his infandum renovare dolorum. But this comes of old fashions, and of wearing a long Liddesdale whinger instead of a poniard of Parma. Yet this, my dear father, you call prompt and valiant service. The king, I am told, could not sit upright for a fortnight, though all the cushions in Falkland were placed in his chair of state, and the provost of Dunfermline's borrowed to the boot of all." "It is a lie," said the old earl, "a false lie, forge it. Who list it is true. I wore a dagger of service by my side, and not a bodkin like yours to pick one's teeth witherland for prompt service. Odds nouns, it should be prompt to be useful. When kings are crying treason and murder, with the screech of a half-throttled hen, but you young courtiers know not of these matters, and are little better than the green geese they bring over from the Indies, whose only merit to their masters is to repeat their own words after Thema, pack of mouthers and flatterers, and earwigs. Well, I am old and unable to mend, else I would break all off, and hear the Tay once more flinging himself over the Campsie Lynn. But there is your dinner bell, father, said Lord Dalgarno, which if the venison I sent you proves seasonable, is at least as sweet a sound. Follow me then, youngsters, if you list, said the old Earl, and strode on from the alcove in which this conversation was held towards the house, followed by the two young men. In their private discourse, Lord Dalgarno had little trouble in dissuading Nigel from going immediately to court, while on the other hand, the offers he made him of a previous introduction to the Duke of Buckingham were received by Lord Glenvarloch with a positive and contemptuous refusal. His friend shrugged his shoulders, as one who claims the merit of having given to an obstinate friend the best counsel and desires to be held free of the consequences of his pertinacity. As for the father, his table indeed, and his best liquor, of which he was more profuse than necessary, were at the command of his young friend, as well as his best advice and assistance in the prosecution of his affairs. But Lord Huntingdon's interest was more apparent than real, and the credit he had acquired by his gallant defence of the king's person was so carelessly managed by himself, and so easily eluded by the favourites and ministers of the sovereign, that except upon one or two occasions, when the king was in some measure taken by surprise, as in the case of Lord Glenvarloch, the royal bounty was never efficiently extended either to himself or to his friends. There never was a man, said Lord Dalgarno, whose shrewder knowledge of the English court saw where his father's deficiency lay, that had it so perfectly in his power to have made his way to the pinnacle of fortune, as my poor father he had acquired a right to build up a staircase step by step slowly, and surely letting every boon which he begged year after year become in its turn the resting place for the next annual grant. But your fortunes shall not shipwreck upon the same coast, Nigel, he would conclude, if I have fewer means of influence than my father has, or rather had, till he threw them away for butts of sack hawks hounds, and such carrion. I can far better than he improve that which I possess, and that, my dear Nigel, is all engaged in your behalf. Do not be surprised or offended that you now see me less than formerly. The stag hunting is commenced, and the prince looks that I should attend him more frequently. I must also maintain my attendance on the duke, that I may have an opportunity of pleading your cause when occasion shall permit. I have no cause to plead before the duke, said Nigel gravely. I have said so repeatedly. Why, I meant the phrase no otherwise, thou churlish and suspicious disputant, answered Dalgarno, than as I am now pleading the duke's cause with thee. Surely I only mean to claim a share in our royal master's favourite benediction, BD Pacifica. Upon several occasions, Lord Glenvarloch's conversations, both with the old Earl and his son, took a similar turn, and had a like conclusion. He sometimes felt as if betwixt the one and the other, not to mention the more unseen and unboasted, but scarce less certain influence of Lady Blackchester, his affair, simple as it had become, might have been somehow accelerated, but it was equally impossible to doubt the rough honesty of the father and the eager and officious friendship of Lord Dalgarno, nor was it easy to suppose that the countenance of the lady by whom he was received with such distinction would be wanting, could it be effectual in his service. Nigel was further sensible of the truth of what Lord Dalgarno often pointed out, that the favourite being supposed to be his enemy, every petty officer through whose hands his affair must necessarily pass would desire to make a merit of throwing obstacles in his way, which he could only surmount by steadiness and patience, unless he preferred closing the breach, or as Lord Dalgarno called it, making his peace with the Duke of Buckingham. Nigel might, and doubtless would have had recourse to the advice of his friend George Heriot upon this occasion, having found it so advantageous formerly, but the only time he saw him after their visit to court, he found the worthy citizen engaged in hasty preparations for a journey to Paris upon business of great importance in the way of his profession, and by an especial commission from the court and the Duke of Buckingham, which was likely to be attended with considerable profit. The good man smiled as he named the Duke of Buckingham. He had been, he said, pretty sure that his disgrace in that quarter would not be of long duration. Lord Glenvarloch expressed himself rejoiced at that reconciliation, observing that it had been a most painful reflection to him that Master Harriot should in his behalf have incurred the dislike, and perhaps exposed himself to the ill offices of so powerful a favourite. "My lord," said Harriet, "for your father's son, I would do much, and yet truly, if I know myself, I would do as much and risk as much for the sake of justice, in the case of a much more insignificant person, as I have ventured for yours. But as we shall not meet for some time, I must commit to your own wisdom the farther prosecution of this matter." And thus they took a kind and affectionate leave of each other. There were other changes in Lord Glenvarloch's situation, which require to be noticed. His present occupations, and the habits of amusement which he had acquired, rendered his living so far in the city a considerable inconvenience. He may also have become a little ashamed of his cabin on Paul's Wharf, and desirous of being lodged somewhat more according to his quality. For this purpose he had hired a small apartment near the Temple. He was nevertheless almost sorry for what he had done when he observed that his removal appeared to give some pain to John Christie, and a great deal to his cordial and officious landlady. The former, who was grave and saturnine in everything he did, only hoped that all had been to Lord Glenvarloch's mind, and that he had not left them on account of any unbeseeming negligence on their part. But the tear twinkled in Dame Nelly's eye, while she recounted the various improvements she had made in the apartment of express purpose to render it more convenient to his lordship. There was a great seachest, she said, had been taken upstairs to the shopman's garret, though it left the poor lad scarce 18 inches of opening to creep betwixt it and his bed, and heaven knew did not whether it could ever be brought down that narrow stair again. Then the turning the closet into an alcove had cost a matter of 20 round shillings, and to be sure to any other lodger but his lordship the closet was more convenient. There was all the linen too, which she had bought on purpose, but heavens will be Donish was resigned. Everybody likes marks of personal attachment, and Nigel, whose heart really smote him, as if in his rising fortunes he were disdaining the lowly accommodations and the civilities of the humble friends, which had been but lately actual favours, failed not by every assurance in his power, and by as liberal payment as they could be prevailed upon, to accept, to alleviate the soreness of their feelings at his departure, and a parting kiss from the fair lips of his hostess sealed his forgiveness. Richie Monoples lingered behind his master to ask whether in case of need John Christie could help a canny Scotsman to a passage back to his own country, and receiving assurance of John's interest to that effect, he said at parting he would remind him of his promise soon, for, said he, "If my lord is not weary of this London life, I ken one that is videlis at mysel, and I am weel determined to see Arthur's Seat again, ere I am many weeks older." Chapter 14. Bingo, why Bingo, hey boy Sir here's. He's gone and off, but he'll be home before us. "Te's the most wayward cur e'er mumbled bone, or dogged a master's footstep. Bingo loves me better than ever beggar loved his alms. Yet when he takes such humour, you may coax sweet Mistress Fantasy, your worship's mistress, out of her sullen moods as soon as Bingo, the dominie, and his dog." Richie Monoples was as good as his word. 2 or 3 mornings after the young lord had possessed himself of his new lodgings, he appeared before Nigel as he was preparing to dress, having left his pillow at an hour much later than had formerly been his custom. As Nigel looked upon his attendant, he observed there was a gathering gloom upon his solemn features, which expressed either additional importance or superadded discontent, or a portion of both. "How now," he said, "what is the matter this morning, Richie, that you have made your face so like the grotesque mask on one of the spouts yonder," pointing to the Temple Church, of which Gothic building they had a view from the window. Richie swiveled his head a little to the right with as little alacrity as if he had the crick in his neck, and instantly resuming his posture replied, "Mask, here mask, there it were nae such matters that I have to speak anent." "And what matters have you to speak anent, then?" said his master, whom circumstances had inured to tolerate a good deal of freedom from his attendant. "My lord," said Richie, and then stopped to cough and hem, as if what he had to say stuck somewhat in his throat. "I guess the mystery," said Nigel. "You want a little money, Richie. Will 5 pieces serve the present turn?" "My lord," said Richie, "I may it is like want a trifle of money, and I am glad at the same time, and sorry that it is mere plenty with your lordship than formerly." "Glad and sorry, man," said Lord Nigel. "Why, you are reading riddles to me, Richie." "My riddle will be briefly read," said Richie. "I come to crave of your lordship your commands for Scotland." "For Scotland we art, thou madman," said Nigel. "Canst thou not tarry to go down with me?" "I could be of little service," said Richie, "since you purpose to hire another page and groom." "Why, thou jealous ass," said the young lord, "will not thy load of duty lie the lighter? Go take thy breakfast, and drink thy ale double strong, to put such absurdities out of thy head. I could be angry with thee for thy folly, man, but I remember how thou hast stuck to me in adversity." "Adversity, my lord, should never have parted us," said Richie. "Methinks, had the worst come to worst, I could have starved as gallantly as your lordship, or more, so being in some sort used to it. For though I was bred at a flasher's stall, I have not through my life had a constant intimacy with collops." "Now what is the meaning of all this trash?" said Nigel. "Or has it no other end than to provoke my patience? You know well enough that had I 20 serving men, I would hold the faithful follower that stood by me in my distress, the most valued of them all, but it is totally out of reason to plague me with your solemn capriccios." "My lord," said Richie, "in declaring your trust in me, you have done what is honorable to yourself, if I may with humility say so much, and in no way undeserved on my side. Nevertheless, we must part." "Body of me, man," "Why," said Lord Nigel, "what reason can there be for it, if we are mutually satisfied?" "My lord," said Richie, "please, your lordship's occupations are such as I cannot own or countenance by my presence." "How now, sirrah?" said his master angrily. "Under favour, my lord," replied his domestic, "it is unequal dealing to be equally offended by my speech, and by my silence. If you can hear with patience the grounds of my departure, it may be for aught I know the better for you here and hereafter. If not, let me have my license of departure in silence, and so no more about it." "Go to, sir," said Nigel. "Speak out your mind, only remember to whom you speak it." Weel, my lord, I speak it with humility." Never did Richie look with more starched dignity than when he uttered the word. "But do you think this dicing and card-shuffling and haunting of taverns and playhouses suits your lordship? For I am sure it does not suit me." "Why, you are not turned precisian or Puritan fool," said Lord Glenvarloch, laughing, though betwixt resentment and shame it cost him some trouble to do so. "My lord," replied the follower, "I ken the purport of your query. I am, it may be, a little of a precisian, and I wish to heaven I was mair worthy of the name. But let that be a passover. I have stretched the duties of a servingman as far as my northern conscience will permit. I can give my gude word to my master or to my native country when I am in a foreign land, even though I should leave downright truth a wee bit behind me. And I will take or give a slash with ony man that speaks to the derogation of either. But this chambering, dicing, and play-haunting is not my element. I cannot draw breath in it, and when I hear of your lordship winning the siller, that some poor creature may full sairly misspy my soul, if it wad serve your necessity, rather than you gained it from him, I wad take a jump over the hedge with your lordship, and cry, stand to the first grazier we met, that was coming from Smithfield, with the price of his Essex calves in his leathern pouch." "You are a simpleton," said Nigel, who felt, however much conscience struck, "I never play, but for small sums." "I, my lord," replied the unyielding domestic, "and still, with reverence, it is even sae much the war. If you played with your equals, there might be like sin, but there wad be mair worldly honour in it. Your lordship kens, or may ken, by experience of your ain whilk is not as yet mony weeks old, that small sums can ill be missed by those that have nane larger, and I maun e'en be plain with you, that men notice it of your lordship, that ye play why nane, but the misguided creatures that can but afford to lose bare stakes." "No man dare say so," replied Nigel, very angrily. "I play with whom I please, but I will only play for what stake I please." "That is just what they say, my lord," said the unmerciful Richie, whose natural love of lecturing, as well as his bluntness of feeling, prevented him from having any idea of the pain which he was inflicting on his master. These are even their own very words it was. But yesterday your lordship was pleased at that same. Ordinary to win from yonder young Halfland's gentleman with the crimson velvet doublet, and the cock's feather in his beaver him, I mean who fought with the ranting captain a matter of £5 or thereby. I saw him come through the hall, and if he was not cleaned out of cross and pile, I never saw a ruined man in my life. Impossible, said Lord Glenvarloch. Why, who is he? He looked like a man of substance. All is not gold that glistens, my lord, replied Richie. Broidery and bullion buttons make bare pouches, and if you ask who he is, maybe I have a guess and care not to tell. At least if I have done any such fellow an injury, said the Lord Nigel, let me know how I can repair it. Never fash your beard about that, my lord, with reverence always, said Richie, shall be suitably cared after. Think on him. But as Ainwa was running post to the devil, and got a shouldering from your lordship to help him on his journey, but I will stop him if reason can, and so your lordship needs asks nae mair about it, for there is no use in your knowing it, but much the contraire. Hark you, sirrah, said his master, I have borne with you thus far for certain reasons, but abuse my good nature no farther, and, since you must needs go, why go a God's name, and here is to pay your journey. So saying, he put gold into his hand, which Richie told over piece by piece, with the utmost accuracy. Is it all righter? Are they wanting in waiter? What the devil keeps you when your hurry was so great 5 minutes since, said the young lord, now thoroughly nettled at the presumptuous precision with which Richie dealt forth his canons of morality. The tale of coin is complete, said Richie with the most imperturbable gravity, and for the weight, though they are scrupulous in this town, as make mouths at a piece that is a wee bit light, or that has been cracked within the ring, my sooth, they will jump at them in Edinburgh like a cock at a grossart. Gold pieces are not so plenty there, the mair the pity. The more is your folly, then, said Nigel, whose anger was only momentary, that leave the land where there is enough of them. My lord, said Richie, to be round with you, the grace of God is better than gold pieces. When goblin, as you call yonder Monsieur Lieutenant, you might as well call him Gibbet, since that is what he is like to end in. Shall recommend a page to you. Ye will hear little such doctrine as ye have heard from me, and if they were my last words, he said, raising his voice, I would say you are misled, and are forsaking the paths which your honourable father trode in, and what is more, you are going still under correction to the devil with a dishclout, for ye are laughed at by them that lead you into these disordered bypaths. Laughed at, said Nigel, who, like others of his age, was more sensible to ridicule than to reason. Who dares laugh at me? My lord, as sure as I live by bread nae more, as I am a true man, and I think your lordship never found Richie's tongue bearing aught but the truth, unless that your lordship's credit my country's profit, or it may be some sma occasion of my ain, made it unnecessary to promulgate the hail verity. I say then, as I am a true man, when I saw that pure creature come through the ha at that ordinary wilk, is accursed, heaven forgive me for swearing of God and man, with his teeth set, and his hands clenched, and his bonnet drawn over his brows like a desperate man, goblin, said to me, there goes a dunghill chicken that your master has plucked clean enough. It will be long ere his lordship ruffle a feather with a cock of the game. And so, my lord, to speak it out, the lackeys and the gallants, and more especially your sworn brother Lord Dalgarno, call you the Sparrowhawk. I had some thought to have cracked Luton's pate for the speech, but after the controversy was not worth it. Do they use such terms of me, said Lord Nigel. Death and the devil. And the devil's damn, my lord, answered Richie. They are all three busy in London, and, besides, Luton and his master laughed at you, my lord, for letting it be thought that I shame to speak it, that ye were over well with the wife of the decent honest man whose house you but now left as not sufficient for your new bravery, whereas they said, the licentious scoffers, that you pretended to such favour when you had not courage enough for so fair a quarrel, and that the Sparrowhawk was too craven-crested to fly at the wife of a cheesemonger. He stopped a moment, and looked fixedly in his master's face, which was inflamed with shame and anger, and then proceeded, my lord, I did you justice in my thought, and myself, too, for thought I he would have been as deep in that sort of profligacy as in others, if it hadna been Richie's 4 quarters. What new nonsense have you got to plague me with, said Lord Nigel, but go on, since it is the last time I am to be tormented with your impertinency go on, and make the most of your time. In troth, said Richie, and so will I even do, and as heaven has bestowed on me a tongue to speak, and to advise, which talent you can by no means be accused of suffering to remain idle, said Lord Glenvarloch, interrupting him. True, my lord, said Richie again, waving his hand, as if to bespeak his master's silence and attention, so I trust you will think some time hereafter. And as I am about to leave your service, it is proper that ye sold know the truth, that ye may consider the snares to which your youth and innocence may be exposed. When older and douser heads are withdrawn from beside you, there has been a lusty good-looking kimmer of some 40 or bygain, making money spearings about you, my lord. Well, sir, what did she want with me? Said Lord Nigel. At first, my lord, replied his sapient follower, as she seemed to be a well-fashioned woman, and to take pleasure in sensible company, I was no way reluctant to admit her to my conversation. I dare say not, said Lord Nigel, nor unwilling to tell her about my private affairs. Not I truly, my lord, said the attendant, for, though she asked me money questions about your fame, your fortune, your business here, and such like, I did not think it proper to tell her altogether the truth thereanent. I see no call on you, whatever, said Lord Nigel, to tell the woman either truth or lies upon what she had nothing to do with. I thought so too, my lord, replied Richie, and so I told her neither. And what did you tell her, then, you eternal babbler, said his master, impatient of his prate, yet curious to know what it was all to end in. I told her, said Richie, about your worldly fortune, and sae forth something whilk is not truth just at this time, but which hath been truth formerly sold be truth now, and will be truth again, and that was that you were in possession of your fair lands whilk ye are, but in right of as yet pleasant communing we had on that and other topics, until she showed the cloven foot, beginning to confer with me about some wench, that she said had a good will to your lordship, and fain she would have spoken with you in particular anent it. But when I heard of such inklings, I began to suspect she was little better than you here. He concluded his narrative with a low but very expressive whistle. And what did your wisdom do in these circumstances? Said Lord Nigel, who, notwithstanding his former resentment, could now scarcely forbear laughing. I put on a look, my lord, replied Richie, bending his solemn brows, that sould give her a heart-scald of walking on such errands. I laid her enormities clearly before her, and I threatened her in sae money words that I would have her to the ducking-stool, and she on the contrary part miscalled me for a forward northern tykeend, so we parted never to meet again, as I hope and trust, and so I stood between your lordship and that temptation which might have been worse than the ordinary or the playhouse, either, since you wot well what Solomon King of the Jews saith of the strange woman, for, said I to myself, we have taken to dicing already, and if we take to drabbing next, the Lord kens what we may land in. Your impertinence deserves correction, but it is the last which for a time at least I shall have to forgive, and I forgive it, said Lord Glenvarloch, and since we are to part, Richie, I will say no more respecting your precautions on my account, than that I think you might have left me to act according to my own judgment. Mickle better not, answered Richie, mickle better not, we are a frail creatures, and can judge better for ilk ither than in our ain cases, and for me even myself, saving that case of the sophistication, which might have happened to any one, I have always observed myself to be much more prudential in what I have done in your lordship's behalf, than even in what I have been able to transact for my own interest whilk. Last, I have indeed always postponed, as in duty I ought. I do believe thou hast, said Lord Nigel, having ever found thee true and faithful, and since London pleases you so little, I will bid you a short farewell, and you may go down to Edinburgh until I come thither myself, when I trust you will re-enter into my service. Now heaven bless you, my lord, said Richie Monoplees, with uplifted eyes, for that word sounds more like grace than any has come out of your mouth. This fortnight I give you Godden, my lord. So saying, he thrust forth his immense bony hand, seized on that of Lord Glenvarloch, raised it to his lips, then turned short on his heel, and left the room hastily, as if afraid of showing more emotion than was consistent with his ideas of decorum. Lord Nigel, rather surprised at his sudden exit, called after him to know whether he was sufficiently provided with money, but Richie, shaking his head, without making any other answer, ran hastily downstairs, shut the street door heavily behind him, and was presently seen striding along the Strand. His master almost involuntarily watched, and distinguished the tall, raw-boned figure of his late follower from the window for some time, until he was lost among the crowd of passengers. Nigel's reflections were not altogether those of self-approval. It was no good sign of his course of life. He could not help acknowledging this much to himself, that so faithful an adherent no longer seemed to feel the same pride in his service or attachment to his person which he had formerly manifested. Neither could he avoid experiencing some twinges of conscience, while he felt in some degree the charges which Ritchie had preferred against him, and experienced a sense of shame and mortification, arising from the color given by others to that which he himself would have called his caution and moderation. In play, he had only the apology that it had never occurred to himself in this light. Then his pride and self-love suggested that, on the other hand, Ritchie, with all his good intentions, was little better than a conceited pragmatical domestic, who seemed disposed rather to play the tutor than the lackey, and who, out of sheer love, as he alleged to his master's person, assumed the privilege of interfering with and controlling his actions, besides rendering him ridiculous in the gay world from the antiquated formality and intrusive presumption of his manners. Nigel's eyes were scarce turned from the window when his new landlord, entering, presented to him a slip of paper carefully bound round with a string of flock silk, and sealed it. Had been given in, he said, by a woman who did not stop an instant. The contents harped upon the same string, which Ritchie Monoples had already jarred. The epistle was in the following words: "For the right honourable hands of Lord Glenvarloch, these from a friend unknown. My lord, you are trusting to an unhonest friend, and diminishing an honest reputation. An unknown but real friend of your lordship will speak in one word what you would not learn from flatterers in so many days, as should suffice for your utter ruin. He whom you think most true, I say your friend Lord Dalgarnois, utterly false to you, and doth but seek under pretence of friendship to mar your fortune, and diminish the good name by which you might mend it. The kind countenance which he shows to you is more dangerous than the prince's frown, even as to gain at Bogius ordinary is more discreditable than to lose. Beware of both, and this is all from your true but nameless friend Ignota." Lord Glenvarloch paused for an instant and crushed the paper together, then again unfolded and read it with attention, but his brow smoothed for a moment, and then, tearing it to fragments, exclaimed, "Begone for a vile calumny, but I will watch, I will observe." Thought after thought rushed on him, but upon the whole Lord Glenvarloch was so little satisfied with the result of his own reflections that he resolved to dissipate them by a walk in the park, and taking his cloak and beaver, went thither accordingly. Chapter 15. 'Twas when fleet Snowball's head was waxen grey. A luckless leveret met him on his way. Who knows not Snowball, whose race renowned is still victorious on each coursing ground? Swaffhenham, Newmarket, and the Roman camp have seen them victors o'er each meaner stamp. In vain the youngling sought with doubling wile the hedge, the hill, the thicket, or the stile. Experience sage the lack of speed supplied, and in the gap he sought the victim died. So was I once in thy fair street, St. James, through walking cavaliers and carborne dames. Disgrade pursued, turned o'er again and o'er, coursed coated mouthed by an unfeeling boor. Roman 100, Roman 100 c. The park of St. James, though enlarged, planted with verdant alleys, and otherwise decorated by Charles Roman II, existed in the days of his grandfather as a public and pleasant promenade, and for the sake of exercise or pastime was much frequented by the better classes. Lord Glenvarloch repaired thither to dispel the unpleasant reflections which had been suggested by his parting with his trusty squire Ritchie Monoples, in a manner which was agreeable neither to his pride nor his feelings, and by the corroboration which the hints of his late attendant had received from the anonymous letter mentioned in the end of the last chapter. There was a considerable number of company in the park when he entered it, but his present state of mind inducing him to avoid society, he kept aloof from the more frequented walks towards Westminster and Whitehall, and drew to the north, or as we should now say, the Piccadilly verge of the enclosure, believing he might there enjoy, or rather combat, his own thoughts unmolested. In this, however, Lord Glenvarloch was mistaken, for, as he strolled slowly along with his arms folded in his cloak, and his hat drawn over his eyes, he was suddenly pounced upon by Sir Mungo Malgrother, who either shunning or shunned had retreated, or had been obliged to retreat to the same less frequented corner of the park. Nigel started when he heard the high, sharp, and querulous tones of the knight's cracked voice, and was no less alarmed when he beheld his tall, thin figure hobbling towards him wrapped in a threadbare cloak, on whose surface 10,000 varied stains eclipsed the original scarlet, and having his head surmounted with a well-worn beaver, bearing a black velvet band for a chain, and a capon's feather for an ostrich plume. Lord Glenvarloch would fain have made his escape, but as our motto intimates, a leveret had as little chance to free herself of an experienced greyhound. Sir Mungo, to continue the simile, had long ago learned to run cunning, and make sure of mouthing his game, so Nigel found himself compelled to stand and answer the hackneyed question, "What news today?" "Nothing extraordinary, I believe," answered the young nobleman, attempting to pass on. "Oh, ye are ganging to the French ordinary, believe," replied the knight. "But it is early day, yet we will take a turn in the park. In the meanwhile, will sharpen your appetite." So saying, he quietly slipped his arm under Lord Glenvarloch's, in spite of all the decent reluctance which his victim could exhibit, by keeping his elbow close to his side, and having fairly grappled the prize, he proceeded to take it in tow. Nigel was sullen and silent in hopes to shake off his unpleasant companion, but Sir Mungo was determined that if he did not speak, he should at least hear. "Ye are bound for the ordinary, my lord," said the Sinaquil. "Ye canna do better. There is choice company there, and peculiarly selected, as I am told, being doubtless sick, as it is desirable that young noblemen should herd witherland. Your noble father wad have been blithe to see you keeping such worshipful society." "I believe," said Lord Glenvarloch, thinking himself obliged to say something, "that the society is as good as generally can be found in such places where the door can scarcely be shut against those who come to spend their money." "Right, my lord, Vera, right," said his tormentor, bursting out into a chuckling but most discordant laugh. "These citizen chuffs and clowns will press in amongst us when there is but an inch of a door open, and what remedy just in this, that, as their cash gies them confidence, we should strip them of it, flay them, my lord, singe them, as the kitchen wench does the rats, and then they win along to come back again. I pluck them plume theme, and then the larded capons will not be for flying so high a wing, my lord, among the goshawks and sparrowhawks, and the like." And therewithal Sir Mungo fixed on Nigel his quick, sharp grey eye, watching the effect of his sarcasm as keenly as the surgeon in a delicate operation remarks the progress of his anatomical scalpel. Nigel, however willing to conceal his sensations, could not avoid gratifying his tormentor by wincing under the operation. He coloured with vexation and anger, but a quarrel with Sir Mungo Malgrother would, he felt, be unutterably ridiculous, and he only muttered to himself the words "impertinent coxcomb," which on this occasion Sir Mungo's imperfection of organ did not prevent him from hearing and replying to. "Ivra true," exclaimed the caustic old courtier, "impertinent coxcombs they are that thus intrude themselves on the society of their betters. But your lordship kens how to gar them, as good I have the trick on't. They had a braw sport in the presence last Friday, how ye sould have rooted a young shopkeeper horse, and foot teen his spolia offima, and of the specie he had about him down to the very silver buttons of his cloak, and sent him to graze with Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon. Muckle honour redounded to your lordship. Thereby we were told the loon threw himself into the Thames in a fit of desperation. There's eno of them behind the was mere tint on Flodden-edge." "You have been told a budget of lies, so far as I am concerned, Sir Mungo," said Nigel, speaking loud and sternly. "Vera likely," said the unabashed and undismayed Sir Mungo, "neathing but lies are current in the circle, so the chield is not drowned thenth. Mare's the pity, but I never believed that part of the story. A London dealer has mere wit in his anger. I dare swear the lad has a bonny broomshank in his hand by this time, and is scrubbing the kennels in quest, after rusty nails, to help him to begin his pack. Again he has 3 bairns, they say, they will help him bravely to grope in the gutters, your good lordship may have the ruining of him again, my lord, if they have any luck in strandscoring. This is more than intolerable, said Nigel, uncertain whether to make an angry vindication of his character, or to fling the old tormentor from his arm, but an instant's recollection convinced him that to do either would only give an air of truth and consistency to the scandals which he began to see were affecting his character both in the higher and lower circles. Hastily, therefore, he formed the wiser resolution to endure Sir Mungo's studied impertinence, under the hope of ascertaining, if possible, from what source those reports arose which were so prejudicial to his reputation. Sir Mungo in the meanwhile caught up as usual Nigel's last words, or rather the sound of them, and amplified and interpreted them in his own way. Tolerable luck. He repeated, yes, truly, my lord, I am told that you have tolerable luck, and that ye ken weel how to use that jilting queen dame Fortune, like a canny douce lad willing to warm yourself in her smiles, without exposing yourself to her frowns, and that is what I ca having luck in a bag. Sir Mungo Malagrother, said Lord Glenvarloch, turning towards him seriously, have the goodness to hear me for a moment. As weel as I can, my lord, as weel as I can, said Sir Mungo, shaking his head, and pointing the finger of his left hand to his ear. I will try to speak very distinctly, said Nigel, arming himself with patience. You take me for a noted gamester. I give you my word that you have not been rightly informed. I am none such. You owe me some explanation, at least, respecting the source from which you have derived such false information. I never heard ye were a great gamester, and never thought or said ye were such, my lord, said Sir Mungo, who found it impossible to avoid hearing what Nigel said with peculiarly deliberate and distinct pronunciation. I repeat it, I never heard said or thought that you were a ruffling gamester, such as they call those of the first head. Look you, my lord, I call him a gamester that plays with equal stakes and equal skill, and stands by the fortune of the game, good or bad, and I call him a ruffling gamester or ain of the first head, who ventures frankly and deeply upon such a wager. But he, my lord, who has the patience and prudence never to venture beyond small game, such as at most might crack the Christmas box of a grocer's prentice, who vies with those that have little to hazard, and who therefore, having the larger stock, can always rook them by waiting for his good fortune, and by rising from the game when luck leaves him. Such a one as he, my lord, I do not call a great gamester, to whatever other name he may be entitled. And such a mean-spirited, sordid wretch you would infer that I am, replied Lord Glenvarloch, one who fears the skilful and preys upon the ignorant, who avoids playing with his equals, that he may make sure of pillaging his inferiors. Is this what I am to understand has been reported of me? Nay, my lord, you will gain naught by speaking big with me, said Sir Mungo, who, besides that his sarcastic humour was really supported by a good fund of animal courage, had also full reliance on the immunities which he had derived from the broadsword of Sir Rullian Rattray and the baton of the satellites employed by the Lady Cockburn. And for the truth of the matter, he continued, your lordship best knows whether you ever lost more than 5 pieces at a time. Since you frequented Bojuswether, you have not most commonly risen a winner, and whether the brave young gallants who frequent the ordinary, I mean those of noble rank and means conforming gear, in use to play upon those terms. My father was right, said Lord Glenvarloch in the bitterness of his spirit, and his curse justly followed me when I first entered that place. There is contamination in the air, and he whose fortune avoids ruin shall be blighted in his honor and reputation. Sir Mungo, who watched his victim with the delighted yet wary eye of an experienced angler, became now aware that if he strained the line on him too tightly, there was every risk of his breaking hold. In order to give him room, therefore, to play, he protested that Lord Glenvarloch should not take his free speech in malum partum. If you are a trifle o'ersicker in your amusement, my lord, it canna be denied that it is the safest course to prevent farther endangerment of your somewhat dilapidated fortunes, and if ye play with your inferiors, ye are relieved of the pain of pouching the siller of your friends and equals. Forby that the plebeian knaves have had the advantage tecum certus, as Ajax Telamon saith, apud metamorphosios, and for the like of them to have played with ane Scottish noblemen is an honest and honourable consideration, to compensate the loss of their stake whilk. I dare say, moreover, mayest of the churls can weel afford. Be that as it may, Sir Mungo, said Nigel, I would fain know. I interrupted Sir Mungo, and as you say, who cares whether the fat bulls of Bashan can spare it, or no gentlemen are not to limit their sport for the like of them. I wish to know, Sir Mungo, said Lord Glenvarloch, in what company you have learned these offensive particulars respecting me. Doubtless, my lord, said Sir Mungo, I have ever heard, and have ever reported, that your lordship kept the best of company in a private way. There is the fine Countess of Blackchester, but I think she stirs not much abroad since her affair with his Grace of Buckingham, and there is the gude old-fashioned Scottish nobleman Lord Huntingdon, an undeniable man of quality. It is pity, but he could keep cop, and can fray his head whilk now, and then doth minish his reputation. And there is the gay young Lord Dalgarno, that carries the craft of grey hairs under his curled lovelocks, a fair race. They are father, daughter, and son, all of the same honourable family. I think we needna speak of George Heriot, honest man, when we have nobility in question. So that is the company I have heard of your keeping, my lord, outtaken those of the ordinary. My company has not indeed been much more extended than amongst those you mentioned, said Lord Glenvarloch, but in short. To court, said Sir Mungo, that was just what I was going to say. Lord Dalgarno says he cannot prevail on ye to come to court, and that does ye prejudice, my lord. The king hears of you by others, when he should see you in person. I speak in serious friendship, my lord. His majesty, when you were named in the circle short, while since was heard to say Jacta est Elia Glenvarlochides is turned dicer, and drinker. My Lord Dalgarno took your part, and he was e'en borne down by the popular voice of the courtiers, who spoke of you as one who had betaken yourself to living a town life, and risking your baron's coronet amongst the flatcaps of the city. And this was publicly spoken of me, said Nigel, and in the king's presence. Spoken openly, repeated Sir Mungo Malagrother. I, by my troth, was it that, is to say it was whispered privately whilk, is as open promulgation as the thing permitted, for ye may think the court is not like a place where men are as sib as Simmy and his brother, and roar out their minds, as if they were at an ordinary. A curse on the court, and the ordinary both, cried Nigel impatiently. With all my heart, said the knight, I have got little by a knight's service in the court, and the last time I was at the ordinary, I lost 4 angels. May I pray of you, Sir Mungo, to let me know, said Nigel, the names of those who thus make free with the character of one who can be but little known to them, and who never injured any of them. Have I not told you already, answered Sir Mungo, that the king said something to that effect? So did the prince too, and such being the case, he may take it on your corporal oath, that every man in the circle who was not silent sung the same song as they. Roman 999. You said, but now, replied Glenvarloch, that Lord Dalgarno interfered in my behalf. In good troth, did he, answered Sir Mungo with a sneer, but the young nobleman was soon borne down. Betoken, he had something of a catarrh, and spoke as hoarse as a roupit raven. Poor gentleman, if he had had his full extent of voice, he would have been as well listened to. Doubtless, as in a cause of his ain whilk no man kens better how to plead to purpose. And let me ask you, by the way, continued Sir Mungo, whether Lord Dalgarno has ever introduced your lordship to the Prince, or the Duke of Buckingham, either of whom might soon carry through your suit. I have no claim on the favour of either the Prince or the Duke of Buckingham, said Lord Glenvarloch, as you seem to have made my affairs your study, Sir Mungo, although perhaps something unnecessarily. You may have heard that I have petitioned my sovereign for payment of a debt due to my family. I cannot doubt the king's desire to do justice, nor can I in decency employ the solicitation of his highness the prince, or his grace the Duke of Buckingham, to obtain from his majesty what either should be granted me as a right or refused altogether. Sir Mungo twisted his whimsical features into one of his most grotesque sneers as he replied, It is a vera clear and perspicuous position of the case, my lord, and in relying thereupon, you show an absolute and unimprovable acquaintance with the king court, and mankind in general. But whom have we got here? Stand up, my lord, and make way. Be my word of honour, they are the very men we spoke off talk of the devil and humph. It must be here premised that during the conversation Lord Glenvarloch, perhaps in the hope of shaking himself free of Sir Mungo, had directed their walk towards the more frequented part of the park, while the good knight had stuck to him, being totally indifferent which way they went, provided he could keep his talons clutched upon his companion. They were still, however, at some distance from the livelier part of the scene, when Sir Mungo's experienced eye noticed the appearances which occasioned the latter part of his speech to Lord Glenvarloch. A low, respectful murmur arose among the numerous groups of persons which occupied the lower part of the park. They first clustered together, with their faces turned towards Whitehall, then fell back on either hand to give place to a splendid party of gallants, who, advancing from the palace, came onward through the park, all the other company drawing off the pathway and standing uncovered as they passed. Most of these courtly gallants were dressed in the garb which the pencil of Van Dyck has made familiar even at the distance of nearly 2 centuries, and which was just at this period beginning to supersede the more fluttering and frivolous dress which had been adopted from the French court of Henry Quater. Original. The whole train were uncovered, excepting the Prince of Wales, afterwards the most unfortunate of British monarchs, who came onward having his long curled auburn tresses, and his countenance, which even in early youth bore a shade of anticipated melancholy, shaded by the Spanish hat, and the single ostrich feather which drooped from it on his right hand, was Buckingham, whose commanding and at the same time graceful deportment threw almost into shade the personal demeanor and majesty of the prince, on whom he attended. The eye movements and gestures of the great courtier were so composed, so regularly observant of all etiquette belonging to his situation, as to form a marked and strong contrast with the forward gaiety and frivolity by which he recommended himself to the favor of his dear dad and gossip King James. A singular fate attended this accomplished courtier, in being at once the reigning favorite of a father and son so very opposite in manners, that to ingratiate himself with the youthful prince, he was obliged to compress within the strictest limits of respectful observance the frolicsome and free humor which captivated his aged father. It is true Buckingham well knew the different dispositions both of James and Charles, and had no difficulty in so conducting himself as to maintain the highest post in the favor of both. It has indeed been supposed, as we before hinted, that the Duke, when he had completely possessed himself of the affections of Charles, retained his hold in those of the father only by the tyranny of custom, and that James, could he have brought himself to form a vigorous resolution, was in the latter years of his life especially not unlikely to have discarded Buckingham from his counsels and favor. But if ever the king indeed meditated such a change, he was too timid and too much accustomed to the influence which the Duke had long exercised over him to summon up resolution enough for effecting such a purpose. And, at all events, it is certain that Buckingham, though surviving the master by whom he was raised, had the rare chance to experience no wane of the most splendid court favor during 2 reigns, until it was at once eclipsed in his blood by the dagger of his assassin Felton. To return from this digression, the prince with his train advanced, and were near the place where Lord Glenvarloch and Sir Mungo had stood aside according to form in order to give the prince passage, and to pay the usual marks of respect. Nigel could now remark that Lord Dalgarno walked close behind the Duke of Buckingham, and as he thought whispered something in his ear as they came onward. At any rate, both the prince's and Duke of Buckingham's attentions seemed to be directed by such circumstance towards Nigel, for they turned their heads in that direction and looked at him attentively. Prince, with a countenance, the grave melancholy expression of which was blended with severity, while Buckingham's looks evinced some degree of scornful triumph. Lord Dalgarno did not seem to observe his friend, perhaps because the sunbeams fell from the side of the walk on which Nigel stood, obliging Malcolm to hold up his hat to screen his eyes. As the prince passed, Lord Glenvarloch and Sir Mungo bowed as respect required, and the prince, returning their obeisance with that grave ceremony which paid to every rank its due, but not a tittle beyond, it signed to Sir Mungo to come forward, commencing an apology for his lameness as he started, which he had just completed, as his hobbling gait brought him up to the prince. Sir Mungo lent an attentive, and as it seemed an intelligent ear to questions asked in a tone so low that the knight would certainly have been deaf to them had they been put to him by anyone under the rank of Prince of Wales. After about a minute's conversation, the prince bestowed on Nigel the embarrassing notice of another fixed look, touched his hat slightly to Sir Mungo, and walked on. "It is even as I suspected, my lord," said Sir Mungo, with an air which he designed to be melancholy and sympathetic, but which in fact resembled the grin of an ape, when he has mouthed a scalding chestnut. "Ye have back friends, my lord, that is unfriend, sir, to be plain enemies about the person of the prince." "I am sorry to hear it," said Nigel, "but I would I knew what they accuse me of." "Ye shall hear, my lord," said Sir Mungo. "The prince's vera word, Sir Mungo," said he. "I rejoice to see you, and am glad your rheumatic troubles permit you to come hither for exercise. I bode, as in duty bound I might remark, my lord, that I did so whilk formed the first branch of our conversation. His Highness then demanded of me if he with whom I stood was the young Lord Glenvarloch. I answered that you were such for his Highness service. Whilk was the second branch. Thirdly, his Highness, resuming the argument, said that truly he had been told so, meaning that he had been told you were that personage, but that he could not believe that the heir of that noble and decayed house could be leading idle, scandalous, and precarious life in the eating-houses and taverns of London, while the king's drums were beating and colours flying in Germany in the cause of the Palatine. His son-in-law, I, could your lordship is aware, do nothing but make an obeisance and a gracious give ye good day. Sir Mungo Malagrother licensed me to fall back to your lordship. And now, my lord, if your business or pleasure calls you to the ordinary or anywhere in the direction of the city, we have with you for doubtless ye will think ye have tarried lang enough in the park, as they will likely turn at the head of the walk, and return this way, and you have a broad hint, I think, not to cross the prince's presence in a hurry." "You may stay or go as you please, Sir Mungo," said Nigel, with an expression of calm but deep resentment. "But for my own part, my resolution is taken. I will quit this public walk for pleasure of no man, still less will I quit it like one unworthy to be seen in places of public resort. I trust that the prince and his retinue will return this way, as you expect, for I will abide Sir Mungo, and beard them." "Beard them!" exclaimed Sir Mungo, in the extremity of surprise. "Beard the Prince of Wales, heir apparent of the kingdoms? By my soul, you shall beard him yourself then." Accordingly, he was about to leave Nigel very hastily, when some unwonted touch of good-natured interest in his youth and experience seemed suddenly to soften his habitual cynicism. "The devil is in me for an old fool," said Sir Mungo, "but I must needs concern mysel, I that owe so little either to fortune or my fellow creatures, must I say needs concern mysel with this Springald, whom I will warrant to be as obstinate as a pig possessed with a devil, for it's the cast of his family, and yet I maun e'en fling away some sound advice on him, my dainty young Lord Glenvarloch. Understand me distinctly, for this is no bairnsplay. When the prince said sae much to me, as I have repeated to you, it was equivalent to a command not to appear in his presence. Wherefore, take an old man's advice that wishes you weel, and maybe a wee thing better than he has reason to wish ony body jouk, and let the jaw gie by like a canny, bairn. Gang hame to your lodgings, keep your foot frae taverns, and your fingers frae the dice-box. Compound your affairs quietly, why some ane that has better favour than yours about court, and you will get a round spell of money to carry you to Germany or elsewhere to push your fortune. It was a fortunate soldier that made your family 400 or 500 years syne, and if you are brave and fortunate, you may find the way to repair it, but take my word for it, that in this court you will never thrive." When Sir Mungo had completed his exhortation, in which there was more of sincere sympathy with another's situation than he had been heretofore known to express in behalf of any one, Lord Glenvarloch replied, "I am obliged to you, Sir Mungo, have spoken, I think, with sincerity, and I thank you, but in return for your good advice, I heartily entreat you to leave me. I observe the prince and his train are returning down the walk, and you may prejudice yourself, but cannot help me by remaining with me." "And that is true," said Sir Mungo, "yet were I 10 years younger, I would be tempted to stand by you and gie them the meeting. But at 60 and upward men's courage turns cauldrife, and they that canna win a living must not endanger the small sustenance of their age. I wish you weal through, my lord, but it is an unequal fight." So saying, he turned and limped away, often looking back, however, as if his natural spirit, even in its present subdued state, aided by his love of contradiction, and of debate rendered him unwilling to adopt the course necessary for his own security. Thus abandoned by his companion, whose departure he graced with better thoughts of him than those which he bestowed on his appearance, Nigel remained with his arms folded and reclining against a solitary tree, which overhung the path, making up his mind to encounter a moment which he expected to be critical of his fate, but he was mistaken in supposing that the Prince of Wales would either address him or admit him to expostulation in such a public place as the park. He did not remain unnoticed, however, for when he made a respectful but haughty obeisance, intimating in look and manner that he was possessed of, and undaunted by the unfavorable opinion which the prince had so lately expressed, Charles returned his reverence with such a frown as is only given by those whose frown is authority and decision. The train passed on the Duke of Buckingham, not even appearing to see Lord Glenvarloch, while Lord Dalgarno, though no longer incommoded by the sunbeams, kept his eyes, which had perhaps been dazzled by their former splendor, bent upon the ground. Lord Glenvarloch had difficulty to restrain an indignation to which, in the circumstances, it would have been madness to have given vent. He started from his reclining posture, and followed the prince's train so as to keep them distinctly in sight, which was very easy as they walked slowly. Nigel observed them keep their road towards the palace, where the prince turned at the gate and bowed to the noblemen in attendance in token of dismissing them, and entered the palace accompanied only by the Duke of Buckingham and one or two of his equerries, the rest of the train having returned in all dutiful humility. The farewell of the prince began to disperse themselves through the park. All this was carefully noticed by Lord Glenvarloch, who, as he adjusted his cloak and drew his sword-belt round so as to bring the hilt closer to his hand, muttered, "Dalgarno shall explain all this to me, for it is evident that he is in the secret." Chapter 16. Give way, I must, and will have justice. And tell me not of privilege and place. Where I am injured, their ills sue redress. Look to it, every one who bars my access. I have a heart to feel the injury, a hand to knight myself, and by my honor, that hand shall grasp what greybeard law denies me. The Chamberlain. It was not long ere Nigel discovered Lord Dalgarno advancing towards him in the company of another young man of quality of the prince's train, and as they directed their course towards the southeastern corner of the park, he concluded they were about to go to Lord Huntingdon's. They stopped, however, and turned up another path leading to the north, and Lord Glenvarloch conceived that this change of direction was owing to their having seen him and their desire to avoid him. Nigel followed them without hesitation by a path which, winding around a thicket of shrubs and trees, once more conducted him to the less frequented part of the park. He observed which side of the thicket was taken by Lord Dalgarno and his companion, and he himself, walking hastily round the other verge, was thus enabled to meet them face to face. "Good morrow, my Lord Dalgarno," said Lord Glenvarloch sternly. "How, my friend Nigel," answered Lord Dalgarno in his usual careless and indifferent tone. "My friend Nigel, with business on his brow, but you must wait till we meet at Bogias at noon. Sir Hughes Haldimand and I are at present engaged in the prince's service." "If you were engaged in the king's, my lord," said Lord Glenvarloch, "you must stand and answer me." "Heyday," said Lord Dalgarno, with an air of great astonishment, "what passion is this? Why, Nigel, this is King Cambyses' vein. You have frequented the theatres too much lately. Away with this folly, man. Go dine upon soup and salad, drink succory, waiter, to cool your blood, go to bed at sundown, and defy those foul fiends, wrath and misconstruction." "I have had misconstruction enough among you," said Glenvarloch, in the same tone of determined displeasure, "and from you, my Lord Dalgarno, in particular, and all under the mask of friendship." "Here is a proper business," said Dalgarno, turning as if to appeal to Sir Hughes Haldimand. "Do you see this angry ruffler, Sir Hughes? A month since he dared not have looked one of yonder sheep in the face, and now he is a prince of roisterers, a plucker of pigeons, a controller of players and poets, and, in gratitude for my having shown him the way to the eminent character which he holds upon town, he comes hither to quarrel with his best friend, if not his only one of decent station." I renounce such hollow friendship, my lord, said Lord Glenvarloch. I disclaim the character which even to my very face you labour to fix upon me, and ere we part one, will call you to a reckoning for it. My lords, both interrupted Sir Hughes Haldimand, let me remind you that the Royal Park is no place to quarrel in. I will make my quarrel good, said Nigel, who did not know, or in his passion, might not have recollected the privileges of the place, wherever I find my enemy. You shall find quarrelling enough, replied Lord Dalgarno calmly, so soon as you assign a sufficient cause for it. Sir Hughes Haldimand, who knows the court, will warrant you that I am not backward on such occasions, but of what is it that you now complain, after having experienced nothing save kindness from me and my family? Of your family I complain not, replied Lord Glenvarloch. They have done for me all they could, far more than I could have expected, but you, my lord, have suffered me, while you called me your friend, to be traduced, where a word of your mouth would have placed my character in its true colours, and hence the injurious message, which I just now received from the Prince of Wales, to permit the misrepresentation of a friend, my lord, is to share in the slander. You have been misinformed, my Lord Glenvarloch, said Sir Hughes Haldimand. I have myself often heard Lord Dalgarno defend your character, and regret that your exclusive attachment to the pleasures of a London life prevented your paying your duty regularly to the King and Prince. While he himself, said Lord Glenvarloch, dissuaded me from presenting myself at court. I will cut this matter short, said Lord Dalgarno with haughty coldness. You seem to have conceived, my lord, that you and I were Pylades, and Orstessa, second edition of Damon, and Pythias Theseus, and Pirithous. At the least you are mistaken, and have given the name of friendship to what, on my part, was mere good nature and compassion for a raw and ignorant countryman, joined to the cumbersome charge, which my father gave me respecting you. Your character, my lord, is of no one's drawing, but of your own making. I introduced you, whereas in all such places there was good and indifferent company, to be met with your habits or taste, made you prefer the worse your holy horror at the sight of dice and cards, degenerated into the cautious resolution to play only at those times, and with such persons as might ensure your rising a winner. No man can long do so, and continue to be held a gentleman. Such is the reputation you have made for yourself, and you have no right to be angry that I do not contradict in society what yourself know to be true. Let us pass on, my lord, and if you want further explanation, seek some other time and fitter place. No time can be better than the present, said Lord Glenvarloch, whose resentment was now excited to the uttermost by the cold-blooded and insulting manner in which Dalgarno vindicated himself. No place fitter than the place where we now stand. Those of my house have ever avenged insult at the moment, and on the spot where it was offered. Were it at the foot of the throne, Lord Dalgarno, you are a villain. Draw, and defend yourself. At the same moment he unsheathed his rapier. Are you mad, said Lord Dalgarno, stepping back. We are in the precincts of the court. The better, answered Lord Glenvarloch. I will cleanse them from a calumniator and a coward. He then pressed on Lord Dalgarno and struck him with the flat of the sword. The fray had now attracted attention, and the cry went round, keep the peace, swords drawn in the parquet, ho guards, keep men rangers, and a number of people came rushing to the spot from all sides. Lord Dalgarno, who had half drawn his sword on receiving the blow, returned it to his scabbard when he observed the crowd thicken, and taking Sir Hughes Haldimand by the arm walked hastily away, only saying to Lord Glenvarloch, as they left him, you shall dearly abide this insult. We will meet again. A decent-looking elderly man, who observed that Lord Glenvarloch remained on the spot, taking compassion on his youthful appearance, said to him, are you aware that this is a star-chamber business, young gentleman, and that it may cost you your right-hand shift for yourself, before the keepers or constables come up? Get into Whitefriars or somewhere for sanctuary and concealment, till you can make friends or quit the city. The advice was not to be neglected. Lord Glenvarloch made hastily towards the issue from the park by St. James' Palace, then St. James' Hospital. The hubbub increased behind him, and several peace officers of the royal household came up to apprehend the delinquent. Fortunately for Nigel, a popular edition of the cause of the affray had gone abroad. It was said that one of the Duke of Buckingham's companions had insulted a stranger gentleman from the country, and that the stranger had cudgelled him soundly, a favourite, or the companion of a favourite, is always odious to John Bull, who has besides a partiality to those disputants, who proceed as lawyers term it par vi du fate, and both prejudices were in Nigel's favour. The officers, therefore, who came to apprehend him, could learn from the spectators no particulars of his appearance or information concerning the road he had taken, so that, for the moment, he escaped being arrested. What Lord Glenvarloch heard among the crowd as he passed along was sufficient to satisfy him that in his impatient passion he had placed himself in a predicament of considerable danger. He was no stranger to the severe and arbitrary proceedings of the Court of Star Chamber, especially in cases of breach of privilege, which made it the terror of all men, and it was no farther back than the Queen's time that the punishment of mutilation had been actually awarded and executed for some offence of the same kind, which he had just committed. He had also the comfortable reflection that by his violent quarrel with Lord Dalgarno, he must now forfeit the friendship and good offices of that nobleman's father and sister, almost the only persons of consideration in whom he could claim any interest, while all the evil reports which had been put in circulation concerning his character were certain to weigh heavily against him in a case where much must necessarily depend on the reputation of the accused. To a youthful imagination, the idea of such a punishment as mutilation seems more ghastly than death itself, and every word which he overheard among the groups which he met, mingled with, or overtook, and passed announced this as the penalty of his offence. He dreaded to increase his pace for fear of attracting suspicion, and more than once saw the ranger's officers so near him that his wrist tingled as if already under the blade of the dismembering knife. At length he got out of the park, and had a little more leisure to consider what he was next to do. Whitefriars adjacent to the temple, then well known by the cant name of Alsatia, had at this time, and for nearly a century afterwards, the privilege of a sanctuary unless against the writ of the Lord Chief Justice, or of the Lords of the Privy Council. Indeed, as the place abounded with desperadoes of every description, bankrupt citizens, ruined gamesters, irreclaimable prodigals, desperate duellists, bravos, homicides, and debauched profligates of every description, all leagued together to maintain the immunities of their asylum. It was both difficult and unsafe for the officers of the law to execute warrants emanating even from the highest authority amongst men whose safety was inconsistent with warrants or authority of any kind. This Lord Glenvarloch well knew, and odious as the place of refuge was, it seemed, the only one where for a space at least he might be concealed and secure from the immediate grasp of the law, until he should have leisure to provide better for his safety, or to get this unpleasant matter in some shape accommodated. Meanwhile, as Nigel walked hastily forward towards the place of sanctuary, he bitterly blamed himself for suffering Lord Dalgarno to lead him into the haunts of dissipation, and no less accused his intemperate heat of passion, which now had driven him for refuge into the purlieus of profane and avowed vice and debauchery. Dalgarno spoke but too truly in that, were his bitter reflections, I have made myself an evil reputation by acting on his insidious counsels, and neglecting the wholesome admonitions which ought to have claimed implicit obedience from me, and which recommended abstinence even from the slightest approach of evil. But if I escape from the perilous labyrinth in which folly and inexperience, as well as violent passions, have involved me, I will find some noble way of redeeming the lustre of a name which was never sullied until I bore it. As Lord Glenvarloch formed these prudent resolutions, he entered the temple walks, whence a gate at that time opened into Whitefriars, by which, as by the more private passage, he proposed to betake himself to the sanctuary. As he approached the entrance to that den of infamy, from which his mind recoiled even while in the act of taking shelter there, his pace slackened, while the steep and broken stairs reminded him of the facilis descensus Averni, and rendered him doubtful whether it were not better to brave the worst which could befall him in the public haunts of honorable men, than to evade punishment by secluding himself in those of avowed vice and profligacy. As Nigel hesitated, a young gentleman of the temple advanced towards him, whom he had often seen and sometimes conversed with at the ordinary, where he was a frequent and welcome guest, being a wild young gallant, indifferently well provided with money, who spent at the theatres, and other gay places of public resort, the time which his father supposed he was employing in the study of the law. But Reginald Lowestoft, such was the young Templar's name, was of opinion that little law was necessary to enable him to spend the revenues of the paternal acres, which were to devolve upon him at his father's demos, and therefore gave himself no trouble to acquire more of that science than might be imbibed along with the learned air of the region in which he had his chambers. In other respects, he was one of the wits of the place, read Ovid and Martial, aimed at quick repartee and pun, often very far-fetched, danced, fenced, played at tennis, and performed sundry tunes on the fiddle and French horn, to the great annoyance of old Councillor Barrata, who lived in the chambers immediately below him. Such was Reginald Lowestoft, shrewd, alert, and well acquainted with the town through all its recesses, but in a sort of disrespectable way. This gallant, now approaching the Lord Glenvarloch, saluted him by name and title, and asked if his lordship designed for the Chevaliers this day, observing it was near noon, and the woodcock would be on the board before they could reach the ordinary. "I do not go there today," answered Lord Glenvarloch. "Which way then, my lord?" said the young Templar, who was perhaps not undesirous to parade a part at least of the street in company with a lord, though but a Scottish one. "Aye, aye," said Nigel, desiring to avail himself of this young man's local knowledge, yet unwilling and ashamed to acknowledge his intention to take refuge in so disreputable a quarter, or to describe the situation in which he stood. "I have some curiosity to see Whitefriars." "What your lordship is for a frolic into Alsatia," said Lowestoft, "have with you, my lord. You cannot have a better guide to the infernal regions than myself. I promise you, there are bonarobas to be found there, good wine too, aye, and good fellows to drink it with, though somewhat suffering under the frowns of fortune. But your lordship will pardon me, you are the last of our acquaintance to whom I would have proposed such a voyage of discovery." "I am obliged to you, Master Lowestoft, for the good opinion you have expressed in the observation," said Lord Glenvarloch, "but my present circumstances may render even a residence of a day or two in the sanctuary a matter of necessity." "Indeed," said Lowestoft, in a tone of great surprise, "I thought your lordship had always taken care not to risk any considerable stake." "I beg pardon, but if the bones have proved perfidious, I know just so much law as that a peer's person is sacred from arrest, and for mere impecuniosity, my lord, better shift can be made elsewhere than in Whitefriars, where all are devouring each other for very poverty." "My misfortune has no connection with want of money," said Nigel. "Why then, I suppose," said Lowestoft, "you have been tilting, my lord, and have pinked your man, in which case, and with a purse reasonably furnished, you may lie perdu in Whitefriars for a 12-month, Mary, but you must be entered and received as a member of their worshipful society, my lord, and a frank burgher of Alsatia. Far you must condescend, there will be neither peace nor safety for you else." "My fault is not in a degree so deadly, Master Lowestoft," answered Lord Glenvarloch, "as you seem to conjecture. I have stricken a gentleman in the park, that is all." "By my hand, my lord, and you had better have struck your sword through him at Barnes Elms," said the Templar. "Strike within the verge of the court. You will find that a weighty dependence upon your hands, especially if your party be of rank and have favour." "I will be plain with you, Master Lowestoft," said Nigel. "Since I have gone thus far, the person I struck was Lord Dalgarno, whom you have seen at Bogias. A follower and favourite of the Duke of Buckingham. It is a most unhappy chance, my lord, but my heart was formed in England, and cannot bear to see a young nobleman borne down, as you are like to be. We converse here greatly too open for your circumstances. The Templars would suffer no bailiff to execute a writ, and no gentleman to be arrested for a duel within their precincts. But in such a matter between Lord Dalgarno and your lordship, there might be a party on either side. You must away with me instantly to my poor chambers here hard by, and undergo some little change of dress, ere you take sanctuary, for else you will have the whole rascal rout of the friars about you like crows upon a falcon that strays into their rookery. We must have you arrayed something more like the natives of Alsatia, or there will be no life there for you." While Lowestoft spoke, he pulled Lord Glenvarloch along with him into his chambers, where he had a handsome library filled with all the poems and playbooks which were then in fashion. The Templar then dispatched a boy who waited upon him to procure a dish or two from the next cook's shop. And this, he said, must be your lordship's dinner, with a glass of old sack of which my grandmother, the heavens requite her, sent me a dozen bottles with charge, to use the liquor only with clarified whey. When I felt my breast ache with overstudy Mary, we will drink the good lady's health in it, if it is your lordship's pleasure. And you shall see how we poor students eke out our mutton commons in the hall. The outward door of the chambers was barred so soon as the boy had re-entered with the food. The boy was ordered to keep close watch, and admit no one, and Lowestoft, by example and precept, pressed his noble guest to partake of his hospitality. His frank and forward manners, though much differing from the courtly ease of Lord Dalgarno, were calculated to make a favourable impression, and Lord Glenvarloch, though his experience of Dalgarno's perfidy had taught him to be cautious of reposing faith in friendly professions, could not avoid testifying his gratitude to the young Templar, who seemed so anxious for his safety and accommodation. "You may spare your gratitude any great sense of obligation, my lord," said the Templar. "No doubt I am willing to be of use to any gentleman that has cause to sing fortune my foe, and particularly proud to serve your lordship's turn. But I have also an old grudge, to speak heaven's truth, at your opposite Lord Dalgarno." "May I ask on what account, Master Lowestoft?" said Lord Glenvarloch. "Oh, my lord," replied the Templar, "it was for a hap that chanced after you left the ordinary one evening, about 3 weeks since at least. I think you were not by, as your lordship always left us before deep play began. I mean no offence, but such was your lordship's custom when there were words between Lord Dalgarno and me concerning certain game at Gleek, and a certain mournival of aces held by his lordship, which went for 8, which went for 1523 in all. Now I held king and queen, being 3 a natural tozer, making 15 and tiddy 19. We vied the rough and revide, as your lordship may suppose, till the stake was equal to half my yearly exhibition 50, as fair yellow canary birds as ear chirped in the bottom of a green silk purse. Well, my lord, I gained the cards, and lo you, it pleases his lordship to say that we played without tiddy, and as the rest stood by and backed him, and especially the sharking Frenchman, why I was obliged to lose more than I shall gain all the season. So judge if I have not a crow to pluck with his lordship. Was it ever heard there was a game at Gleek at the ordinary before, without counting Tidamary Quep? Upon his lordship every man who comes there with his purse in his hand is as free to make new laws as he, I hope, since touch pot touch penny makes every man equal." As Master Lowestoft ran over this jargon of the gamentable Lord Glenvarloch was both ashamed and mortified, and felt a severe pang of aristocratic pride when he concluded in the sweeping clause that the dice, like the grave, levelled those distinguishing points of society to which Nigel's early prejudices clung perhaps, but too fondly. It was impossible, however, to object anything to the learned reasoning of the young Templar, and therefore Nigel was contented to turn the conversation by making some inquiries respecting the present state of Whitefriars. There also his host was at home. "You know, my lord," said Master Lowestoft, "that we Templars are a power and a dominion within ourselves, and I am proud to say that I hold some rank in our republic. Was treasurer to the Lord of Misrule last year, and am, at this present moment, in nomination for that dignity myself. In such circumstances, we are under the necessity of maintaining an amicable intercourse with our neighbours of Alsatia, even as the Christian states find themselves often in mere policy obliged to make alliance with the Grand Turk or the Barbary states. I should have imagined you gentlemen of the Temple more independent of your neighbours," said Lord Glenvarloch. "You do us something too much honour, my lord," said the Templar. "The Alsatians, and we have some common enemies, and we have under the rose some common friends. We are in the use of blocking all bailiffs out of our bounds, and we are powerfully aided by our neighbours, who tolerate not a rag belonging to them within theirs. Moreover, the Alsatians have, I beg you to understand, meth power of protecting or distressing our friends, male or female, who may be obliged to seek sanctuary within their bounds. In short, the two communities serve each other, though the league is between states of unequal quality, and I may myself say that I have treated of sundry weighty affairs, and have been a negotiator well approved on both sides. But hark, what is that? The sound by which Master Lowestoft was interrupted was that of a distant horn winded loud and keenly, and followed by a faint and remote huzzah. "There is something doing," said Lowestoft, "in the Whitefriars at this moment. That is the signal when their privileges are invaded by tipstaff or bailiff, and at the blast of the horn they all swarm out to the rescue, as bees when their hive is disturbed. Jump, Jim," he said, calling out to the attendant, "and see what they are doing in Alsatia, that bastard of a boy," he continued, as the lad, accustomed to the precipitate haste of his master, tumbled rather than ran out of the apartment, "and so downstairs is worth gold in this quarter, serves 6 mastersful of them in distinct numbers, and you would think him present like a fairy at the mere wish of him that for the time most needs his attendance. No scout in Oxford, no gyp in Cambridge, ever matched him in speed and intelligence. He knows the step of a dun from that of a client. When it reaches the very bottom of the staircase, can tell the trip of a pretty wench from the step of a bencher when at the upper end of the court, and is take him all in all. But I see your lordship is anxious. May I press another cup of my kind grandmother's cordial, or will you allow me to show you my wardrobe, and act as your valet or groom of the chamber?" Lord Glenvarloch hesitated not to acknowledge that he was painfully sensible of his present situation, and anxious to do what must needs be done for his extrication. The good-natured and thoughtless young Templar readily acquiesced, and led the way into his little bedroom, where from bandboxes, portmanteaus, mail-trunks, not forgetting an old walnut-tree wardrobe, he began to select the articles which he thought best suited effectually to disguise his guest in venturing into the lawless and turbulent society of Alsatia. Chapter 17. "Come hither, young one, mark me, thou art now. Mongst men owe the sword that live by reputation, more than by constant income, single-suited. They are, I grant you, yet each single suit maintains on the rough guess 1,000 followers, and they be men who, hazarding their all, needful apparel, necessary income, and human body and immortal soul, do in the very deed, but hazard nothing so strictly, is that all bound in reversion. Clothes to the broker, income to the usurer, and body to disease, and soul to the foul fiend, who laughs to see soldados and fulados play better than himself his game on earth. The Mohawks, your lordship, said Reginald Lowestoft, must be content to exchange your decent and court-beseeming rapier, which I will retain in safe keeping, for this broadsword with 100 weight of rusty iron about the hilt, and to wear these hugepaned slops instead of your civil and moderate hose. We allow no cloak, for your ruffian always walks in cuirapeau, and the tarnished doublet of bald velvet with its discolored embroidery, and I grieve to speak, eat a few stains from the blood of the grape, will best suit the garb of a roaring boy. I will leave you to change your suit for an instant, till I can help to truss you." Lowestoft retired, while slowly and with hesitation Nigel obeyed his instructions. He felt displeasure and disgust at the scoundrelly disguise which he was under the necessity of assuming, but when he considered the bloody consequences which law attached to his rash act of violence, the easy and indifferent temper of James, the prejudices of his son, the overbearing influence of the Duke of Buckingham, which was sure to be thrown into the scale against him, and above all, when he reflected that he must now look upon the active, assiduous, and insinuating Lord Dalgarno as a bitter enemy, reason told him he was in a situation of peril, which authorized all honest means, even the most unseemly in outward appearance, to extricate himself from so dangerous a predicament. While he was changing his dress and musing on these particulars, his friendly host re-entered the sleeping apartment. Sounds, he said, "My lord, it was well you went not straight into that same Alsatia of ours at the time you proposed, for the hawks have stooped upon it here. Is Jem come back with tidings that he saw a pursuivant there, with a privy council warrant and 50 of yeomen assistants, armed to the teeth, and the horn which we heard was sounded to call out the posse of the friars? Indeed, when old Duke Hildebrand saw that the quest was after someone of whom he knew nothing, he permitted out of courtesy the man-catcher to search through his dominions, quite certain that they would take little by their motions for Duke Hildebrand. is a most judicious potentate. Go back, you bastard, and bring us word when all is quiet. And who made Duke Hildebrand be? Said Lord Glenvarloch. Nouns, my lord, said the Templar. Have you lived so long on the town, and never heard of the valiant, and as wise and politic as valiant Duke Hildebrand, Grand Protector of the liberties of Alsatia? I thought the man had never whirled a die, but was familiar with his fame. Yet I have never heard of him, Master Lowestoft, said Lord Glenvarloch, or what is the same thing, I have paid no attention to aught that may have passed in conversation respecting him. Why then, said Lowestoft, but first let me have the honour of trussing you. Now observe, I have left several of the points untied of set purpose, and if it please you to let a small portion of your shirt be seen betwixt your doublet and the band of your upper stock, it will have so much the more rakish effect, and will attract you respect in Alsatia, where linen is something scarce now. I tie some of the points carefully asquint, for your ruffianly gallant never appears too accurately trussed. Arrange it as you will, sir, said Nigel, but let me hear at least something of the conditions of the unhappy district, into which with other wretches I am compelled to retreat. Why, my lord, replied the Templar, our neighbouring state of Alsatia, which the law calls the sanctuary of Whitefriars, has had its mutations and revolutions like greater kingdoms, and being in some sort a lawless arbitrary government, it follows of course that these have been more frequent than our own better regulated commonwealth of the Templars, that of Gray's Inn and other similar associations, have had the fortune to witness our traditions and records speak of 20 revolutions within the last 12 years, in which the aforesaid state has repeatedly changed from absolute despotism to republicanism, not forgetting the intermediate stages of oligarchy, limited monarchy, and even gynocracy, for I myself remember Alsatia, governed for nearly 9 months by an old fishwoman I hen. It fell under the dominion of a broken attorney, who was dethroned by a reformado captain, who, proving tyrannical, was deposed by a hedgeparson, who was succeeded upon resignation of his power by Duke Jacob Hildebrand of that name, the first whom heaven long preserve. And is this potentate's government, said Lord Glenvarloch, forcing himself to take some interest in the conversation of a despotic character? Pardon me, my lord, said the Templar, this said sovereign is too wise to incur, like many of his predecessors, the odium of wielding so important an authority by his own soul, while he has established a council of state, who regularly meet for their morning's draught at 7 o'clock, convene a second time at 11 for their antemeridium or wet, and assembling in solemn conclave at the hour of 2 afternoon, for the purpose of consulting for the good of the Commonwealth, are so prodigal of their labour in the service of the state that they seldom separate before midnight into this worthy Senate, composed partly of Duke Hildebrand's predecessors in his high office, whom he has associated with him to prevent the envy attending sovereign and sole authority. I must presently introduce your lordship, that they may admit you to the immunities of the friars, and assign you a place of residence. Does their authority extend to such regulation? Said Lord Glenvarloch. The council account it a main point of their privileges, my lord, answered Lowestoft, and in fact it is one of the most powerful means by which they support their authority, for when Duke Hildebrand and his senate find a topping householder in the friars becomes discontented, and factious it is, but assigning him for a lodger some fat bankrupt or new lessadator, whose circumstances require refuge, and whose purse can pay for it, and the malcontent becomes as tractable as a lamb. As for the poorer refugees, they let them shift as they can, but the registration of their names in the Duke's entry book, and the payment of garnish conforming to their circumstances, is never dispensed with, and the friars would be a very unsafe residence for the stranger who should dispute these points of jurisdiction. Well, Master Lowestoft, said Lord Glenvarloch, I must be controlled by the circumstances which dictate to me this state of concealment. Of course, I am desirous not to betray my name and rank. It will be highly advisable, my lord, said Lowestoft, and is a case thus provided for in the statutes of the republic or monarchy, or whatsoever you call it. He who desires that no questions shall be asked him concerning his name, cause of refuge, and the like, may escape the usual interrogations upon payment of double the garnish otherwise belonging to his condition. Complying with this essential stipulation, Your lordship may register yourself as King of Bantam, if you will, for not a question will be asked of you. But here comes our scout, with news of peace and tranquility. Now I will go with your lordship myself, and present you to the council of Alsatia, with all the influence which I have over them as an office-bearer in the temple, which is not slight, for they have come halting off upon all occasions when we have taken part against them, and that they well know the time is propitious, for, as the council is now met in Alsatia, so the temple walks are quiet now. My lord, throw your cloak about you to hide your present exterior. You shall give it to the boy at the foot of the stairs that go down to the sanctuary. And as the ballad says, that Queen Eleanor sunk at Charing Cross and rose at Queenhithe, so you shall sink a nobleman in the Temple Gardens and rise an Alsatian at Whitefriars. They went out accordingly, attended by the little scout, traversed the gardens, descended the stairs, and at the bottom the young Templar exclaimed, and now let us sing with Ovid. In nova fert animus mutatas dicer formas. Off ye lendings, he continued in the same vein via the curtain that shadowed Borgia. But how now, my lord, he continued, when he observed Lord Glenvarloch was really distressed at the degrading change in his situation. I trust you are not offended at my rattling folly. I would but reconcile you to your present circumstances, and give you the tone of this strange place. Come, cheer up, I trust it will only be your residence for a very few days. Nigel was only able to press his hand and reply in a whisper, I am sensible of your kindness. I know I must drink the cup which my own folly has filled for me. Pardon me, that at the first taste I feel its bitterness. Reginald Lowestoft was bustlingly officious and good-natured, but used to live a scrambling, rakish course of life himself. He had not the least idea of the extent of Lord Glenvarloch's mental sufferings, and thought of his temporary concealment as if it were merely the trick of a wanton boy who plays at hide-and-seek with his tutor. With the appearance of the place, too, he was familiar, but on his companion it produced a deep sensation. The ancient sanctuary at Whitefriars lay considerably lower than the elevated terraces and gardens of the temple, and was therefore generally involved in the damps and fogs arising from the Thames. The brick buildings by which it was occupied crowded closely on each other, for in a place so rarely privileged every foot of ground was valuable, but erected in many cases by persons whose funds were inadequate to their speculations. The houses were generally insufficient, and exhibited the lamentable signs of having become ruinous, while they were yet new. The wailing of children, the scolding of their mothers, the miserable exhibition of ragged linens hung from the windows to dry, spoke the wants and distresses of the wretched inhabitants, while the sounds of complaint were mocked and overwhelmed in the riotous shouts, oaths, profane songs, and boisterous laughter that issued from the alehouses and taverns, which, as the signs indicated, were equal in number to all the other houses. And that the full character of the place might be evident, several faded, tinselled, and painted females looked boldly at the strangers from their open lattices, or more modestly seemed busied with the cracked flower-pots filled with mignonette and rosemary, which were disposed in front of the windows, to the great risk of the passengers. Semireducta Venus, said the Templar, pointing to one of these nymphs, who seemed afraid of observation, and partly concealed herself behind the casement, as she chirped to a miserable blackbird, the tenant of a wicker prison, which hung outside on the black brick wall. I know the face of yonder waistcoatier, continued the guide, and I could wager a rose noble from the posture she stands in that she has clean headgear and a soiled nitril. But here come two of the male inhabitants, smoking like moving volcanoes. These are roaring blades, whom Nicosia and Trinidado serve, I dare swear, in lieu of beef, and pudding. For be it known to you, my lord, that the king's counterblast against the Indian weed will no more pass current in Alsatia than will his writ of Capias. As he spoke, the two smokers approached shaggy, uncombed ruffians, whose enormous mustaches were turned back over their ears, and mingled with the wild elf-locks of their hair, much of which was seen under the old beavers, which they wore aside upon their heads, while some straggling portion escaped through the rents of the hats aforesaid. Their tarnished plush jerkins, large slops, or trunk breeches, their broad, greasy shoulder belts, and discolored scarfs, and above all the ostentatious manner in which the one wore a broadsword, and the other an extravagantly long rapier and poniard, marked the true Alsatian bully then, and for 100 years afterwards, a well-known character. "Tour out," said the one ruffian to the other, "tour the bien mort, twiring at the gentry cove." Footnote, look sharp, see how the girl is coquetting with the strange gallants. "I smell a spy," replied the other, looking at Nigel. "Chalk him across the peepers with your cheery." Footnote, slash him over the eyes with your dagger. Bing avast," replied his companion. "Yon other is rattling Reginald Lowestoft of the Temple. I know him. He is a good boy and free of the province." So saying, and enveloping themselves in another thick cloud of smoke, they went on without farther greeting. "Grasso in air," said the Templar. "You hear what a character the impudent knave gives me, but so it serves your lordship's turn I care not. And now let me ask your lordship what name you will assume, for we are near the ducal palace of Duke Hildebrand." "I will be called Graham," said Nigel. "It was my mother's name." "Grime," repeated the Templar, "will suit Alsatia well enough, both a grim and grimy place of refuge." "I said Graham, sir, not Grime," said Nigel something shortly, and laying an emphasis on the vowel, for few Scotsmen understand raillery upon the subject of their names. "I beg pardon, my lord," answered the undisconcerted punster, "but Grom will suit the circumstance to it, signifies tribulation in the High Dutch, and your lordship must be considered as a man under trouble." Nigel laughed at the pertinacity of the Templar, who, proceeding to point out a sign representing or believed to represent a dog attacking a bull and running at his head, in the true scientific style of onset there, said he, "Doth faithful Duke Hildebrand deal forth laws, as well as ale and strong waters too?" His faithful Alsatians being a determined champion of Paris Garden, he has chosen a sign corresponding to his habits, and he deals in giving drink to the thirsty, that he himself may drink without paying and receive pay for what is drunken by others. Let us enter the ever-open gate of this second Axillus. As they spoke, they entered the dilapidated tavern, which was nevertheless more ample in dimensions and less ruinous than many houses in the same evil neighborhood. 2 or 3 haggard, ragged drawers ran to and fro, whose looks, like those of owls, seemed only adapted for midnight when other creatures sleep, and who by day seemed bleared, stupid, and only half awake, guided by one of these blinking Ganymedes. They entered a room where the feeble rays of the sun were almost wholly eclipsed by volumes of tobacco smoke rolled from the tubes of the company, while out of the cloudy sanctuary arose the old chant of "Old Sir Simon the King, and old Sir Simon the King, with his momsy nose, and his alley-dropped hose, and sing hey, ding-a-ding-ding." Duke Hildebrand, who himself condescended to chant this ditty to his loving subjects, was a monstrously fat old man with only one eye and a nose which bore evidence to the frequency, strength, and depth of his potations. He wore a murrey-colored plush jerkin stained with the overflowings of the tankard, and much the worse for wear, and unbuttoned at bottom for the ease of his enormous paunch. Behind him lay a favorite bulldog, whose round head and single black glancing eye, as well as the creature's great corpulence, gave it a burlesque resemblance to its master. The well-beloved councillors who surrounded the ducal throne incensed it with tobacco, pledged its occupier in thick clammy ale, and echoed back his choral songs were satraps worthy of such a soldan. The buff jerkin, broad belt, and long sword of one showed him to be a low country soldier, whose look of scowling importance and drunken impudence were designed to sustain his title to call himself a roving blade. It seemed to Nigel that he had seen this fellow somewhere or other. A hedge parson or buckley beggar, as that order of priesthood has been irreverently termed, sat on the Duke's left, and was easily distinguished by his torn band-flapped hat, and the remnants of a rusty cassock. Beside the parson sat a most wretched and meagre-looking old man, with a threadbare hood of coarse kersey upon his head, and buttoned about his neck, while his pinched features, like those of old Daniel, were illuminated by an eye through the last look of dotage, still cunning and sly. On his left was placed a broken attorney, who for some malpractices had been struck from the roll of practitioners, and who had nothing left of his profession, except its roguery. 1 or 2 persons of less figure, amongst whom there was one face, which, like that of the soldier, seemed not unknown to Nigel, though he could not recollect where he had seen it, completed the council board of Jacob Duke Hildebrand. The strangers had full time to observe all this for his grace. The Duke, whether irresistibly carried on by the full tide of harmony, or whether, to impress the strangers with a proper idea of his consequence, chose to sing his ditty to an end, before addressing them, though during the whole time he closely scrutinized them with his single optic. When Duke Hildebrand had ended his song, he informed his peers that a worthy officer of the temple attended them, and commanded the captain and parson to abandon their easy chairs in behalf of the two strangers whom he placed on his right and left hand. The worthy representative of the army and the Church of Alsatia went to place themselves on a crazy form at the bottom of the table, which, ill calculated to sustain men of such weight, gave way under them, and the man of the sword and man of the gown were rolled over each other on the floor. Amidst the exulting shouts of the company, they arose in wrath, contending which should vent his displeasure in the loudest and deepest oaths. Strife, in which the parson's superior acquaintance with theology enabled him greatly to excel the captain, and were at length with difficulty tranquilized by the arrival of the alarmed waiters with more stable chairs, and by a long draught of the cooling tankard. When this commotion was appeased, and the strangers courteously accommodated with flagons after the fashion of the others present, the Duke drank prosperity to the temple in the most gracious manner, together with a cup of welcome to Master Reginald Lowestoft, and this courtesy having been thankfully accepted, the party honored prayed permission to call for a gallon of Rhenish over, which he proposed to open his business. The mention of a liquor so superior to their usual potations had an instant and most favorable effect upon the little senate, and its immediate appearance might be said to secure a favorable reception of Master Lowestoft's proposition, which after a round or two had circulated, he explained to be the admission of his friend Master Nigel Graham to the benefit of the sanctuary and other immunities of Alsatia, in the character of a grand compounder, for so were those termed, who paid a double fee at their matriculation in order to avoid laying before the Senate the peculiar circumstances which compelled them to take refuge there. The worthy Duke heard the proposition with glee which glittered in his single eye, and no wonder, as it was a rare occurrence, and of peculiar advantage to his private revenue. Accordingly, he commanded his ducal register to be brought him, a huge book secured with brass clasps like a merchant's ledger, and whose leaves, stained with wine and slabbered with tobacco juice, bore the names probably of as many rogues as are to be found in the calendar of Newgate. Nigel was then directed to lay down 2 nobles as his ransom, and to claim privilege by reciting the following doggerel verses, which were dictated to him by the Duke. Your suppliant by name, Nigel Graham, in fear of mishap, from a shoulder tap, and dreading a claw, from the talons of law, that are sharper than briars, his freedom to sue, and rescue by you, thorug weapon and wit, from warrant and writ, from bailiff's hand, from tipstaff's wand, is come hither to Whitefriars. As Duke Hildebrand, with a tremulous hand, began to make the entry, and had already, with superfluous generosity, spelled Nigel with 2 Gs, instead of 1, he was interrupted by the parson. Footnote: this curious register is still in existence, being in possession of that eminent antiquary Dr. Dryasdust, who liberally offered the author permission to have the autograph of Duke Hildebrand engraved as an illustration of this passage, unhappily being rigorous as Ritson himself, in adhering to the very letter of his copy. The worthy doctor clogged his munificence with the condition that we should adopt the Duke's orthography and entitle the work The Fortunes of Nigel, with which stipulation we did not think it necessary to comply. This reverend gentleman had been whispering for a minute or 2, not with the captain, but with that other individual who dwelt imperfectly, as we have already mentioned, in Nigel's memory, and being perhaps still something malcontent on account of the late accident, he now requested to be heard before the registration took place. The person, he said, who hath now had the assurance to propose himself as a candidate for the privileges and immunities of this honorable society, is in plain terms a beggarly Scot, and we have enough of these locusts in London already. If we admit such palmerworms and caterpillars to the sanctuary, we shall soon have the whole nation. We are not entitled to inquire, said Duke Hildebrand, whether he be Scot or French or English, seeing he has honorably laid down his garnish, he is entitled to our protection. Word of denial, most sovereign Duke, replied the parson, I ask him no question, she's speech betrayeth him, he is a Galilean, and his garnish is forfeited for his assurance in coming within this our realm, and I call on you, Sir Duke, to put the laws in force against him. The Templar here rose, and was about to interrupt the deliberations of the court, when the Duke gravely assured him that he should be heard in behalf of his friend, so soon as the council had finished their deliberations. The attorney next rose, and intimating that he was to speak to the point of law, said it was easy to be seen that this gentleman did not come here in any civil case, and that he believed it to be the story they had already heard of concerning a blow given within the verge of the park, that the sanctuary would not bear out the offender in such case, and that the queer old chief would send down a broom which would sweep the streets of Alsatia from the Strand to the stairs, and it was even policy to think what evil might come to their republic by sheltering an alien in such circumstances. The captain, who had sat impatiently while these opinions were expressed, now sprung on his feet with the vehemence of a cork bouncing from a bottle of brisk beer, and turning up his mustaches with a martial air, cast a glance of contempt on the lawyer and churchman while he thus expressed his opinion. Most noble Duke Hildebrand, when I hear such base skeldering coistrel propositions come from the counsellors of your grace, and when I remember the huffs, the muns, and the titirettus, by whom your grace's ancestors and predecessors were advised on such occasions, I begin to think the spirit of action is as dead in Alsatia as in my old granum, and yet who thinks so thinks a lie, since I will find as many roaring boys in the friars as shall keep the liberties against all the scavengers of Westminster, and if we should be overborne for turn death and darkness, have we not time to send the gentleman off by water either to Paris Garden or to the Bankside? And if he is a gallant of true breed, will he not make us full amends for all the trouble we have let other societies exist? By the law I say that we brisk boys of the Fleet live in spite of it, and thrive best when we are in right opposition to sign and seal writ and warrant sergeant and tipstaff catchpole and bumbilly. This speech was followed by a murmur of approbation, and Lowestoft, striking in before the favourable sound had subsided, reminded the Duke and his council how much the security of their state depended upon the amity of the Templars, who by closing their gates could at pleasure shut against the Alsatians the communication betwixt the friars and the temple, and that as they conducted themselves on this occasion, so would they secure or lose the benefit of his interest with his own body, which they knew not to be inconsiderable, and in respect of my friend being a Scotsman and alien, as has been observed by the reverend divine and learned lawyer, you are to consider, said Lowestoft, for what he is pursued hitherto, for giving the bastinado not to an Englishman, but to one of his own countrymen, and for my own simple part, he continued, touching Lord Glenvarloch at the same time to make him understand he spoke, but in jest, if all the Scots in London were to fight a Welsh main, and kill each other to a man, the survivor would, in my humble opinion, be entitled to our gratitude, as having done a most acceptable service to poor old England. A shout of laughter and applause followed this ingenious apology for the client's state of alienage, and the Templar followed up his plea with the following pithy proposition: I know well, said he, it is the custom of the fathers of this old and honourable republic ripely and well to consider all their proceedings over a proper allowance of liquor, and far be it from me to propose the breach of so laudable a custom, or to pretend that such an affair as the present can be well and constitutionally considered during the discussion of a pitiful gallon of Rhenish, but as it is the same thing to this honourable conclave, whether they drink first and determine afterwards, or whether they determine first and drink afterwards, I propose your grace, with the advice of your wise and potent senators, shall pass your edict granting to mine honourable friend the immunities of the place, and assigning him a lodging according to your wise forms, to which he will presently retire, being somewhat spent with this day's action, whereupon I will presently order you a rundlet of Rhenish, with a corresponding quantity of neat's tongues and pickled herrings, to make you all as glorious as Georgia Green." This overture was received with a general shout of applause, which altogether drowned the voice of the dissidents, if any there were amongst the Alsatian Senate who could have resisted a proposal so popular. The words of kind heart, noble gentleman, generous gallant, flew from mouths to mouth. The inscription of the petitioner's name in the great book was hastily completed, and the oath administered to him by the worthy Doge, like the laws of the 12 tables of the ancient Cambro-Britons and other primitive nations, it was couched in poetry and ran as follows: "By spigot and barrel, by bilbo and buff, thou art sworn to the quarrel of the blades of the Huff, for Whitefriars and its claims, to be champion or martyr, and to fight for its dames, like a knight of the Garter." Nigel felt and indeed exhibited some disgust at this mummery, but the Templar reminding him that he was too far advanced to draw back, he repeated the words, or rather assented, as they were repeated by Duke Hildebrand, who concluded the ceremony by allowing him the privilege of sanctuary in the following form of prescriptive doggerel: "From the touch of the tip, from the blight of the warrant, from the watchmen who skip on the Harmon Beck's errand, from the bailiff's cramp speech, that makes man a thrall, I charm thee from each, and I charm thee from all, thy freedoms complete, as a blade of the Huff, to be cheated and cheat, to be cuffed and to cuff, to stride, swear, and swagger, to drink till you stagger, to stare and to stab, and to brandish your dagger in the cause of your drab, to walk woolward in winter, drink brandy and smoke, and go fresco in summer, for want of a cloak, to eke out your living by the wag of your elbow, by Fulham and gourd, and by bearing of bilbo, to live by your shifts, and to swear by your honor, are the freedom and gifts, of which I am the donor. Footnote of the cant words used in this inauguratory oration. Some are obvious in their meaning, others, as Harmon Beck Constable and the like, derive their source from that ancient piece of lexicography, the Slang Dictionary. This homily being performed, a dispute arose concerning the special residence to be assigned the new brother of the sanctuary, for as the Alsatians held it a maxim in their commonwealth that ass milk fattens, there was usually a competition among the inhabitants which should have the managing, as it was termed, of a new member of the society. The Hector who had spoken so warmly and critically in Nigel's behalf stood out now chivalrously in behalf of a certain Blows-Linda or Bonstrops who had, it seems, a room to hire, once the occasional residence of Slicing Dick of Paddington, who lately suffered at Tyburn, and whose untimely exit had been hitherto mourned by the damsel in solitary widowhood, after the fashion of the turtle-dove. The captain's interest was however overruled in behalf of the old gentleman in the kersey hood, who was believed, even at his extreme age, to understand the plucking of a pigeon as well or better than any man in Alsatia. This venerable personage was an usurer of notoriety called Trappois, and had very lately done the state considerable service in advancing a subsidy necessary to secure a fresh importation of liquors to the Duke's cellars, the wine merchant at the Vintry being scrupulous to deal with so great a man for anything but ready money. When therefore the old gentleman arose, and with much coughing reminded the Duke that he had a poor apartment to let, the claims of all others were set aside, and Nigel was assigned to Trappois as his guest. No sooner was this arrangement made than Lord Glenvarloch expressed to Lowestoft his impatience to leave this discreditable assembly, and took his leave with a careless haste which, but for the rundlet of Rhenish wine that entered just as he left the apartment, might have been taken in bad part. The young Templar accompanied his friend to the house of the old usurer, with the road to which he and some other youngsters about the Temple were even but too well acquainted on the way. He assured Lord Glenvarloch that he was going to the only clean house in Whitefriars, a property which it owed solely to the exertions of the old man's only daughter, an elderly damsel, ugly enough to frighten sin, yet likely to be wealthy enough to tempt a Puritan so soon as the devil had got her old dad for his due. As Lowestoft spoke, thus they knocked at the door of the house, and the sour, stern countenance of the female, by whom it was opened, fully confirmed all that the Templar had said of the hostess. She heard with an ungracious and discontented air the young Templar's information that the gentleman, his companion, was to be her father's lodger, muttered something about the trouble it was likely to occasion, but ended by showing the stranger's apartment, which was better than could have been augured from the general appearance of the place, and much larger in extent than that which he occupied at Paul's Wharf, though inferior to it in neatness. Lowestoft, having thus seen his friend fairly installed in his new apartment, and having obtained for him a note of the rate at which he could be accommodated with victuals from a neighbouring cook's shop, now took his leave, offering at the same time to send the whole or any part of Lord Glenvarloch's baggage from his former place of residence to his new lodging. Nigel mentioned so few articles that the Templar could not help observing that his lordship, it would seem, did not intend to enjoy his new privileges long. "They are too little suited to my habits and taste that I should do so," replied Lord Glenvarloch. "You may change your opinion tomorrow," said Lowestoft, "and so I wish you a good even. Tomorrow I will visit you betimes." The morning came, but instead of the Templar, it brought only a letter from him. The epistle stated that Lowestoft's visit to Alsatia had drawn down the animadversions of some crabbed old pantaloons among the benchers, and that he judged it wise not to come hither at present for fear of attracting too much attention to Lord Glenvarloch's place of residence. He stated that he had taken measures for the safety of his baggage, and would send him by a safe hand his money casket and what articles he wanted. Then followed some sage advices dictated by Lowestoft's acquaintance with Alsatia and its manners. He advised him to keep the usurer in the most absolute uncertainty concerning the state of his funds, never to throw a main with the captain, who was in the habit of playing dry-fisted and paying his losses with 3 vowels, and finally to beware of Duke Hildebrand, who was as sharp, he said, as a needle, though he had no more eyes than are possessed by that necessary implement of female industry. Chapter 18. Mother, what I dazzled by a flash from Cupid's mirror, with which the boy, as mortal urchins wont, flings back the sunbeam in the eye of passengers, then laughs to see them stumble. Daughter, mother, know it was a lightning flash which dazzled me, and never shall these eyes see true again beef and pudding, an old English comedy. It is necessary that we should leave our hero Nigel for a time, although in a situation neither safe, comfortable, nor creditable, in order to detail some particulars which have immediate connection with his fortunes. It was but the 3rd day after he had been forced to take refuge in the house of old Trapbois, the noted usurer of Whitefriars, commonly called Golden Trapbois, when the pretty daughter of old Ramsay the watchmaker, after having piously seen her father finish his breakfast from the fear that he might in an abstruse fit of thought swallow the salt cellar, instead of a crust of the brown loaf, set forth from the house, as soon as he was again plunged into the depth of calculation, and accompanied only by that faithful old drudge, Janet the Scots laundress, to whom her whims were laws, made her way to Lombard Street, and disturbed at the unusual hour of 8 in the morning Aunt Judith, the sister of her worthy godfather. The venerable maiden received her young visitor with no great complacency, for naturally enough she had neither the same admiration of her very pretty countenance, nor allowance for her foolish and girlish impatience of temper, which Master George Heriot entertained. Still, Mistress Margaret was a favourite of her brother's, whose will was to Aunt Judith a supreme law, and she contented herself with asking her untimely visitor what she made so early with her pale chitty face in the streets of London. "I would speak with the Lady Hermione," answered the almost breathless girl, while the blood ran so fast to her face as totally to remove the objection of paleness which Aunt Judith had made to her complexion. "With the Lady Hermione," said Aunt Judith, "with the Lady Hermione, and at this time in the morning, when she will scarce see any of the family, even at seasonable hours. You are crazy, you silly wench, or you abuse the indulgence which my brother and the lady have shown to you." Indeed, I have not," repeated Margaret, struggling to retain the unbidden tear, which seemed ready to burst out on the slightest occasion, do but say to the lady that your brother's goddaughter desires earnestly to speak to her, and I know she will not refuse to see me." Aunt Judith bent an earnest, suspicious, and inquisitive glance on her young visitor. "You might make me your secretary, my lassie," she said, "as well as the Lady Hermione. I am older, and better skilled to advise. I live more in the world than one who shuts herself up within 4 rooms, and I have the better means to assist you." "Oh, no," said Margaret eagerly, and with more earnest sincerity than complaisance. "There are some things to which you cannot advise me, Aunt Judith. It is a case, pardon me, my dear aunt, a case beyond your counsel." "I am glad, Aunt Maiden," said Aunt Judith, somewhat angrily, "for I think the follies of the young people of this generation would drive mad an old brain like mine. Here you come on the Viaduct through the whole streets of London, to talk some nonsense to a lady who scarce sees God's sun, but when he shines on a brick wall. But I will tell her you are here." She went away, and shortly returned with a dry "Miss Margaret, the lady will be glad to see you, and that's more, my young madam, than you had a right to count upon." Mistress Margaret hung her head in silence, too much perplexed by the train of her own embarrassed thoughts for attempting either to conciliate Aunt Judith's kindness, or which on other occasions would have been as congenial to her own humor, to retaliate on her cross-tempered remarks and manner. She followed Aunt Judith, therefore, in silence and dejection, to the strong oaken door which divided the Lady Hermione's apartments from the rest of George Heriot's spacious house. At the door of this sanctuary, it is necessary to pause in order to correct the reports with which Richie Monoples had filled his master's ear respecting the singular appearance of that lady's attendants at prayers, whom we now own to be by name the Lady Hermione. Some part of these exaggerations had been communicated to the worthy Scotsman by Jenkin Vincent, who was well experienced in the species of wit which has been long a favorite in the city under the names of crossbiting, giving the door, bamboozling, cramming, hoaxing, humbugging, and quizzing, for which sport Richie Monoples, with his solemn gravity, totally unapprehensive of a joke, and his natural propensity to the marvelous, formed an admirable subject. Farther ornaments the tale had received from Richie himself, whose tongue, especially when oiled with good liquor, had a considerable tendency to amplification, and who failed not, while he retailed to his master all the wonderful circumstances narrated by Vincent, to add to them many conjectures of his own, which his imagination had over-hastily converted into facts. Yet the life which the Lady Hermione had led for 2 years, during which she had been the inmate of George Heriot's house, was so singular as almost to sanction many of the wild reports which went abroad. The house, which the worthy goldsmith inhabited, had in former times belonged to a powerful and wealthy baronial family, which during the reign of Henry Roman VIII terminated in a dowager lady, very wealthy, very devout, and most unalienably attached to the Catholic faith. The chosen friend of the Honourable Lady Foljambe was the abbess of St. Roch's nunnery, like herself, a conscientious, rigid, and devoted papist. When the house of St. Roch was despotically dissolved by the fiat of the impetuous monarch, the Lady Foljambe received her friend into her spacious mansion, together with 2 Vestal sisters who, like their abbess, were determined to follow the tenor their vows instead of embracing the profane liberty which the monarchs had thrown in their choice for their residence. The Lady Foljambe contrived with all secrecy, for Henry might not have relished her interferencito, set apart a suite of 4 rooms with a little closet, fitted up as an oratory or chapel, the whole apartments fenced by a stout oaken door to exclude strangers, and accommodated with a turning wheel to receive necessaries according to the practice of all nunneries. In this retreat the abbess of St. Roch and her attendants passed many years, communicating only with the Lady Foljambe, who, in virtue of their prayers and of the support she afforded them, accounted herself little less than a saint on earth. The abbess, fortunately for herself, died before her munificent patroness, who lived deep in Queen Elizabeth's time, ere she was summoned by fate. The Lady Foljambe was succeeded in this mansion by a sour fanatic knight, a distant and collateral relation, who claimed the same merit for expelling the priestess of Baal which his predecessor had founded on maintaining the votarses of heaven of the 2 unhappy nuns. Driven from their ancient refuge, one went beyond sea, the other, unable from old age to undertake such a journey, died under the roof of a faithful Catholic widow of low degree, Sir Paul Crambag, having got rid of the nuns, spoiled the chapel of its ornaments, and had thoughts of altogether destroying the apartments, until checked by the reflection that the operation would be an unnecessary expense, since he only inhabited 3 rooms of the large mansion, and had not therefore the slightest occasion for any addition to its accommodations. His son proved a waster and a prodigal, and from him the house was bought by our friend George Heriot, who, finding like Sir Paul the house more than sufficiently ample for his accommodation, left the Foljambe apartments, or St. Roque's rooms, as they were called, in the state in which he found them. About 2 years and a half before our history opened, when Heriot was absent upon an expedition to the continent, he sent special orders to his sister and his cashkeeper directing that the Foljambe apartments should be fitted up handsomely, though plainly, for the reception of a lady who would make them her residence for some time, and who would live more or less with his own family according to her pleasure. He also directed that the necessary repairs should be made with secrecy, and that as little should be said as possible upon the subject of his letter. When the time of his return came nigh, Aunt Judith and the household were on the tenterhooks of impatience. Master George came, as he had intimated, accompanied by a lady so eminently beautiful, that had it not been for her extreme and uniform paleness, she might have been reckoned one of the loveliest creatures on earth. She had with her an attendant, or humble companion, whose business seemed only to wait upon her. This person, a reserved woman, and by her dialect a foreigner aged about 50, was called by the Lady Monna Paula, and by Master Heriot and others Mademoiselle Pauline. She slept in the same room with her patroness, at night ate in her apartment, and was scarcely ever separated from her during the day. These females took possession of the nunnery of the devout abbess, and without observing the same rigorous seclusion, according to the letter, seemed well nigh to restore the apartments to the use to which they had been originally designed. The new inmates lived, and took their meals apart from the rest of the family, with the domestics. Lady Hermione, for so she was termed, held no communication, and Mademoiselle Pauline only such as was indispensable, which she dispatched as briefly as possible. Frequent and liberal largesses reconciled the servants to this conduct, and they were in the habit of observing to each other that to do a service for Mademoiselle Pauline was like finding a fairy treasure. To Aunt Judith, the Lady Hermione was kind and civil, but their intercourse was rare, on which account the elder lady felt some pangs both of curiosity and injured dignity. But she knew her brother so well, and loved him so dearly, that his will once expressed might be truly said to become her own. The worthy citizen was not without a spice of the dogmatism, which grows on the best disposition when a word is a law to all around. Master George did not endure to be questioned by his family, and when he had generally expressed his will that the Lady Hermione should live in the way most agreeable to her, and that no inquiries should be made concerning their history or her motives for observing such strict seclusion, his sister well knew that he would have been seriously displeased with any attempt to pry into the secret. But though Heriot's servants were bribed, and his sister awed into silent acquiescence in these arrangements, they were not of a nature to escape the critical observation of the neighborhood. Some opined that the wealthy goldsmith was about to turn papist and re-establish Lady Foljambe's nunnery. Others that he was going mad. Others that he was either going to marry or to do worse. Master George's constant appearance at church, and the knowledge that the supposed voters always attended when the prayers of the English ritual were read in the family, liberated him from the first of these suspicions. Those who had to transact business with him upon change could not doubt the soundness of Master Heriot's mind, and to confute the other rumors, it was credibly reported by such as made the matter their particular interest that Master George Heriot never visited his guest, but in presence of Mademoiselle Pauline, who sat with her work in a remote part of the same room in which they conversed. It was also ascertained that these visits scarcely ever exceeded an hour in length, and were usually only repeated once a week, an intercourse too brief and too long interrupted to render it probable that love was the bond of their union. The inquirers were therefore at fault, and compelled to relinquish the pursuit of Master Heriot's secret, while 1,000 ridiculous tales were circulated amongst the ignorant and superstitious, with some specimens of which our friend Richie Monoples had been crammed, as we have seen, by the malicious apprentice of worthy David Ramsay. There was one person in the world who it was thought could, if she would have said more of the Lady Hermione than anyone in London, except George Heriot himself, and that was the said David Ramsay's only child, Margaret. This girl was not much past the age of 15 when the Lady Hermione first came to England, and was a very frequent visitor at her godfather's, who was much amused by her childish sallies and by the wild and natural beauty with which she sung the airs of her native country spoilt. She was on all hands by the indulgence of her godfather, the absent habits and indifference of her father, and the deference of all around to her caprices, as beauty and as an heiress. But though from these circumstances the city body had become as wilful as capricious, and as affected as unlimited indulgence seldom fails to render those to whom it is extended, and although she exhibited upon many occasions that affectation of extreme shyness, silence, and reserve, which misses in their teens are apt to take for an amiable modesty, and upon others a considerable portion of that flippancy which youth sometimes confounds with wit, Mistress Margaret had much real shrewdness and judgment, which wanted only opportunities of observation to refine it, a lively, good-humoured, playful disposition, and an excellent heart. Her acquired follies were much increased by reading plays and romances, to which she devoted a great deal of her time, and from which she adopted ideas as different as possible from those which she might have obtained from the invaluable and affectionate instructions of an excellent mother, and the freaks of which she was sometimes guilty rendered her not unjustly liable to the charge of affectation and coquetry. But the little lass had sense and shrewdness enough to keep her failings out of sight of her godfather, to whom she was sincerely attached, and so high she stood in his favour, that at his recommendation she obtained permission to visit the recluse Lady Hermione. The singular mode of life which that lady observed, her great beauty, rendered even more interesting by her extreme paleness, the conscious pride of being admitted farther than the rest of the world into the society of a person who was wrapped in so much mystery, made a deep impression on the mind of Margaret Ramsay, and though their conversations were at no time either long or confidential, yet proud of the trust reposed in her, Margaret was as secret respecting their tenor as if every word repeated had been to cost her life. No inquiry, however artfully backed by flattery and insinuation, whether on the part of Dame Ursula or any other person equally inquisitive, could wring from the little maiden one word of what she heard or saw after she entered these mysterious and secluded apartments. The slightest question concerning Master Heriot's ghost was sufficient at her gayest moment to check the current of her communicative prattle and render her silent. We mention this chiefly to illustrate the early strength of Margaret's character, a strength concealed under 100 freakish whims and humours, as an ancient and massive buttress is disguised by its fantastic covering of ivy and wildflowers. In truth, if the damsel had told all she heard or saw within the Foljambe apartments, she would have said but little to gratify the curiosity of inquirers. At the earlier period of their acquaintance, the Lady Hermione was wont to reward the attentions of her little friend with small but elegant presents, and entertain her by a display of foreign rarities and curiosities, many of them of considerable value. Sometimes the time was passed in a way much less agreeable to Margaret by her receiving lessons from Pauline in the use of the needle, but although her preceptress practiced these arts with a dexterity then only known in foreign convents, the pupil proved so incorrigibly idle and awkward that the task of needlework was at length given up, and lessons of music substituted in their stead. Here also Pauline was excellently qualified as an instructress, and Margaret more successful in a science for which nature had gifted her, made proficiency both in vocal and instrumental music. These lessons passed in presence of the Lady Hermione, to whom they seemed to give pleasure. She sometimes added her own voice to the performance in a pure, clear stream of liquid melody, but this was only when the music was of a devotional cast. As Margaret became older, her communications with the recluse assumed a different character. She was allowed, if not encouraged, to tell whatever she had remarked out of doors, and the Lady Hermione, while she remarked the quick, sharp, and retentive powers of observation possessed by her young friend, often found sufficient reason to caution her against rashness in forming opinions and giddy petulance in expressing them. The habitual awe with which she regarded this singular personage induced Mistress Margaret though by no means delighting in contradiction or reproof, to listen with patience to her admonitions, and to make full allowance for the good intentions of the patroness by whom they were bestowed, although in her heart she could hardly conceive how Madame Hermione, who never stirred from the Foljambe apartments, should think of teaching knowledge of the world to one who walked twice a week between Temple Bar and Lombard Street, besides parading in the park every Sunday that proved to be fair, whether indeed pretty Mistress Margaret was so little inclined to endure such remonstrances, that her intercourse with the inhabitants of the Foljambe apartments would have probably slackened as her circle of acquaintance increased in the external world, had she not on the one hand entertained an habitual reverence for her monitress, of which she could not divest herself, and been flattered on the other by being to a certain degree the depository of a confidence for which others thirsted in vain besides. Although the conversation of Hermione was uniformly serious, it was not in general either formal or severe, nor was the lady offended by flights of levity, which Mistress Margaret sometimes ventured on in her presence, even when they were such as made Monna Paula cast her eyes upwards, and sigh with that compassion which a devotee extends towards the votaries of a trivial and profane world. Thus, upon the whole, the little maiden was disposed to submit, though not without some wincing, to the grave admonitions of the Lady Hermione, and the rather that the mystery annexed to the person of her monitress was in her mind early associated with a vague idea of wealth and importance, which had been rather confirmed than lessened by many accidental circumstances which she had noticed since she was more capable of observation. It frequently happens that the counsel which we reckon intrusive when offered to us unasked becomes precious in our eyes when the pressure of difficulties renders us more diffident of our own judgment than we are apt to find ourselves in the hours of ease and indifference, and this is more especially the case if we suppose that our adviser may also possess power and inclination to back his counsel with effectual assistance. Mistress Margaret was now in that situation. She was, or believed herself to be, in a condition where both advice and assistance might be necessary, and it was therefore after an anxious and sleepless night that she resolved to have recourse to the Lady Hermione, who she knew would readily afford her the one, and as she hoped might also possess means of giving her the other. The conversation between them will best explain the purport of the visit. Chapter 19. By this good light, a wench of matchless mettle. This were a leaguer lass to love a soldier, to bind his wounds and kiss his bloody brow, and sing a roundel as she helped to arm him, though the rough foeman's drums were beat so nigh, they seemed to bear the burden. Old play. When Mistress Margaret entered the Foljambe apartment, she found the inmates employed in their usual manner, the lady in reading, and her attendant in embroidering a large piece of tapestry, which had occupied her ever since Margaret had been first admitted within these secluded chambers. Hermione nodded kindly to her visitor, but did not speak, and Margaret, accustomed to this reception, and in the present case not sorry for it, as it gave her an interval to collect her thoughts, stooped over Monna Paula's frame and observed in a half-whisper, "You were just so far as that rose, Monna. When I first saw Yowsi, there is the mark, where I had the bad luck to spoil the flower in trying to catch the stitch. I was little above 15. Then these flowers make me an old woman, Monna Paula." "I wish they could make you a wise one, my child," answered Monna Paula, in whose esteem pretty Mistress Margaret did not stand quite so high as in that of her patroness, partly owing to her natural austerity, which was something intolerant of youth and gaiety, and partly to the jealousy with which a favorite domestic regards anyone whom she considers as a sort of rival in the affections of her mistress. "What is it you say to Monna, little one?" asked the lady. "Nothing, madam," replied Mistress Margaret, "but that I have seen the real flowers blossom 3 times over since I first saw Monna Paula working in her canvas garden, and her violets have not budded yet." "True, ladybird," replied Hermione, "but the buds that are longest in blossoming will last the longest in flower. You have seen them in the garden bloom thrice, but you have seen them fade thrice. Also now Monna Paula's will remain in blow for everything, will fear neither frost nor tempest." "True, madam," answered Mistress Margaret, "but neither have they life or odor." "That, little one," replied the recluse, "is to compare a life agitated by hope and fear, and checkered with success and disappointment, and fevered by the effects of love, and hatred, a life of passion, and of feeling saddened and shortened by its exhausting alternations to a calm and tranquil existence animated but by a sense of duties, and only employed during its smooth and quiet course in the unwearied discharge of them, is that the moral of your answer? I do not know, madam, answered Mistress Margaret, but of all birds in the air, I would rather be the lark that sings while he is drifting down the summer breeze than the weathercock that sticks fast yonder upon his iron perch, and just moves so much as to discharge his duty and tell us which way the wind blows. Metaphors are no arguments, my pretty maiden, said the Lady Hermione, smiling. I am sorry for that, madam, answered Margaret, for they are such a pretty indirect way of telling one's mind, when it differs from one's better specides on this subject. There is no end of them, and they are so civil and becoming withal. Indeed, replied the lady, let me hear some of them, I pray you. It would be, for example, very bold in me, said Margaret, to say to your ladyship, that rather than live a quiet life, I would like a little variety of hope and fear, and liking and disliking and the other sort of feelings, which your ladyship is pleased to speak of. But I may say freely, and without blame, that I like a butterfly better than a beetle, or a trembling aspen better than a grim Scots fir, that never wags a leafer, that of all the wood brass and wire that ever my father's fingers put together. I do hate and detest a certain huge old clock of the German fashion that rings hours and half-hours and quarters and half-quarters, as if it were of such consequence that the world should know it was wound up and going. Now, dearest lady, I wish you would only compare that clumsy, clanging, Dutch-looking piece of lumber with the beautiful timepiece that Master Harriet caused my father to make for your ladyship, which uses to play 100 merry tunes, and turns out, when it strikes the hour, a whole band of Morris dancers to trip the haze to the measure. And which of these timepieces goes the truest, Margaret, said the lady. I must confess the old Dutchman has the advantage in that, said Margaret. I fancy you are right, madam, and that comparisons are no arguments, at least mine has not brought me through. Upon my word, maiden Margaret, said the lady, smiling, you have been of late thinking very much of these matters. Perhaps too much, madam, said Margaret, so low as only to be heard by the lady behind the back of whose chair she had now placed herself. The words were spoken very gravely, and accompanied by a half-sigh, which did not escape the attention of her to whom they were addressed. The Lady Hermione turned immediately round and looked earnestly at Margaret, then paused for a moment, and finally commanded Monna Paula to carry her frame and embroidery into the antechamber. When they were left alone, she desired her young friend to come from behind the chair on the back of which she still rested, and sit down beside her upon a stool. I will remain thus, madam, under your favor, answered Margaret, without changing her posture. I would rather you heard me without seeing me. In God's name, maiden, returned her patroness, what is it you can have to say that may not be uttered face to so true a friend as I am? Without making any direct answer, Margaret only replied, you were right, dearest lady, when you said I had suffered my feelings too much to engross me of late. I have done very wrong, and you will be angry with me, so will my godfather, but I cannot help, I must be rescued. He repeated the lady with emphasis. That brief little word does indeed so far explain your mystery, but come from behind the chair, you silly popinjay. I will wager you have suffered yonder gay young apprentice to sit too near your heart. I have not heard you mention young Vincent for many a day. Perhaps he has not been out of mouth and out of mind. Both have you been so foolish as to let him speak to you seriously? I am told he is a bold youth. Not bold enough to say anything that could displease me, madam, said Margaret. Perhaps then you were not displeased, said the lady, or perhaps he has not spoken, which would be wiser and better. Be open-hearted, my love. Your godfather will soon return, and we will take him into our consultations. If the young man is industrious and come of honest parentage, his poverty may be no such insurmountable obstacle. But you are both of you very young, Margaret. I know your godfather will expect that the youth shall first serve out his apprenticeship. Margaret had hitherto suffered the lady to proceed under the mistaken impression which she had adopted, simply because she could not tell how to interrupt her, but pure despite at hearing her last words gave her boldness at length to say, I crave your pardon, madam, but neither the youth you mention nor any apprentice or master within the city of London. Margaret, said the lady, in reply, the contemptuous tone with which you mention those of your own class, many hundreds if not thousands of whom are in all respects better than yourself, and would greatly honor you by thinking of you, is methinks no warrant for the wisdom of your choice for a choice. It seems there is who is it maiden to whom you have thus rashly attached yourself rashly, I fear it must be. It is the young Scottish Lord Glenvarloch, madam, answered Margaret in a low and modest tone, but sufficiently firm considering the subject. The young Lord of Glenvarloch, repeated the lady in great surprise. Maiden, you are distracted in your wits. I knew you would say so, madam, answered Margaret. It is what another person has already told, mate, is perhaps what all the world would tell, mate, is what I am sometimes disposed to tell myself. But look at me, madam, for I will now come before you, and tell me if there is madness or distraction in my look and word when I repeat to you again that I have fixed my affections on this young nobleman. If there is not madness in your look or word, maiden, there is infinite folly in what you say, answered the Lady Hermione sharply. When did you ever hear that misplaced love brought anything but wretchedness? Seek a match among your equals, Margaret, and escape the countless kinds of risk and misery that must attend an affection beyond your degree. Why do you smile, maiden? Is there aught to cause scorn in what I say? Surely no, madam, answered Margaret. I only smiled to think how it should happen that while rank made such a wide difference between creatures formed from the same clay, the wit of the vulgar should nevertheless jump so exactly the same length with that of the accomplished. And the exalted it is but the variation of the phrase which divides them. Dame Ursley told me the very same thing which your ladyship has, but now uttered. Only you, madam, talk of countless misery, and Dame Ursley spoke of the gallows and Mistress Turner, who was hanged upon it. Indeed, answered the Lady Hermione, and who may Dame Ursley be, that your wise choice has associated with me in the difficult task of advising a fool. The barber's wife at next door, madam, answered Margaret with feigned simplicity, but far from being sorry at heart that she had found an indirect mode of mortifying her monitress. She is the wisest woman that I know next to your ladyship. A proper confidant, said the lady, and chosen with the same delicate sense of what is due to yourself and others. But what ails you, maiden? Where are you going? Only to ask Dame Ursley's advice, said Margaret, as if about to depart, for I see your ladyship is too angry to give me any, and the emergency is pressing. What emergency, thou simple one? Said the lady in a kinder tone. Sit down, maiden, and tell me your tale. It is true you are a fool, and a pettish fool to boot. But then you are a child, an amiable child with all your self-willed folly, and we must help you if we can. Sit down, I say, as you are desired, and you will find me a safer and wiser counselor than the barber-woman, and tell me how you come to suppose that you have fixed your heart unalterably upon a man whom you have seen, as I think, but once. I have seen him oftener, said the damsel, looking down, but I have only spoken to him once. I should have been able to get that once out of my head, though the impression was so deep that I could even now repeat every trifling word he said, but other things have since riveted it in my bosom forever. Maiden, replied the lady, forever is the word which comes most lightly on the lips in such circumstances, but which not the less is almost the last that we should use. The fashion of this world, its passions, its joys and its sorrows, pass away like the winged breeze. There is not forever, but that which belongs to the world beyond the grave. You have corrected me justly, madam, said Margaret calmly. I ought only to have spoken of my present state of mind, as what will last me for my lifetime, which unquestionably may be but short. And what is there in this Scottish lord that can rivet what concerns him so closely in your fancy? Said the lady. I admit him a personable man, for I have seen him, and I will suppose him courteous and agreeable. But what are his accomplishments besides? For these, surely, are not uncommon attributes. He is unfortunate, madam, most unfortunate, and surrounded by snares of different kinds, ingeniously contrived to ruin his character, destroy his estate, and perhaps to reach even his life. These schemes have been devised by avarice originally, but they are now followed close by vindictive ambition, animated, I think, by the absolute and concentrated spirit of malice for the Lord Dalgarno. Here Monopola, exclaimed the Lady Hermione, interrupting her young friend's narrative. "She hears me not," she answered, rising and going out. "I must seek her. I will return instantly." She returned accordingly very soon after. "You mentioned a name, which I thought was familiar to me," she said, "but Monna Paula has put me right. I know nothing of your lord. How was it you named him?" "Lord Dalgarno," said Margaret, "wickedest man, who lives under pretense of friendship. He introduced the Lord Glenvarloch to a gambling house, with the purpose of engaging him in deep play. But he with whom the perfidious traitor had to deal was too virtuous, moderate, and cautious to be caught in a snare so open. What did they next but turn his own moderation against him, and persuade others that because he would not become the prey of wolves, he herded with them for a share of their booty. And while this base Lord Dalgarno was thus undermining his unsuspecting countrymen, he took every measure to keep him surrounded by creatures of his own, to prevent him from attending court and mixing with those of his proper rank. Since the gunpowder treason, there never was a conspiracy more deeply laid, more basely, and more deliberately pursued." The lady smiled sadly at Margaret's vehemence, but sighed the next moment, while she told her young friend how little she knew the world she was about to live in, since she testified so much surprise at finding it full of villainy. "But by what means," she added, "could you, maiden, become possessed of the secret views of a man so cautious as Lord Dalgarno's villains in general are?" "Permit me to be silent on that subject," said the maiden. "I could not tell you without betraying others. Let it suffice that my tidings are as certain as the means by which I acquired them are secret and sure, but I must not tell them even to you." "You are too bold, Margaret," said the lady, "to traffic in such matters at your early age. It is not only dangerous, but even unbecoming and unmaidenly." "I knew you would say that also," said Margaret, with more meekness and patience than she usually showed on receiving reproof. "But God knows my heart acquits me of every other feeling save that of the wish to assist this most innocent and betrayed man. I contrived to send him warning of his friends' falsehoods. My care has only hastened his utter ruin, unless speedy aid be found. He charged his false friend with treachery and drew on him in the park, and is now liable to the fatal penalty due for breach of privilege of the king's palace." "This is indeed an extraordinary tale," said Hermione. "Is Lord Glenvarloch then in prison?" "No, madam, thank God, but in the sanctuary at Whitefriars. It is matter of doubt whether it will protect him in such a case. They speak of a warrant from the Lord Chief Justice. A gentleman of the Temple has been arrested, and is in trouble for having assisted him in his flight. Even his taking temporary refuge in that base place, though from extreme necessity, will be used to the further defaming him. All this I know, and yet I cannot rescue him save by your means." "By my means, maiden," said the lady. "You are beside yourself. What means can I possess in this secluded situation of assisting this unfortunate nobleman?" "You have means," said Margaret eagerly. "You have those means, unless I mistake greatly, which can do everything in this city, in this world. You have wealth, and the command of a small portion of it will enable me to extricate him from his present danger. He will be enabled and directed how to make his escape, and," she paused, "will accompany him doubtless, and reap the fruits of your sage exertions in his behalf," said the Lady Hermione ironically. "May heaven forgive you the unjust thought, lady," answered Margaret. "I will never see him more, but I shall have saved him, and the thought will make me happy." "A cold conclusion to so bold and warm a flame," said the lady with a smile which seemed to intimate incredulity. "It is, however, the only one which I expect, madam. I could almost say the only one which I wish. I am sure I will use no efforts to bring about any other. If I am bold in his cause, I am timorous enough in my own. During our only interview, I was unable to speak a word to him. He knows not the sound of my voice, and all that I have risked, and must yet risk, I am doing for one who, were he asked the question, would say he has long since forgotten that he ever saw, spoke to, or sat beside a creature of so little signification as I am. This is a strange and unreasonable indulgence of a passion equally fanciful and dangerous," said Lady Hermione. "You will not assist me then," said Margaret. "Have good day. Then, madam, secret, I trust, is safe in such honorable keeping." "Tarry yet a little," said the lady, and tell me what resource you have to assist this youth, if you are supplied with money, to put it in motion." "It is superfluous to ask me the question, madam," answered Margaret, "unless you purpose to assist me, and if you do so purpose, it is still superfluous. You could not understand the means I must use, and time is too brief to explain." "But have you in reality such means?" said the lady. "I have with the command of a moderate sum," answered Margaret Ramsay, "the power of baffling all his enemies off, eluding the passion of the irritated King colder, but more determined displeasure of the prince's vindictive spirit of Buckingham, so hastily directed against whomsoever crosses the path of his ambition, cold, concentrated malice of Lord Dalgarnold. I can baffle them all." "But is this to be done without your own personal risk?" "Margaret," replied the lady, "for be your purpose what it will, you are not to peril your own reputation or person in the romantic attempt of serving another. And I, maiden, am answerable to your godfather, to your benefactor, and my own ought to aid you in any dangerous or unworthy enterprise." "Depend upon my word, me oath, dearest lady," replied the supplicant, "that I will act by the agency of others, and do not myself design to mingle in any enterprise in which my appearance might be either perilous or unwomanly." "I know not what to do," said the Lady Hermione. "It is perhaps incautious and inconsiderate in me to aid so wild a project. Yet the end seems honorable, if the means be sure. What is the penalty if he fall into their power?" "Alas, alas, the loss of his right hand," replied Margaret, her voice almost stifled with sobs. "Are the laws of England so cruel, then? There is mercy in heaven alone," said the lady, "since even in this free land men are wolves to each other. Compose yourself, Margaret, and tell me what money is necessary to secure Lord Glenvarloch's escape." 200 pieces, replied Margaret. "I would speak to you of restoring them, and I must one day have the power only that I know that is, I think your ladyship is indifferent on that score." "Not a word more of it," said the lady. "Call Monna Paula hither." Chapter 20. "Credit me, friend, it hath been ever thus, since the ark rested on Mount Ararat. False man hath sworn, and woman hath believed, repented and reproached, and then believed once more. The New World." By the time that Margaret returned with Monna Paula, the Lady Hermione was rising from the table, at which she had been engaged in writing something on a small slip of paper, which she gave to her attendant. "Monna Paula," she said, "carry this paper to Roberts the cashkeeper. Let them give you the money mentioned in the note, and bring it hither presently." Monna Paula left the room, and her mistress proceeded. "I do not know," she said, "Margaret, if I have done and am doing well in this affair. My life has been one of strange seclusion, and I am totally unacquainted with the practical ways of this world, and ignorance, which I know cannot be remedied by mere reading. I fear I am doing wrong to you, and perhaps to the laws of the country, which affords me refuge by thus indulging you, and yet there is something in my heart which cannot resist your entreaties." "Oh, listen to it, dear generous lady," said Margaret, throwing herself on her knees and grasping those of her benefactress, and looking in that attitude like a beautiful mortal, in the act of supplicating her tutelary angel. "The laws of men are but the injunctions of mortality, but what the heart prompts is the echo of the voice from heaven within us." "Rise, rise, maiden," said Hermione. "You affect me more than I thought I could have been moved by aught that should approach me. Rise, and tell me whence it comes that in so short a time your thoughts, your looks, your speech, and even your slightest actions are changed from those of a capricious and fanciful girl to all this energy and impassioned eloquence of word and action." "I am sure I know not, dearest lady," said Margaret, looking down, "but I suppose that, when I was a trifler, I was only thinking of trifles. What I now reflect is deep and serious, and I am thankful if my speech and manner bear reasonable proportion to my thoughts." "It must be so," said the lady, "yet the change seems a rapid and strange one. It seems to be as if a childish girl had at once shot up into deep-thinking and impassioned woman, ready to make exertions alike, and sacrifices with all that vain devotion to a favorite object of affection, which is often so basely rewarded." The Lady Hermione sighed bitterly, and Monna Paula entered, Ere the conversation proceeded farther, she spoke to her mistress in the foreign language in which they frequently conversed, but which was unknown to Margaret. "We must have patience for a time," said the lady to her visitor. "The cashkeeper is abroad on some business, but he is expected home in the course of half an hour." Margaret wrung her hands in vexation and impatience. "Minutes are precious," continued the lady, "that I am well aware of, and we will at least suffer none of them to escape us. Monna Paula shall remain below and transact our business the very instant that Roberts returns home." She spoke to her attendant accordingly, who again left the room. "You are very kind, madam, very good," said the poor little Margaret, while the anxious trembling of her lip and of her hand showed all that sickening agitation of the heart which arises from hope deferred. "Be patient, Margaret, and collect yourself," said the lady. You must have much to do to carry through this, your bold purpose. Reserve your spirits, which you may need so much. Patient it is the only remedy against the evils of life. "Yes, madam," said Margaret, wiping her eyes, and endeavoring in vain to suppress the natural impatience of her temper. "I have heard so very often indeed, and I dare say I have myself, heaven forgive me, said so to people in perplexity and affliction. But it was before I had suffered perplexity and vexation myself, and I am sure I will never preach patience to any human being again now that I know how much the medicine goes against the stomach." "You will think better of it, maiden," said the Lady Hermione. "I also, when I first felt distress, thought they did me wrong who spoke to me of patience, but my sorrows have been repeated and continued, till I have been taught to cling to it as the best and religious duties, accepted of which indeed patience forms a part, the only alleviation which life can afford them." Margaret, who neither wanted sense nor feeling, wiped her tears hastily, and asked her patroness forgiveness for her petulance. "I might have thought," she said, "I ought to have reflected that even from the manner of your life, madam, it is plain you must have suffered sorrow, and yet God knows the patience which I have ever seen you display well entitles you to recommend your own example to others." The lady was silent for a moment, and then replied, "Margaret, I am about to repose a high confidence in you. You are no longer a child, but a thinking and a feeling woman. You have told me as much of your secret as you dared. I will let you know as much of mine as I may venture to tell you. Will ask me perhaps why at a moment when your own mind is agitated, I should force upon you the consideration of my sorrows, and I answer that I cannot withstand the impulse which now induces me to do so, perhaps from having witnessed for the first time these 3 years the natural effects of human passion. My own sorrows have been awakened, and are for the moment too big for my own bosom. Perhaps I may hope that you, who seem driving full sail on the very rock on which I was wrecked forever, will take warning by the tale I have to tell. Enough, if you are willing to listen. I am willing to tell you who the melancholy inhabitant of the Foljambe apartments really is, and why she resides here. It will serve at least to while away the time, until Monna Paula shall bring us the reply from Roberts. At any other moment of her life, Margaret Ramsay would have heard with undivided interest a communication so flattering in itself, and referring to a subject upon which the general curiosity had been so strongly excited, and even at this agitating moment, although she ceased not to listen with an anxious ear and throbbing heart for the sound of Monna Paula's returning footsteps, she, nevertheless, as gratitude and policy, as well as a portion of curiosity, dictated, composed herself in appearance at least to the strictest attention to the Lady Hermione, and thanked her with humility for the high confidence she was pleased to repose in her. The Lady Hermione, with the same calmness which always attended her speech and actions, thus recounted her story to her young friend. "My father," she said, "was a merchant, but he was of a city whose merchants are princes. I am the daughter of a noble house in Genoa, whose name stood as high in honor and in antiquity as any inscribed in the golden register of that famous aristocracy. My mother was a noble Scottish woman. She was Disendetto, not Startand, not remotely descended of the house of Glenvarloch. No wonder that I was easily led to take concern in the misfortunes of this young lord. He is my near relation, and my mother, who was more than sufficiently proud of her descent, early taught me to take an interest in the name. My maternal grandfather, a cadet of that house of Glenvarloch, had followed the fortunes of an unhappy fugitive Francis Earl of Bothwell, who after showing his miseries in many a foreign court at length settled in Spain upon a miserable pension, which he earned by conforming to the Catholic faith. Ralph Oliphant, my grandfather, separated from him in disgust, and settled at Barcelona, where by the friendship of the governor his heresy, as it was termed, was connived at. My father, in the course of his commerce, resided more at Barcelona than in his native country, though at times he visited Genoa. It was at Barcelona that he became acquainted with my mother, loved her, and married her. They differed in faith, but they agreed in affection. I was their only child in public. I conformed to the doctrines and ceremonial of the Church of Rome, but my mother, by whom these were regarded with horror, privately trained me up in those of the Reformed religion, and my father, either indifferent in the matter or unwilling to distress the woman whom he loved, overlooked or connived at my secretly joining in her devotions. But when unhappily my father was attacked, while yet in the prime of life, by a slow wasting disease, which he felt to be incurable, he foresaw the hazard to which his widow and orphan might be exposed, after he was no more in a country so bigoted to Catholicism as Spain. He made it his business during the 2 last years of his life to realize and remit to England a large part of his fortune, which, by the faith and honor of his correspondent, the excellent man under whose roof I now reside, was employed to great advantage. Had my father lived to complete his purpose, by withdrawing his whole fortune from commerce, he himself would have accompanied us to England, and would have beheld us settled in peace and honor before his death. But heaven had ordained it otherwise. He died, leaving several sums engaged in the hands of his Spanish debtors, and in particular he had made a large and extensive consignment to a certain wealthy society of merchants at Madrid, who showed no willingness after his death to account for the proceeds. Would to God we had left these covetous and wicked men in possession of their booty, for such they seemed to hold the property of their deceased correspondent and friend. We had enough for comfort and even splendor already secured in England, but friends exclaimed upon the folly of permitting these unprincipled men to plunder us of our rightful property. The sum itself was large, and the claim having been made, my mother thought that my father's memory was interested in its being enforced, especially as the defenses set up for the mercantile society went in some degree to impeach the fairness of his transactions. We went therefore to Madrid. I was then, my Margaret, about your age, young and thoughtless, as you have hitherto been. We went, I say, to Madrid to solicit the protection of the court and of the king, without which we were told it would be in vain to expect justice against an opulent and powerful association. Our residence at the Spanish metropolis drew on from weeks to months. For my part, my natural sorrow for a kind, though not a fond father, having abated, I cared not if the lawsuit had detained us at Madrid for ever. My mother permitted herself, and me rather, more liberty than we had been accustomed to. She found relations among the Scottish and Irish officers, many of whom held a high rank in the Spanish armies. Their wives and daughters became our friends and companions, and I had perpetual occasion to exercise my mother's native language, which I had learned from my infancy. By degrees, as my mother's spirits were low and her health indifferent, she was induced by her partial fondness for me to suffer me to mingle occasionally in society, which she herself did not frequent, under the guardianship of such ladies as she imagined she could trust, and particularly under the care of the lady of a general officer, whose weakness or falsehood was the original cause of my misfortunes. I was as gay, Margaret, and thoughtless, I again repeat it, as you were but lately, and my attention, like yours, became suddenly riveted to one object and to one set of feelings. The person by whom they were excited was young, noble, handsome, accomplished, a soldier, and a Briton. So far our cases are nearly parallel, but may heaven forbid that the parallel should become complete. This man, so noble, so fairly formed, so gifted, and so brave, his villain, for that Margaret was his fittest name, spoke of love to me, and I listened. Could I suspect his sincerity? If he was wealthy, noble, and long descended, I also was a noble and an opulent heiress. It is true that he neither knew the extent of my father's wealth, nor did I communicate to him. I do not even remember if I myself knew it at the time. The important circumstance that the greater part of that wealth was beyond the grasp of arbitrary power, and not subject to the precarious award of arbitrary judges. My lover might think, perhaps, as my mother was desirous the world at large should believe, that almost our whole fortune depended on the precarious suit, which we had come to Madrid to prosecute a belief, which she had countenanced out of policy, being well aware that a knowledge of my father's having remitted such a large part of his fortune to England would in no shape aid the recovery of further sums in the Spanish courts, yet with no more extensive views of my fortune than were possessed by the public. I believe that he of whom I am speaking was at first sincere in his pretensions. He had himself interest sufficient to have obtained a decision in our favor in the courts, and my fortune, reckoning only what was in Spain, would then have been no inconsiderable sum. To be brief, whatever might be his motives or temptation for so far committing himself, he applied to my mother for my hand with my consent and approval. My mother's judgment had become weaker, but her passions had become more irritable during her increasing illness. You have heard of the bitterness of the ancient Scottish feuds, of which it may be said, in the language of Scripture, that the fathers eat sour grapes, and the teeth of the children are set on edge. Unhappily, I should say happily, considering what this man has now shown himself to besom such strain of bitterness, had divided his house from my mother's, and she had succeeded to the inheritance of hatred. When he asked her for my hand, she was no longer able to command her passions, raked up every injury which the rival families had inflicted upon each other during a bloody feud of 2 centuries, heaped him with epithets of scorn, and rejected his proposal of alliance as if it had come from the basest of mankind. My lover retired in passion, and I remained to weep and murmur against fortune, and I will confess my fault against my affectionate parent. I had been educated with different feelings, and the traditions of the feuds and quarrels of my mother's family in Scotland, which were to her monuments and chronicles, seemed to me as insignificant and unmeaning as the actions and fantasies of Don Quixote, and I blamed my mother bitterly for sacrificing my happiness to an empty dream of family dignity. While I was in this humor, my lover sought a renewal of our intercourse. We met repeatedly in the house of the lady whom I have mentioned, and who in levity, or in the spirit of intrigue, countenanced our secret correspondence. At length we were secretly married. So far did my blinded passion hurry me. My lover had secured the assistance of a clergyman of the English church. Monna Paula, who had been my attendant from infancy, was one witness of our union. Let me do the faithful creature justice. She conjured me to suspend my purpose till my mother's death should permit us to celebrate our marriage openly, but the entreaties of my lover and my own wayward passion prevailed over her remonstrances. The lady I have spoken of was another witness, but whether she was in full possession of my bridegroom's secret, I had never the means to learn, but the shelter of her name and roof afforded us the means of frequently meeting, and the love of my husband seemed as sincere and as unbounded as my own. He was eager, he said, to gratify his pride by introducing me to 1 or 2 of his noble English friends. This could not be done at Lady D.'s, but by his command, which I was now entitled to consider as my law, I contrived twice to visit him at his own hotel. Accompanied only by Monna Paula, there was a very small party of 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. There was music, mirth, and dancing. I had heard of the frankness of the English nation, but I could not help thinking it bordered on license during these entertainments, and in the course of the collation which followed, but I imputed my scruples to my inexperience, and would not doubt the propriety of what was approved by my husband. I was soon summoned to other scenes. My poor mother's disease drew to a conclusion. Happy I am that it took place before she discovered what would have cut her to the soul. In Spain you may have heard how the Catholic priests, and particularly the monks, besieged the beds of the dying to obtain bequests for the good of the church. I have said that my mother's temper was irritated by disease, and her judgment impaired in proportion. She gathered spirits and force from the resentment which the priests around her bed, excited by their importunity and the boldness of the stern sect of reformers to which she had secretly adhered, seemed to animate her dying tongue. She avowed the religion she had so long concealed, renounced all hope and aid, which did not come by, and through its dictates rejected with contempt the ceremonial of the Romish Church, loaded the astonished priests with reproaches for their greediness and hypocrisy, and commanded them to leave her house. They went in bitterness and rage, but it was to return with the inquisitorial power, its warrants, and its officers, and they found only the cold corpse left of her, on whom they had hoped to work their vengeance. As I was soon discovered to have shared my mother's heresy, I was dragged from her dead body, imprisoned in a solitary cloister, and treated with severity which the abbess assured me was due to the looseness of my life, as well as my spiritual errors, I avowed my marriage to justify the situation in which I found myself. I implored the assistance of the superior to communicate my situation to my husband. She smiled coldly at the proposal and told me the church had provided a better spouse for me, advised me to secure myself of divine grace hereafter and deserve milder treatment here by presently taking the veil in order to convince me that I had no other resource. She showed me a royal decree by which all my estate was hypothecated to the convent of St. Magdalene and became their complete property upon my death or my taking the vows, as I was both from religious principle and affectionate attachment to my husband, absolutely immovable in my rejection of the veil. I believe, may heaven forgive me, if I wrong her, that the abbess was desirous to make sure of my spoils by hastening the former event. It was a small and a poor convent, and situated among the mountains of Guadarrama. Some of the sisters were the daughters of neighboring hidalgos, as poor as they were proud and ignorant. Others were women, immured there on account of their vicious conduct. The superior herself was of a high family to which she owed her situation, but she was said to have disgraced her connections by her conduct during youth, and now in advanced age covetousness, and the love of power, a spirit too of severity and cruelty, had succeeded to the thirst after licentious pleasure. I suffered much under this woman, and still her dark, glassy eye, her tall, shrouded form, and her rigid features haunt my slumbers. I was not destined to be a mother. I was very ill, and my recovery was long doubtful. The most violent remedies were applied, if remedies they indeed were. My health was restored at length, against my own expectation, and that of all around me. But when I first again beheld the reflection of my own face, I thought it was the visage of a ghost. I was wont to be flattered by all, but particularly by my husband, for the fineness of my complexion. It was now totally gone, and what is more extraordinary, it has never returned. I have observed that the few who now see me look upon me as a bloodless phantom. Such has been the abiding effect of the treatment to which I was subjected. May God forgive those who were the agents of it. I thank heaven I can say so with as sincere a wish as that with which I pray for forgiveness of my own sins. They now relented somewhat towards me, moved perhaps to compassion by my singular appearance, which bore witness to my sufferings, or afraid that the matter might attract attention. During a visitation of the bishop, which was approaching one day, as I was walking in the convent garden to which I had been lately admitted, a miserable old Moorish slave, who was kept to cultivate the little spot, muttered as I passed him, but still keeping his wrinkled face and decrepit form in the same angle with the earth, "There is heart's ease near the postern." I knew something of the symbolical language of flowers, once carried to such perfection among the Moriscos of Spain, but if I had been ignorant of it, the captive would soon have caught at any hint which seemed to promise liberty, with all the haste consistent with the utmost circumspection, for I might be observed by the abbess or some of the sisters from the window. I hastened to the postern. It was closely barred as usual, but when I coughed slightly, I was answered from the other side, and, oh heaven, it was my husband's voice, which said, "Lose not a minute here at present, but be on this spot when the vesper bell has tolled." I retired in an ecstasy of joy. I was not entitled or permitted to assist at vespers, but was accustomed to be confined to my cell, while the nuns were in the choir. Since my recovery, they had discontinued locking the door, though the utmost severity was denounced against me if I left these precincts. But let the penalty be what it would, I hastened to dare it no sooner had the last toll of the vesper bell ceased to sound than I stole from my chamber, reached the garden unobserved, hurried to the postern, beheld it open with rapture, and in the next moment was in my husband's arms. He had with him another cavalier of noble mien. Both were masked, and armed. Their horses, with one saddled for my use, stood in a thicket hard by, with two other masked horsemen who seemed to be servants. In less than 2 minutes we were mounted and rode off as fast as we could through rough and devious roads, in which one of the domestics appeared to act as guide. The hurried pace at which we rode and the anxiety of the moment kept me silent and prevented my expressing my surprise or my joy save in a few broken words. It also served as an apology for my husband's silence. At length we stopped at a solitary hut. The cavaliers dismounted, and I was assisted from my saddle, not by my husband, I would say, who seemed busied about his horse, but by the stranger. "Go into the hut," said my husband, "change your dress. With the speed of lightning you will find one to assist you. Must forward instantly when you have shifted your apparel." I entered the hut and was received in the arms of the faithful Monna Paula, who had waited my arrival for many hours, half distracted with fear and anxiety. With her assistance, I speedily tore off the detested garments of the convent and exchanged them for a traveling suit made after the English fashion. I observed that Monna Paula was in a similar dress. I had but just huddled on my change of attire when we were hastily summoned to mount a horse I found was provided for Monna Paula, and we resumed our route. On the way, my convent garb, which had been wrapped hastily together around a stone, was thrown into a lake, along the verge of which we were then passing. The two cavaliers rode together in front, my attendant, and I followed, and the servants brought up the rear. Monna Paula, as we rode on, repeatedly entreated me to be silent upon the road, as our lives depended on it. I was easily reconciled to be passive, for the first fever of spirits, which attended the sense of liberation and of gratified affection, having passed away, I felt as it were dizzy with the rapid motion, and my utmost exertion was necessary to keep my place on the saddle, until we suddenly, it was now very dark, saw a strong light before us. My husband reined up his horse and gave a signal by a low whistle, twice repeated, which was answered from a distance. The whole party then halted under the boughs of a large cork tree, and my husband, drawing himself close to my side, said in a voice which I then thought was only embarrassed by fear for my safety, "We must now part. Those to whom I commit you are contrabandists, who only know you as Englishwomen, but who, for a high bribe, have undertaken to escort you through the passes of the Pyrenees as far as Saint Jean de Luz." "And do you not go with us?" I exclaimed with emphasis, though in a whisper. "It is impossible," he said, "and would ruin all. See that you speak in English in these people's hearing, and give not the least sign of understanding what they say in Spanish. Your life depends on it, for though they live in opposition to and evasion of the laws of Spain, they would tremble at the idea of violating those of the Church. I see them coming. Farewell, farewell." The last words were hastily uttered. I endeavored to detain him yet a moment by my feeble grasp on his cloak. "You will meet me, then, I trust, at Saint Jean de Luz." "Yes, yes," he answered hastily, "at Saint Jean de Luz. You will meet your protector." He then extricated his cloak from my grasp and was lost in the darkness. His companion approached, kissed my hand, which in the agony of the moment I was scarce sensible of, and followed my husband, attended by one of the domestics. The tears of Hermione here flowed so fast as to threaten the interruption of her narrative. When she resumed it, it was with a kind of apology to Margaret. "Every circumstance," she said, "occurring in those moments when I still enjoyed a delusive idea of happiness, is deeply imprinted in my remembrance, which respecting all that has since happened is waste and unvaried as an Arabian desert. But I have no right to inflict on you, Margaret, agitated as you are with your own anxieties, the unavailing details of my useless recollections." Margaret's eyes were full of tears. It was impossible it could be otherwise, considering that the tale was told by her suffering benefactress, and resembled in some respects her own situation. And yet she must not be severely blamed if, while eagerly pressing her patroness to continue her narrative, her eye involuntarily sought the door, as if to chide the delay of Monna Paula. The Lady Hermione saw and forgave these conflicting emotions, and she too must be pardoned if in her turn the minute detail of her narrative showed that in the discharge of feelings so long locked in her own bosom, she rather forgot those which were personal to her auditor, and by which it must be supposed Margaret's mind was principally occupied, if not entirely engrossed. "I told you, I think, that one domestic followed the gentleman." Thus the lady continued her story. "The other remained with us for the purpose, as it seemed, of introducing us to two persons, whom my husband's signal had brought to the spot. A word or two of explanation passed between them and the servant, in a sort of patois which I did not understand, and one of the strangers taking hold of my bridle, the other of Monna Paula's, they led us towards the light, which I have already said was the signal of our halting. I touched Monna Paula, and was sensible that she trembled very much, which surprised me, because I knew her character to be so strong and bold as to border upon the masculine. When we reached the fire, the gypsy figures of those who surrounded it, with their swarthy features, large sombrero hats, girdles, stuck full of pistols and poniards, and all the other apparatus of a roving and perilous life, would have terrified me at another moment. But then I only felt the agony of having parted from my husband almost in the very moment of my rescue. Females of the gangfer, there were 4 or 5 women amongst these contraband, traders received us with a sort of rude courtesy. They were in dress and manners not extremely different from the men with whom they associate, were almost as hardy and adventurous, carried arms like them, and were, as we learned from passing circumstances, scarce less experienced in the use of them. It was impossible not to fear these wild people, yet they gave us no reason to complain of them, but used us on all occasions with a kind of clumsy courtesy, accommodating themselves to our wants and our weakness during the journey, even while we heard them grumbling to each other against our effeminacy, like some rude carrier, who in charge of a package of valuable and fragile ware takes every precaution for its preservation, while he curses the unwanted trouble which it occasions him once or twice when they were disappointed in their contraband traffic, lost some goods in a rencontre with the Spanish officers of the revenue, and were finally pursued by a military force. Their murmurs assumed a more alarming tone in the terrified ears of my attendant and myself, when, without daring to seem to understand them, we heard them curse the insular heretics on whose account God, St. James, and Our Lady of the Pillar had blighted their hopes of profit. These are dreadful recollections, Margaret. Why then, dearest lady, answered Margaret, will you thus dwell on them? It is only, said the Lady Hermione, because I linger like a criminal on the scaffold, and would fain protract the time that must inevitably bring on the final catastrophe. Yes, dearest Margaret, I rest and dwell on the events of that journey, marked as it was by fatigue and danger, though the road lay through the wildest and most desolate deserts and mountains, and though our companions, both men and women, were fierce and lawless themselves, and exposed to the most merciless retaliation from those with whom they were constantly engaged, yet would I rather dwell on these hazardous events than tell that which awaited me at St. Jean de Luz. But you arrived there in safety, said Margaret. Yes, maiden, replied the Lady Hermione, and were guided by the chief of our outlawed band to the house which had been assigned for reception with the same punctilious accuracy with which he would have delivered a bale of uncustomed goods to a correspondent. I was told a gentleman had expected me for 2 days. I rushed into the apartment, and when I expected to embrace my husband, I found myself in the arms of his friend. The villain, exclaimed Margaret, whose anxiety had, in spite of herself, been a moment suspended by the narrative of the lady. Yes, replied Hermione calmly, though her voice somewhat faltered. It is the name that well befits him, he, Margaret, for whom I had sacrificed all whose love, and whose memory were dearer to me than my freedom, when I was in the convent, than my life when I was on my perilous journey, had taken his measures to shake me off and transfer me as a privileged wanton to the protection of his libertine friend. At first the stranger laughed at my tears and my agony as the hysterical passion of a deluded and overreached wanton, or the wily affection of a courtesan. My claim of marriage he laughed at, assuring me he knew it was a mere farce required by me and submitted to by his friend to save some reserve of delicacy, and expressed his surprise that I should consider in any other light a ceremony which could be valid neither in Spain nor England, and insultingly offered to remove my scruples by renewing such a union with me himself. My exclamations brought Monna Paula to my age, was not indeed far distant, for she had expected some such scene. Good heavens, said Margaret, was she a confidant of your base husband? No, answered Hermione, do her not that injustice. It was her persevering inquiries that discovered the place of my confinement. It was she who gave the information to my husband, and who remarked even then that the news was so much more interesting to his friend than to him, that she suspected from an early period it was the purpose of the villain to shake me off on the journey. Her suspicions were confirmed. She had heard him remark to his companion with a cold, sarcastic sneer the total change which my prison and my illness had made on my complexion, and she had heard the other reply that the defect might be cured by a touch of Spanish red. This and other circumstances having prepared her for such treachery, Monna Paula now entered completely possessed of herself and prepared to support me. Her calm representations went farther with the stranger than the expressions of my despair. If he did not entirely believe our tale, he at least acted the part of a man of honor who would not intrude himself on defenseless females, whatever was their character, desisted from persecuting us with his presence, and not only directed Monna Paula how we should journey to Paris, but furnished her with money for the purpose of our journey. From the capital, I wrote to Master Harriet, my father's most trusted correspondent. He came instantly to Paris on receiving the letter. And but here comes Monna Paula, with more than the sum you desired. Take it, my dearest maiden, serve this youth, if you will, but oh, Margaret, look for no gratitude in return. The Lady Hermione took the bag of gold from her attendant, and gave it to her young friend, who threw herself into her arms, kissed her on both the pale cheeks over which the sorrows so newly awakened by her narrative had drawn many tears, then sprung up, wiped her own overflowing eyes, and left the Foljambe apartments with a hasty and resolved step. Chapter 21. Rove not from pole to poleth, man lives here, whose razors only equalled by his beer, and where in either sense the cockniput may, if he pleases, get confounded cut on the sign of an alehouse kept by a barber. We are under the necessity of transporting our readers to the habitation of Benjamin Suddlechop, the husband of the active and efficient Dame Ursula, and who also in his own person discharged more offices than one, for besides trimming locks and beards, and turning whiskers upward into the martial, and swaggering curl or downward into the drooping form, which became mustaches of civil policy, besides also occasionally letting blood either by cupping or by the lancet, extracting a stump, and performing other actions of petty pharmacy, very nearly as well as his neighbor Raredrench, the apothecary. He could on occasion draw a cup of beer, as well as a tooth, tap a hogshead, as well as a vein, and wash with a draught of good ale the mustaches which his art had just trimmed, but he carried on these trades apart from each other. His barber's shop projected its long and mysterious pole into Fleet Street, painted particolored-wise to represent the ribbons with which in elder times that ensign was garnished. In the window were seen rows of teeth displayed upon strings like rosariesups, with a red rag at the bottom to resemble blood, an intimation that patients might be bled, cupped, or blistered, with the assistance of sufficient advice, while the more profitable but less honorable operations upon the hair of the head and beard were briefly and gravely announced. Within was the well-worn leather chair for customers, the guitar, then called a gittern or cittern, with which a customer might amuse himself, till his predecessor was dismissed from under Benjamin's hands, and which therefore often flayed the ears of the patient metaphorically, while his chin sustained from the razor literal scarification. All therefore in this department spoke the chirurgeon barber, or the barber chirurgeon. But there was a little back room used as a private tap room, which had a separate entrance by a dark and crooked alley which communicated with Fleet Street after a circuitous passage through several by-lanes and courts. This retired temple of Bacchus had also a connection with Benjamin's more public shop by a long and narrow entrance conducting to the secret premises in which a few old topers used to take their morning draught, and a few gilsipers their modicum of strong waters in a bashful way, after having entered the barber's shop, under pretense of being shaved. Besides this obscure tap-room, gave a separate admission to the apartments of Dame Ursula, which she was believed to make use of in the course of her multifarious practice, both to let herself secretly out and to admit clients and employers who cared not to be seen to visit her in public. Accordingly, after the hour of noon, by which time the modest and timid wetters who were Benjamin's best customers had each had his draught or his thimbleful, the business of the tap was in a manner ended, and the charge of attending the back door passed from one of the barber's apprentices to the little mulatto girl, the dingy iris of Dame Suddlechop. Then came mystery thick upon mystery. Muffled gallants and masked females in disguises of different fashions were seen to glide through the intricate mazes of the alley, and even the low tap on the door, which frequently demanded the attention of the little Creole, had in it something that expressed secrecy and fear of discovery. It was the evening of the same day when Margaret had held the long conference with the Lady Hermione that Dame Suddlechop had directed her little portress to keep the door fast as a miser's purse strings, and as she valued her saffron skin, to let in none but the name she added in a whisper, and accompanied it with a nod. The little domestic blinked intelligence went to her post, and in brief time thereafter admitted and ushered into the presence of the dame, that very city-gallant whose clothes sat awkwardly upon him, and who had behaved so doughtily in the fray, which befell at Nigel's first visit to Bogius Ordinary. The mulatto introduced him Mrs. Fine young gentleman, all over gold and velvet, then muttered to herself, as she shut the door, "Fine young gentleman he prenticed to him who makes the tick-tick." It was indeed, we are sorry to say it, and trust our readers will sympathize with the interest we take in the matter, it was indeed honest Gin Vin, who had been so far left to his own devices, and abandoned by his better angel as occasionally to travesty himself in this fashion, and to visit in the dress of a gallant of the day those places of pleasure and dissipation in which it would have been everlasting discredit to him to have been seen in his real character and condition, that is, had it been possible for him in his proper shape to have gained admission. There was now a deep gloom on his brow, his rich habit was hastily put on, and buttoned awry, his belt buckled in a most disorderly fashion, so that his sword stuck outwards from his side instead of hanging by it with graceful negligence, while his poniard, though fairly hatched and gilded, stuck in his girdle like a butcher's steel, in the fold of his blue apron. Persons of fashion had by the way the advantage formerly of being better distinguished from the vulgar than at present for what the ancient farthingale and more modern hoop were to court ladies. The sword was to the gentleman an article of dress which only rendered those ridiculous who assumed it for the nonce without being in the habit of wearing it. Vincent's rapier got between his legs, and as he stumbled over it, he exclaimed, "Zounds tease, the second time it has served me thus. I believe the damned trinket knows I am no true gentleman, and does it of set purpose." "Come, come, mine honest Gin Vincum, my good boy," said the dame, in a soothing tone, "never mind these trancums. A frank and hardy London prentice is worth all the gallants of the inns of court." "I was a frank and hardy London prentice before I knew you, Dame Subtlechop," said Vincent. "What your advice has made me, you may find a name for, since 'fore George I am ashamed to think about it myself." "Holiday," quoth the dame, "and is it even so with Thene? Then I know but one cure." And with that, going to a little corner cupboard of carved wainscot, she opened it by the assistance of a key which, with half a dozen besides, hung in a silver chain at her girdle, and produced a long flask of thin glass cased with wicker, bringing forth at the same time 2 Flemish rummer glasses with long stalks and capacious wombs. She filled the one brimful for her guest, and the other more modestly to about 2/3 of its capacity for her own use, repeating, as the rich cordial trickled forth in a smooth, oily stream, "Right Rosa Solis, as ever washed mulligrubs out of a moody brain." But though Gin Vin tossed off his glass without scruple, while the lady sipped hers more moderately, it did not appear to produce the expected amendment upon his humor. On the contrary, as he threw himself into the great leathern chair in which Dame Ursula was wont to solace herself of an evening, he declared himself the most miserable dog within the sound of Bowbell. "And why should you be so idle as to think yourself so silly, boy?" said Dame Subtlechop. "But 'tis always thus, fools and children never know when they are well. Why, there is not one that walks in St. Paul's, whether in flat cap or hat and feather, that has so many kind glances from the wenches as you when ye swagger along Fleet Street with your bat under your arm and your cap set aside upon your head. Thou knowest well that from Mrs. Deputy's self down to the waistcoatiers in the alley, all of them are twiring and peeping betwixt their fingers when you pass, and yet you call yourself a miserable dog. And I must tell you all this over and over again, as if I were whistling the chimes of London to a pettish child, in order to bring the pretty baby into good humor." The flattery of Dame Ursula seemed to have the fate of her cordiality, was swallowed indeed by the party to whom she presented it, and that with some degree of relish, but it did not operate as a sedative on the disturbed state of the youth's mind. He laughed for an instant, half in scorn and half in gratified vanity, but cast a sullen look on Dame Ursula as he replied to her last words. "You do treat me like a child, indeed, when you sing over and over to me a cuckoo song that I care not a copper-filing for." "Aha," said Dame Ursula, "that is to say, you care not, if you please, all unless you please one. You are a true lover, I warrant, and care not for all the city from here to Whitecapel. So you could write yourself first in your pretty pegger Ramsay's goodwill well take patience, man, and be guided by me, for I will be the hoop will bind you together at last. It is time you were so, said Jenkin, for hitherto you have rather been the wedge to separate us. Dame Subtlechop had by this time finished her cordialite, was not the first she had taken that day, and though a woman of strong brain and cautious, at least if not abstemious in her potations, it may nevertheless be supposed that her patience was not improved by the regimen which she observed. Why, thou ungracious and ingrate knave, said Dame, erstly have not I done everything to put thee in thy mistress' good graces? She loves gentry the proud Scottish minx, as a Welshman loves cheese, and has her father's descent from that Duke of Dalrymple, or whatsoever she calls him, as close in her heart as gold in a miser's chest, though she as seldom shows it, and none she will think of or have, but a gentleman and a gentleman I have made of the gin vin, the devil cannot deny that. You have made a fool of me, said poor Jenkin, looking at the sleeve of his jacket. Never the worse gentleman for that, said Dame Ersley, laughing. And what is worse, said he, turning his back to her suddenly, and writhing in his chair, you have made a rogue of me. Never the worse gentleman for that neither, said Dame Ersley in the same tone. Let a man bear his folly gaily and his knavery stoutly, and let me see if gravity or honesty will look him in the face nowadays. Tut, man, it was only in the time of King Arthur or King Lud that a gentleman was held to blemish his scutcheon by a leap over the line of reason or honesty. It is the bold look, the ready hand, the fine clothes, the brisk oath, and the wild brain that makes the gallant nowadays. I know what you have made me, said Gin Vin, since I have given up skittles and trap ball for tennis, and bowls good English ale for thin Bordeaux, and sour Rhenish roast beef, and pudding for woodcocks, and kickshaws me bat, for a sword my cap, for a beaver my forsooth, for a modish oath my Christmas box, for a dice box my religion, for the devil's matins, and mine honest name for woman. I could brain thee when I think whose advice has guided me in all this. Whose advice then? Whose advice then? Speak out, thou poor petty cloak-brusher, and say who advised thee, retorted Dame Ersley, flushed and indignant. Mary, come up, my paltry companion, say, by whose advice you have made a gamester of yourself, and a thief besides, as your words would bear. The Lord deliver us from evil. And here Dame Ersley devoutly crossed herself. Hark ye, Dame Ersley Subtlechop, said Jenkins, starting up, his dark eyes flashing with anger. Remember, I am none of your husband, and, if I were you, would do well not to forget whose threshold was swept when they last rode the Skimmington. Footnote: a species of triumphal procession in honor of female supremacy, when it rose to such a height as to attract the attention of the neighborhood. It is described at full length in Hudibras's Part Roman II, Canto Roman II, as the procession passed on. Those who attended it in an official capacity were wont to sweep the threshold of the houses in which fame affirmed the mistresses to exercise paramount authority, which was given and received as a hint that their inmates might in their turn be made the subject of a similar ovation. The Skimmington, which in some degree resembled the proceedings of mumbo-jumbo in an African village, has been long discontinued in England, apparently because female rule has become either milder or less frequent than among our ancestors upon such another scolding jade as yourself. I hope to see you ride up Holborn next, said Dame Ersley, provoked out of all her holiday and sugar-plum expressions, with a nosegay at your breast and a parson at your elbow. That may well be, answered Gin Vin bitterly, if I walk by your counsels as I have begun by them. But before that day comes, you shall know that Gin Vin has the brisk boys of Fleet Street still at his winkies. You jade, you shall be carted for bawd and conjurer, double-deed in grain, and bing off to Bridewell with every brass basin betwixt the bar and Paul's beating before you, as if the devil were banging them with his beef-hook. Dame Ersley coloured like scarlet, seized upon the half-emptied flask of cordial, and seemed by her first gesture about to hurl it at the head of her adversary, but suddenly, and as if by a strong internal effort, she checked her outrageous resentment, and putting the bottle to its more legitimate use, filled with wonderful composure the two glasses, and taking up one of them, said with a smile which better became her comely and jovial countenance than the fury by which it was animated the moment before. Here is to thee, Gin Vin, my lad, in all loving kindness, whatever spite thou bearest to me, that have always been a mother to thee. Jenkins' English good nature could not resist this forcible appeal, he took up the other glass, and lovingly pledged the dame in her cup of reconciliation, and proceeded to make a kind of grumbling apology for his own violence. "For you know," he said, "it was you persuaded me to get these fine things, and go to that godless ordinary, and ruffle it with the best, and bring you home all the news. And you said I, that was the cock of the ward, would soon be the cock of the ordinary, and would win 10 times as much at Gleek and Primero as I used to do at Put, and Begarmeinigber turn up doublets with the dice, as busily as I was wont to troll down the ninepins in the skittle ground end. Then you said I should bring you such news out of the ordinary as should make us all when used, as you knew how to use it, and now you see what is to come of it all." "'Tis all true thou sayest, lad," said the dame, "but thou must have patience. Rome was not built in a day. You cannot become used to your court suit in a month's time any more than when you changed your long coat for a doublet and hose. And in gaming you must expect to lose as well as gainties. The sitting gamester sweeps the board." "The board has swept me, I know," replied Jin Vin, "and that pretty clean out. I would that were the worst. But I owe for all this finery, and settling day is coming on, and my master will find my accompt worse than it should be by a score of pieces. My old father will be called in to make them good, and I may save the hangman a labor, and do the job myself, or go the Virginia voyage." "Do not speak so loud, my dear boy," said Dame Ursley, "but tell me why you borrow not from a friend to make up your arrear. You could lend him as much when his settling day came round." "No, no, I have had enough of that work," said Vincent. "Tunstall would lend me the money, poor fellow, and he had it, but his gentle beggarly kindred plunder him of all, and keep him as bare as a birch at Christmas. Know me, fortune may be spelt in 4 letters, and these read ruin." "Now hush, you simple craven," said the dame. "Did you never hear that when the need is highest, the help is nighest? We may find aid for you yet, and sooner than you are aware of. I am sure I would never have advised you to such a course, but only you had set heart and eye on pretty Mistress Margaret, and less would not serve yond. What could I do but advise you to cast your citislaw and try your luck where folks find fortune?" I remember your counsel well," said Jenkin. "I was to be introduced to her by you when I was perfect in my gallantries, and as rich as the king, and then she was to be surprised to find I was poor Jin Vin, that used to watch from matin to curfew for one glance of her eye, and now, instead of that, she has set her soul on this Scottish sparrowhawk of a lord that won my last tester, and be cursed to him. And so I am bankrupt in love, fortune, and character before I am out of my time, and all along of you, Mother Midnight." "Do not call me out of my own name, my dear boy Jin Vin," answered Ursula in a tone betwixt rage and coaxingdo, "not because I am no saint, but a poor sinful woman with no more patience than she needs to carry her through 1,000 crosses, and if I have done you wrong by counsel, I must mend it and put you right by good advice, and for the score of pieces that must be made up at settling day, why, here is in a good green purse as much as will make that matter good, and we will get old Crossbatch the tailor to take a long day for your clothes." "And, mother, are you serious?" said Jin Vin, unable to trust either his eyes or his ears. "In troth am I," said the dame, "and will you call me Mother Midnight now, Jin Vin?" "Mother Midnight," exclaimed Jenkin, hugging the dame in his transport, and bestowing on her still comely cheek a hearty and not unacceptable smack, that sounded like the report of a pistol. "Mother Midday, rather, that has risen to light me out of my troublesome mother. More dear than she who bore me, for she, poor soul, only brought me into a world of sin and sorrow, and your timely aid has helped me out of the one and the other." And the good-natured fellow threw himself back in his chair, and fairly drew his hand across his eyes. "You would not have me be made to ride the Skimmington, then," said the dame, "or parade me in a cart, with all the brass basins of the ward beating the march to Bridewell before me?" "I would sooner be carted to Tyburn myself," replied the penitent. "Why then sit up like a man, and wipe thine eyes, and if thou art pleased with what I have done, I will show thee how thou mayst requite me in the highest degree." "How," said Jenkin. "Vincent, sitting straight up in his chariot, would have me then do you some service for this friendship of yours?" "I marry would," I said Dame Ursley, "for you are to know that though I am right glad to stead you with it, this gold is not mine, but was placed in my hands in order to find a trusty agent for a certain purpose. And so, but what's the matter with you? Are you fool enough to be angry because you cannot get a purse of gold? For nothing I would I knew where such were to come by. I never could find them lying in my road, I promise you. No, no, dame, said poor Jenkin, it is not for that, for look you, I would rather work these 10 bones to the knuckles and live by my labour. But and here he paused. But what, man, said Dame Ursula, you are willing to work for what you want, and yet, when I offer you gold for the winning, you look on me as the devil looks over Lincoln. It is ill talking of the devil, mother, said Jenkin. I had him even now in my head, for look you, I am at that pass, when they say he will appear to wretched ruined creatures, and proffer them gold for the fee simple of their salvation. But I have been trying these 2 days to bring my mind strongly up to the thought that I will rather sit down in shame and sin and sorrow as I am like to do than hold on in ill courses to get rid of my present straits. And so take care, Dame Ursula, how you tempt me to break such a good resolution. I tempt you to nothing, young man, answered Ursula, and as I perceive you are too wilful to be wise, I will e'en put my purse in my pocket and look out for someone that will work my turn with better will and more thankfulness. And you may go your own course, break your indenture, ruin your father, lose your character, and bid pretty Mistress Margaret farewell for ever and a day. Stay, stay, said Jenkin, the woman is in as great a hurry as a brown baker when his oven is overheated. First let me hear that which you have to propose to me. Why, after all, it is but to get a gentleman of rank and fortune who is in trouble carried in secret down the river as far as the Isle of Dogs, or somewhere thereabout, where he may lie concealed, until he can escape aboard. I know thou knowest every place by the river's side, as well as the devil knows an usurer, or the beggar knows his dish. A plague of your similes, dame, replied the apprentice, for the devil gave me that knowledge, and beggary may be the end on't. But what has this gentleman done, that he should need to be under hiding? No papist, I hope no Catesby, and Piercy business, no gunpowder plot. Fie, what do you take me for, said Dame Ursula? I am as good a churchwoman as the parson's wife, save that necessary business will not allow me to go there oftener than on Christmas Day. Heaven help me, no nothise is no popish matter the gentleman hath but struck another in the park. Ha, what, said Vincent, interrupting her with a start. I see you guess whom I mean. It is even he we have spoken of so often, just Lord Glenvarloch, and no one else. Vincent sprung from his seat and traversed the room with rapid and disorderly steps. There, it is no you are always ice or gunpowder. You sit in the great leathern armchair, as quiet as a rocket hangs upon the frame in a rejoicing night, till the match be fired, and then whiz you are in the third heaven beyond the reach of the human voice, eye, or brain. When you have wearied yourself with padding to and fro across the room, will you tell me your determination, for time presses? Will you aid me in this matter or not? No, 1,000 times. No, replied Jenkin. Have you not confessed to me that Margaret loves him? I, answered the dame, that she thinks she does, but that will not last long. And have I not told you, but this instant, replied Jenkin, that it was this same Glenvarloch that rooked me at the ordinary of every penny I had, and made a knave of me to boot, by gaining more than was my own, that cursed gold, which Shortyard the mercer paid me that morning on accompt for mending the clock of St. Stephen's. If I had not by ill chance had that about me, I could but have beggared my purse, without blemishing my honesty, and after I had been rooked of all the rest amongst them, I must needs risk the last 5 pieces with that shark among the minnows. Granted, said Dame Ursula, all this I know, and I own that as Lord Glenvarloch was the last you played with, you have a right to charge your ruin on his head. Moreover, I admit, as already said, that Margaret has made him your rival, yet surely now he is in danger to lose his hand. It is not a time to remember all this. By my faith, but it is though, said the young citizen, lose his hand. Indeed, they may take his head, for what I care, head and hand have made me a miserable wretch. Now were it not better, my prince of flatcaps, said Dame Ursula, that matters were squared between you, and that through means of the same Scottish lord, who has, as you say, deprived you of your money, and your mistress, you should in a short time recover both. And how can your wisdom come to that conclusion, dame, said the apprentice. My money, indeed I can conceiveth that, is, if I comply with your proposal, but me pretty Margothow serving this lord, whom she has set her nonsensical head upon, can do me good with her, is far beyond my conception. That is because in simple phrase, said Dame Ursula, thou knowest no more of a woman's heart than doth a Norfolk gosling. Look you, man, were I to report to Mistress Margaret that the young lord has miscarried through thy lack of courtesy in refusing to help him, why then thou wert odious to her for ever. She will loathe thee as she will loathe the very cook who is to strike off Glenvarloch's hand with his cleaver, and then she will be yet more fixed in her affections towards this Lord London, will hear of nothing but him, speak of nothing but him, think of nothing but him for 3 weeks at least. And all that outcry will serve to keep him uppermost in her mind, for nothing pleases a girl so much as to bear relation to anyone who is the talk of the whole world around her. Then, if he suffer this sentence of the law, it is a chance. If she ever forgets him, I saw that handsome, proper young gentleman Babington suffer in the Queen's time myself, and though I was then but a girl, he was in my head for a year after he was hanged. But above all, pardoned or punished, Glenvarloch will probably remain in London, and his presence will keep up the silly girl's nonsensical fancy about him, whereas if he escapes, I show me how that is to avail me, said Jenkin. If he escapes, said the dame, resuming her argument, he must resign the court for years, if not for life, and you know the old saying, out of sight and out of mind. True, most true, said Jenkins, spoken like an oracle, most wise Ursula. I knew you would hear reason at last, said the wily dame, and then when this same lord is off and away for once, and for ever, who I pray you is to be pretty pet's confidential person, and who is to fill up the void in her affection, sweet, who but thou pearl of prentices, and then you will have overcome your own inclinations to comply with hers. And every woman is sensible of that, and you will have run some risk too, in carrying her desires into effect. And what is it that woman likes better than bravery and devotion to her? Well, then you have her secret, and she must treat you with favor and observance, and repose confidence in you, and hold private intercourse with you, till she weeps with one eye for the absent lover whom she is never to see again, and blinks with the other blithely upon him who is in presence. And then, if you know not how to improve the relation in which you stand with her, you are not the brisk, lively lad that all the world takes you for, said I. Well, you have spoken like an empress, most mighty Ursula, said Jenkin Vincent, and your will shall be obeyed. You know Alsatia well, continued his Tudoress. Well enough, replied he, with a nod. I have heard the dice rattle there in my day, before I must set up for gentlemen, and go among the gallants at the Chevalier Beaujeu's, as they call him, the worst rookery of the two, though the feathers are the gayest. And they will have a respect for the yonder, I warrant. I, replied Vin, when I am got into my fustian doublet again, with my bit of a trunnion under my arm, I can walk Alsatia at midnight, as I could do that there Fleet Street in Midacy. Will not one of them swagger with the Prince of Prentices and the King of Clubs? No, I could bring every tall boy in the ward down upon them. And you know all the watermen and so forth. Can converse with every sculler in his own language from Richmond to Gravesend, and know all the watercocks from John Taylor, the poet, to little Grig the grinner, who never pulls, but he shows all his teeth from ear to ear, as if he were grimacing through a horse collar. And you can take any dress or character upon you well, such as a waterman's, a butcher's, a footsoldier's, continued Ursula, or the like. Not such a mummer as I am within the walls, and thou knowest that well enough, dame, replied the apprentice. I can touch the players themselves at the ball, and at the fortune for presenting anything except a gentleman take, but this d skin of frippery off me, which I think the devil stuck me into, and you shall put me into nothing else, that I will not become, as if I were born to it. Well, we will talk of your transmutation by and by, said the dame, and find you clothes withal, and money besides, for it will take a good deal to carry the thing handsomely through. But where is that money to come from, dame? Said Jenkin. There is a question I would fain have answered before I touch it. Why, what a fool art thou to ask such a question? Suppose I am content to advance it to please young madam, what is the harm then? I will suppose no such thing, said Jenkin hastily. I know that you, dame, have no gold to spare, and maybe would not spare it, if you had so, that cock will not crow, it must be from Margaret herself. Well, thou suspicious animal, and what if it were said Ursula? Only this, replied Jenkin, that I will presently to her, and learn if she has come fairly by so much ready money, for sooner than connive at her getting it by any indirection, I would hang myself at once. It is enough what I have done myself, no need to engage poor Margaret in such villainy to her, and tell her of the danger I will, by heaven. You are mad to think of it, said Dame Subtlechop, considerably alarmed. Hear me, but a moment. I know not precisely from whom she got the money, but sure I am that she obtained it at her godfather's. Why, Master George Heriot is not returned from France, said Jenkin. No, replied Ursula, but Dame Judith is at home, and the strange lady, whom they call Master Heriot's ghost, never goes abroad. It is very true, Dame Subtlechop, said Jenkin, and I believe you have guessed right. They say that lady has coin at will, and if Margaret can get a handful of Ferigold, why, she is free to throw it away at will. Ah, Gin Vin, said the dame, reducing her voice almost to a whisper, we should not want gold at will, neither could we, but read the riddle of that lady. They may read it, that list, said Jenkin, I'll never pry into what concerns me not. Master George Heriot is a worthy and brave citizen, and an honour to London, and has a right to manage his own household as he likes best. There was once a talk of rabbling him the 5th of November before the last, because they said he kept a nunnery in his house, like old Lady Foljambe. But Master George is well loved among the prentices, and we got so many brisk boys of us together, as should have rabbled the rabble, had they had but the heart to rise. Well, let that pass, said Ursula, and now tell me how you will manage to be absent from shop a day or two, for you must think that this matter will not be ended sooner. Why, as to that, I can say nothing, said Jenkin. I have always served duly, and truly I have no heart to play truant and cheat my master of his time as well as his money. Nay, but the point is to get back his money for him, said Ursula, which he is not likely to see on other conditions. Could you not ask leave to go down to your uncle in Essex for 2 or 3 days? He may be ill, you know. Why, if I must, I must, said Jenkin with a heavy sigh, but I will not be lightly caught treading these dark and crooked paths again. Hush thee then, said the dame, and get leave for this very evening, and come back hither, and I will introduce you to another implement, who must be employed in the matter. Stay, lad, is mazed you would not go into your master's shop. In that guise surely your trunk is in the matted chamber with your prentice things. Go, and put them on as fast as you can. I think I am bewitched, said Jenkin, giving a glance towards his dress, or that these fools' trappings have made as great an ass of me as of many I have seen wear them. But let line once be rid of the harness, and if you catch me putting it on again, I will give you leave to sell me to a gypsy to carry pots, pans, and beggars' bantlings all the rest of my life. So saying, he retired to change his apparel. Chapter 22. Chance will not do the work, chance sends the breeze. But if the pilot slumber at the helm, the very wind that wafts us towards the port may dash us on the shelves. The steersman's part is vigilance. Blow it or rough or smooth. Old play. We left Nigel, whose fortunes we are bound to trace by the engagement contracted in our title page, sad and solitary, in the mansion of Trapbois, the usurer having just received a letter, instead of a visit from his friend, the Templar, stating reasons why he could not at that time come to see him in Alsatia, so that it appeared that his intercourse with the better and more respectable class of society was, for the present, entirely cut off. This was a melancholy, and to a proud mind like that of Nigel, a degrading reflection. He went to the window of his apartment, and found the street enveloped in one of those thick, dingy, yellow-coloured fogs, which often invest the lower part of London and Westminster. Amid the darkness, dense and palpable, were seen to wander like phantoms a reveller or two whom the morning had surprised where the evening left them, and who now, with tottering steps, and by an instinct which intoxication could not wholly overcome, were groping the way to their own homes, to convert day into night for the purpose of sleeping off the debauch which had turned night into day. Although it was broad day in the other parts of the city, it was scarce dawn yet in Alsatia, and none of the sounds of industry or occupation were there heard, which had long before aroused the slumberers in any other quarter. The prospect was too tiresome and disagreeable to detain Lord Glenvarloch at his station, so turning from the window, he examined with more interest the furniture and appearance of the apartment which he tenanted. Much of it had been in its time rich and curious. There was a huge four-post bed, with as much carved oak about it as would have made the head of a man-of-war, and tapestry hangings ample enough to have been her sails. There was a huge mirror, with a massy frame of gilt brasswork, which was of Venetian manufacture, and must have been worth a considerable sum before it received the tremendous crack, which traversing it from one corner to the other bore the same proportion to the surface that the Nile bears to the map of Egypt. The chairs were of different forms and shapes. Some had been carved, some gilded, some covered with damask leather, some with embroidered work. But all were damaged and worm-eaten. There was a picture of Susanna and the elders over the chimney-piece, which might have been accounted a choice piece, had not the rats made free with the chaste fair one's nose, and with the beard of one of her reverend admirers. In a word, all that Lord Glenvarloch saw seemed to have been articles carried off by appraisement or distress, or bought as pennyworths at some obscure broker's, and huddled together in the apartment as in a sale-room without regard to taste or congruity. The place appeared to Nigel to resemble the houses near the sea-coast, which are too often furnished with the spoils of wrecked vessels, as this was probably fitted up with the relics of ruined profligates. My own skiff is among the breakers, thought Lord Glenvarloch, though my wreck will add little to the profits of the spoiler. He was chiefly interested in the state of the grate, a huge assemblage of rusted iron bars, which stood in the chimney, unequally supported by 3 brazen feet, moulded into the form of lions' claws, while the fourth, which had been bent by an accident, seemed proudly uplifted, as if to paw the ground, or as if the whole article had nourished the ambitious purpose of pacing forth into the middle of the apartment, and had one foot ready raised for the journey. A smile passed over Nigel's face, as this fantastic idea presented itself to his fancy. I must stop its march, however, he thought, for this morning is chill and raw enough to demand some fire. He called accordingly from the top of a large staircase with a heavy oaken balustrade, which gave access to his own and other apartments, for the house was old and of considerable size. But receiving no answer to his repeated summons, he was compelled to go in search of someone who might accommodate him with what he wanted. Nigel had, according to the fashion of the old world in Scotland, received an education which might in most particulars be termed simple, hardy, and unostentatious, but he had nevertheless been accustomed to much personal deference, and to the constant attendance and ministry of one or more domestics. This was the universal custom in Scotland, where wages were next to nothing, and where indeed a man of title or influence might have as many attendants as he pleased for the mere expense of food, clothes, and countenance. Nigel was therefore mortified and displeased when he found himself without notice or attendance, and the more dissatisfied because he was at the same time angry with himself for suffering such a trifle to trouble him at all amongst matters of more deep concernment. There must surely be some servants in so large a house as this, said he, as he wandered over the place, through which he was conducted by a passage which branched off from the gallery. As he went on, he tried the entrance to several apartments, some of which he found were locked, and others unfurnished, all apparently unoccupied, so that at length he returned to the staircase, and resolved to make his way down to the lower part of the house, where he supposed he must at least find the old gentleman and his ill-favored daughter. With this purpose, he first made his entrance into a little low dark parlor, containing a well-worn leathern easy-chair, before which stood a pair of slippers, while on the left side rested a crutch-handled staff. An oaken table stood before it, and supported a huge desk clamped with iron, and a massive pewter inkstand. Around the apartment were shelves, cabinets, and other places convenient for depositing papers. A sword, musketoon, and a pair of pistols hung over the chimney in ostentatious display, as if to intimate that the proprietor would be prompt in the defense of his premises. This must be the usurer's den, thought Nigel, and he was about to call aloud, when the old man, awakened even by the slightest noise, for avarice seldom sleeps sound, soon was heard from the inner room, speaking in a voice of irritability, rendered more tremulous by his morning cough. Ugh, who is there, I say, ugh, who is there? Why, Martha, Martha, trapboisher, be thieves in the house, and they will not speak to me, Martha, thieves, thievesug, Nigel endeavored to explain, but the idea of thieves had taken possession of the old man's pineal gland, and he kept coughing and screaming and screaming and coughing until the gracious Martha entered the apartment, and having first outscreamed her father in order to convince him that there was no danger and to assure him that the intruder was their new lodger, and having as often heard her sire ejaculate, "Hold him fast, hold him fast, till I come," she at length succeeded in silencing his fears and his clamour, and then coldly and dryly asked Lord Glenvarloch what he wanted in her father's apartment. Her lodger had in the meantime leisure to contemplate her appearance, which did not by any means improve the idea he had formed of it by candlelight on the preceding evening. She was dressed in what was called a Queen Mary's ruff, and farthingale, not the falling ruff with which the unfortunate Mary of Scotland is usually painted, but that which, with more than Spanish stiffness, surrounded the throat, and set off the morose head of her fierce namesake of Smithfield memory. This antiquated dress assorted well with the faded complexion, grey eyes, thin lips, and austere visage of the antiquated maiden, which was moreover enhanced by a black hood worn as her headgear carefully disposed so as to prevent any of her hair from escaping to view, probably because the simplicity of the period knew no art of disguising the colour with which time had begun to grizzle her tresses. Her figure was tall, thin, and flat, with skinny arms and hands and feet of the larger size, cased in huge high-heeled shoes, which added height to a stature already ungainly. Apparently some art had been used by the tailor to conceal a slight defect of shape, occasioned by the accidental elevation of one shoulder above the other, but the praiseworthy efforts of the ingenious mechanic had only succeeded in calling the attention of the observer to his benevolent purpose, without demonstrating that he had been able to achieve it. Such was Mrs. Martha Trapbois, whose dry "What were you seeking here, sir?" fell again, and with reiterated sharpness, on the ear of Nigel as he gazed upon her presence, and compared it internally to one of the faded and grim figures in the old tapestry which adorned his bedstead. It was, however, necessary to reply, and he answered that he came in search of the servants, as he desired to have a fire kindled in his apartment on account of the rawness of the morning. "The woman who does our charwork," answered Mistress Martha, "comes at 8 o'clock. If you want fire sooner, there are faggots and a bucket of sequel in the stone closet at the head of the stair-end. There is a flint and steel on the upper shelf. You can light fire for yourself, if you—" No, Martha," ejaculated her father, who, having donned his rustic tunic with his hose all ungirt, and his feet slipshod, hastily came out of the inner apartment with his mind probably full of robbers, for he had a naked rapier in his hand, which still looked formidable, though rust had somewhat marred its shine. What he had heard at entrance about lighting a fire had changed, however, the current of his ideas. No, he cried, and each negative was more emphatic than its predecessor. "The gentleman shall not have the trouble to put on a fire. I'll put it on myself for a consideration." This last word was a favourite expression with the old gentleman, which he pronounced in a peculiar manner, gasping it out syllable by syllable, and laying a strong emphasis upon the last. It was indeed a sort of protecting clause, by which he guarded himself against all inconveniences attendant on the rash habit of offering service or civility of any kind, the which, when hastily snapped at by those to whom they are uttered, give the profferer sometimes room to repent his promptitude. "For shame, father," said Martha, "that must not be. Master Graham will kindle his own fire, or wait till the charwoman comes to do it for him, just as likes him best." No child, Martha, no," reiterated the old miser, "no charwoman shall ever touch a grate in my house. They putug ut a faggot uppermost, and so the coal kindles not, and the flame goes up the chimney, and wood and heat are both thrown away. Now I will lay it properly for the gentleman for a consideration, so that it shall last uglast whole day." Here his vehemence increased, his cough so violently that Nigel could only from a scattered word here and there comprehend that it was a recommendation to his daughter to remove the poker and tongs from the stranger's fireside, with an assurance that when necessary his landlord would be in attendance to adjust it himself for a consideration. Martha paid as little attention to the old man's injunctions as a predominant dame gives to those of a henpecked husband. She only repeated in a deeper and more emphatic tone of censure, "For shame, father, for shame." Then turning to her guest, said with her usual ungraciousness of manner, "Master Graham, it is best to be plain with you at first. My father is a very old man, and his wits, as you may see, are somewhat weakened, though I would not advise you to make a bargain with him, else you may find them too sharp for your own. For myself, I am a lone woman, and to say truth, care little to see or converse with anyone. If you can be satisfied with house-room shelter and safety, it will be your own fault if you have them not, and they are not always to be found in this unhappy quarter. But if you seek deferential observance and attendance, I tell you at once, you will not find them here. I am not wont either to thrust myself upon acquaintance, madam, or to give trouble, said the guest. Nevertheless, I shall need the assistance of a domestic to assist me to dress. Perhaps you can recommend me to such. Yes, to 20, answered Mistress Martha, who will pick your purse while they tie your points, and cut your throat while they smooth your pillow. I will be his servant myself, said the old man, whose intellect, for a moment distanced, had again in some measure got up with the conversation. I will brush his cloak again, tie his points again, clean his shoes again, run on his errands with speed and safety for a consideration. Good morrow to you, sir, said Martha to Nigel, in a tone of direct and positive dismissal. It cannot be agreeable to a daughter that a stranger should hear her father speak thus. If you be really a gentleman, you will retire to your own apartment. I will not delay a moment, said Nigel respectfully, for he was sensible that circumstances palliated the woman's rudeness. I would but ask you if seriously there can be danger in procuring the assistance of a servingman in this place. Young gentleman, said Martha, you must know little of Whitefriars to ask the question. We live alone in this house, and seldom has a stranger entered it, nor should you to be plain, had my will been consulted. Look at the door, see if that of a castle can be better secured. The windows of the first floor are grated on the outside, and within look to these shutters. She pulled one of them aside, and showed a ponderous apparatus of bolts and chains for securing the window shutters, while her father, pressing to her side, seized her gown with a trembling hand, and said in a low whisper, show not the trick of locking and undoing them, show him not the trick, Aunt Martha. Ughan, no consideration, Martha went on, without paying him any attention. And yet, young gentleman, we have been more than once like to find all these defences too weak to protect our lives. Such an evil effect on the wicked generation around us hath been made by the unhappy report of my poor father's wealth. Say nothing of that, housewife, said the miser, his irritability increased by the very supposition of his being wealthy. Say nothing of that, or I will beat thee, housewife, beat thee with my staff, for fetching and carrying lies, that will procure our throats to be cut at last. A high am. But a poor man, he continued, turning to Nigel, a very poor man, that am willing to do any honest turn upon earth for a modest consideration. I therefore warn you of the life you must lead, young gentleman, said Martha. The poor woman who does the charwork will assist you so far as in her power, but the wise man is his own best servant and assistant. It is a lesson you have taught me, madam, and I thank you for it. I will assuredly study it at leisure. You will do well, said Martha, and as you seem thankful for advice, though I am no professed counsellor of others, will give you more. Make no intimacy with anyone in Whitefriars Barrow, no money on any score, especially from my father, for dotard as he seems, he will make an ass of you. Last and best of all, stay here not an instant longer than you can help it. Farewell, sir. A gnarled tree may bear good fruit, and a harsh nature may give good counsel, thought the Lord of Glenvarloch, as he retreated to his own apartment, where the same reflection occurred to him again and again, while unable as yet to reconcile himself to the thoughts of becoming his own firemaker. He walked up and down his bedroom to warm himself by exercise. At length his meditations arranged themselves in the following soliloquy, which expression I beg leave to observe once for all, that I do not mean that Nigel literally said aloud with his bodily organs the words which follow in inverted commas while pacing the room by himself, but that I myself choose to present to my dearest reader the picture of my hero's mind, his reflections and resolutions in the form of a speech, rather than in that of a narrative. In other words, I have put his thoughts into language, and this I conceive to be the purpose of the soliloquy upon the stage, as well as in the closet, being at once the most natural and perhaps the only way of communicating to the spectator what is supposed to be passing in the bosom of the scenic personage. There are no such soliloquies in nature, it is true, but unless they were received as a conventional medium of communication betwixt the poet and the audience, we should reduce dramatic authors to the recipe of Master Puff, who makes Lord Burleigh intimate a long train of political reasoning to the audience by one comprehensive shake of his noddle. In narrative, no doubt, the writer has the alternative of telling that his personages thought so, and so inferred thus, and arrived at such and such a conclusion. But the soliloquy is a more concise and spirited mode of communicating the same information, and therefore thus communed, or thus might have communed the Lord of Glenvarloch with his own mind. She is right, and has taught me a lesson I will profit by. I have been through my whole life one who leant upon others for that assistance, which it is more truly noble to derive from my own exertions. I am ashamed of feeling the paltry inconvenience which long habit had led me to annex to the want of a servant's assistance. I am ashamed of that, but far, far more am I ashamed to have suffered the same habit of throwing my own burden on others to render me, since I came to this city, a mere victim of those events, which I have never even attempted to influence, a thing never acting, but perpetually acted up and protected by one friend, deceived by another, but in the advantage which I received from the one, and the evil I have sustained from the other, as passive and helpless, as a boat that drifts without oar or rudder at the mercy of the winds and waves. I became a courtier, because Harriet so advised it a gamester, because Dalgarno so contrived it an Alsatian, because Lowestoft so willed it. Whatever of good or bad has befallen me has arisen out of the agency of others, not from my own. My father's son must no longer hold this facile and puerile course, live or die, sink or swim. Nigel Oliphant from this moment shall owe his safety, success, and honor to his own exertions, or shall fall with the credit of having at least exerted his own free agency. I will write it down in my tablets, in her very words, the wise man is his own best assistant. He had just put his tablets in his pocket when the old charwoman, who, to add to her efficiency, was sadly crippled by rheumatism, hobbled into the room to try if she could gain a small gratification by waiting on the stranger. She readily undertook to get Lord Glenvarloch's breakfast, and as there was an eating-house at the next door, she succeeded in a shorter time than Nigel had augured. As his solitary meal was finished, one of the temple porters or inferior officers was announced as seeking Master Graham on the part of his friend Master Lowestoft, and being admitted by the old woman to his apartment, he delivered to Nigel a small mail trunk with the clothes he had desired should be sent to him, and then with more mystery put into his hand a casket or strongboy which he carefully concealed beneath his cloak. I am glad to be rid on't, said the fellow, as he placed it on the table. Why, it is surely not so very heavy, answered Nigel, and you are a stout young man. Aye, sir, replied the fellow, but Samson himself would not have carried such a matter safely through Alsatia, had the lads of the Huff known what it was. Pleased to look into it, sir, and see all is right. I am an honest fellow, and it comes safe out of my hands. How long it may remain so afterwards will depend on your own care. I would not my good name were to suffer by any afterclap. To satisfy the scruples of the messenger, Lord Glenvarloch opened the casket in his presence, and saw that his small stock of money, with 2 or 3 valuable papers which it contained, and particularly the original sign manual which the king had granted in his favor, were in the same order in which he had left them. At the man's further instance, he availed himself of the writing materials which were in the casket, in order to send a line to Master Lowestoft, declaring that his property had reached him in safety. He added some grateful acknowledgments for Lowestoft's services, and just as he was sealing and delivering his billet to the messenger, his aged landlord entered the apartment. His threadbare suit of black clothes was now somewhat better arranged than they had been in the dishabille of his first appearance, and his nerves and intellects seemed to be less fluttered. For without much coughing or hesitation, he invited Nigel to partake of a morning draught of wholesome single ale, which he brought in a large leathern tankard or blackjack, carried in the one hand, while the other stirred it round with a sprig of rosemary to give it, as the old man said, a flavour. Nigel declined the courteous proffer, and intimated by his manner, while he did so, that he desired no intrusion on the privacy of his own apartment, which indeed he was the more entitled to maintain, considering the cold reception he had that morning met with when straying from its precincts into those of his landlord, but the open casket contained matter, or rather metal, so attractive to old Trapbois that he remained fixed like a setting dog at a dead point. His nose advanced, and one hand expanded like the lifted forepaw, by which that sagacious quadruped sometimes indicates that it is a hare which he has in the wind. Nigel was about to break the charm which had thus arrested old Trapbois by shutting the lid of the casket, when his attention was withdrawn from him by the question of the messenger, who, holding out the letter, asked whether he was to leave it at Mr. Lowestoft's chambers in the Temple, or carry it to the Marshalsea. "The Marshalsea," repeated Lord Glenvarloch. "What of the Marshalsea?" "Why, sir," said the man, "the poor gentleman is laid up there in lavender, because they say his own kind heart led him to scald his fingers with another man's broth." Nigel hastily snatched back the letter, broke the seal joined to the contents, his earnest entreaty that he might be instantly acquainted with the cause of his confinement, and added that if it arose out of his own unhappy affair, it would be of a brief duration, since he had, even before hearing of a reason which so peremptorily demanded that he should surrender himself, adopted the resolution to do so as the manliest and most proper course, which his ill fortune and imprudence had left in his own power. He therefore conjured Mr. Lowestoft to have no delicacy upon this score, but since his surrender was what he had determined upon as a sacrifice due to his own character, that he would have the frankness to mention in what manner it could be best arranged, so as to extricate him Lowestoft from the restraint to which the writer could not but fear his friend had been subjected on account of the generous interest which he had taken in his concerns. The letter concluded that the writer would suffer 24 hours to elapse in expectation of hearing from him, and at the end of that period was determined to put his purpose in execution. He delivered the billet to the messenger, and enforcing his request with a piece of money, urged him without a moment's delay to convey it to the hands of Master Lowestoft. I will carry it to him myself," said the old usurer, "for half the consideration." The man, who heard this attempt to take his duty and perquisites over his head, lost no time in pocketing the money, and departed on his errand as fast as he could. "Master Trapbois," said Nigel, addressing the old man somewhat impatiently, "had you any particular commands for me?" "I came to see if you rested well," answered the old man, "and if I could do anything to serve you on any consideration." "Sir, I thank you," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I thank you," and ere he could say more a heavy footstep was heard on the stair. "My God!" exclaimed the old man, starting up. "Why, Dorothy, charwoman, we daughter draw bolt, I say, housewives, door hath been left a latch." The door of the chamber opened wide, and in strutted the portly bulk of the military hero, whom Nigel had on the preceding evening in vain endeavored to recognize. Chapter 23. Swashbuckler Bilbo's the word pirate, it hath been spoke too often, the spell hath lost its charm. I tell thee, friend, the meanest cur that trots the street will turn and snarl against your proffered bastinado. Swashbuckler tease art shall do it, then I will dose the mongrels, or in plain terms ill use the private knife stead of the brandished falchion. Old play. The noble Captain Culpepper, or Peppercull, for he was known by both these names and some others besides, had a martial and a swashing exterior, which on the present occasion was rendered yet more peculiar by a patch covering his left eye and a part of the cheek. The sleeves of his thick-set velvet jerkin were polished, and shone with grease. His buff gloves had huge tops, which reached almost to the elbow. His sword belt, of the same materials, extended its breadth from his haunchbone to his small ribs, and supported on the one side his large black-hilted backsword, on the other a dagger of like proportions. He paid his compliments to Nigel with that air of predetermined effrontery which announces that it will not be repelled by any coldness of reception. Asked Trapbois how he did by the familiar title of Old Peter Pillory, and then seizing upon the blackjack, emptied it off at a draught to the health of the last and youngest freeman of Alsatia, the noble and loving Master Nigel Graham. When he had set down the empty pitcher and drawn his breath, he began to criticize the liquor, which it had lately contained sufficient single beer. Old Pillory, and, as I take it, brewed at the rate of a nutshell of malt, to a butt of Thames's, dead as a corpse too, and yet it went hissing down my throat, bubbling, by Jove, like water. Upon hot iron you left us, early noble Master Graham, but good faith, We had a carouse to your inner we heard, but ring hollow ere we parted, we were as loving as incluivus we fought too. To finish off the gaudy, I bear some marks of the parson about me. You see a note of the sermon, or so, which should have been addressed to my ear, but missed its mark, and reached my left eye. The man of God bears my sign manual too, but the Duke made us friends again, and it cost me more sack than I could carry, and all the Rhenish to boot to pledge the seer in the way of love and reconciliation. But Caraco, 'tis a vile old canting slave, for all that whom I will one day beat out of his devil's livery into all the colours of the rainbow. Basta said, I well, old trapwa, where is thy daughter? Man, what, says she to my suities, an honest one wilt have a soldier for thy son-in-law, old pillory, to mingle the soul of martial honour with thy thieving mitching petilarseny blood, as men put bold brandy into muddy ale. My daughter receives not company so early, noble captain, said the usurer, and concluded his speech with a dry emphatical What upon no consideration, said the captain, and wherefore not, old Truepenny, she has not much time to lose in driving her bargain, methinks. Captain, said Trapwa, I was upon some little business with our noble friend here, Master Nigel Greenug, and you would have me gone, I warrant you, answered the bully, but patience, old pillory, thine hour is not yet come. Man, you see, he said, pointing to the casket, that noble Master Graham, whom you call Green, has got the decusses and the smelt, which you would willingly rid him of. Answered the usurer, if you knew how. But lackaday, thou art one of those that come out for wool, and art sure to go home shorn. Why now, but that I am sworn against laying of wagers, I would risk some consideration that this honest guest of mine sends thee home penniless, if thou darest venture with him. Ugh had any game which gentlemen play at. Marry, thou hast me on the hip there, thou old miserly canicature, answered the captain, taking a bale of dice from the sleeve of his coat. I must always keep company with these damnable doctors, and they have made me every baby's cully, and purged my purse into an atrophy, but never mind, it passes the time as well as aught else. How say you, Master Graham? The fellow paused, but even the extremity of his impudence could scarcely hardly withstand the cold look of utter contempt with which Nigel received his proposal, returning it with a simple, I only play where I know my company, and never in the morning. Cards may be more agreeable, said Captain Culpepper, and for knowing your company here is honest old pillory, will tell you Jack Culpepper plays as truly on the square as e'er a man that trolled a diamond talk of high and low dice, full arms and bristles, topping, napping, slurring, stabbing, and 100 ways of rooking besides, but broil me like a rasher of bacon, if I could ever learn the trick on em. You have got the vocabulary perfect, sir, at the least, said Nigel, in the same cold tone. Yes, by mine honour have I, returned the Hector, they are phrases that a gentleman learns about town. But perhaps you would like a set at tennis, or a game at balloon. We have an indifferent good court hard by here, and a set of as gentlemanlike blades as ever banged leather against brick and mortar. I beg to be excused at present, said Lord Glenvarloch, and to be plain among the valuable privileges your society has conferred on me, I hope I may reckon that of being private in my own apartment when I have a mind. Your humble servant, sir, said the captain, and I thank you for your civility. Jack Culpepper can have enough of company, and thrusts himself on no one. But perhaps you will like to make a match at skittles. I am by no means that way disposed, replied the young nobleman. Or to leap a fliron, a snail match, a wherry a. No, I will do none of these, answered Nigel. Here the old man, who had been watching with his little peery eyes, pulled the bulky Hector by the skirt, and whispered, do not vapour him, the huff it will not pass. Let the trout play, he will rise to the hook presently. But the bully, confiding in his own strength, and probably mistaking for timidity the patient scorn with which Nigel received his proposals, incited also by the open casket, began to assume a louder and more threatening tone. He drew himself up, bent his brows, assumed a look of professional ferocity, and continued in Alsatia, look ye, a man must be neighbourly and companionable. Zounds, sir, we would slit any nose that was turned up at us honest fellows. Aye, sir, we would slit it up to the gristle, though it had smelt nothing all its life but musk ambergris and court-scented water. Rabbit me, I am a soldier, and care no more for a lord than a lamplighter. "Are you seeking a quarrel, sir?" said Nigel calmly, having in truth no desire to engage himself in a discreditable broil in such a place, and with such a character. "Quarrel, sir," said the captain. "I am not seeking a quarrel, though I care not how soon I find one, only I wish you to understand you must be neighborly. That's all. What if we should go over the water to the garden, and see a bull hanged this fine morning's death? Will you do nothing?" "Something I am strangely tempted to do at this moment," said Nigel. "Videlicet," said Culpeper with a swaggering air, "let us hear the temptation." "I am tempted to throw you headlong from the window, unless you presently make the best of your way downstairs." "Throw me from the window, hell and furies!" exclaimed the captain. "I have confronted 20 crooked sabres at Buda with my single rapier, and shall a chitter-faced beggarly Scots lordling speak of me, and a window in the same breath stand off old pillory, let me make Scotch collops of him, dies the death. Original. "For the love of heaven, gentlemen," exclaimed the old miser, throwing himself between them, "do not break the peace on any consideration, noble guest. Forbear, the captain is a very Hector of Troy, trusty Hector. Forbear, my guest, he is like to prove a very Achilles. Here he was interrupted by his asthma, but nevertheless continued to interpose his person between Culpeper, who had unsheathed his whinyard, and was making vain passes at his antagonist, and Nigel, who had stepped back to take his sword, and now held it undrawn in his left hand. "Make an end of this foolery, you scoundrel," said Nigel. "Do you come hither to vent your noisy oaths and your bottled-up valor on me? You seem to know me, and I am half ashamed to say I have at length been able to recollect you remember the garden behind the ordinary, you dastardly ruffian, and the speed with which 50 men saw you run from a drawn sword. Get you gone, sir, and do not put me to the vile labor of cudgeling such a cowardly rascal downstairs." The bully's countenance grew dark as night at this unexpected recognition, for he had undoubtedly thought himself secure in his change of dress and his black patch from being discovered by a person who had seen him. But once he set his teeth, clenched his hands, and it seemed as if he was seeking for a moment's courage to fly upon his antagonist, but his heart failed. He sheathed his sword, turned his back in gloomy silence, and spoke not until he reached the door, when, turning round, he said with a deep oath, "If I be not avenged of you for this insolence, ere many days go by, I would the gallows had my body and the devil my spirit." So saying, and with a look where determined spite and malice made his features savagely fierce, though they could not overcome his fear, he turned and left the house. Nigel followed him as far as the gallery at the head of the staircase, with the purpose of seeing him depart, and ere he returned was met by Mistress Martha Trapbois, whom the noise of the quarrel had summoned from her own apartment. He could not resist saying to her in his natural displeasure, "I would, madam, you could teach your father and his friends the lesson which you had the goodness to bestow on me this morning, and prevail on them to leave me the unmolested privacy of my own apartment." "If you came hither for quiet or retirement, young man," answered she, "you have been advised to an evil retreat. You might seek mercy in the Star Chamber or holiness in hell with better success than quiet in Alsatia, but my father shall trouble you no longer." So saying, she entered the apartment, and fixing her eyes on the casket, she said with emphasis, "If you display such a lodestone, it will draw many a steel knife to your throat." While Nigel hastily shut the casket, she addressed her father, upbraiding him with small reverence for keeping company with the cowardly, hectoring, murdering villain, John Culpeper. "Aye, child," said the old man, with the cunning leer, which intimated perfect satisfaction with his own superior address. "I know but ill crossbite him. I know them all, and I can manage theme. I have the trick onto you." "You manage, father," said the austere damsel. "You will manage to have your throat cut, and that ere long. You cannot hide from them your gains and your gold as formerly." "My gains, wench, my gold," said the usurer, "alackaday, few of these, and hard got, few and hard got." "This will not serve you, father, any longer," said she, "and had not served you thus long, but that bully Culpeper had contrived a cheaper way of plundering your house, even by means of my miserable self. But why do I speak to him of all this?" she said, checking herself, and shrugging her shoulders with an expression of pity, which did not fall much short of scorn. "He hears me not, thinks not of me. Is it not strange that the love of gathering gold should survive the care to preserve both property and life. Your father, said Lord Glenvarloch, who could not help respecting the strong sense and feeling shown by this poor woman, even amidst all her rudeness and severity. Your father seems to have his faculties sufficiently alert when he is in the exercise of his ordinary pursuits and functions. I wonder he is not sensible of the weight of your arguments. Nature made him a man senseless of danger, and that insensibility is the best thing I have derived from him, said she. Age has left him shrewdness enough to tread his old beaten paths, but not to seek new courses. The old blind horse will long continue to go its rounds in the mill, when it would stumble in the open meadow. Daughter-wee wench-wee housewife, said the old man, awakening out of some dream in which he had been sneering and chuckling in imagination, probably over a successful piece of roguerigo. To chamber wench go, to chamber draw bolts, and chain look sharp, to door let none in or out. But worshipful Master Graham, I must take my cloak, and go to Duke Hildebrande. Time has been my own warrant was enough, but the lower we lie the more are we under the wind. And with his wonted chorus of muttering and coughing the old man left the apartment. His daughter stood for a moment looking after him with her usual expression of discontent and sorrow. You ought to persuade your father, said Nigel, to leave this evil neighborhood, if you are in reality apprehensive for his safety. He would be safe in no other quarter, said the daughter. I would rather the old man were dead than publicly dishonored in other quarters. He would be pelted and pursued like an owl, which ventures into sunshine. Here he was safe, while his comrades could avail themselves of his talents. He is now squeezed and fleeced by them on every pretense. They consider him as a vessel on the strand, from which each may snatch a prey, and the very jealousy which they entertain respecting him as a common property may perhaps induce them to guard him from more private and daring assaults. Still, methinks you ought to leave this place, answered Nigel, since you might find a safe retreat in some distant country. In Scotland, doubtless, said she, looking at him with a sharp and suspicious eye, and in rich strangers, with our rescued wealth-ha young man. Madam, if you knew me, said Lord Glenvarloch, you would spare the suspicion implied in your words. Who shall assure me of that, said Martha sharply. They say you are a brawler and a gamester, and I know how far these are to be trusted by the unhappy. They do me wrong, by heaven, said Lord Glenvarloch. It may be so, said Martha. I am little interested in the degree of your vice or your folly, but it is plain that the one or the other has conducted you hither, and that your best hope of peace, safety, and happiness is to be gone with the least possible delay from a place which is always a sty for swine, and often a shambles. So saying, she left the apartment. There was something in the ungracious manner of this female amounting almost to contempt of him. She spoke tone in dignity, to which Glenvarloch, notwithstanding his poverty, had not as yet been personally exposed, and which therefore gave him a transitory feeling of painful surprise. Neither did the dark hints, which Martha threw out concerning the danger of his place of refuge, sound by any means agreeably to his ears. The bravest man placed in a situation in which he is surrounded by suspicious persons, and removed from all counsel and assistance, except those afforded by a valiant heart and a strong arm, experiences a sinking of the spirit, a consciousness of abandonment, which for a moment chills his blood and depresses his natural gallantry of disposition. But if sad reflections arose in Nigel's mind, he had not time to indulge them, and if he saw little prospect of finding friends in Alsatia, he found that he was not likely to be solitary for lack of visitors. He had scarcely paced his apartment for 10 minutes, endeavoring to arrange his ideas on the course which he was to pursue on quitting Alsatia, when he was interrupted by the sovereign of the quarter, the great Duke Hildebrand himself, before whose approach the bolts and chains of the miser's dwelling fell or withdrew as of their own accord, and both the folding leaves of the door were opened, that he might roll himself into the house like a huge butt of liquor, a vessel to which he bore a considerable outward resemblance, both in size, shape, complexion, and contents. Good morrow to your lordship, said the greasy puncheon, cocking his single eye and rolling it upon Nigel with a singular expression of familiar impudence, whilst his grim bulldog, which was close at his heels, made a kind of gurgling in his throat, as if saluting in similar fashion. Starved cat, the only living thing in Trapwa House, which we have not yet enumerated, and which had flown up to the top of the tester, where she stood clutching and grinning at the mastiff, whose greeting she accepted with as much goodwill as Nigel bestowed on that of the dog's master. Peace, Belzy DN, the peace, said Duke Hildebrand. Beasts and fools will be meddling, my lord. I thought, sir, answered Nigel with as much haughtiness as was consistent with the cool distance which he desired to preserve. I thought I had told you my name at present was Nigel Graham. His Eminence of Whitefriars on this burst out into a loud, chuckling, impudent laugh, repeating the word, till his voice was almost inarticulate. Niggle, greenwe. My lord, you would be queered in the drinking of a penny pot of Malmsey if you cry before. You are touched why you have told me the secret even now. Had I not had a shrewd guess of it before, why, Master Nigel, since that is the word, I only called you my lord, because we made you a peer of Alsatia last night, when the sack was predominant. How you look now, ha ha ha. Nigel, indeed conscious that he had unnecessarily betrayed himself, replied hastily, was much obliged to him for the honors conferred, but did not propose to remain in the sanctuary long enough to enjoy them. Why, that may be as you will, and you will walk by wise counsel, answered the ducal porpoise, and although Nigel remained standing in hopes to accelerate his guest's departure, he threw himself into one of the old tapestry-backed easy-chairs, which cracked under his weight, and began to call for old Trapwa. The crone of all work appearing instead of her master, the Duke cursed her for a careless jade to let a strange gentleman and a brave guest go without his morning's draught. I never take one, sir, said Glenvarloch. Time to begin, answered the Duke. Here, you old refuse of Sathan, go to our palace, and fetch Lord Green's morning draught. Let us see, what shall it be, my lord? A humming double pot of ale, with a roasted crab dancing in it like a wherry above Bridger. Hume, young men are sweet to set a quart of burnt sack, with sugar and spice good against the fogs, or what say you to sipping a gill of right distilled waters? Come, we will have them all, and you shall take your choice here, you Jezebel. Let Tim send the ale, and the sack, and the nipperkin of double distilled, with a bit of diet loaf, or some such trinket, and score it to the newcomer. Glenvarloch, bethinking himself that it might be as well to endure this fellow's insolence for a brief season as to get into farther discreditable quarrels, suffered him to take his own way without interruption, only observing, you make yourself at home, sir, in my apartment. But for the time you may use your pleasure. Meanwhile, I would fain know what has procured me the honor of this unexpected visit. You shall know that when old Deb has brought the liquor, I never speak of business dry-lipped. Why, how she drumbles, I warrant she stops to take a sip on the road. And then you will think you have had unchristian measure in the meanwhile. Look at that dog there, look Beelzebub in the face, and tell me if you ever saw a sweeter beast. Never flew but at head in his life. And after this congenial panegyric, he was proceeding with a tale of a dog and a bull, which threatened to be somewhat of the longest, when he was interrupted by the return of the old crone, and two of his own tapsters, bearing the various kinds of drinkables which he had demanded, and which probably was the only species of interruption he would have endured with equanimity. When the cups and cans were duly arranged upon the table, and when Deborah, whom the ducal generosity honored with a penny farthing in the way of gratuity, had withdrawn with her satellites, the worthy potentate, having first slightly invited Lord Glenvarloch to partake of the liquor which he was to pay for, and after having observed that, excepting 3 poached eggs, a pint of bastard, and a cup of clary, he was fasting from everything but sin, set himself seriously to reinforce the radical moisture. Glenvarloch had seen Scottish lairds and Dutch burgomasters at their potations, but their exploits, though each might be termed a thirsty generation, were nothing to those of Duke Hildebrand, who seemed an absolute sandbed capable of absorbing any given quantity of liquid without being either vivified or overflowed. He drank off the ale to quench a thirst which, as he said, kept him in a fever from morning to night, and night to morning, tippled off the sack to correct the crudity of the ale, sent the spirits after the sack to keep all quiet, and then declared that probably he should not taste liquor till post-meridim, unless it was in compliment to some especial friend. Finally, he intimated that he was ready to proceed on the business, which brought him from home so early a proposition, which Nigel readily received, though he could not help suspecting that the most important purpose of Duke Hildebrand's visit was already transacted. In this, however, Lord Glenvarloch proved to be mistaken. Hildebrand, before opening what he had to say, made an accurate survey of the apartment, laying from time to time his finger on his nose, and winking on Nigel with his single eye, while he opened and shut the doors, lifted the tapestry, which concealed in one or two places the dilapidation of time upon the wainscoted walls, peeped into closets, and finally looked under the bed to assure himself that the coast was clear of listeners and interlopers. He then resumed his seat and beckoned confidentially to Nigel to draw his chair close to him. "I am well as I am, Master Hildebrand," replied the young lord, little disposed to encourage the familiarity which the man endeavored to fix on him. But the undismayed Duke proceeded as follows. "You shall pardon me, my lord, and I now give you the title right seriously. I remind you that our waters may be watched, for though old Trapbois be as deaf as St. Paul's, yet his daughter has sharp ears and sharp eyes enough, and it is of them that it is my business to speak." "Say away, then, sir," said Nigel, edging his chair somewhat closer to the quicksand, "although I cannot conceive what business I have either with mine host or his daughter." "We will see that in the twinkling of a quart pot," answered the gracious Duke. "And first, my lord, you must not think to dance in a net before old Jack Hildebrand, that has thrice your years o'er his head, and was born like King Richard, with all his eyeteeth ready cut." "Well, sir, go on," said Nigel. "Why then, my lord, I presume to say that if you are, as I believe you are, that Lord Glenvarloch, whom all the world talk off, the Scotch gallant, that has spent all to a thin cloak, and a light purseb, not moved, my lord, it is so noised of yeomen call you the sparrowhawk, who will fly at a lay, were it in the very park, be not moved, my lord." "I am ashamed, sirrah," replied Glenvarloch, "that you should have power to move me by your insolence, but beware, and if you indeed guess who I am, consider how long I may be able to endure your tone of insolent familiarity." "I crave pardon, my lord," said Hildebrand, with a sullen yet apologetic look. "I meant no harm in speaking my poor mind. I know not what honour there may be in being familiar with your lordship, but I judge there is little safety for Lowestoft is laid up in lavender, only for having shown you the way into Alsatia. And so what is to come of those who maintain you when you are here, or whether they will get most honour or most trouble by doing so, I leave with your lordship's better judgment." "I will bring no one into trouble on my account," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I will leave Whitefriars tomorrow, nay, by heaven, I will leave it this day." "You will have more wit in your anger, I trust," said Duke Hildebrand. "Listen first to what I have to say to you, and if honest Jack Hildebrand puts you not in the way of nicking them all, may he never cast doublets or dull a greenhorn again. And so, my lord, in plain words you must whap and win." "Your words must be still plainer before I can understand them," said Nigel. "What the devil a gamester one, who deals with the devil's bones and the doctors, and not understand peddlers' French? Nay, then I must speak plain English, and that's the simpleton's tongue." "Speak then, sir," said Nigel, "and I pray you be brief, for I have little more time to bestow on you." "Well then, my lord, to be brief, as you and the lawyers call it, I understand you have an estate in the north, which changes masters for want of the redeeming ready eye you start, but you cannot dance in a net before me, as I said before. And so the king runs the frowning humour on you, and the court vapours you the goby, and the prince scowls at you from under his cap, and the favourite serves you out the puckered brow and the cold shoulder, and the favourite's favourite." "To go no further, sir," interrupted Nigel, "suppose all this true, and what follows?" "What follows," returned Duke Hildebrand, "marry, this follows, that you will owe good deed as well as good will to him who shall put you in the way to walk with your beaver cocked in the presence, as an ye were Earl of Kildare Bully. The courtiers meet the prince's blighting look, with a bold brow confront the favourite, baffle his deputy, and—" "This is all well said, Nigel, but how is it to be accomplished?" "By making thee a prince of Peru, my lord of the northern latitudes, propping thine old castle, with ingots fertilizing thy failing fortunes with gold dusted, shall but cost thee to put thy baron's coronet for a day or so on the brows of an old caduca, here the man's daughter of the house, and thou art master of a mass of treasure that shall do all I have said for the end. Would you would have me marry this old gentlewoman here, the daughter of mine host, said Nigel, surprised and angry, yet unable to suppress some desire to laugh. Nay, my lord, I would have you marry 50,000 good sterling pounds for that, and better hath old Trapwa hoarded, and thou shalt do a deed of mercy in it to the old man, who will lose his golden smelts in some worse way, for now that he is well nigh past his day of work, his day of payment is like to follow. Truly this is a most courteous offer, said Lord Glenvarloch, but may I pray of your candour, most noble Duke, to tell me why you dispose of a ward of so much wealth on a stranger like me, who may leave you tomorrow. In sooth, my lord, said the Duke, that question smacks more of the wit of Bogius Ordinary than any word I have yet heard your lordship speak, and reason it is you should be answered touching my peers. It is but necessary to say that Mistress Martha Trapwa will none of them, whether clerical or laic, the captain hath asked her, so hath the parson, but she will none of them share looks higher than either, and is, to say truth, a woman of sense, and so forth, too profound, and of spirit something too high to put up with greasy buff or rusty prunella. For ourselves we need but hint that we have a consort in the land of the living, and what is more to purpose, Mrs. Martha knows it, so as she will not lace her kersey hood save with a quality binding you, my lord, must be the man, and must carry off 50,000 decusses, the spoils of 5,000 bullies cutters, and spendthrifts always deducting from the main some 5,000 pounds for our princely advice and countenance, without which, as matters stand in Alsatia, you would find it hard to win the plate. But has your wisdom considered, sir, replied Glenvarloch, how this wedlock can serve me in my present emergence? As for that, my lord, said Duke Hildebrand, if with 40 or 50,000 pounds in your pouch you cannot save yourself, you will deserve to lose your head for your folly, and your hand for being close-fisted. But since your goodness has taken my matters into such serious consideration, continued Nigel, who conceived there was no prudence in breaking with a man who in his way meant him favour rather than offence, perhaps you may be able to tell me how my kindred will be likely to receive such a bride as you recommend to me. Touching that matter, my lord, I have always heard your countrymen knew as well as other folks on which side their bread was buttered, and truly speaking from report, I know no place where 50,000 pounds, I say, will make a woman more welcome than it is likely to do in your ancient kingdom. And truly, saving the slight twist in her shoulder, Mrs. Martha Trapwa is a person of very awful and majestic appearance, and may for aught I know become of better blood than any one wots of, for old Trapwa looks not over like to be her father, and her mother was a generous liberal sort of a woman. I am afraid, answered Nigel, that chance is rather too vague to assure her a gracious reception into an honourable house. Why then, my lord, replied Hildebrand, I think it like she will be even with them, for I will venture to say she has as much ill nature as will make her a match for your whole clan. That may inconvenience me a little, replied Nigel. Not a whit, said the Duke, fertile in expedients, if she should become rather intolerable, which is not unlikely. Your honourable house, which I presume to be a castle, hath doubtless both turrets and dungeons, and he may bestow your bonny bride in either the one or the other, and then you know you will be out of hearing of her tongue, and she will be either above or below the contempt of your friends. It is sagely counselled, most equitable, sir, replied Nigel, and such restraint would be a fit meed for her folly that gave me any power over her. You entertain the project, then, my lord, said Duke Hildebrand. I must turn it in my mind for 24 hours, said Nigel, and I will pray you so to order matters that I be not further interrupted by any visitors. We will utter an edict to secure your privacy, said the Duke, and you do not think, he added, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper, that 10,000 is too much to pay to the sovereign in name of wardship. 10,000, said Lord Glenvarloch. Why, you said 5,000, but now. Ha, art avised of that, said the Duke, touching the side of his nose with his finger. Nay, if you have marked me so closely, you are thinking on the case more nearly than I believed. Till you trap me well, we will not quarrel about the consideration, as old Trapwa would call it, do you win. And where the dame, it will be no hard matter with your face and figure. and I will take care that no one interrupts you. I will have an edict from the Senate as soon as they meet for their meritum." So saying, Duke Hildebrand took his leave. Chapter 24. This is the time heaven's maiden sentinel hath quitted her high watch lesser spangles, are paling one by one, give me the ladders, and the short lever-bid Anthony. Keep with his carabine the wicket gates, and do thou bear thy knife and follow me. For we will in and do it. Darkness like this is dawning of our fortunes. Old play. When Duke Hildebrand had withdrawn, Nigel's first impulse was an irresistible feeling to laugh at the sage adviser who would have thus connected him with age, ugliness, and ill-temper. But his next thought was pity for the unfortunate father and daughter, who, being the only persons possessed of wealth in this unhappy district, seemed like a wreck on the seashore of a barbarous country, only secured from plunder for the moment by the jealousy of the tribes among whom it had been cast. Neither could he help being conscious that his own residence here was upon conditions equally precarious, and that he was considered by the Alsatians in the same light of a godsend on the Cornish coast, or a sickly but wealthy caravan traveling through the wilds of Africa, and emphatically termed by the nations of despoilers through whose regions it passes Dumalafung, which signifies a thing given to be devoured, a common prey to all men. Nigel had already formed his own plan to extricate himself at whatever risk from his perilous and degrading situation, and in order that he might carry it into instant execution, he only awaited the return of Lowestoft's messenger. He expected him, however, in vain, and could only amuse himself by looking through such parts of his baggage as had been sent to him from his former lodgings in order to select a small packet of the most necessary articles to take with him in the event of his quitting his lodgings secretly and suddenly, as speed and privacy would he foresaw be particularly necessary if he meant to obtain an interview with the king, which was the course his spirit and his interest alike determined him to pursue. While he was thus engaged, he found greatly to his satisfaction that Master Lowestoft had transmitted not only his rapier and poniard, but a pair of pistols which he had used in traveling, of a smaller and more convenient size than the large petronels or horse pistols, which were then in common use, as being made for wearing at the girdle or in the pockets. Next to having stout and friendly comrades, a man is chiefly emboldened by finding himself well armed in case of need, and Nigel, who had thought with some anxiety on the hazard of trusting his life, if attacked, to the protection of the clumsy weapon with which Lowestoft had equipped him in order to complete his disguise, felt an emotion of confidence approaching to triumph, as drawing his own good and well-treated rapier, he wiped it with his handkerchief, examined its point, bent it once or twice against the ground to prove its well-known metal, and finally replaced it in the scabbard the more hastily that he heard a tap at the door of his chamber, and had no mind to be found vaporing in the apartment with his sword drawn. It was his old host, who entered to tell him with many cringes that the price of his apartment was to be £1 per diem, and that according to the custom of Whitefriars, the rent was always payable per advance, although he never scrupled to let the money lie till a week or fortnight or even a month in the hands of any honourable guest like Master Graham, always upon some reasonable consideration for the use. Nigel got rid of the old dotard's intrusion by throwing down 2 pieces of gold, and requesting the accommodation of his present apartment for 8 days, adding, however, he did not think he should tarry so long. The miser, with a sparkling eye and a trembling hand, clutched fast the proffered coin, and having balanced the pieces with exquisite pleasure on the extremity of his withered finger, began almost instantly to show that not even the possession of gold can gratify for more than an instant the very heart that is most eager in the pursuit of it. First, the pieces might be light with hasty hand. He drew a small pair of scales from his bosom, and weighed them first together, then separately, and smiled with glee as he saw them attain the due depression in the balance, a circumstance which might add to his profits if it were true, as was currently reported, that little of the gold coinage was current in Alsatia in a perfect state, and that none ever left the sanctuary in that condition. Another fear then occurred to trouble the old miser's pleasure. He had been just able to comprehend that Nigel intended to leave the friars sooner than the arrival of the term for which he had deposited the rent. This might imply an expectation of refunding which, as a Scotch wag said of all species of funding, jumped least with the old gentleman's humour. He was beginning to enter a hypothetical caveat on this subject, and to quote several reasons why no part of the money once consigned as room rent could be repaid back on any pretence without great hardship to the landlord, when Nigel, growing impatient, told him that the money was his absolutely, and without any intention on his part of resuming any of it. All he asked in return was the liberty of enjoying in private the apartment he had paid for old Trapbois, who had still at his tongue's end much of the smooth language by which in his time he had hastened the ruin of many a young spendthrift, began to launch out upon the noble and generous disposition of his new guest, until Nigel, growing impatient, took the old gentleman by the hand, and gently yet irresistibly leading him to the door of the chamber, put him out, but with such decent and moderate exertion of his superior strength as to render the action in no shape indecorous, and fastening the door began to do that for his pistols which he had done for his favourite sword, examining with care the flints and locks, and reviewing the state of his small provision of ammunition. In this operation he was a second time interrupted by a knocking at the door, called upon the person to enter, having no doubt that it was Lowestoft's messenger at length arrived. It was, however, the ungracious daughter of old Trapbois, who, muttering something about her father's mistake, laid down upon the table one of the pieces of gold which Nigel had just given to him, saying that what she retained was the full rent for the term he had specified. Nigel replied he had paid the money and had no desire to receive it again. "Do as you will with it," then replied his hostess, "for there it lies, and shall lie for me if you are fool enough to pay more than is reason. My father shall not be knave enough to take it." "But your father, mistress," said Nigel, "your father told me." "Oh, my father," said she, interrupting him, "my father managed these affairs while he was able. I manage them now, and that may in the long run be as well for both of us." She then looked on the table and observed the weapons. "You have arms, I see," she said. "Do you know how to use them?" "I should do so, mistress," replied Nigel, "for it has been my occupation." "You are a soldier, then?" she demanded. "No farther as yet than as every gentleman of my country is a soldier." "Aye, that is your point of Inerto, cut the throats of the poorer proper gentlemanlike occupation for those who should protect them." "I do not deal in cutting throats, mistress," replied Nigel, "but I carry arms to defend myself and my country if it needs me." "I," replied Martha, "it is fairly worded, but men say you are as prompt as others in petty brawls, where neither your safety nor your country is in hazard, and that had it not been so you would not have been in the sanctuary today." "Mistress," returned Nigel, "I should labour in vain to make you understand that a man's honour, which is, or should be dearer to him than his life, may often call on, and compel us to hazard our own lives or those of others, on what would otherwise seem trifling contingencies." "God's law says naught of that," said the female. "I have only read there that thou shalt not kill, but I have neither time nor inclination to preach to you. You will find enough of fighting here if you like it, and well, if it come not to seek you when you are least prepared. Farewell, for the present the charwoman will execute your commands for your meals." She left the room just as Nigel, provoked at her assuming a superior tone of judgment and of censure, was about to be so superfluous as to enter into a dispute with an old pawnbroker's daughter on the subject of the point of honour. He smiled at himself for the folly into which the spirit of self-vindication had so nearly hurried him. Lord Glenvarloch then applied to old Deborah, the charwoman, by whose intermediation he was provided with a tolerably decent dinner, and the only embarrassment which he experienced was from the almost forcible entry of the old dotard, his landlord, who insisted upon giving his assistance at laying the cloth. Nigel had some difficulty to prevent him from displacing his arms and some papers which were lying on a small table at which he had been sitting, and nothing short of a stern and positive injunction to the contrary could compel him to use another board, though there were two in the room for the purpose of laying the cloth. Having at length obliged him to relinquish his purpose, he could not help observing that the eyes of the old dotard seemed still anxiously fixed upon the small table on which lay his sword and pistols, and that amidst all the little duties which he seemed officiously anxious to render to his guest, he took every opportunity of looking towards and approaching these objects of his attention at length. When Trapwa thought he had completely avoided the notice of his guest, Nigel, through the observation of one of the cracked mirrors which channel of communication the old man had not calculated, beheld him actually extend his hand towards the table in question. He thought it unnecessary to use further ceremony, but telling his landlord in a stern voice that he permitted no one to touch his arms, he commanded him to leave the apartment. The old usurer commenced a maundering sort of apology, in which all that Nigel distinctly apprehended was a frequent repetition of the word consideration, and which did not seem to him to require any other answer than a reiteration of his command to him to leave the apartment upon pain of worse consequences. The ancient Hebe, who acted as Lord Glenvarloch's cupbearer, took his part against the intrusion of the still more antiquated Ganymede, and insisted on old Trapwa leaving the room, instantly menacing him at the same time with her mistress' displeasure. If he remained there any longer, the old man seemed more under petticoat government than any other, for the threat of the charwoman produced greater effect upon him than the more formidable displeasure of Nigel. He withdrew grumbling and muttering, and Lord Glenvarloch heard him bar a large door at the nearer end of the gallery, which served as a division betwixt the other parts of the extensive mansion, and the apartment occupied by his guest, which, as the reader is aware, had its access from the landing-place at the head of the grand staircase. Nigel accepted the careful sound of the bolts and bars, as they were severally drawn by the trembling hand of old Trapwa, as an omen that the senior did not mean again to revisit him in the course of the evening, and heartily rejoiced that he was at length to be left to uninterrupted solitude. The old woman asked if there was aught else to be done for his accommodation, and indeed it had hitherto seemed as if the pleasure of serving him, or more properly, the reward which she expected, had renewed her youth and activity. Nigel desired to have candles, to have a fire lighted in his apartment, and a few faggots placed beside it that he might feed it from time to time, as he began to feel the chilly effects of the damp and low situation of the house, close as it was to the Thames. But while the old woman was absent upon his errand, he began to think in what way he should pass the long solitary evening with which he was threatened. His own reflections promised to Nigel little amusement and less applause. He had considered his own perilous situation in every light in which it could be viewed, and foresaw as little utility as comfort in resuming the survey. To divert the current of his ideas, books were of course the readiest resource, and although, like most of us, Nigel had in his time sauntered through large libraries and even spent a long time there without greatly disturbing their learned contents, he was now in a situation where the possession of a volume, even of very inferior merit, becomes a real treasure. The old housewife returned shortly afterwards with faggots and some pieces of half-burnt wax candles, the perquisites probably real or usurped, of some experienced groom of the chambers, two of which she placed in large brass candlesticks of different shapes and patterns, and laid the others on the table that Nigel might renew them from time to time. As they burnt to the socket, she heard with interest Lord Glenvarloch's request to have a book, any sort of book, to pass away the night withal, and returned for answer that she knew of no other books in the house than her young mistress, as she always denominated Mistress Martha, Trapwa Bible, which the owner would not lend, and her master's Whetstone of Wit, being the second part of arithmetic by Robert Record, with the Cossack practice and rule of equation, which promising volume Nigel declined to borrow. She offered, however, to bring him some books from Duke Hildebrand, who, sometimes good gentleman, gave a glance at a book when the state affairs of Alsatia left him as much leisure. Nigel embraced the proposal, and his unwearied Iris scuttled away on this second embassy. She returned in a short time with a tattered quarto volume under her arm, and a bottle of sack in her hand, for the Duke, judging that mere reading was dry work, had sent the wine by way of sauce to help it down, not forgetting to add the price to the morning's score, which he had already run up against the stranger in the sanctuary. Nigel seized on the book, and did not refuse the wine, thinking that a glass or two, as it really proved to be of good quality, would be no bad interlude to his studies, he dismissed with thanks and assurance of reward the poor old drudge who had been so zealous in his service, trimmed his fire and candles, and placed the easiest of the old armchairs in a convenient posture betwixt the fire and the table at which he had dined, and which now supported the measure of sack and the lights, and thus accompanying his studies with such luxurious appliances as were in his power, he began to examine the only volume with which the ducal library of Alsatia had been able to supply him. The contents, though of a kind generally interesting, were not well calculated to dispel the gloom by which he was surrounded. The book was entitled God's Revenge against Murder, not, as the bibliomaniacal reader may easily conjecture, the work which Reynolds published under that imposing name, but one of a much earlier date, printed and sold by Old Wolf, in which could a copy now be found, would sell for much more than its weight in gold. Footnote: only 3 copies are known to exist, one in the library at Kennequhair, and 2 unfoxed and cropped, the other tall, and in good condition, both in the possession of an eminent member of the Roxburgh Club. Note by Captain Clutterbuck. Nigel had soon enough of the doleful tales which the book contains, and attempted 1 or 2 other modes of killing the evening. He looked out at window, but the night was rainy with gusts of wind. He tried to coax the fire, but the faggots were green and smoked without burning, and as he was naturally temperate, he felt his blood somewhat heated by the canary sack which he had already drank, and had no farther inclination to that pastime. He next attempted to compose a memorial address to the king, in which he set forth his case and his grievances, but speedily stung with the idea that his supplication would be treated with scorn, he flung the scroll into the fire, and in a sort of desperation resumed the book which he had laid aside. Nigel became more interested in the volume at the second than at the first attempt which he made to peruse it. The narratives, strange and shocking as they were to human feeling, possessed yet the interest of sorcery or of fascination which rivets the attention by its awakening horrors. Much was told of the strange and horrible acts of blood by which men, setting nature and humanity alike at defiance, had for the thirst of revenge, the lust of gold, or the cravings of irregular ambition, broken into the tabernacle of life. Yet more surprising and mysterious tales were recounted of the mode in which such deeds of blood had come to be discovered, and revenged animals, irrational animals, had told the secret, and birds of the air had carried the matter. The elements had seemed to betray the deed which had polluted Themirth, had ceased to support the murderer's steps, fire to warm his frozen limbs, water to refresh his parched lips, air to relieve his gasping lungs, all in short bore evidence to the homicide's guilt. In other circumstances, the criminal's own awakened conscience pursued and brought him to justice, and in some narratives the grave was said to have yawned that the ghost of the sufferer might call for revenge. It was now wearing late in the night, and the book was still in Nigel's hands when the tapestry which hung behind him flapped against the wall, and the wind produced by its motion waved the flame of the candles by which he was reading. Nigel started and turned round in that excited and irritated state of mind which arose from the nature of his studies, especially at a period. Certain degree of superstition was inculcated as a point of religious faith. It was not without emotion that he saw the bloodless countenance, meagre form, and ghastly aspect of old Trapbois once more in the very act of extending his withered hand towards the table which supported his arms. Convinced by this untimely apparition that something evil was meditated towards him, Nigel sprung up, seized his sword, drew it, and placing it at the old man's breast, demanded of him what he did in his apartment at so untimely an hour. Trapbois showed neither fear nor surprise, and only answered by some imperfect expressions, intimating he would part with his life rather than with his property, and Lord Glenvarloch, strangely embarrassed, knew not what to think of the intruder's motives, and still less how to get rid of him. As he again tried the means of intimidation, he was surprised by a second apparition from behind the tapestry, in the person of the daughter of Trapbois, bearing a lamp in her hand. She also seemed to possess her father's insensibility to danger, for coming close to Nigel, she pushed aside impetuously his naked sword, and even attempted to take it out of his hand. "For shame," she said, "your sword on a man of 80 years, and mortise the honor of a Scottish gentleman. Give it to me to make a spindle of." "Stand back," said Nigel. "I mean your father no injury, but I will know what has caused him to prowl this whole day, and even at this late hour of night, around my arms." "Your arms," repeated she. "Alas, young man, the whole arms in the Tower of London are of little value to him, in comparison of this miserable piece of gold, which I left this morning on the table of a young spendthrift too careless to put what belonged to him into his own purse." So saying, she showed the piece of gold which still remaining on the table where she left. It had been the bait that attracted old Trapbois so frequently to the spot, and which even in the silence of the night had so dwelt on his imagination that he had made use of a private passage, long disused, to enter his guest's apartment in order to possess himself of the treasure during his slumbers. He now exclaimed at the highest tones of his cracked and feeble voice, "It is mine gave it to me for a consideration. I will die ere I part with my property." "It is indeed his own, mistress," said Nigel, "and I do entreat you to restore it to the person on whom I have bestowed it, and let me have my apartment in quiet." "I will account with you for it then," said the maiden, reluctantly giving to her father the morsel of mammon, on which he darted, as if his bony fingers had been the talons of a hawk seizing its prey, and then making a contented muttering and mumbling like an old dog after he has been fed. And just when he is wheeling himself thrice round for the purpose of lying down, he followed his daughter behind the tapestry through a little sliding door, which was perceived when the hangings were drawn apart. "This shall be properly fastened tomorrow," said the daughter to Nigel, speaking in such a tone that her father, deaf and engrossed by his acquisition, could not hear her tonight. "I will continue to watch him closely. I wish you good repose." These few words, pronounced in a tone of more civility than she had yet made use of towards her lodger, contained a wish which was not to be accomplished, although her guest, presently after her departure, retired to bed. There was a slight fever in Nigel's blood, occasioned by the various events of the evening, which put him, as the phrase is, beside his rest. Perplexing and painful thoughts rolled on his mind like a troubled stream, and the more he labored to lull himself to slumber, the farther he seemed from attaining his object. He tried all the resources common in such cases, kept counting from 1 to 1,000, until his head was giddy, watched the embers of the wood fire till his eyes were dazzled. He listened to the dull moaning of the wind, the swinging and creaking of signs which projected from the houses, and the baying of here and there a homeless dog, till his very ear was weary. Suddenly, however, amid this monotony came a sound which startled him. At once it was a female shriek. He sat up in his bed to listen, then remembered he was in Alsatia, where brawls of every sort were current among the unruly inhabitants. But another scream and another succeeded so close that he was certain, though the noise was remote and sounded stifled, it must be in the same house with himself. Nigel jumped up, hastily put on a part of his clothes, seized his sword and pistols, and ran to the door of his chamber. Here he plainly heard the screams redoubled, and as he thought the sounds came from the usurer's apartment, all access to the gallery was effectually excluded by the intermediate door, which the brave young lord shook with eager but vain impatience. But the secret passage occurred suddenly to his recollection. He hastened back to his room, and succeeded with some difficulty in lighting a candle, powerfully agitated by hearing the cries repeated, yet still more afraid lest they should sink into silence. He rushed along the narrow and winding entrance, guided by the noise, which now burst more wildly on his ear, and while he descended a narrow staircase, which terminated the passage, he heard the stifled voices of men encouraging, as it seemed, each other. "Dn her, strike her down, silence her, beat her brains out," while the voice of his hostess, though now almost exhausted, was repeating the cry of murder and help. At the bottom of the staircase was a small door which gave way before Nigel, as he precipitated himself upon the scene of action, a cocked pistol in one hand, a candle in the other, and his naked sword under his arm. Two ruffians had with great difficulty overpowered, or rather, were on the point of overpowering the daughter of Trapbois, whose resistance appeared to have been most desperate, for the floor was covered with fragments of her clothes and handfuls of her hair. It appeared that her life was about to be the price of her defense, for one villain had drawn a long clasp knife when they were surprised by the entrance of Nigel, who, as they turned towards him, shot the fellow with the knife dead on the spot. and when the other advanced to him, hurled the candlestick at his head, and then attacked him with his sword. It was dark save some pale moonlight from the window, and the ruffian, after firing a pistol without effect, and fighting a traverse or two with his sword, lost heart, made for the window, leaped over it, and escaped. Nigel fired his remaining pistol after him at a venture, and then called for light. "There is light in the kitchen," answered Martha Trapbois, with more presence of mind than could have been expected. "Stay, you know not the way, I will fetch it myself. Oh, my father, me poor father, I knew it would come to this, and all along of the accursed gold they have murdered him." Chapter 25. Death finds us, mid our plaything snatches us, as a cross nurse might do a wayward child, from all our toys, and bobbles his rough cull, unlooses all our favorite ties on earth, and well if they are such as may be answered in yonder world where all is judged of truly. Old play.